Chapter 51 Konoha. The Dark Root Base. How are those kids now? Danzo sat in the dark shadow, unable to see their faces clearly. Report to Danzo. Among the targets under surveillance, Suzuki has made considerable progress under Kakashi's leadership, but is still within the controllable range. As for the focus, Kujuo Hitaki, his strength needs to be evaluated again. Danzo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Kujuo Hitaki again? Speak. Yes. Sir. We heard that the team led by Asuma killed Zabuza, the rebel ninja of Kirigakure, and another powerful bloodline ninja in the previous mission of escorting the Wave Country with a mission level of C. According to reliable information, these two people were most likely killed by Kujuo Hitaki. Bang! The sound of a cane hitting the ground. With a whoosh, Danzo suddenly appeared in front of the root ninja who was reporting the news. One hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Are you sure? Yes, sure. I guarantee that the news is true. Then, the root ninja smoothed the wrinkled collar and looked at Danzo above in shock. Danzo was already in extreme excitement. Very good, very good. After saying two very good in a row, Danzo slammed his cane down. Add more people and continue monitoring. Make sure to get all the information about this child. But, the Anbu. The man below was a little embarrassed. I'll talk about the third generation, just do it. Yes. My lord. Stretching lazily, Kujuo Hitaki yawned and got out of bed. Glanced at the quiet girl beside him. Even when she was sleeping, she was so gentle. Getting up and walking into the yard, he casually raised the sword in his hand. Swish! Swish! Two cold lights flashed. Everything he saw was cut off. Looking at the results in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. Now, he has such power in swordsmanship without the sun-calling fighting technique. With a sigh, he was still very sad in his heart. 6 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and these years have passed in a flash. It seems like a dream. Putting down the sword, Kujuo Hitaki sat cross-legged and meditated. A new day, and it started like this. Not long after, Hinata walked out of the room in a daze, her face red to the root of her neck. God knows how she slept with Kujuo last night. Now she dared not look directly at Hitaki Kujuo. A teenager. It's not too old, nor too young. The key is, children in the world of Naruto are generally precocious. They already knew what they should know. Touching her hot cheeks, Hinata now wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I was too tired from practicing breathing techniques last night, and I didn't know when I fell asleep. I didn't know what happened between her and Kujuo last night in the same bed. Morning, Hinata. A greeting woke her up. Ah. Good morning. Kujuo. Since you're awake, let's go to the training ground together. Well. Today's Konoha seems particularly restless, and many ninjas from other villages have arrived in Konoha one after another. And they have settled down under the arrangement of the Anbu directly under the Hokage. Since the last mission in the Land of Waves was completed, Asuma has suspended the mission arrangement of the 10th team. He turned around and asked everyone to train on their own. Occasionally, he would come to give some pointers. Naruto was bored. I don't know what Kujuo and Hinata do normally. It's so boring. The restless nature in his heart made him unable to hold back. Walking on the street board, he found several special figures at the corner. In the middle was a short head, carrying a gourd and long red hair. Next to him was a man and a woman. The three people were dressed strangely, and they were not from Konoha at first glance. Hey! Are you guys ninjas sent from other villages? Naruto jumped forward and asked the three curiously. Sorry, we are busy today. The man who looked the tallest and wore a strange hat seemed very flustered. He pulled the girl on the other side and was about to leave in a hurry. What? You don't even answer my question. Other villages are really rude. Naruto, who was frustrated, went from expectation to self-inflicted boredom and was very unhappy. But the atmosphere at the scene changed instantly. Gaara, ignore him, let's go. Temari. Take this man away quickly, or it will be too late. Okay. Kankuro, keep an eye on Gaara, take him away quickly. This group of people is the Sand Village team, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Naruto was confused. Looking at the two people who looked like they were facing a great enemy. Did he say anything wrong? They were the ones who were cold first. Naruto, who didn't understand what was going on, was pulled by Temari's arm and winked at wildly. It seemed they were very afraid of the boy with the gourd in the middle. What are you doing? Aren't you teammates in the same team? Why are you treating the companion in the middle like a prehistoric beast? He asked loudly, looking at Kankuro who was trying to pull Gaara. It's over. Temari covered her eyes and her whole body began to tremble. What's going on? Swish. A flowing sound suddenly came from the air. Naruto looked around in confusion and found that it was covered with sand at some point. Run! Kankuro and Temari shouted at him at the same time, extremely anxious. The three of them had just arrived in Konoha today, and Gaara was in a bad mood after the long journey. Who knew that the Anbu of Konoha actually asked them to find the Hokage building to register the report? It undoubtedly poured cold water on Gaara's already unstable mood. The two of them were trembling all the way, just hoping to get through this smoothly. For a while. I never expected that such a frivolous brat would show up halfway. Irritated Gaara. This brat is in danger. A handful of sand solidified into the shape of an arm and has wrapped around Naruto's arm. It's just a few words, why are you fighting? However, no matter what Naruto did, he couldn't tear off the sand. The next second, a sharp pain came. Naruto felt that his arm was about to break. Chapter 52. Gaara, stop it. This is Konoha, you can't hurt people at will. Kankuro was very anxious. Konoha has stood proudly among the 5 major countries for many years. No matter what happens, the foundation of the first ninja village still exists. Don't say that they are just a team coming to the Chunin exam, even if the cage level is presumptuous in Konoha, they will not be able to escape. What a pity. Now Gaara is not influenced by Naruto's persuasion. With a click, the crisp sound was like a switch, and Temari and Kankuro stopped moving. Turning around with difficulty, he found that the yellow-haired boy was lying on the ground, covering his arm. His face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it! Naruto was angry. He didn't understand why this person suddenly attacked him without reason. Multiple shadow clone technique. Raising his finger, a large number of Naruto clones appeared on the street in an instant. Dozens or hundreds of them appeared out of thin air, and the momentum was very scary. But the Sand Ninja team, instead of having a solemn look, looked at Gaara more anxiously. A cruel sneer appeared at the corner of Gaara's mouth. The sand in the gourd behind him rushed up to the sky and filled the whole sky in an instant. Sand waterfall. Sand and gravel rain. Stones and sand all over the sky. Like a fist as big as a sandbag, it smashed down like a storm. Kankuro hurriedly summoned the puppet, and Temari also waved the giant fan desperately. Gaara, he went crazy and didn't even care about his teammates. Bang 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 bang. The clone that Naruto had just summoned was immediately cleared, leaving him stunned. Good, very powerful. Gaara's move shocked Naruto. To be honest, this was the first time that Naruto met such a powerful peer besides Hatake Kujuo. Staring blankly at the sand that kept surging in the sky, the huge range of the ninjutsu covered this small piece of sky. Artificially created a shade. With a light finger of his left hand, a large amount of yellow sand wrapped around Naruto with Gaara's movements. Not good. Naruto's face suddenly changed color. The small handful of sand just now almost tore off his arm. If it weren't for his thick skin, he might have broken his arm now. Now with so much sand together, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't imagine the consequences. This place is located in the streets of Konoha, and it is not suitable for him to perform at all. Without thinking about it, he ran away. Unfortunately, under Gaara's control, Tsuneko had no intention of letting him go, and continued to chase Naruto. Gaara, enough! Don't go on, if Konoha's Anbu ninja comes, we will be finished. Kanjiura was relieved to see Naruto run away. But Gaara's posture clearly showed that he was not going to let him go. Are you commanding me? Gaara suddenly turned his head away from Kanjiura and said word by word. Boom! A huge pressure came over. Under Gaara's terrible momentum, Kanjiura froze his body and dared not move. Sweat dripped down his forehead. At this moment, the situation changed again. I was wondering where this cat and dog came from. It turned out to be someone from the sand village. A black shadow flickered. A flying kick directly kicked away the sand that was chasing after Naruto. When he saw the true face of the person coming. What is gay? Japanese. With surprise, Naruto was surprised to find that Sasuke saved him. Humph! You are still such a loser. I didn't expect that your progress is still so slow after graduation. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Yet. Same as always. Still the familiar tone, still the familiar smell of fart. Naruto was so excited that he hugged Sasuke's neck, full of gay love. Hey! After finally getting rid of Naruto, Sasuke didn't care about much and stared at Gaara in front of him. Gaara's face didn't change at all, and occasionally a trace of madness flashed across his face. Stretch out his hands. The sand actually began to change its shape, facing Sasuke and Naruto in a cone-shaped posture. Although it was just fine stone sand, the sharpness displayed on it was definitely not weaker than real steel. Swish! A large number of spikes were launched instantly. The terrifying momentum blocked the world, and almost no one could resist it. What a powerful ninjutsu! Sasuke was shocked. He had never heard of such a ninjutsu. The Sharingan opened instantly, and he dodged with great difficulty with his keen insight. This was a big embarrassment. Originally, he saved his classmates as a hero, but he was beaten right away. The huge gap made Sasuke's eyes red. The joints were crackling. Damn it! Puff! Puff! Although with the help of the Sharingan, the dynamic vision capture was far beyond that of ordinary people. But the body couldn't keep up. Everything was in vain. Sasuke's body was stained with blood. This was the result of him trying his best to avoid the vital points. The sharp cones made of sand continued to shoot at us with a deadly rhythm. This guy! He wanted to kill us. Sasuke's pupils dilated when he realized this, and he couldn't accept that his life would end here. A strong unwillingness lingered in his eyes. A familiar pain began to hit his mind. This feeling. Sasuke's eyes lit up, thinking that he would be able to do it in the next second. What a pity! It was almost there. That feeling stopped abruptly again. It was still not enough. He punched the ground heavily and closed his eyes in despair. Naruto's situation was only worse than his own. It seemed that there was no other way except waiting to die. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sword energy came. Swish! It whistled past with a sharp sound barrier. The sword energy was so sharp that all the sand cones and all the sand in the air were crushed in an instant. The sword energy swept across, crushed the tiny stones and sand. Who is it? Kankuro and Temari, who had closed their eyes, couldn't bear to look at it, and cried out in surprise after seeing this scene. Gaara also turned his head to look to the side, his face gloomy. The next second, chi! A sharp long sword stabbed and hit Gaara in the face. This sword goad for his forehead. The sand in the gourd automatically gushed out and blocked Gaara's head. The long sword was still trembling, and slowly inserted into the blocking sand wall. Time and space seemed to stop at this moment. You can't bully my companions. In the field of vision, a young man in red clothes with outstanding temperament walked slowly towards him. Kujuo-kun! Naruto shouted in surprise. Reaching out to hold his sword, Kujuo Hitaki smiled at the troubled boy whose height just reached his ear. Then kicked out. Bang! Gaara was kicked dozens of meters away and hit the wall at the end. Woohoo! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Kankuro and Temari looked at the suddenly appeared red-clothed boy with disbelief. Their hearts were already in turmoil. Gaara's sand didn't react to this kick. Chapter 53. Stupid. Confused. Shocked. In the depths of memory, the brutal, moody, bloodthirsty and powerful Gaara was actually seriously injured by a kick. Others don't know. They know it very well. Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, is comparable to a monster. At this stage, basically no one can break his defense. Looking at Kujuo Hitaki's outstanding appearance and temperament, it seems that all this is not so inconsistent. It seems that this beautiful boy is supposed to be so powerful. Is he a jonin as old as us? A gurgling swallowing sound was heard, and Temari was surprised. An unknown feeling began to spread, and then it was covered by worry and tension. Konoha. It is indeed a concentration camp of geniuses. Thinking so, the two of them paid more attention to the next trip. Too amazing, Kujuo-kun. You easily solved this weird boy. Naruto shouted excitedly despite his injuries and bleeding. Sasuke was also injured. He opened his Sharingan and stared at the scene in a daze, his hands trembling slightly. This guy is still so powerful. No. It is far more terrifying than before. During this period, Sasuke's so-called hard training, trying to catch up, until now the gap has not decreased but increased, and he is getting closer and closer to the shadow of Hitaki Kujuo. Ha ha ha. I'm getting excited. At the end of the street corner, Gaara, who was kicked against the wall, wiped the red on his lips with his hand, and his aura became fierce, filled with slowly flowing sand. A sneer. Accompanied by his perverted and cold expression. It seemed he had found his favorite prey. Interesting. Looking at Gaara's performance, Hitaki Kujuo raised his sword, focusing on him from a distance. Not bad, you can still move after being kicked by me. As a one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara is definitely not weak in strength. You should know that he didn't show any mercy in this kick. Facing the people from other villages who were bullying the people from this village without scruples, and they were his teammates, Hitaki Kujuo didn't intend to show mercy. A full-strength kick. It just broke their defense. Gaara with this kind of strength can be said to be terrifying. Sand coffin. A deep voice sounded. Hwalala. A large amount of sand in the air no longer slowed down, surging wildly, like a flying dragon, sweeping and climbing onto Hitaki Kujuo's body in an instant. Gaara is serious. Temari cried out, and Kankuro's eyelids jumped. Even though this young man is outstanding and comparable to a jonin. But they have witnessed the power of Gaara's sand since they were young. Once the sandstorm funeral is used, no one can resist it. This is Konoha. The opponent is a genius of Konoha. Gaara. The disaster is going to be big. Stop. Gaara. If we kill him, we will definitely be in trouble. We will definitely be punished by Konoha, and it may even cause a war between the two countries. Kankuro didn't care about himself. The fear of his younger brother made him shout loudly. But Gaara turned a blind eye. He seemed to have not heard anything. The mottled sand on his face and the hideous smile indicated that he was in a frenzy. I want to kill you. Sandstorm funeral. Bang bang bang. The dull sounds came one after another. Hitaki Kujuo, who was covered by a storm caused by a large amount of yellow sand, was detonated by countless sand. The fine sand was sprayed into the air by this amazing force, and even shot countless fine holes on the wall. It's over. Temari's heart sank. Gaara fell into madness and didn't hold back at all. It was impossible for anyone to survive. Sure enough, the center of the explosion had completely disappeared, leaving only a crater. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke were stunned. Can they perform such a powerful ninjutsu at their age? The power of this explosion, the aftermath alone would almost knock them over. Then, what about Kujuo Hitaki, who was at the center of the explosion? Kujuo-kun! Kujuo Hitaki! Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed. Naruto's eyes widened with disbelief, and his body was waving orange-red chakra waves in a daze. The Nine Tails. Activated by Naruto's strong emotional ups and downs. Sasuke's face was full of shock and disbelief. This. How is it possible? The classmate who had always been his goal, second only to Itaki, and whom he always wanted to catch up with. Just like that, died? For some reason, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. It seemed like something was missing. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Seeing that Kujuo Hitaki was buried and destroyed by his own sandstorm, leaving no trace, Gaara laughed wildly. Crazy, hideous, hysterical, all written all over his face. It's too late. Take Gaara away. Kanjuro and Temari were so anxious that they wanted to take Gaara away. It had already happened. Even if they didn't want to, they had to take responsibility for Gaara's behavior. No, it's even a war between two villages and two countries. Temari thought as she ran, and the figure of Kujuo Hitaki floating in her mind again, as if she was a little regretful. Speeding all the way, the Sand Ninja team ran desperately towards the village entrance. Just outside the corner of the street. Where do you want to run to? This was a clear voice, with calmness. A man in red stood quietly in front of them. After seeing who was coming, they were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. You are not dead. How is it possible? Chapter 54. Temari and Kanjuro looked at Kujuo Hitaki stupidly as if they had seen a ghost. The latter had no expression on his face. He raised his sword and looked at them calmly. He just stood at the intersection, blocking their way. At this moment, the brother and sister were extremely shocked. How could anyone survive Gaara's sandstorm? No matter how fast the man in front of them was, he would not be safe and sound. Suddenly, they thought of a possibility. Shadow clone. The expressions on their faces became more vivid. If it was really as they guessed, Gaara could break through his defense with just one shadow clone, then how powerful would he be? At this moment, Hitaki Kujuo, who obviously did not make any extra movements, gave them a mountain of pressure. It seems that you are much stronger than others. Gaara stared at him gloomily. Hitaki Kujuo did not respond. The sword in his hand was gently raised, and he was about to swing it. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures wearing animal masks fell from the sky. They were either squatting or standing on the top of the wall, looking down from above, with cold eyes staring at them through the masks. No action is allowed in the village. Anbu. The huge noise just now attracted the Anbu members patrolling nearby. Now that the Chunin exam is approaching, many ninjas from other villages are scattered in the village. Therefore, the overall deployment is much stricter than usual. Seeing the Anbu coming, Hitaki Kujuo slowly put down the sword in his hand and turned away. Since he was stopped, this fight could not continue. Gaara's eyelids twitched. How could he give up? The gourd behind him seemed to respond to his mood, and a lot of yellow sand drilled out. Gaara! Temari and Kankuro were startled and stopped Gaara from doing the next move. If he really did do something wrong, that would be terrible. They couldn't bear such responsibility. Finally, Gaara! who finally calmed down, looked at the back of the red-clothed boy and asked in a deep voice. "What's your name?" Hitaki Kujuo didn't look back and waved his hand casually. "Hitaki Kujuo. Hitaki Kujuo." He repeated the name several times in his mouth, and Gaara's eyes flashed with cruelty. "Next time we meet, I will kill you." Kankuro and Temari looked at their brother and had nothing to say. For Gaara, they could only persuade him to the greatest extent possible. But they didn't dare to go beyond that. This guy, once he gets crazy, he will even kill his own people. "Let's go." The captain of the Anbu who was in charge had already sensed that who caused the commotion. He had no friendly attitude towards such a group of uncontrolled ninjas from other villages. Take his troops. Escorted them all the way to the Hokage building for registration. On the other side, after Kujuo Hitaki returned safely, Naruto withdrew from the state of being about to run away. Immediately began to ask Kujuo Hitaki with concern whether he was injured. Looking at Naruto, who was covered with bruises, Kujuo Hitaki was speechless. Should he say he is kind-hearted? Or should he say he is kind-hearted? "Well, Kujuo-kun, did you beat up those hateful guys?" Looking at Naruto waving his fist angrily, Kujuo Hitaki smiled slightly. The scabbard gently knocked against Naruto's yellow hair. "Ouch! Let's go, you are so seriously injured, you have to go back and apply some medicine." I know, don't hit me here, ouch! It hurts so much." Under the setting sun, the handsome and tall boy disappeared at the end of the road with a lively boy. The next day, Asuma once again summoned the members of the 10th team. "Naruto, what's wrong with you?" Looking at Naruto with bandages all over his body, Asuma was confused. Turning to look at Hitaki Kujuo, the latter spread his hands. Naruto repeatedly told him not to tell others about the beating he had received. He had no choice but to agree. Hitaki Kujuo glanced at Hinata next to him and let her leave first yesterday to avoid any accidents. After only one day of not seeing each other, Hinata showed that she was very dependent on him and was unwilling to let go by sticking to his chest. Ahem. Although Asuma admired the young couple, he couldn't stand them showing their affection in broad daylight. "Fortunately, I'm not a single dog," he muttered in his heart. "Okay, I called you here this time because I have something important to tell you. Of course, the final decision is in your hands after hearing this." Hitaki Kujuo knew what Asuma was talking about when he heard this. "Teacher, you are talking about the Chunin exam that will start soon, right?" Asuma nodded. "These days, many ninjas from other villages have come to the village one after another, and you can find out with a little inquiry. This Chunin exam is held by our Konoha, and the number of participants is also the largest in recent years. You have just graduated from the ninja school and have become genin not long ago. It is up to you to decide whether to take this exam or not." After listening to Asuma's words, others were silent. Asuma looked at Hitaki Kujuo. He certainly knew that if his disciple took action, there would be no problem passing the exam. Hinata's strength was not too outstanding, but with Kujuo's care, it should not be a problem. The only one left was Naruto. As the son of the Hokage, he knew that this exam was a group of 3. If one person is too much of a drag, it is very likely to affect other teammates. "We will join," Hitaki Kujuo suddenly said. Hinata snuggled up to him and nodded in agreement. Naruto did the same. Even though he was covered in bandages, he still nodded excitedly. It seems that he is just about to roll up his sleeves and punch. Looking around at the state of his 3 disciples, he was confident but not cowardly. Asuma couldn't help but nod with satisfaction, and said after taking out the cigarette in his mouth. "Well, since you have this confidence, I will take care of the registration. You go back and prepare well. Especially you." He grabbed Naruto's hair and hated him for not being able to make it. "Don't make any more troubles, take good care of your injuries, do you hear me?" As he said. Asuma also took out a few bottles of healing medicine. Take it back and apply it well, it should be effective. Naruto took the medicine bottle with a look of surprise while feeling pain. Well, I will take good care of my wounds when I go back. I will not let the teacher down. Chapter 55. A while passed quickly. Naruto is indeed an indestructible little cockroach. Such a serious injury was completely healed in less than a week. This surprised Asuma and also made him feel relieved. That day, take Naruto, who was already impatient, and the three-person team officially set off. The first exam was a written exam. The location was the ninja school where they had studied for several years. As they walked up the stairs, they heard noisy sounds inside. Two chunins with Konoha ninja forehead guards on their foreheads were guarding the door, preventing everyone from entering. And many old acquaintances. I say, don't show off this boring illusion trick. I'm going to the second floor. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets. His arrogant words were afraid that coupled with his smug expression, there was an exclamation at the scene. Really? Aren't we on the third floor? What is this guy talking about? He mentioned illusion just now. Are we in an illusion barrier? No way. Why didn't I notice anything? Discussions came one after another. Sasuke, who seemed calm on the surface but had been eavesdropping for a long time, was actually very proud. Hey, if you two don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude. This sentence was like adding fuel to the fire. The two chunins who were already identified because of illusions were completely enraged. Where did you come from, you little brat? You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Let us teach you what humility is. Sasuke's heart moved, he was waiting for this moment. When the arrows and crossbows were drawn, a green shadow flashed by. No one could see clearly, and found a green boy with thick eyebrows, round eyes, and a watermelon head standing between the two. So fast! Sasuke was shocked and felt a slight pain in the blocked calf bones. This power actually blocked my kick with just palm power. Just when everyone was shocked and suspicious, two people stepped forward. White clothes and white pupils, Hyuga Niji. Pink clothes and Cheongsam, Tenten. Brother Niji. Seeing Niji's figure, Hinata couldn't help but call out excitedly. Ningji turned his head along the voice and found Hinata leaning against a strange man. He frowned, and there seemed to be hatred on his face, but he hid it well. So it's Miss Hinata. I didn't expect you to take this exam too. He said lightly, with a respectful title, but his tone was very cold. This. Hinata was choked by Niji's attitude and was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Hitaki Kujuo looked at Niji with interest. In my impression, this should be one of the strongest of the 12 at this stage, right? After all, the so-called hard-working genius Rock Lee admitted that he was not as good as him. However, Hitaki Kujuo did not intend to greet him. On the other side, people who were attracted by Hitaki Kujuo's outstanding temperament and appearance looked over. Everyone saw that the girl next to this handsome boy and the other white-eyed boy belonged to the same family. It's just that their relationship didn't seem to be very good. But I advise Miss Hinata that this exam is a completely real battle, and people may even die. Given your personality, you should. Or what? Ningji was shocked to find that his neck was suddenly pinched, and the strong pressure made it impossible for him to breathe. Hitaki Kujuo stared at him coldly, holding his neck with one hand and exerting a little force. A creaking sound was made. Don't use this condescending attitude to boss others around in the future. I don't like it. Boom. After saying this, Ningji was thrown out of the crowd by Hitaki Kujuo. Xiao Li and Tian hurriedly supported him, looking at him nervously. What kind of person is this? He actually attacked me when he didn't agree with me. I paid more attention to him because he was good-looking. Tian's delicate eyebrows frowned together, and he looked at Hinata with dissatisfaction. Xiao Li saw the bruises on Ningji's neck, and immediately became angry, and he was about to rush up to ask for an explanation. Ningji grabbed him and shook his head. We are no match for him. What? Tenten and Li were shocked. The power from his hand just now is not inferior to Li's strength after opening the 8 gates, and I didn't sense any chakra from it. Li and Tenten were silent. No chakra means that the red-clothed boy relies on physical fitness. Is this a monster? With the help of the two, Niji got up with difficulty and looked deeply at the direction where Hatake Kujuo and Hinata left, and took Li and Tenten upstairs. Only the other ninjas at the scene looked at each other in bewilderment. The two groups just now seemed very strong. Insanely strong. The speed and the strong wind brought by the attack were vivid. They asked themselves, if it was them, could they stop it? For a moment, everyone was silent. Hatake Kujuo had already taken Hinata and Naruto upstairs. He hugged Hinata in his arms and said gently, "Do you remember the agreement between us? I won't allow anyone to disturb my princess." Hinata's pretty face turned red and she buried her head deeper. In fact, when Hatake Kujuo helped her, a strong sense of security swept over her body. After entering the door, Kakashi leaned against the wall and flipped through the pornographic book in his hand. "Morning, cousin." Hatake Kujuo greeted casually after seeing him. Kakashi didn't even raise his eyelids, his eyes still stayed on the intimate paradise in his hand. "Morning." "Hey?" Kakashi didn't react until Hatake Kujuo walked away. He blinked his eyes. If I didn't see it wrong just now, Hinata, the little princess, actually leaned on Kujuo, and her little face was red? This kid is good. Nodding affirmatively, Kakashi started reading again. P.S. After many days, this book will be available tomorrow night. Hope you will support it. Chapter 56. Not long after, there were already people in the empty classroom. Hatake Kujuo held the sword and closed his eyes quietly. Noisy sounds gradually came from the door. From the names, it can be judged that the 12 little strong men of Konoha have arrived one after another. Hatake Kujuo, who closed his eyes but was aware of almost the entire classroom, had a smile on his lips. It was a wonderful feeling to be personally involved in a big event. The invigilator had not come yet, and the people who had already arrived usually gathered in groups of 2 or 3 to discuss their own what you see and hear. Hatake Kujuo, with his outstanding temperament and handsome appearance, naturally became the focus of the whole audience. Although he has been standing quietly aside. But there is an invisible momentum that guides everyone's attention. It is hard not to attract attention. Many people looked at him with curiosity and solemnity. Especially the genin who just saw him take action downstairs. Want to inquire about the information? There is also information about that person. The 3-member team of Ino, Shika, and Joe also arrived early. They were originally staring at Hatake Kujuo and whispering, but when they looked back, they saw a white-haired ninja with glasses. At this moment, he was holding a small book and a large number of cards in his hand. Are you kidding? That person is our top student. We have been classmates for 5 years. Do we still need you to provide information about our own classmates? Shikamaru yawned. Obviously, he did not take the white-haired ninja seriously. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Kabuto, and I'm a medical ninja. As for the information, you can listen to it first. He adjusted his glasses with his hand. An array of light flashed on the lens of Kabuto. His words also attracted other ninjas who were paying attention to Kujuo Hatake. No matter from Konoha or other villages, they all gathered. Kabuto ejected a character card from the card stack, on which was printed Kujuo Hatake's name. Kujuo Hatake, graduated from Konoha's 60th year ninja school, and was the top student for 5 consecutive years during school. No one can shake him. These words shocked the people who came to watch. Not everyone who came to take the Chunin exam was a ninja of Konoha. The top student for 5 consecutive years, this strength really shocked them, but that was all. It seems. It's not particularly evil, right? It seems to cater to everyone's questions. Kabuto held the card with Kujuo Hitaki's name in his hand and smiled mysteriously. According to rumors, he started using shadow clones in the second year of school and continued until graduation. During this period, whether it was small tests or annual exams, without exception, the shadow clones won first place with overwhelming victory. Hiss! When the news came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Just relying on the shadow clones to sweep all the ninjas of the same class and take the lead? What kind of terrifying strength is this? For a moment, everyone looked at Hitaki Kujuo with more or less awe and fear. Kujuo! They are talking about you over there. Hinata approached Hitaki Kujuo and whispered. Hitaki Kujuo closed his eyes and nodded slightly, saying lightly. It doesn't matter if they want to talk about it, let them talk about it, we don't need to care about these things. Yet. Hinata hummed and looked up at his face happily. As a tacit girlfriend, her heart was still full of pride that her beloved was praised and admired by everyone. When the crowd was noisy, the Sand Ninja team also stepped in. Since the last incident, they have been unilaterally confined by Konoha until now. Therefore, Gaara's face was very ugly. After they came in, the whole classroom became much colder. But Kabuto didn't seem to be afraid at all, and even continued to tell the 12 little strong men such as Inoshikajo about Gaara and others' information. In addition, Ningji, Suzuki, and others have become the focus of the whole audience. You bunch of trash, how long do you want to quarrel there? At this time, a magnetic and heavy male voice came, accompanied by a puff of smoke. Mori Ibiki and a group of invigilators appeared on the podium. The stern voice and the scar across half of his face instantly made the whole audience silent, and they dared not speak. Mori Ibiki, who gave enough power, nodded slightly secretly. In fact, these examiners have been secretly observing the genin who came to participate. After such a long time, only those few little ghosts are interesting. But now, the test begins. Everyone return to your seats quickly. Ibiki Marino shouted, and everyone immediately trotted to their seats. After everyone sat down, the papers were handed out one by one. Hitaki Kujuo touched the test paper that had just been handed out, and there was still a faint scent of ink on it. This familiar feeling even reminded him of the college entrance examination on Earth in his previous life. The fear of being dominated by the test. What a pity! I don't plan to write it. Most of the questions above are some simple physical calculations and many common senses that ninjas must have. For students who worked hard during the ninja school, it is naturally no problem. Hitaki Kujuo glanced at it and could get the answers to many questions at a glance, but he didn't want to go through the pain of taking the test in his previous life again. Anyway, he knew the ultimate purpose of this test very well, so he was not panicked at all. Just waited quietly for the end of the test. No surprises. Hinata was sure to answer these questions. Naruto was scratching his head and didn't write. As for why Naruto didn't write, it was because he was a poor student and couldn't answer any of the questions. The whole examination room slowly entered the rhythm, and the friction between paper and pen was heard. Everyone showed their skills. They did their best to finish the test paper. Chapter 57. Ninja School. The first test of Chunin was still going on in the teaching building. Hokage Office Building. Danzo was holding a crutch. The third Hokage held his staff and looked at him unkindly. Sarutobi, I must get this child. The root has already reserved a place for him. Listening to Danzo's unquestionable tone, the third Hokage looked angry. No. This child is the only hope left for the Hitaki family. We owe the Hitaki family too much. Think about White Fang. I can't give him to you. A trace of haze flashed in Danzo's eyes. He knew that with Sarutobi Hiruzen's decisive tone, it was impossible to ask for the person directly. Humph! He slammed the staff in his hand heavily and left with a wave of his sleeves. Sarutobi, you are old after all, and you are bound by the village. Only I am the hope for Konoha's future. The teacher should have passed the title of Hokage to me. In that case, I have no choice but to agree to Orochimaru's conditions. With deep thoughts in mind, Danzo stopped downstairs of the Hokage building and looked at the direction of the ninja school from afar. A sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he walked to an unknown dark corner and disappeared. Time is up. Everyone stop answering the questions immediately. Ibiki Marino shouted at the right time, like thunder that scared many candidates. Looking around at the faces of the candidates below, those who answered well were full of confidence, while those who answered poorly were dejected and drooped their heads. Now, it's time for the 10th question. Before that, I'll tell you the specific rules, and then you can choose whether to answer the question. As soon as Marino Ibiki said this, the classroom suddenly became noisy. What kind of question actually has a decision on whether to answer it? They came to participate in the Chunin exam, could it be that there are still people who give up? Many conceited genin had mocking smiles on their lips, looking at the examiner on the podium like a mentally retarded person. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Marino Ibiki explained the consequences of answering the 10th question. Everyone was silent. The 3-person team must answer all correctly. If one person answers incorrectly, the entire team will be banned from participating in the Chunin exam for life, and will stay at the genin level for life. The huge pressure on everyone's back makes people feel breathless. Never expected. This 10th question's assessment was so perverted from the beginning. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became extremely heavy. Everyone was under unparalleled pressure, and for a moment they didn't know whether to advance or retreat. At this moment when everyone was extremely entangled, Naruto suddenly stood up and gave a second-year but passionate speech, which instantly raised everyone's morale and confidence. This performance won the attention of many invigilators, who nodded in approval. Ibiki Marino, who took in everyone's performance, suddenly became horrible, and his hideous scars exuded a terrifying momentum. This was the momentum that had been honed for a long time as a member of the Konoha interrogation team, and now it was fully facing the candidates below. 1 minute. If no one quits after 1 minute, it is assumed that they have participated in the test. All the teams that answer incorrectly will stop being genin for life. The ultimatum was issued. This time, many people could no longer bear the pressure and left the examination room one after another. Even if their teammates winked at them, they dared not stay. They could not afford the consequences of failure. Finally, there were less than half of the people left in the entire classroom. Kujuo Hitaki was as still as a mountain, watching Ibiki Marino's performance quietly in his seat. He was confident that Naruto and Hinata could withstand the pressure. Not only them. All the 12 little strong men were present. Good. Ibiki Marino, who had always been serious, suddenly smiled and said to the rest of the people, "Now I declare that you have passed the first test." After all the candidates left the venue, the invigilator collected the papers. Ibiki Marino didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that Naruto's paper was blank. Thinking of Naruto's performance before, it was unclear whether he was a bit nervous or confident. Here is another blank paper. When I thought Naruto was the only blank paper in the room, an examiner in front suddenly raised a paper and shouted, "Hey!" Ibiki Marino frowned. If I remember correctly, this position belongs to the boy in red. As a result, when I looked at the paper, the answer part was indeed blank, and there was no answer. Interesting, have you seen through the truth of the test at such a young age? With a snicker, he shook his head and put the test paper into the file. After returning home, Kujuo Hitaki took Hinata to work in the kitchen. After he simply processed the vegetables and meat, the rest was done by the clever Hinata. Looking at the gradually mature and exquisite girl, He quietly walked behind her and suddenly made a move. Ah! A cry. The girl's face turned red at an alarming speed. Kujuo-kun. This call of a lifetime seemed shy and complained. Only Kujuo Hitaki had a doting smile and enjoyed the amazing touch. Chapter 58. Since the last time she successfully convinced her future father-in-law, Hyaga Hayashi, Hinata spent more and more time at his house. She could even stay overnight occasionally. It was during this period that Kujuo Hitaki often teased the shy girl. Every time he stopped when Hinata was about to faint. People can't help but sigh. A girl practicing soft fist, so good. After Asuma gathered them again, he gave them the location of the second test. The location is the Death Forest in the suburbs of Konoha. It is a training ground of Konoha. The next day, it was just dawn. Naruto, who had been impatient for a long time, had been waiting here for a long time, watching Kujuo holding Hinata and coming late. You are too slow. After complaining, the three of them came to the task collection location together. What caught my eye? It was a queen who was dressed boldly and behaved boldly. At this moment, she was holding a string of 3-color meatballs and eating them happily. Red Bean has not gained weight yet, and her whole body exudes the youthful vitality of a girl. Hey, your scrolls, take them. The girl who was addicted to the 3-color meatballs didn't care about the outside world at all. After handing the scroll to Hitaki Kujuo, she turned her head away. The moment he turned his head, it seemed that a black curse fell into his eyes. What's wrong, Kujuo-kun? Hinata looked at Kujuo Hitaki in a trance and asked with concern. Nothing. Retracting his gaze, Kujuo Hitaki opened the scroll and saw heaven written on it. It turns out to be the scroll of heaven. Then we have to find the person who has the scroll of earth, defeat them, collect the scrolls of heaven and earth, and reach the central tower to complete the assessment. Naruto analyzed after seeing the scroll. He rolled up his sleeves, full of energy, and wanted to rush in and show his skills immediately. Only Hinata found that Kujuo Hitaki seemed to be worried. Indeed. Kujuo Hitaki didn't know if it was his illusion. At this point in time, Anko's heaven curse seal should have been sealed by the third generation. But just now, he clearly saw a black shadow on Anko's neck. Could it be that he saw it wrong? Shake his head. He hugged Hinata and said, "Let's go, it's time for us to go in." Great! Naruto waved his fist and shouted. The scope of the Death Forest is not small. So many teams go in batches from different directions, and they have to accurately find the scrolls they need and arrive within the specified time. Not only the mobility and combat capabilities are tested, but also the detection capabilities. The difficulty is not small. But for them, it's a piece of cake. Kujuo-kun, there is a team of ninjas ahead, and their scroll is the scroll of earth. Hinata said in surprise, putting away her eyes. I didn't expect to run into the team with the scroll of earth right away. Well done, leave the rest to me. Hitaki Kujuo praised Hinata, drew the sword in his hand, and headed north. That was the direction of the team Hinata pointed to. In fact, their breathing had long appeared in Hitaki Kujuo's mind, as conspicuous as the sun in the dark night. Who is it? This team wore the Sand Ninja forehead protectors, and their perception was not low. They immediately noticed the approach of Kujuo Hitaki. Kill your people. The faint words were accompanied by the simple swing of the sword. Puff! The blood of one of the middle people splattered and his head fell to the ground. The other two were shocked. One of their own died before they saw the opponent's figure. How to fight? The comparison of the combat power between the two sides was obvious. The ninjas of the Sand Village rolled their eyes and made a decision immediately. Don't kill us. We are willing to hand over the scrolls in our hands. Then, they immediately raised their hands to surrender. Too late. Swish! Another two casual swords. The other two Sand Village ninjas fell in a pool of blood. Put away their scrolls of earth, and now they have met the completion standards of the mission. The rest just need to rush to the central tower. Naruto and Hinata arrived just in time, and were delighted to see that Kujuo Hitaki had already dealt with the enemy ninja. The Chunin exam does not limit the means, and killing the opponent is the most normal thing. For ninjas, getting used to life and death is a compulsory course. Great! Now let's hurry to the central tower. Maybe we are the first team to complete the mission. Naruto did not feel the frustration of winning without doing anything. In his opinion, Kujuo Hitaki's strength is a well-known fact, and there is no need to be upset. As long as he works hard to practice, he will definitely catch up with everyone. That afternoon, the 10th team, which had been on the road for half a day, suddenly stopped. Such a strong smell of blood! Naruto muttered, his face a little solemn. Kujuo Hitaki's eyes were also stern. Bun, open! Hinata's forehead veins bulged, and she looked around. Over there! Following the direction Hinata pointed, a pool of blood mist and broken limbs appeared in front of them. The death was extremely tragic. The scene was severely damaged, and a large amount of land was overturned. Kujuo Hitaki casually checked the environment, and he already had an idea in his mind. From the remaining clothes, it should be the team from the Rain Village that encountered Gaara. This terrifying ability to change the terrain and cruel means, only he can do it. The bloodstains have not dried up, and it is speculated that it happened not long ago in the afternoon. Let's chase! Kujuo Hitaki gave an order, and Hinata and Naruto also nodded seriously. Both sides have collected the scrolls of heaven and earth. If they want to compete for the first place, they will meet sooner or later. Therefore, Kujuo Hitaki-seong chose to take the initiative without hesitation. Chapter 59. Since we are here, why hide? Come out! In the depths of the dense forest, Gaara walked in front with his arms folded. Temari moved her ears and said to the bushes behind. The few people who appeared later surprised them. It's you! It was Kujuo Hitaki, Hinata, and Naruto. Oh no! Kankuro and Temari immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. The impression Kujuo Hitaki had left on them was too deep, and they had been praying that they would not meet them in the second test. Unexpectedly, they bumped into each other here. What bad luck! Kankuro and Temari thought to themselves. Gaara did not have that idea, and was full of murderous intent. Temari immediately jumped to Gaara's side and whispered in his ear to dissuade him. This person is too strong, and that girl has white pupils and is from the Hyuga clan, a wealthy family in Konoha. Killing them will cause big trouble. Yes, Gaara, we have already collected the scrolls of heaven and earth, why bother? Kankuro also stepped forward to dissuade them. But Gaara's cold eyes swept over them, and the two of them felt like they were falling into an ice cellar. I said, I'm going to kill them. On the other side, Kujuo Hitaki had already drawn his sword and quickly pulled Hinata and Naruto over. Don't get involved in the central battlefield, just hold the other two people back later, and I'll deal with the one in the middle. Naruto nodded in agreement and said to Hinata. Yes, although the red-haired person is annoying, he is very strong. Just after discussing tactics, a strong wind blew. Gaara had already pressed his hands into the air, sand coffin. A large amount of yellow sand immediately swam underground, biting the calves of the three people like an earth dragon. Swish! The sound of two swords swinging, the entangled sand was instantly cut off. Retreat! Hitaki Kujuo shouted, and Hinata and Naruto jumped away at the same time. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto squatted on the top of the tree and used his signature skill, and immediately the whole forest was full of his clones. Bun, open! Hinata opened her Byakugan and pointed her palm forward to prepare for the battle. One of them aimed at Kankuro, and the other aimed at Temari. Center. Only Gaara and Hitaki Kujuo were left. Gaara licked his lips as he walked forward. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Hands of sand. A pair of big hands made of yellow sand waved towards Hitaki Kujuo, trying to grab him directly in their hands and crush him. Kujuo Hitaki stood quietly in place, and just slashed with his sword. Swish! A glimmer of light. A flash of white blade light. The yellow sand hand that had just condensed was directly chopped apart. A large amount of yellow sand followed like a shadow, surrounding Gaara, preparing to launch the next round of attack. But where are you looking? A deep voice sounded. A graceful figure suddenly appeared behind Gaara, followed by a blade that was slashing towards his neck. Crack! The blade was blocked by the sand shield. Kujuo Hitaki remained calm and drew his sword to slash again. Bang! A huge force came. Gaara was chopped and flew out, knocking down several large trees in succession to stop his body. The whole person was like porcelain pieces peeling off, and pieces of sand shattered on the ground. The sand armor was chopped into pieces by a knife. Gaara! Temari, who was entangled by Naruto, exclaimed. Hey, hey! Don't underestimate me! Naruto saw that Temari dared to be distracted, and rushed forward angrily. Bang 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 bang! Temari waved the giant fan in her hand, wind style. Chain weasel technique. A strong wind blew. Destroyed more than a dozen clones of Naruto. Then, the two wrestled together again, and Temari had the upper hand. Hinata, on the other hand, was suppressing Kankuro and was not at a disadvantage at all. Hitaki Kujuo, who saw everything, smiled. It seems Hinata's breathing method has begun to work. Her physical fitness has greatly improved after she mastered the breathing method, and she has no problem dealing with a Kankuro. I want you to die. On the other side, Gaara, who was chopped away, roared angrily and grabbed forward with one hand. At this moment, a lot of dust was raised in the sky. Hwalala! The sand and dust that was enough to cover the sky blocked the sky, and with the towering trees, the entire battlefield was shrouded in shadows. Sand strange arms. A pair of yellow sand arms that were larger than the previous yellow sand giant hands emerged from the ground and slapped down heavily. Boom! Hitaki Kujuo stepped back and just avoided the attack of the strange arms. The ground exploded and broke into pieces under this blow. Sand coffin! Gaara roared again, and then, Hitaki Kujuo found that there was suddenly a lot of yellow sand around him, surrounding him. He waved the sword in his hand, and the sword energy prevented the yellow sand from entering. It was just that the huge amount of yellow sand was endless, and if he only relied on ordinary sword swings, he could not threaten Gaara in the distance. That being the case. Hey! Hitaki Kujuo took a deep breath, his eyes were sharp. Then a sword slashed out. Breathing of the sun, sixth form. Burning bones and flaming sun. Under the golden sun, a sword energy several tens of meters high slashed across the sky, as if it cut through the sky and the earth. Wherever it went, no grass grew, and it was burned by the scorching sun. Amazing sword! Big trees flew, boulders collapsed, and the sword energy was unstoppable. Crackling! The sound of high-temperature burning yellow sand came one after another. In Gaara's dilated pupils. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Temari Kankuro looked back in horror. The central battlefield where the two people fought was razed to the ground. Very shocking. P.S. It will be available at midnight tonight, please support it. Thank you for your support for the author. Chapter 60. Wind Escape. Great Sickle Attack Technique. Temari was extremely anxious. She waved the giant fan in her hand vigorously, and the strong wind sent Naruto flying several times. Under the pull of many shadow clones, he barely stopped. Gaara! How are you? Temari immediately found Gaara, just for a moment. Hiss! How is it possible? The mottled sand armor on Gaara's face has disappeared, replaced by blood all over his face. This time is different from the previous battle on the street. Gaara was careless and did not distract himself from defense. That guy actually chopped Gaara's absolute defense from the front. One sword caused him to be seriously injured. Thinking of the red sword energy that was dozens of meters high. Is this a slash that a normal person can swing? In addition to shock, Temari felt bitter. Get out! Gaara struggled to get up and slapped Temari away. He was ferocious and crazy, and blood was dripping. After tasting the blood with the tip of his tongue, Gaara laughed wildly. Blood! This is the taste of blood! Ha 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 ha! Sand Shuriken! The moves that had previously abused Naruto and Sasuke appeared again, but this time, the power was exaggerated by more than 10 times. Boom boom boom! The shuriken made of sand was like a storm. It shot through everything that blocked it, and sawdust was flying everywhere. Ah! Unfortunately, Naruto was injured again. Hinata relied on the blessing of breathing techniques to jump out of the range covered by the sand shuriken. Gaara, stop! Kankuro is still inside. Temari saw Kankuro running around facing a large number of sand shurikens, and shouted hurriedly. However, Gaara, who had fallen into madness, seemed not to hear it, and continued to laugh wildly and launch rounds of attacks. Ding dang! The sound of swords colliding continued, and inertia even made Hatake Kujuo move back slowly. Cut! He jumped up and slashed with his sword. Swish! The crescent-shaped sword energy fell from the sky and slashed in Temari's terrified eyes. The sharp sword light shook the heaven and earth. That sword energy slashed with sharp coldness and sun-like heat. The two mixed together, and Temari could even feel her skin hair being burned repeatedly. Stinging! Deeply stinging! The yellow sand surged. Gaara slapped the ground with both hands. Boom! The earth shook. A huge Shikaku emerged from the ground, covered with an indestructible sand shield. Bang! Shikaku's sand shield turned into broken sand all over the sky, and was chopped into pieces by a knife. How is it possible? Kankuro used the puppet's displacement to hide behind Gaara with Temari. Feeling the power of the knife just now, his face was full of disbelief. The red sword energy shattered Shikaku of the sand, which was known as the strongest defense. How big is the gap between us? Is this still the Chunin exam? Temari and Kankuro looked at each other with their mouths wide open, their hearts full of shock. Hatake Kujuo stood on the branch, looking down. Just now, he suddenly flashed a trace of throbbing, and a trace of inexplicable power appeared in his wrist. Hands clenched slightly. The grip spread from the handle to the blade. The silver-white blade originally glowed with a cold light, but at this moment, it began to become hot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the red sword. Current role-playing degree, 50%. Red blade. A strong sense of surprise climbed into her heart. Unlike the sun-calling fighting technique, the birth of the red blade means a breakthrough in all aspects of her strength. Looking at the sword in her hand, the entire blade was glowing red, and she gently slashed across the tree branch beside her without any effort. Swish! It was as if she was cutting through tender tofu, without any resistance. What is he doing? Why did he suddenly stop? Temari felt strange in her heart. She was slashed by the sword energy like a storm before, and the amazing power made her body tremble slightly. Too strong. It was just like Gaara, both were monster level. Just when she hesitated and was in doubt, Hatake Kujuo stood up and jumped, and just swung the sword to slash. This knife. Understated. It seemed like a very ordinary action, without any fancy moves. You die. Gaara saw that Kujuo Hatake actually jumped over, and his eyes were full of cruelty. Sandfall burial. Sand was flying wildly, and countless sand snakes as thick as buckets moved on the ground, and then covered the entire area. Boom boom boom. Amazing chakra was input from Gaara's hands into the sand and transmitted to the ground. At this moment, even the Niji team, Inoshikajo and Suzuki, and the others could clearly feel the ground shaking, and they looked at each other in shock. What happened? What kind of battle could make such a noise? In the unknown depths of the dense forest, a pale and weird woman crouched on the branch of a big tree. Her eyes were filled with the light of a cold-blooded animal, and in the blink of an eye, she revealed the vertical pupils that belonged to snakes. Orochimaru. Hiss hiss. Not far away, a little interesting. Sensing the chakra fluctuations under his feet, the woman transformed by Orochimaru showed a playful smile on her face. This scale of chakra, wow! After taking a deep look at the direction where the fluctuations came from, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and turned into a white snake to swim away. On the other side, on the battlefield, the ground was covered with yellow sand and the sound of explosions. As soon as Kujuo Hitaki landed, his feet were submerged in yellow sand. The whole sky was waving dark yellow sand, and people couldn't look directly at it. But sizzle, sizzle. Hitaki Kujuo didn't even need to observe with his naked eyes. He could tell the opponent's position just by his breathing. The hot red sword in his hand slashed out. Shikaku of the sand. Gaara used the same trick again. The Shikaku shield that could withstand the entire sword energy of Hitaki Kujuo just now was no problem to defend against a mere ordinary slash. However, the smooth cutting sound shattered his fantasy. The Shikaku shield, which seemed to be so tough that it could not be broken, was neatly cut open by this sword. Gaara, run! Kankuro and Temari saw that the sword light was about to fall on Gaara's head, and pushed hard at the risk of their lives, pushing him out of the range of this sword. They almost gave up resistance. Facing the sword energy and slashes that Hitaki Kujuo casually released, except for Gaara's barely using the sand shield to resist. But the next move followed. Kujuo Hitaki stretched out his foot and used the split Shikaku shield as a football to kick Gaara in the chest. You can see the sand armor behind his broken black tights. Wow! Gaara vomited blood in a panic and smashed a big hole. Kujuo-kun. Hinata and Naruto came. They were forced back by Gaara's sand waterfall and couldn't enter the field. It's okay now, let's go. Looking at Gaara, who was seriously injured by his kick, Kujuo Hitaki shook his head at Hinata and Naruto. It's already the limit. If the fight continues, Gaara will fall into a complete second personality. At that time, the One Tail will be born in advance, and I'm afraid that everyone in the Death Forest will be in danger. Facing the power of the tailed beast, he is confident that he can retreat unscathed, or even win the battle. But Hinata and Naruto can't do that. He can't ignore the lives of his teammates. Okay. Seeing the two teammates nod, the three of them left the place, leaving only the ruins of the battle. Chapter 61. Finally. On the eve of Gaara's awakening of his second personality, Kujuo Hitaki took Hinata and Naruto away from the battlefield. The noise was too loud and attracted too many people's attention. Gaara and others who were severely injured couldn't keep up for a while. Too awesome! How did you do it, Kujuo-kun? The last move of that abominable guy just now scared me. I felt palpitations even when I was standing at the outermost edge of the technique. Not only did you escape unscathed, you even kicked the opponent hard. The three of them jumped on the tree in various ways. As they hurried on their way, Naruto recalled the shock he had just seen. Gaara burst out with all his strength. Most of the chakra was poured into the ninjutsu of Sandfall Burial. In terms of power alone, it is comparable to the time when Gaara fought Kimimaro later. Even the cage level would be surprised. Therefore, Naruto still has an excited look in his eyes until now. Hitaki Kujuo smiled. It's nothing, as long as you can exceed the speed of the sand and step on it before it covers you. Naruto is a big-headed person and didn't think much about it. Hinata's eyes flickered, and she looked at Hatake Kujuo with more admiration. Born in the Hyuga clan, she still has more experience than Naruto now. Exceed the speed of the sand. A simple sentence. She knows exactly how strong the strength is. Just standing at the outermost edge, you have to be careful of being entangled by the flowing yellow sand, not to mention being in the center of the battlefield. At least, in Hinata's impression, no one in the entire Hyuga clan can do it. After solving the troubles of Gaara's entire sand ninja team, the 10th team felt much more relaxed. If nothing unexpected happens, they can win the first place in this second assessment. Hey! Naruto sniffed his nose, as if he smelled some damp fishy smell. Hinata also looked at Kujuo Hatake and found something wrong. The environment was still the same, with the same towering trees, but the smell was completely replaced by another uncomfortable fishy smell. In a flash, Kazuo Hatake thought of a lot. The flash of the black mark on Hongdu's neck during the day reappeared in his mind. Sure enough, the man was still alarmed. Everyone, alert! With an order, Naruto and Hinata stopped. Everyone, be careful of the surrounding environment. If you find any snakes, tell me immediately. Hatake Kujuo carefully observed the surroundings while deploying defenses. This kind of coldness and fishy smell belonged to snakes. Former Konoha Sunin. Orochimaru. Ho ho, good insight. Hinata opened her Byakugan and was still trying to scout. A white snake with blood spitting out its tongue came from the branches in front. Hatake Kujuo treated her coldly and immediately drew his sword. Bang! After a burst of white smoke, the white snake turned into a girl with pale skin, but the breath she gave was still cold. An oppressive breath came to his face. You, who are you? Naruto suddenly shivered a little. For some reason, the girl who turned into a white snake in front of him gave him more pressure than Gaara. He is Orochimaru. Hatake Kujuo answered Naruto's question, at the same time. Ding! A shuriken shot at him, and he blocked it with his sword. Ho 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 ho, do you know me? Orochimaru smiled and praised, not at all anxious. Looking at the three people in front of him who were facing a great enemy, he felt that it was more interesting than Sasuke. Hinata was terrified. Orochimaru. One of the three ninjas of Konoha. One of the disciples of the third generation Hokage, as famous as Tsunade and Jiraiya. She had received various teachings in the clan since she was a child, and knew the reputation of Orochimaru. His strength. The strength that far exceeds the elite Jonin. Cage level. This level of strong man is enough to be the cage of a village. Facing a cage-level warrior, can these three small teams of genin resist? Subconsciously, Hinata and Naruto both looked at Kujuo Hatake. Among the three of them, Kazuo Hatake is the strongest. Feeling the gaze of his teammates, Kujuo Hatake's eyes became heavy. This time the opponent is very unusual. Facing Orochimaru, Kujuo Hatake had to take it seriously. He held the hilt of the knife and began to exert force. The blade suddenly turned red. Red knife, open! Hey! Although Orochimaru showed no signs of taking the initiative, he keenly observed the reddening of the sword in Kujuo Hatake's hand. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I don't remember the Hatake clan having this kind of swordsmanship. Obviously, this sentence shows that Orochimaru had secretly investigated and had already mastered a lot of information about Hatake Kujuo. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know that he was from the Hatake clan when they first met. Ha! I didn't expect that Danzo's spying didn't come first, but Orochimaru, who had always coveted Sasuke's body, was eyeing me. In this case, Hatake Kujuo no longer hesitated and exerted a little force on his feet. His eyes were serious. More serious than ever before. The sword energy soared into the sky, and Hatake Kujuo released his powerful momentum without reservation. Whoosh! He rushed up with a somersault. The knife pointed directly at Orochimaru's head. That knife! Fast! Too fast! It cut through the void. A residual image passed by, and the knife light passed by. Orochimaru's body did not move, but his neck twisted in a state that ordinary people could not, and he avoided this terrible knife. Ho 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 ho! Like a poisonous snake in the shadow. A large number of white snakes attacked Kujuo Hitaki from all directions, rushing towards him in dense masses. If a person with intensive phobia saw it, his legs would be numbed with fear. Shadow Snake Hand. Puff. One sword. The sword fell. The sword energy slashed away, and the flying snake hand was cut off cleanly and neatly. The two resumed the state of confrontation again. Kujuo Hitaki's breathing gradually began to quicken. It was the first time he faced a cage-level strongman. It was the famous Orochimaru. His blood, which had been calm for a long time, boiled at this moment. That was excitement. The excitement of taking it seriously. No nonsense. Since he was fighting against a strongman of Orochimaru's level, he did not test him at the beginning. Swish! One sword slashed out. Sun breathing form 1, round dance. White air came out of Kujuo Hitaki's mouth, flames wrapped around the sword, and a fire dragon spun towards Orochimaru. What a powerful slash! Orochimaru's eyes were stern. A slash of this magnitude? You must be kidding. He didn't dare to take it with his body, so he relied on his flexibility to jump to a tree in the distance. With a loud bang. A shocking slash. A charred hole was cut out where he was originally, and the high-temperature burning gas was still emitting. Here it comes. Kujuo's swordsmanship. Hinata and Naruto's eyes sparkled. Every time they saw Kujuo Hitaki using his sword skills, they felt a strong sense of security. Wow, 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 it's really fascinating. It seems that I underestimated you before. Orochimaru excitedly extended his long tongue, his golden pupils shining brightly, staring at Kujuo Hitaki, as if he had discovered a new treasure. Since you are good at swordsmanship, I will also play with you with the sword. As he spoke, Orochimaru opened his mouth in a way that ordinary people could not imagine, and spit out a sword that exuded a sharp breath. Kyuzaji sword. Kujuo Hitaki still held the sword and did not speak, his eyes were always on Orochimaru. The next moment, the sword spit out from Orochimaru's mouth instantly stretched out and pierced straight into Kujuo Hitaki's heart. Dang! The Kyuzaji sword hit Kujuo Hitaki. A sharp sound came from the blade. A huge force attacked, about to push him off the tree. Hitaki Kujuo exerted a little force on his feet, and then he stopped the force. Very strong. Sure enough, he was not on the same level as Zabuza and Gaara before, and every attack had a terrible attack power. Hitaki Kujuo adjusted his breathing, he knew that he had to go all out in this battle. Marks, open. As his breath changed, the mysterious black marks on his forehead quickly moved away, turning into a hot red, exuding a noble breath. A steady stream of vitality poured into his limbs. Now, Hitaki Kujuo's strength, agility, speed, and perception have all been improved in an all-round way. Swish! Another sword was swung out. Orochimaru grinned and did not dodge, ready to block with the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Bang! Orochimaru's body was directly blown away, and the new snow-white skin girl's body still showed a trend of melting. Pools of white skin cells fell down, and his facial features were all displaced, extremely creepy. Looking at Kujuo Hitaki standing in front of him with a sword, his red clothes fluttering, and the noble and mysterious red stripes on his face constantly shining. Orochimaru was shocked and suspicious. This kid has monotonous means, and every move is based on the sword. It happened that this sword was used to the extreme by him, and every swing brought him endless pressure. In the distant memory, the White Fang who once overwhelmed the three ninjas did not seem to be so perverted. Ho ho, the village is really getting more and more prosperous, and it actually cultivated a little kid like you. But if I kill you here, will the old teacher be so heartbroken that he wants to die? Ha 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 ha. A wild laugh came out of Orochimaru's mouth, and his hands suddenly began to form seals. Summoning technique, giant snake. Puff. A giant snake several tens of meters long appeared after a burst of white smoke, spitting out its tongue and hissing at Kuzuo Hatake. It stood up. It was like a tall building, conspicuous. Whoosh! The giant snake rushed forward suddenly, its speed was unattainable, and all the tree trunks along the way were smashed. Its cold snake teeth were shining with purple-black poison. You don't need to think about the consequences if you get bitten. Kuzuo-kun. Seeing such a huge summoned snake killing Kuzuo Hatake, Hinata shouted worriedly. Naruto also opened his mouth wide. He was scared silly because he had never been exposed to summoning. Nothing more. Kuzuo Hatake raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Facing the terrifying summoned beast, it was just a sword. The huge snake head fell to the ground with a sizzle, spurting out a lot of snake blood. Just a mere giant snake? I thought it was 1,000 snakes. The faint words came out of Kuzuo Hatake's mouth, and Orochimaru's eyes suddenly darkened. A teenage kid. The tone was a little too arrogant. At this moment, Orochimaru really wanted to kill. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and after a complicated hand seal, he shouted. Evil snake wrist explosion. 3 white snakes that were no less powerful than the summoned giant snake just now came out of nowhere and blocked Kuzuo Hatake's position from the top, left, and right. The huge impact force even drove the wind around, and it was like a knife cutting on the face. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be a dead end. But Kuzuo Hatake was different. Sun-breathing 3 forms, fiery sun-red mirror. The crimson arc-shaped sword energy slashed horizontally, and with another sword, the heads of the 3 snakes were cut off, destroying everything. A shocking sword. Orochimaru smiled coldly and whispered. It's not over yet, explode. With a loud bang. The 3 beheaded giant snakes began to explode from their heads, and the blood foam produced by the explosion sprayed all over the sky. After the smoke cleared, Orochimaru stared at the center of the explosion, trying to find the body of the red-clothed kid. But I'm behind you. The calm words without any emotion suddenly sounded from above. It was like a god descending from heaven. Hatake Kuzuo waved the red sword in his hand. Swish! The sharp sword energy broke through the sound barrier and pierced Orochimaru's face with a piercing scream. Orochimaru's eyes were full of horror. The scorching sun fire attached to the red sword was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at it. The sword energy that was constantly enlarged was reflected in his golden vertical pupils, and Orochimaru suddenly shrank without waiting for a reaction. Bang! A deafening sound. The area where Orochimaru was located was reduced to ruins. Only a pit more than 10 meters deep was left, still emitting burning steam. Hatake Kuzuo put away his sword and stood with it in his sheath, without checking whether Orochimaru was dead or not. A slender white snake quietly slipped away in the bushes unnoticed. Orochimaru used the white snake substitute technique at the last moment. Cage level. This kid definitely has cage level strength. The information given by that guy Danzo was completely wrong. Chapter 62. Run, run. Orochimaru actually ran away? Looking at this scene, Hinata and Naruto were still in a daze. Hatake Kuzuo pinched Hinata's snow-white face. Don't stand there, people are running away, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Then he pulled Hinata back on the road. After a long time, Naruto, who had just calmed down, shouted behind him. Hey! You two wait for me. Puff, puff. The dark pit. After Hatake Kuzuo and the others left, it still maintained a high temperature. The power of that sword was too amazing, and it carried terrible energy, as if it formed a natural Kong. Swish! After a while, a nimble figure landed. With her hair tied up and wearing mesh underwear, Mitarashi Anko quietly appeared here. She still had a look of shock on her face. The movement of the battle here could be felt from a long distance. After arriving here without stopping and seeing how badly it had been destroyed, she realized that she had underestimated the level of this battle. She raised her eyebrows. Anko picked up a piece of soil under her face and put it to her mouth to smell it. As if she had discovered something, her face suddenly became extremely ugly. With a trace of indescribable solemnity. Orochimaru. Teacher, are you here? She took another look at the pit in front of her. Even with her current strength and experience as a special jonin, she couldn't think of any person or ninjutsu in Konoha that could cause such destructive power. Shaking her head, Hongdu first ruled out the attack by Orochimaru. She was very clear about her teacher's methods. Such an unfathomable black hole in front of her could only be caused by extreme attack power, not to mention the high temperature inside. Just standing at the entrance of the hole, she could feel the burning air inside. This person must be a powerful ninja with extremely strong attack power and fire attribute changes. Hongdu's heroic short eyebrows frowned even deeper. This matter must be reported to the Hokage as soon as possible. The traitor Orochimaru broke in, an mysterious ninja of unknown identity. Swoosh! After a teleportation technique, Hongdu disappeared from the spot. The Death Forest was playing a cat-and-mouse game. The major shadow villages, the teams that claim to be strong, such as Niji, Tenten, and Lee, are looking for other teams everywhere, hoping to get the scrolls needed for the mission as soon as possible. The ninjas from other small ninja villages are just making up the numbers. Many are vulnerable and have very low gold content. Sasuke. So handsome. Under a towering tree, Xiaoying admired Sasuke. On the other side, the cold Sasuke stepped on a ninja with an umbrella on his back. Hand over your scrolls. Another salted fish from Team 7 also helped control the other two defeated Rain Village ninjas with Xiaoying. The Rain Village ninja under Sasuke's feet finally handed the scroll to Sasuke despite being extremely unwilling. Great! We finally gathered all the scrolls. It's been less than half a day. Will we be the first team in the group to gather all the scrolls of heaven and earth? Sakura looked at the two scrolls of heaven and earth in her hands with joy, and her eyes looked at Sasuke even brighter. Humph! Who knows? Sasuke turned his head arrogantly. Although he said he was not sure, his face was full of tsundere. Suddenly, an untimely, hissing sound surrounded them. Ho ho, what a coincidence, I met a team that gathered all the scrolls of heaven and earth much earlier than you. Under the roots of the big trees around, countless white snakes emerged out of thin air and entangled together. Gradually, a girl with pale skin was formed. Her sinister smile made the members of Team 7 panic. You, who are you? Another team member was so scared by the pale girl, Orochimaru, that he couldn't even speak clearly. Sasuke stared at Orochimaru with fear. A needle-like sense of oppression came from the man in front of him, giving him the illusion of facing the man in the past. No doubt. The man in front of him. Very strong. Sakura was also trembling, standing there and not daring to move. The pressure brought by Orochimaru was like an invisible fear of death shrouding their hearts. They didn't dare to think of resisting at all. Ho ho, compared with that kid, you are really far behind. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, and finally looked at Sasuke with eyes full of desire. Uchiha Sasuke, I can help you improve your strength. Don't you want to avenge your clan? Don't you want to kill that man with your own hands? Come on. Only I can help you. Faced with Orochimaru's tempting persuasion, Sasuke was stunned. For a moment, his eyebrows were moved, and then he blinked and regained his serious expression. I'm not an idiot. How could I listen to the nonsense of a stranger like you? What are you capable of? Show me the real thing. Lion combo. Sasuke didn't believe it at all. He rushed up with an arrow and used his current signature ninjutsu in Orochimaru's playful smile. But the pale girl didn't move. She actually stood there and let him attack. Strange. It was too strange. Before Sasuke thought too much, under his unbelievable eyes, Orochimaru's neck suddenly became longer, wrapped around several times and accurately found Sasuke's neck. He bit hard. Ah! Sasuke screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed, but she looked at Orochimaru and didn't dare to move forward. But for some reason, the strange pale girl in Sakura's eyes just smiled at them playfully, and then turned into a white girl with satisfaction. The snake left. Hey! When the white snake completely disappeared, Sakura's legs softened, she breathed a sigh of relief, and almost collapsed to the ground. Then, "How are you, Sasuke? Are you okay?" Looking at Sasuke in her arms, who was running a high fever, Sakura's heart was filled with anxiety. After Orochimaru planted the curse seal on Sasuke, he left the death forest from another direction. On the way, his golden vertical pupils shrank slightly, and his face was not good. Although the established plan was successfully completed. But the red-haired kid he met before was stronger than he imagined. A monster no less powerful than Konoha White Fang. He was worried. Will this kid cause any unpredictable changes to the next plan? Deep fear written on Orochimaru's face. After being attacked by Gaara and Orochimaru in succession, the rest of the journey of Team 10 was much safer. After a long journey, they arrived at the central tower, where the invigilator was already waiting. At this moment, Yuefan Jigwang, holding a toothpick in his mouth, lazily looked at the afterglow of the sun. Hitaki Kujuo and the other two appeared in front of him, and the scroll of heaven and earth was also taken out. So fast? Yuefan Jigwang was shocked. They received the task book in the morning and were allowed to enter afternoon. It was only dusk now, and a team had completed the task and successfully arrived here. It only took a few hours. Okay. After calming down, Yuefan Jigwang stabilized his heartbeat, looked at the scroll of heaven and earth they submitted, and confirmed that there was no problem. Finally confirmed. Class 10 passed the second round of assessment with the first place. In the end, this test eliminated more than half of the teams, but there were still many gathered in the hall. Looking at the dense crowd under the stage, Yuegwang Jigwang held a toothpick in his mouth and announced a new round of tests. Next, you need to have a preliminary match. It's the same as the second match. There are no restrictions on the means, but there are venue and time requirements. The candidates for the match will be drawn by lot. As soon as Moonlight Gale said lazily, the audience became noisy. What? It was agreed that the third match would be after the second assessment. Why is there suddenly another preliminary match? Isn't this playing tricks on people? Some people immediately started to complain. Who knows? Maybe they saw a lot of trash in the crowd and wanted to kick them out. Some people in the crowd were also sarcastic. But no matter what they said, Moonlight Gale looked indifferent. As a special jonin, he would not argue with these genin children. Besides, the rules were set by the upper level, and he was only responsible for execution. The preliminary match was arranged in the venue. The venue was in the center of a 3-story building, with enough space, and there were many jonin instructors on the stage watching. Gaara stared at Kujuo Hitaki with a cold look on his face, and his ferocious eyes seemed to be ready to devour anyone. Ignoring Gaara, Kujuo Hitaki now focused his attention on the people on the second floor. Kakashi, Kai, Kurenai were all there, as well as his own mentor, Asuma. However, what really concerned him was a jonin from the Sound Village. He was disguised by Orochimaru, and no one noticed him. Sensing Kujuo Hitaki's gaze, the jonin from the Sound Village disguised by Orochimaru raised his lips slightly, and a hint of gloom flashed across his face. This brat! He must be watched before taking action. He immediately made plans in his mind on how to restrict Kujuo Hitaki. The Sound Village was short of manpower, but Konoha still had allies. Kazuo Hitaki didn't know what Orochimaru was thinking. And at this time, the draw for the preliminaries had already begun. The names read out in the first game were Suzuki and Akadokai. Suzuki crossed his shoulders and walked to the center of the field with a confident look. At the same time, there was another ninja wearing a black face scarf and a forehead protector from the Sound Village. At the examiner's command, the two sides immediately fought each other. "Come on, Suzuki!" Sakura cheered for Suzuki from the sidelines. Suzuki on the field was also full of confidence. For so many years, except for the few opponents, no one was taken seriously by him. Even if the person in front of him looked vicissitudes of life and was obviously much older than everyone else, it didn't matter. Lion combo. In the end, Suzuki defeated Akadokai without any effort. Unlike the original work, with the influence of the butterfly of Hitaki Kujuo, Suzuki was more eager to improve his strength and practiced harder. The lion combo was supposed to be realized at the end of this competition, but he used it when facing Orochimaru in the second round of the Death Forest. Good taijutsu, sharp insight. If I'm not mistaken, Suzuki didn't even use the Sharingan. A group of instructors stood on the second floor and watched their disciples compete. Yui Kurane praised Sasuke's wonderful performance. Kakashi nodded. He knew the strength of his disciple. Among the people present, he was definitely in the first echelon. As for his cousin Hitaki Kujuo, he didn't count. That guy was simply a monster. An existence beyond the standard. Even I might not be his opponent. Suzuki usually trains very hard, so it's natural for him to have such performance. Looking calmly at Suzuki, who returned to the crowd with his pockets in his hands, Kakashi Xi nodded in agreement. It seems that among the students of this class, Suzuki should be able to take the top spot. Yui Kurane looked at Suzuki with some envy, while Sakura was showing her concern and courtesy. In comparison, the graduating genin assigned to her class was not so outstanding. That's not necessarily true. Asuma on the side suddenly said. Hong rolled her eyes at him, and just as she was about to refute, she didn't expect Kakashi to nod in agreement. Sasuke's performance on the field just now was perfect, and he has surpassed the strength of the genin level. Is there a better student than him? Hong was a little unbelievable. Have you forgotten the top student of their class for 5 consecutive years? The red-clothed boy who held the girl's hand when the class was divided. After Asuma's reminder, Hong immediately focused his attention on Kujuo Hitaki. He was easily spotted at a glance because of his outstanding temperament. After noticing the eyes of the Jonin teacher, Kujuo Hitaki also looked up and nodded to show politeness. He is very handsome and has a great temperament. He is indeed attractive to girls, but I don't know how strong, Wang Nyo, is. Hong's very fair evaluation. To be honest, when she first saw the face of Kujuo Hitaki turned around, even her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Hee, just watch. Asuma laughed twice, deliberately keeping it a secret. Next game, Kujuo Hitaki vs Seiku. The examiner shouted. Immediately, the whole audience fell silent. Kujuo Hitaki. Through the unremitting publicity of Kabuto Yakushi, coupled with the first place in the second test, it was enough to attract the attention of everyone present. Seiku was shocked, and after realizing that his opponent was strong, he instinctively resisted. It was just that a cold look shot at him from the second floor, which immediately made him shudder all over. For Lord Orochimaru, I want to defeat this guy. He cheered himself up in his heart and walked onto the stage with difficulty. Kujuo Hitaki looked at his opponent expressionlessly, his heart was calm. Seeing the forehead protector on his head, he knew that he was another spy sent by Orochimaru, which was meaningless. Begin. At the examiner's command, Sak immediately entered a tense fighting state. Just when he raised his right hand and was about to fire the air cannon with his palm. Swish! A light knife cut through. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Without any hesitation. Sak's eyes revealed disbelief, and his entire head was cut off. One knife killed instantly. Hiss. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. Silence. Quiet and crazy. Deadly quiet. Everyone held their breath and looked at the only red-clothed boy standing on the battle stage, who was quietly wiping the blood stains on the knife. The examiner was also confused. It took several seconds to react. Hitaki Kujuo wins. Chapter 63. After a short silence, the whole place was noisy. What happened in the battle just now? He was beheaded with just one sword, so fast that there was only a flash of cold light. Everyone asked themselves, if it was them who were on the field just now, would they be able to react? Gurgle. Swallowing sounds came one after another, because everyone found that it seemed impossible. A trance feeling of surviving a disaster lingered in everyone's heart. Gaara's eyes became more scorching, staring at Hitaki Kujuo and wishing he could fight immediately and stain his sand with his blood. So strong, Niji, it's a good thing we didn't have a conflict with him before, this guy is simply abnormally strong. Tenten, wearing a pink cheongsam and a chest, patted her chest and said in shock. Ninkai stared at the direction of Hitaki Kujuo, and Hinata was wiping his sweat. The joints were crackled by his pinch, and I don't know what she was thinking. This. Yui Kurane covered her red mouth, her face full of shock. A kid who just graduated has such strength? It feels like other people are not in the same dimension compared to him. Asuma was secretly proud of seeing Kurane so shocked. In fact, he was also shocked. This kid. Stronger than before. The speed of progress is beyond imagination. He had a feeling in his heart that his so-called guiding Jonin might have been left far behind by him. Kakashi, this is the child of your family. Kai, who had always been carefree, also showed a serious expression at this moment. Yet, Kakashi was concise, and his mask blocked his face, so his expression could not be seen clearly. It seems that the Hitaki clan has hope of revival. Ken, Asuma, and others sighed together, and agreed with this fact. Only Kakashi remained silent. He felt that his mysterious cousin had more ambitions than this. A clan, even a village, seemed insignificant in his cousin's eyes. The brief conversation and the look in his eyes that night told him that Hitaki Kujuo, this evil cousin, had a bigger goal. His ambition was so great that even he couldn't imagine it. My cousin, where are you looking? Covering his left eye, Kakashi felt complicated. Genius. I was once a genius too. The battle below the stage has reached a fever pitch. The battle between Naruto and Inuzuka Kaiba is full of surprises, with ups and downs throughout. Especially Naruto's amazing operation of affecting Akainu's sense of smell with his fart made Hitaki Kujuo couldn't help but smile. Finally, he won the victory without any danger. Then there was another fateful duel between the two women. It ended in a draw. Then Kankuro, Temari, Shikamaru, and others won as expected. Next, Hinata Hyuga vs Niji Hyuga. The penultimate test was indeed a civil war of the Hyuga clan. Everyone looked at the two candidates curiously. The Hyuga clan, the wealthy family of Konoha. Many ninjas from other villages even took out their notebooks to record the famous Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in this battle. Maybe they can be used in future wars between villages. Brother Niji. Hinata walked up to the stage and called Niji hesitantly. She could actually feel that Niji had always been cold to her. The shackles of the branch family led to his strong desire to fight. And she represented the incompetent and cowardly main family. Humph. I remember telling you that this is the Chunin exam, the process is full of cruelty and struggle, and it is not the ninja game you imagined at all. Since you don't have this awareness, let me end it. Niji's eyes were filled with hatred, and his eyes were very cold when he looked at Hinata. Hitaki Kujuo stood in the audience with a stern look, and his hand holding the sword slightly exerted force. But this battle will eventually be completed by Hinata herself. I thought that Hinata, who was cowardly, would be ashamed and bury her head in shame after being provoked by Niji's few words like in the original work. Unexpectedly. Swish! Hinata took the stance of Hyuga soft fist style, with both palms facing outward towards Niji. I'm sorry, brother Niji, I can't lose this battle, I must defeat you. Then, she said to herself in a very small voice, because, I want to try my best to catch up with Kujuo-kun. This time. Hinata's eyes were firm and resolute. Niji was stunned. This time, Hinata seemed completely different from what he had imagined. Then, his face was even more angry. Since you are the last one, just do what you should do as the last one. What boring redemption tricks! With a roar, Niji's Byakugan opened instantly, and he slapped Hinata's chest with one palm. The palm wind carried blue chakra fluctuations, and the goal was to block Hinata's meridians, and then lock her actions. The Hyuga clan, the secret of the soft fist style. Ha! Hinata shouted, stepped back and stretched out her palm to knock off Niji's hand. Snap! With a crisp applause, Niji's arm was slapped to the other side by Hinata. Impossible! Ningji was shocked. Hinata couldn't have reacted to the speed of the palm strike just now. It was a sure hit, how could this happen? Who? Before he could react, he heard a rhythmic breathing sound and another palm wind. 16 palms of 8 diagrams. 32 palms of 8 diagrams. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches hitting each other continued. Hinata caught Niji's weakness and slapped his chakra into his body one by one. Slowly, Niji was horrified to find that his meridians were almost completely blocked and he could not mobilize any chakra. That is to say, he was defeated by Hinata with the Hyuga soft fist. This huge contrast made his eyes bloodshot, and his originally white pupils were full of bloodshot. Looking at Niji's crazy appearance, Hinata softened her heart. She did not continue to complete the complete 8 trigrams 32 palms. Instead, she stopped and asked Niji about his condition with concern. Brother, are you okay? Who knows? 8 trigrams empty palm. Just when Hinata came forward with concern, Niji used his remaining chakra to attack Hinata with the 8 trigrams palm. Bang! Hinata hurriedly stepped back and immediately blocked the attack with her arm. Hinata's arm was swollen and red from the huge air palm, and her delicate eyebrows frowned in pain. Blocked again. Ningji was unwilling. He had already used a sneak attack, but he didn't expect Hinata to react and block it with her arm instead of hitting the vital part. Now there is only one question in his mind. What happened to Hinata during this period? Looking at Niji who fell to the ground and his whole body chakra was blocked, he struggled to support his body. Moonlight Gale, who was watching the battle, was also full of surprise. Hyuga Hinata wins. No way. Niji actually lost? He was the chief of our class. Isn't it rumored that the heir of the main family of the Hyuga clan is not a match for the genius of the branch family? Could it be that it's all fake? Yes. Whether it's skills or strength, I think this Hinata is more than 1 point stronger. When the result of Moonlight Gale was announced, the whole audience was in an uproar. The result of this battle was completely beyond their expectations and completely different from the rumors. This little girl, is she the girlfriend of that boy? Second floor. Hong looked down in disbelief again. At this time, Hinata was proudly running to Hitaki Kujuo to ask for credit and wait for praise. Hitaki Kujuo he scratched her cute little nose and looked at her injured arm with concern. Yes. Asuma nodded. He originally thought that he knew his students very well, but now he is a little doubtful about his life. Not only has the strength of Kujuo Hitaki's sword, but even Hinata is no longer the same as before. Her heroic performance in the battle just now made all of them nod their heads. Although she is not as rare as Kujuo Hitaki, she can defeat Niji head-on, so you can imagine her strength. Why do I feel that Hinata just used more than just the soft fist style of the Hyuga clan? Kai, you are an expert in physical skills, have you found anything? Hearing Yui Kurene's question, Asuma also looked at Kai. Kai touched his chin seriously, thinking. Indeed, the moves Hinata used just now were still the Hyuga soft fist style, but the breathing rhythm seemed to be another secret technique. I have never seen this secret technique before, so it is difficult to judge. Could it be the secret technique of the Hyuga clan? Hong asked again. Everyone shook their heads. Indeed, if the Hyuga clan had this breathing secret technique, it would have been known to everyone for thousands of years and it would not be hidden until now. Only Kakashi stared at the figures of Kujuo Hitaki and Hinata with burning eyes. Just now, he used the Sharingan to observe Hinata in battle. He found that Hinata's entire blood flow, cells, and organ vitality were greatly improved the moment she entered the field. But he clearly saw through the oxygen flow in Hinata's body, but still couldn't copy it. It's like you know all the contents of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, but you just can't open all 8 gates. This involves the mystery of the human body. And the human body is precisely the most complex and mysterious subject. Shaking his head, Kakashi put away his Sharingan. In fact, he just observed Kujuo Hitaki's body, which was exactly the same as Hinata's. But the difference is that it is more turbulent and more surging. That kind of vigorous vitality is as dazzling as a sun standing in the crowd. No wonder he has such outstanding physical fitness. Kakashi whispered and smiled gently. After all, he is his cousin. Since it has been confirmed that the Sharingan can only see through but not copy, there is nothing to worry about. At this time, the preliminaries below are coming to an end. There is only one group of matches left. Moonlight Gale glanced at the roster in his hand and raised his eyelids. Next game, Gaara vs Rock Lee. Chapter 64. The last battle is about to start. After this game, all the places for the third test will be confirmed. Come on, Xiao Li. We believe in you. Tenten waved her little pink fist to cheer for Xiao Li. Ningji was carried off the court. After a short rest, he also recovered and looked at Xiao Li with encouragement. Yet, with the blessing of his teammates, Xiao Li, with thick eyebrows and round eyes, wearing a strange green training suit, nodded heavily. Upstairs. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Li. It's time to show them your true strength after training. Hearing the teacher's support, Rock Lee, who was already full of fighting spirit, became even more excited. He jumped into the battlefield with a beautiful somersault. This gorgeous move caused a burst of exclamations. Humph, pretending, Gaara will beat you so hard that you can't even laugh. Temari leaned on her huge fan with disdainful eyes. The same was true for Kankuro. They had deep faith in Gaara's strength. They didn't believe that anyone could defeat him at the moment. Except that man. Soon, Gaara and Rock Lee fought each other. Compared to the previous battle, this one was very noisy. Rock Lee's solid basic skills combined with his invincible physical fitness at the current stage directly suppressed Gaara in the front. Gaara, who was originally disdainful, was gradually angered, and the sand in the gourd burst out with amazing power. The two sides fought back and forth fiercely. Boom! After temporarily stopping, Rock Lee took off the weighted iron block on his body, and the huge movement shocked everyone. Hiss! Is it fake? How could someone carry such a heavy weighted iron block? How did he do it? Too amazing! This scene. Temari and Kankuro were not calm. You know, Gaara was seriously injured by Hitaki Kujuo before, and broke the sand armor, which was not in peak condition. Konoha again, it seems that we can't underestimate this village anymore. It's worthy of being the first ninja village, there are too many geniuses. The ninjas from other villages looked at each other, their hearts full of solemnity. Konoha, with so many excellent back strength, deserves the title of the first ninja village. It weighed on everyone's hearts and cast a shadow. But it's far more than that. During the fight, Rock Lee smiled. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the first gate opens, open. The fourth gate, the gate of injury, opens. The fifth gate, the gate of defense, opens. The battle has become fierce. After opening the 8 gates, Xiao Li's strength has increased by more than 1 level. Boom! The powerful aura stirred the world. It was a contest that completely surpassed the level of Chunin. This time, there were almost no more people on the field. Few people could see his movements clearly. Pa! The sound of a kick on the face was crisp and loud. Gaara tilted his head and was kicked to the ground by Rock Lee. Li Lianhua. Little Li took advantage of the opportunity and rushed in, picked up Gaara and threw him to the ground with a high-speed rotation. When the noise subsided and the smoke cleared, everyone found that Gaara's face was covered with blood. This is impossible. Besides that guy, is there anyone who can hurt Gaara? Temari and Kankuro opened their eyes wide, completely without the arrogance and contempt before. Because now Gaara was injured, it was a fact that was set in stone. This kid is in danger. They murmured in their hearts. Sure enough, after seeing the blood again, Gaara gradually went crazy. He laughed wildly, and the chakra that burst out, as if it was materialized, surged up one after another. Almost affected the entire building. Unimaginable. The small body actually contains such a huge amount of chakra. What a shock! The ninjas who didn't know that Gaara was the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts looked at all this with horror. Sand-binding coffin. A pair of hands pressed into the air. The ground shook violently, and Xiao Li's calf was entangled by the sand that suddenly increased in speed. But unlike the original plot, Xiao Li completely lost his fighting power. Instead, he relied on his own body strength to barely break free from the sand. Gaara is really not in peak condition. Temari and Kankuro have seen Gaara's inner weakness and watched the development of the field nervously. After a long struggle, Xiao Li exhausted his strength and was forced to withdraw from the state of the 8 gates. Gaara just happened to seize this opportunity and grabbed him with an arm made of sand and threw him out of the field. Moonlight Gale hurried to the field and announced the result. Gaara wins. Hey! Temari and Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't let go of their worries until they saw Gaara win. At the same time, they were deeply afraid. The guy named Kujuo Hitaki had caused Gaara such a serious injury before. Secretly looking at the red-clothed boy who was always calm in the distance, their mouths were bitter and full of sourness. After the preliminaries, Kujuo Hitaki didn't stay for long and took Hinata away directly. Naruto found Asuma to show off and asked for more training. Kujuo, that guy named Rock Lee is so powerful. I just opened my Byakugan to see his movements clearly. Hinata snuggled in Kujuo Hitaki's arms, recalling the battle scene just now. Yet, with a slight hum, Kujuo Hitaki didn't react much. 8 gates of the ninjutsu. To be honest, this forbidden technique is simply a bug in the world of Naruto. It does not rely on blood, does not rely on ninjutsu, but completely relies on physical skills. If the 8 gates are fully opened, fighting the level of the 6 paths is like playing. The only sequelae is that the body cannot withstand too much power and collapses. It is abnormal enough for Xiao Li to open 5 gates at this age, and almost no one can stop him. But for him who has mastered the Changzhong breathing method after the super blessing of the system, it is not a difficult task. He is looking forward to how exaggerated the template strength will be after it is fully unlocked in the future. By the way, after the preliminaries, we will have a month of preparation period. You can live with me during this time. Hitaki Kujuo suddenly lowered his head and said to Hinata. Ah! I. Hinata blushed immediately when she heard it, and didn't know what to say. Don't worry, I can also give you some extra training. Maybe you can definitely beat Naruto to a pulp. After the preliminaries, the third match was drawn. Hinata, who defeated Niji, drew Naruto, who was in the same group. Thinking of Naruto, the funny guy, being slapped by her, Hinata laughed. She covered her mouth with her white and tender hands. Just like that, Kujuo Hitaki took Hinata back home. Who do you think will be promoted to Chunin this year? Kakashi and his Jonin came to the barbecue restaurant for dinner after the battle. Hong suddenly became curious about who would stand out among these children who were still genin. Of course it would be my disciple. Who else could it be besides him? Asuma said proudly while biting the barbecue. Kazuo Hitaki's amazing performance completely overshadowed Sasuke. Even 0, please give me flowers. Hinata was impressive. How could he not be happy and show off? The secretary of the next ninja secretly competing is better. As soon as he competes with. As a disciple, he was silent. Even the last appearance of Ai Luo seems to be enough. Deliberately proposed a dinner after the preliminaries, waiting for this moment. Hinata's change is also amazing. Although Kai is usually noisy, he is still very reliable occasionally. Ninkai was assigned to his class, so he was the most familiar with the Hyuga clan among the ninjas on the field. Hinata could defeat Niasai. To be honest, he didn't expect it. Do you think Hinata suddenly became stronger because of that boy? Although Yui Kurane is no longer young, she has always had expectations for the beautiful vision of boys and girls supporting each other and growing together. In her opinion, there is nothing more romantic than making progress and growing together under the encouragement of a loved one. This is impossible. Even if that kid Hitaki Kujuo is strong, it doesn't mean he can teach others. Other teachers were a little unconvinced. At this time, Kakashi spoke. No, Hinata did become stronger because of my cousin. When this was said, everyone looked at him in amazement. Kakashi, how did you figure that out? Hong and Kai looked at Kakashi anxiously, curious about how he knew. In the previous match between Hinata and Niji, I used the Sharingan and saw the same breathing flow in her body as that of Kujuo Hitaki. The oxygen supply was strong and the activity of cell organ functions was far beyond that of ordinary people. No way. The breathing method we guessed before was created by that kid? He is from your Hitaki family. Could it be the secret method passed down from the ancestors of the Hitaki clan? The master of physical skills Kai was most interested in this and asked hurriedly. Kakashi shook his head. He was very sure that there was no such breathing method inherited in his clan. Hiss. Kakashi shook his head. They were silent too. He created his own secret technique at the age of 12, and his swordsmanship made people see the style of White Fang in the past. A monster-level evildoer. The name of Kujuo Hitaki was completely imprinted in their hearts. By the way, Kujuo has helped me before. After a long silence, Asuma seemed a little melancholy and said this. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Then, Asuma dragged out the fact that he was defeated by his own disciple when he was just divided into classes, and that Kujuo Hitaki reminded him of the direction of the road. Anyway, Kujuo Hitaki's strength has been recognized by everyone, and it is not shameful to say that he was defeated by him at this time. You mean, you gave up following the path of the third Hokage and began to specialize in Wind Escape and Wind Blade because of his influence? Hong opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Even as a lover, I don't know the inside story of this kind of thing. I just know it now. It turned out that it was also the credit of that boy. Yes, I still remember what that kid said. It is better to be specialized than to be knowledgeable. Doing ordinary things to the extreme can also have extraordinary effects. The eyes of the teachers present lit up. This sentence makes a lot of sense. It is better to be specialized than to be knowledgeable. Genius's view is indeed different. She Chapter 65. The time after the preliminaries was warm and comfortable. After Hinata was successfully abducted back to his home by Hitaki Kujuo, she was bullied every day and her face was red. But many times Hitaki Kujuo was just enough and didn't go too far. Early in the morning, Hitaki Kujuo let go of the girl in his arms and said softly, "You stay at home and rest for a while, I'll go out to buy vegetables." Now the two of them have a clear division of labor. Hitaki Kujuo buys and processes ingredients, and Hinata is responsible for cooking. Each of them has his own duties. Hinata's cooking skills are praised by people, and the couple's life is very comfortable. The relationship is gradually warming up in this daily sweetness. Carrying a sword, Hitaki Kujuo walked on the street, ready to go to the vegetable market on West Street to see if there are any fresh ingredients. Tisk tisk, this is good, this is not bad either, hehe. Passing a street corner, Hitaki Kujuo suddenly heard a wretched laugh in his ears. With his sharp ears and eyes, he quickly found the exact location of the sound. Turn right to the center of the bathroom. This voice was so rough and bold that no one else could match it in his impression. Walked over and took a look. It was one of the three ninjas of Konoha. The famous Toad Sage Jiraiya. He was also called the lecherous Sage 693 by Naruto, and he was doing something that everyone liked to see. Lying on the periphery of the bathroom, secretly watching the scenery of the hot spring inside. The small book in his hand was the original version of the intimate paradise that Kakashi usually liked to watch. Seeing Jiraiya's pouting body, Kujuo Hitaki's mouth curled up, and suddenly he had a bad taste. He walked quietly behind Jiraiya and deliberately asked loudly in a clear voice, "Excuse me, are you feeling unwell?" The greeting scared Jiraiya immediately. Then, there was a panicked splashing sound from the hot spring pool. The female customers saw Jiraiya's head peeking out and were terrified. Jiraiya quickly pulled his head back, coughed twice, and turned around to see the figure of Hitaki Kujuo. An invisible momentum was well captured by Jiraiya. He thought it was an ordinary boy who was about to scold him, but he stopped because of the momentum. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. Looked carefully from top to bottom: black ponytail, bright red coat, a sword across the waist. The boy's upright posture and outstanding temperament immediately made Jiraiya's eyes light up. Looking carefully at Hitaki Kujuo's face, the right forehead was covered with mysterious black spots, and his calm eyes had an inexplicable nobility. What a handsome boy! He sighed in his heart. How about it, have you seen enough? Hitaki Kujuo let Jiraiya look at him and asked lightly. Good guy. Jiraiya suddenly remembered that his good thing was ruined by this kid. Stretch out your hand to teach him a lesson and make him look bad. Hitaki Kujuo looked at Jiraiya's arm reaching out to his body, and took a step back seemingly casually. Hey! Jiraiya was surprised to find that he didn't catch this boy just now. Unlike the original novel, Naruto was easily picked up by Jiraiya, whom he met for the first time. It can be imagined that his seemingly casual hand was definitely not slow. Boy, you are quite skilled! Jiraiya exclaimed, and stood up from his crouching state. His tall body was just right for him to look down at the red-clothed kid. He punched down. Swish! Hitaki Kujuo moved nimbly again and dodged Jiraiya's fist that was about to hit his head. Good boy! Now Jiraiya finally confirmed that this boy with outstanding appearance and temperament in front of him was extraordinary. What's your name? He asked. No comment. After saying that, Hitaki Kujuo prepared to leave. This encounter with Jiraiya was just a whim, and he wanted to disrupt his peeping into the women's bathroom. The goal was achieved, and it was time to leave. Hinata was still waiting for her to buy groceries. Wait! Boy, do you have a master? Do you want to become his disciple? Seeing this strange handsome boy turn around and leave, Jiraiya shouted hurriedly. I already have a mentor, so I don't need to become his disciple. Hitaki Kujuo left him a back view and waved his hand, rejecting Jiraya's invitation. Guide to the Jonin. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, as if thinking about something. If there is only a mentor, it means there is no master, and he still has a chance. For some reason, the moment he saw Hatake Kujuo, he felt eager to move. He had planned to stay in the village for a while after traveling this time. It would be interesting if he could take in an apprentice. Thinking of this, Jiraiya put away the Intimate Paradise material book in his hand and walked in another direction. In the base of Konoha. The secret room below was a little empty at this time, and there was no ninja guarding it. Orochimaru, you seem to have broken the agreement. Don't you think you brought too many people? Danzo said to Orochimaru in the dark. The golden vertical pupils under Orochimaru's purple eye lines shone faintly, and a playful expression appeared on his face. Aren't you the same? I think you have already guessed my purpose, so what are you going to do? You should know that my dear teacher is on the verge of death and his health is getting worse day by day. What do you think? Whether to cooperate or stop, the decision is in your hands. Hearing Orochimaru's tempting words, Danzo snorted heavily and put the crutches in his hand on the ground. Humph! How do I know what you want to do? I will firmly maintain the peace of the village, and my root ninjas will not leave their posts without permission. They will definitely guard the territory within their responsibility. Orochimaru smiled. Danzo's words were full of hidden meanings, implying that his roots would only stay where they were, and they would not show up no matter what he wanted to do. However, since Danzo has made a promise, Orochimaru certainly expressed his opinion. Ho ho, of course, after all, you are the real pillar of the whole village except for the teacher. If the teacher dies, only you can protect our Konoha, right? When Danzo heard this, the pupil of one of his exposed eyes shrank. He can only take the position after Sarutobi Hiruzen dies. Orochimaru actually wants to kill his teacher? Unexpectedly, Danzo did not refute, but fell into silence. I don't know if he didn't understand what Orochimaru said, or he had acquiesced. After a while, Orochimaru smiled and left the place 0. Before leaving. By the way, the information you gave me is wrong. The strength of the little devil in red clothes is not just as simple as a jonin. Leaving this sentence, Orochimaru completely disappeared. In the depths of darkness, Danzo's face suddenly changed color. Hatake Kujuo. The little devil in red clothes that Orochimaru just mentioned is Hatake Kujuo, who has always been closely monitored by him. More than just a jonin? With his eyes flickering, he suddenly said. Someone come. After buying groceries and returning home, Kujuo Hatake took a simple bath. Wipe his hair, which was not yet completely dry, he came to the kitchen and watched Hinata cook with a smile. Then, he walked behind her and hugged her gently. I just went out and met the lecherous sage. Hinata blushed slightly. Who is the lecherous sage? She asked curiously. He is a very charming, a man who is lustful and tragic at the same time. A real man. It seems to be a remembrance, with a sigh in Hatake Kujuo's tone. The dragon returns to the sea, but the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. The most tragic and popular character in the original work. Feeling the faint emotions of her lover behind her, Hinata didn't know why Hatake Kujuo seemed very melancholy. But she chose to be quiet and slowly soothed Hatake Kujuo's emotions with her tenderness. Kujuo-kun. The place here is too small, let's go to the bedroom. Hatake Kujuo pulled Hinata to the next room. I haven't finished cooking yet. The morning sun was bright. The scenery in the house was warm and sweet. Jiraiya, are you finally willing to go back to the village? The third generation held a pipe in his mouth and didn't show a good look to the apprentice who had just returned to the village. Jiraiya touched his head embarrassedly. Haha. After all, it's my own village, how can I not come back to take a look? You still know that this is the village where I grew up. The third generation rolled his eyes at Jiraiya, and looked at the scars of time on his apprentice's face, and felt a little sad. Xiao Gang. Forget it, Jiraiya, do you know that a lot of things have happened in the village recently? Jiraiya nodded. I know that during the Chunin exam, some jonin or spies from other villages have been spying on intelligence, which is already commonplace. Unexpectedly, the third generation shook his head. Not only that, Orochimaru is here. A short sentence. The originally calm and unconventional Jiraiya instantly became nervous. He's here. Where is he now? Teacher, how did you know? Did that guy come to see you? After asking 3 fatal questions, the Sanda took 2 puffs of the cigarette holder in his mouth. He sighed. Red Bean told me that she found traces of Orochimaru fighting with a mysterious strong man in the death forest of the second round of the Chunin exam. I feel that his sudden infiltration this time is not simple. Chunin exam? Has Orochimaru already mixed in with the ninjas from other villages? And what about this mysterious strong man? Jiraiya, who had just returned to the village, had not enjoyed 2 days of leisure time, but he already felt that the situation had become difficult. Chapter 66. By the way, there is a child who needs your care this time. The Sanda suddenly thought of something and was ready to entrust Naruto to Jiraiya. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately thought of the red-clothed boy he met during the day. I am used to being free, and I am no longer in the mood to accept any apprentices. He was perfunctory at first, then changed the subject. Teacher, when I returned to the village today, I found a boy in red clothes on the street. There seemed to be a mysterious black mark on his forehead. I wonder if you know this child. Hatake Kujuo left a deep impression on Jiraiya, and he felt itchy if he didn't ask clearly. That child. You should be talking about Hatake Kujuo. He is a descendant of the Hatake clan, the cousin of Hatake Kakashi. He is talented and has the strength that is not inferior to that of a jonin at a young age. The third generation talked freely, but did not tell others that his son was defeated by him. First, there was no need. Second, it was still very embarrassing. After all, no matter how talented Hatake Kujuo was, he was still a young man. It was still a bit embarrassing to be defeated by a young man. So he is the cousin of Hatake Kakashi. Teacher, I want to take him as a disciple and teach him well during this period of time. The words fell. The Sanda was so angry that his eyebrows and beard rose. He said unhappily. Didn't you just say that you were used to being free and didn't feel like taking in any apprentices? Why are you going back on your word now? Jiraiya touched the back of his head and laughed. Haha, is that so? Ha 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 ha. The old master and apprentice exchanged greetings for a while. In the end, the task entrusted to Naruto was handed over to Jiraiya. Although the latter was already excited about Hatake Kujuo, Jiraiya still distinguished between personal feelings and the responsibility of the village. Don't worry, after all, he is Minato's child, and I will teach him well. Thinking of Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya sighed. Before leaving, Jiraiya promised the third Hokage. Time flies. A month has passed. Hatake Kujuo spent his time swinging his sword and meditating. Current template role-playing degree, 52.02%. Since the last time the red sword was opened, he has vaguely realized that his strength has been perfected. All of Tsugakoku Yoshika's skills have basically been unlocked. The problem that has always been a headache, the transparent world, has actually always appeared in his mind. It's just that he couldn't see through the blood and meridians of the human body very well at the beginning. Now that more and more templates are unlocked, the more Hatake Kujuo can see. One day, all the illusions in this world will be shattered under his eyes. Compared to him, Naruto and Sasuke's strength can be said to be a leap forward. After an accidental encounter, Naruto formally worshipped Jiraiya as his teacher. Sasuke also learned Chidori under Kakashi's guidance. The two children of destiny are now they were full of confidence and wanted to show their skills in the next third test. And this day has arrived. The venue in the center of Konoha was already full of people. The heads of the big families such as Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Sarutobi, Inuzuka and their outstanding children were all present. A large number of civilians witnessed this grand event together. There are 8 places to participate in the finals this time. They are Kujuo Hitaki, Hinata, Naruto, Gaara, Suzuki, Temari, Kankuro, Shikamaru. The rest of the people were eliminated for various reasons. Unlike the original, Niji, the highly popular super genius, was missing. Instead, Hinata stood here. Father! Look, it's my sister! Hinata and Kujuo Hitaki entered the venue together. Their handsome appearance attracted a lot of attention from the audience. Xiao Hanabi immediately found her sister. She is a complete sister control. Hyuga Hayashi led the core members of the Hyuga clan to sit in the stands. He was as still as a mountain, maintaining the demeanor and majesty of the clan leader. He nodded slightly, feeling very relieved. When Hyuga Hayashi heard that his daughter had defeated the genius of the branch family, Niji, he stood up from the tatami in shock and asked if the news was true. After asking around, after confirming the news, Hyuga Hayashi burst into tears of joy in an empty corner. If Hinata could defeat Niji, then Hanabi would be no match. There was a moment when he even wanted to train his eldest daughter to be the heir of the main family again. However, this was just a fleeting thought. He knew very well who brought all this. Hitaki Kujuo, the boy he had placed his hopes on, was gradually emitting his own light. Shiranui Genma, former member of the Hokage Guard. Special and powerful, he served as the chief examiner this time. He held the roster and a whistle in his mouth. With a whistle, he completely blew the horn of this game. First game, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Hinata. The first game was the civil war of the 10th team. Naruto scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and smiled at Hinata. Sorry, Hinata, I won't hold back later, you have to be careful. Hinata, who was standing next to Hitaki Kujuo, smiled peacefully and walked forward with Naruto. At the order of the examiner, the two of them immediately wrestled together. Just 16 palms of Bagua. 32 palms of Bagua. 64 palms of Bagua. Hey! Hinata used her body as the center to generate a circular and mysterious Bagua formation. The dense and dull applause hit Naruto's shadow clones one by one. A few seconds. Just a few seconds. Cleared all of Naruto's clones on the field. Ah! This! Naruto, who had already boasted of his progress, was dumbfounded. He had been practicing with the lecherous sage for some time and had made great progress, so why was he at a disadvantage right from the start? Before he could recover, Hinata's figure had teleported to him. Soft fist technique. 8 trigrams shattering air attack. A palm wind with a lot of chakra hit Naruto's chest and directly knocked him out. He rolled on the ground for more than a dozen times before he could barely stop. Naruto, who was covered in dirt, wiped his nose unconvinced and was about to make a seal again, and then look for an opportunity. The winner is Hinata Hyuga. Shiranui Genma had already announced the winner. Hey? Why? I haven't lost yet. Naruto, who didn't understand the situation, was confused, and then shouted loudly that he was very unconvinced. Shiranui Genma rolled his eyes at him and said calmly, "Look behind you." When Naruto turned his head, he found that Hinata had already run behind him and put a kunai against his neck. But I still have a lot of ninjutsu that I haven't used yet. Naruto wanted to say this, but seeing that the competition was over, there was no chance, so he had to slip out of the field in disgrace. 1 month of hard training. But this hasty ending was the result. The child of destiny was still quite unwilling. Thinking about it, the winner was his teammate, and it didn't seem so painful. After the first battle, It was Temari versus Shikamaru. Like the original, Shikamaru designed the entire battle process with his extremely smart brain, but he admitted defeat because of insufficient chakra. Then, it was the third battle. Sasuke vs Gaara. I will kill you. Shiranui Genma stood between the two. Gaara had no scruples at all, grinning at Sasuke as he said this. Shiranui Genma looked at Gaara calmly and said nothing. Chunin exam, no limit on means. You are indeed very strong, but it's a pity that you met me. I will let you see the power of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan. You will lose right if you fall under these eyes. You. Gaara was enraged by his contemptuous behavior. I will let you know what it means to die ugly. The whistle blew. The battle begins. Gaara stared at Hatake Kujuo gloomily, and his hands pressed directly into the air. A large amount of yellow sand overflowed from the gourd behind him, and then drilled into the ground and stirred wildly. Soon, it filled the entire venue, and even the civilians in the stands can feel the vibration underground. What is Gaara doing? In the audience, the ninjas of the Sand Village sat up in shock. Gaara clearly intended to use all his chakra to destroy the entire venue. But if this power is overused, it will definitely detonate the Shikaku in his body in advance. Then the mission will be disrupted. Let me show you my ultimate ninjutsu and what despair is. You will die at my feet today. Gaara smiled cruelly and squeezed his hands. Instantly, countless yellow sand climbed up Sasuke's body and covered him completely. No one can escape the range of my sand, die. Boom. Boom. Continuous explosions. A loud noise that shook the sky. In addition to the stands, the entire center of the venue was shaken by shocking vibrations. Sandfall Burial, this range-based powerful ninjutsu, now showed its power. Fourth Kazekage, I need you to give me an explanation. The third Hokage and Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, sat together on the chief stand. He saw at a glance that Sasuke was in danger. At this moment, his body was covered by yellow sand and buried underground to withstand such an explosion injury. His life or death was unknown. Hehe, the Chunin exam is a clash of real strength. Life and death are determined by fate. You can't blame others. The fourth Kazekage chuckled, not caring about the anger of the third Hokage at all. But Gaara stared at the center of the explosion, and his hands that output chakra to maintain the explosion trembled slightly. There, it seemed that something was about to break out without his control. Buzz! Countless birds chirped into the sky, with blue lightning, flashing the eyes of countless spectators. This! So handsome! Oh my god! Look at the lightning lingering on his hand. If I remember correctly, this is your ninjutsu Chidori, Kakashi? Could it be that Sasuke only took 1 month to learn this move? Yui Kurane was a little surprised. If it was true, Sasuke's talent was a little too superior. The audience stood up. Shocked. Uproar. Wow! Everyone looked at the center of the venue in shock. In the center of the explosion, a ragged Sasuke stood up. Although his clothes were torn apart by the explosion, and his face was covered with mud. But at this moment, his eyes were shining, and he looked at Gaara with a smile. Chidori! With a loud shout, Sasuke's eyes turned scarlet in an instant, and he broke through to Gaara. Like 1,000 birds chirping non-stop, this is the origin of the name of Kakashi's hand mine escape ninjutsu. Fall down! The blue electric arc cut through Gaara's sand and successfully broke through Gaara's indestructible sand wall. At the same time, it rained like feathers from the sky. The people in the entire stand and the weaker genin fell asleep. The Konoha collapse plan. It started. Chapter 67. Hatake Kujuo, who had been sitting in his seat with his eyes closed, suddenly felt his head sink, and then his body quickly operated the breathing method, and the frequency of breathing suddenly accelerated. Hey! A huge amount of oxygen poured into Hatake Kujuo's limbs and bones, and his brain instantly became clear. Wake up! He opened his eyes and looked around the whole place. Hinata, wake up! Hatake Kujuo gently shook the girl beside him. Due to the interference of external forces, Hinata swayed and woke up in a daze. Kujuo-kun, where are we? Shaking his head, looking at the large number of unidentified ninjas who had begun to wander around, Kujuo Hatake put his finger to his mouth. Other villages have united to start a conspiracy to invade Konoha. It's very dangerous now. I'll take you home first. As he said this, he was about to pull Hinata's hand and leave. Wait. Hinata looked at the Hyuga clan with concern. Father Hyuga Hayashi was very powerful and was not affected by the illusion, but he couldn't take care of so many clan members. I'll go get my sister. Hearing Hinata's words, Kujuo Hatake nodded, hugged the girl's soft waist, and jumped in front of Hayashi with his feet. Kujuo. After seeing Kujuo Hatake, Hayashi's face was obviously lifted. After a quick whisper, he pulled over the little Hanabi who was full of fighting spirit. I'll leave them to you. After saying that, he immediately led the clan members who still had fighting power into the battlefield. As a member of the village, he needs to stand up at this moment. Let's go. Hatake Kujuo, since he has received the instructions from his father-in-law, will naturally take it to heart. Hanabi is only 7 years old now, and she is a little lowly at a height of more than 1 meter. It is not a problem to bring one more. Holding the hands of the two sisters, feeling the safe breathing direction around, and rushing there. Kujuo. On the battlefield in the distance. Asuma, who was fighting with Kakashi and others, was enlightened by the voices of his disciples, but it seemed that they had no intention of joining the battlefield. Kakashi leaned against him and whispered. My cousin is protecting the princess of the Hyuga family, and he probably can't come. Let's take care of it first. Besides, as instructors, what is it to rely on our students at such a critical moment when the village is attacked? Kakashi, you are right, it is time for us to protect Konoha. Asuma took out the Kikuakimanji with a swish. Hey, I am the son of the Hokage. Today I will let these people with bad intentions see the power of my wind blade. Although Kujuo Hatake had deliberately rushed to the side with gentle breathing in his perception. But cats and dogs still jumped out from time to time on the road to block the way. These Otonin and Sand Nin's minions had never seen him draw his sword, and were still excited about invading the famous first ninja village. It was a last resort. Kujuo Hatake let go of Hanabi's hand, and then hugged her and Hinata in his arms. Whoever stands in my way will die. Kujuo Hatake's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Swish! A sword was swung out. A terrifying and unparalleled slash. Puff, puff, countless blood flowers bloomed. The red sword energy cut off all the ninjas from other villages who dared to block the way. Watching this scene, Hanabi's face was red, and she was hugged by her brother-in-law tightly, leaning against her sister. Her big white eyes watched her brother-in-law kill all the enemies with one sword, and her mouth couldn't close. So, in the last match with me, my brother-in-law still held back. Shocked in her heart, little Hanabi looked up at Kujuo Hatake's delicate jawline, her eyes shining. Run away! What a big snake! How could such a big summoned beast appear in the village? When they arrived at the streets of Konoha, this place had already fallen. Several genin and chunin from the Sound Village stood on the heads of several huge white snakes with cruel smiles. The white snake, several dozen meters high and 2 or 3 meters wide, rushed all the way, crushing the people fleeing for their lives. The snake's belly and mouth were all scarlet blood. Where did you come from, little devil, looking for death? At this time, they saw a boy in red, hugging a little girl, and leading another girl to rush here. Immediately commanded the summoning beast snake given by Lord Orochimaru to rush over. Puff! A knife passed. It was just a white light. The people standing on the snake's head had no time to see clearly, and the huge snake they were proud of and regarded as a trump card was beheaded in an instant. Blood splattered all over the ground, soaking them. Ah! Hinata and Hanabi cried out, not wanting to be stained by the snake's blood. Buzz! The sword light rose up. Several screens composed purely of waving sword energy blocked all the blood spraying in and evaporated in the high temperature. Hanabi and Hinata were surprised to find that they were safe and sound in the arms of Hitaki Kujuo. Hitaki Kujuo lowered his head and smiled at them. Don't worry, no one can hurt you with me here. Yet. Hinata nodded heavily. Brother-in-law. Hanabi was stunned. This was the first time she saw how powerful her beloved sister's boyfriend was. Hitaki Kujuo had a blank expression on his face. Every time he swung his sword, the sharp and cold sword energy made her heart tremble. And it seemed that brother-in-law could swing such sword energy without limit. So strong, stronger than father. She admired sincerely in her heart, and her eyes looked at Hitaki Kujuo more brightly. The few remaining ninjas from the Sound Village and the Sand Village were also killed instantly by the remaining sword energy. They were beheaded before they could wail. Holding the sword, they killed all the way back to the Hitaki family's land. After all, this place is the family land of a large family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, and it has its own secret passage. After settling Hinata and Hanabi, Kujuo Hitaki put away his sword and was about to leave. Before leaving, a pair of tender white hands held him. Turn around and bump into Hinata's eyes. Kujuo-kun, you must come back safely. Yes, brother-in-law, you must come back intact to pick us up. Hanabi also bravely looked into Kujuo Hitaki's eyes. Okay, I promise you. After making the promise, Kujuo Hitaki's eyes immediately burned. He had waited for such a long time. Finally it came. The genin and chunin that he had killed casually along the way had already brought him a good performance. Plus the meditation and hard training during this period. Current performance, %. He couldn't even remember how many small fish he had killed. But the numbers jumping on the system panel every time he killed an enemy made his heart beat. This is comparable to his more than a year of hard training. How could he miss such a golden opportunity? The system will improve strength by a certain amount every 10%. Before 50%, it will unlock all the skills of Jikuni Yuanichi. After 50%, it will break through the upper limit and strengthen the existing ability. The current scale of the Sun Calling fighting skills is enough to rival S-level ninjutsu, and every strike is earth-shattering. But Kujuo Hitaki knows it. If he encounters Susanoo or the Stone Man of the Third Tsuchikage, the effect may not be significant. As the thought flashed, he has crossed several streets. Where did the kid come from? Kill him. You don't know how to live or die. At a turn, he met a group of enemies who were wantonly destroying the village. At the same time, there are still a few Konoha ninjas struggling to hold on. Kujuo Hitaki. It's Kujuo. We are saved. When they saw the person coming, the ninjas of Konoha were obviously excited. Apparently someone knew Kujuo Hitaki, and also knew he knew his strength. The Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja team looked down on him. In their eyes, he was just a kid with a good appearance and temperament. If they rushed up at this time, they would either die or... Puff! Puff! No extra nonsense. Hitaki Kujuo's eyes were cold. He jumped up and swung his sword to chop off their heads. One sword. Clean and neat. The enemies' heads fell to the ground before they even had time to react. The heads fell heavily, and their eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. Hitaki Kujuo left quickly after killing the enemies, and blood dripped along the blade. A bloody path appeared. Gurgle. The rescued Konoha ninjas looked at each other, swallowing one after another. The shock in their eyes was no less than that of the already dead Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja. Xianyi Yilong, is the young man you just mentioned? Kujuo Hitaki, your friend? He doesn't look very old, but he seems a little too fierce. The young ninja, who was called Xianyi Yilong by his companions, shook his head dully. That's the son of our Hitaki family. I only heard from Kakashi that he is very strong, not inferior to the Jonin at all. Jonin? They frowned at the corpses on the ground. There were more than a dozen of them. Hiss! Can the Jonin of this day kill more than a dozen genin or even chunin with one sword? Or the Jonin in their eyes is not the same as the Jonin in Kakashi's mouth? Anyway, the name of Kujuo Hitaki has been completely imprinted in their hearts. Hoo-hoo! Kujuo Hitaki stopped panting. He didn't know how long he had been killing. Along the way, all the enemies that Kujuo Hitaki saw died under his sword. Without exception. It's a pity that there was not a single Jonin. Wang Nyohao. The most powerful one is just a special Jonin, and the role-playing degree that can be added is pitifully small. At this rate, it will be difficult to break through 60% of the role-playing degree. White smoke is still coming out of the blade. Blood. Burned by the red blade and vaporized. Hitaki Kujuo felt his breathing disordered. It was not because of physical exhaustion or exhaustion of energy. It was an inexplicable murderous aura that enveloped his body. At this time, a Konoha villager who stumbled over suddenly appeared here. When he saw Hitaki Kujuo's eyes, he was so scared that he crashed on the spot and peed his pants. Not long after, he fainted. No, I can't let this murderous thought control me. Shaking his head, Hitaki Kujuo tried to make his eyes clear again. Killed too many people. Hitaki Kujuo, with blood on his hands, developed a murderous aura all over his body. Once he couldn't control it well, he would completely fall into the abyss of evil. Like many rebellious ninjas in the Blood Mist village, he fell into evil ways, had a twisted personality and was bloodthirsty. He couldn't let himself become such a person. Hinata and Hanabi were waiting for him at home. He promised them that he would be safe and sound and come back intact. And the strong can control themselves before they can control their enemies. Soon, Hitaki Kujuo's momentum shook. When he raised his head, his eyes turned black and white again, and the previous bloodthirsty murderous aura disappeared. He had successfully controlled this momentum and used it for his own benefit. Chapter 68. The prosperous Konoha in the sunset showed its fatigue for the first time. A large number of civilians chose to take refuge with the help of Konoha ninjas. The streets gradually disappeared. After Hitaki Kujuo loosened his tightly held knife, the blade turned from red to silver again. Turning his head to look at the forest outside the village. Bang bang bang! There was a huge noise there. The dust was flying in the air, as if there were huge beings fighting. Holding a knife, Hitaki Kujuo ran towards the destination. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be the one tail inside Gaara. The deep forest had turned into a ruin at this moment. Smoke, dust, and wood chips were flying. The towering trees seemed to have been blown by the strong wind, and the smooth and neat cross-section showed that this place had been hit by the ultimate wind attribute ninjutsu. What a horrible battle scene! Hitaki Kujuo held the sword and came here in a flash. Looking around, the scene was completely different from the lively Mori Ling in his impression. It was like the end of the world under a natural disaster. Everywhere was depressed and in a mess. Not long after, the one tail with black stripes and bursts of sharp raccoon calls appeared in Hitaki Kujuo's eyes. On the pale yellow body, Gaara rushed to the opposite side with a crazy look, and there was the injured Gamabuntat. Hey! Boss Gamma, are you still okay? Go up and kill that guy. Naruto jumped up and down on the head of Gamabuntat, waving his fingers at the rampaging Gaara. The earth was broken. There were gullies hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters wide, and nearly 100 pits of various sizes. It can be seen that the collision between the summoning beast Gamabunta and the one-tailed Shikaku was so terrifying. Speak clearly. That's a dignified tailed beast. A war-level weapon that can easily destroy the existence of a country. I'm already very good to have persisted until now. Gamabunta was so angry when he heard Naruto's heartless words that his nose was crooked. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, he would have wanted to throw Naruto down and make him fall head over heels. It's easy to say when you're standing. Gamabunta's body was still in a tense state. After all, the power of the tailed beasts was too strong. It was worthy of being regarded as the strategic core force of a village. At the moment, Gaara's body was buried in Shikaku's body, unrecognizable, and his completely hideous smile was wanton and cruel. Ha ha ha, kill you and destroy this place. Then, go back and kill him. He refers to Hatake Kujuo. Hearing Gaara's murderous words, Naruto and Gamabunta suddenly lost color. Bang! A huge palm slapped over. Gamabunta's limbs were weak, and he jumped up high in an instant. Boom! It was earth-shattering. The terrible wave swept across. At that moment, the shock wave shattered the ground, and cracks began to appear like a spider web. All this. It was too shocking. This force. If you get hit head-on, you're dead. Boss Toad, you must dodge it. Naruto looked at the cracks on the ground above Bunta's head, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and said to Toad Bunta. Nonsense. Toad Bunta below knew how powerful the One Tail was, and humanely gave Naruto a white look. Soon, one man and one toad looked at the One Tail in front of them seriously. After the One Tail came out, Gaara now seemed to have completely changed. His willpower was so strong that it seemed as if there was an invisible force supporting him. He would never give up until he achieved his goal. Naruto didn't know that the existence of Hatake Kujuo had completely made Gaara go berserk, and the ruthless killing intent always supported his heart. This is why Shikaku has not been able to completely take control of Gaara's body until now. Under the tree at the far end, Sakura carefully took care of the injured Sasuke who was vomiting blood. They had suffered a great loss in the first round of fighting just now, and now the One Tail appeared and was raging wildly. Sasuke actually found that he was helpless now. Damn it! Naruto, how strong are you now? This way! This way again! Former classmates. One by one, all surpassed himself. A strong sense of unwillingness surged into Sasuke's heart, and his fist pounded the ground fiercely. Gaara's madness was unexpected. This battle, which should have been won by Naruto, was delayed until now. What should we do? This guy has gone completely crazy. If we don't stop him, we will all die here. Gamabunta had followed the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and he had extraordinary experience. He saw through Gaara's current state at a glance. They were not opponents. Not good. Bunta and Naruto exclaimed at the same time. Gaara had already controlled Shikaku to kill him. At this time. Just stop, stop now. A light laugh fell into his ears. Shikaku, who had already jumped into the air, suddenly paused. Gaara above him suddenly opened his eyes wide, his bloodshot eyes matched with his thick dark circles, and he roared like a mad dog. Hatake Kujuo! I heard your voice, come out. I won't lose to you this time. In his hysterical roar, Hatake Kujuo drew out the sword from his waist with his backhand, stood on the highest branch and swung it. Swish! A powerful slash. A sword energy that soared into the sky, like a crescent moon, slashed on the body of the One Tail. Lee! With a deafening cry of pain, Shikaku, who was so arrogant and roaring just now, rolled on the ground in pain, wailing constantly. Sword energy! It's Kujuo-kun! Kujuo-kun is here! He's here to save us! Naruto was immediately surprised when he saw this iconic slash. This sword energy! Gamabunta looked solemn, his eyes full of horror. He also used a sword. But he asked himself that it was impossible for him to produce such a large-scale sword energy. Do you know the person who wields the sword? Gamabunta hurriedly asked Naruto above his head. Naruto smiled and nodded slowly, pointing his hand in the distance. Look. It's him, Hatake Kujuo, my classmate and teammate. A fluttering red dress, a young man standing proudly in the wind fell into Gamabunta's pupils. It seemed that he was a self-contained temperament, a natural aura. Sword pressure. Gamabunta, who had used the sword for many years, felt the sword pressure from it. Shikaku's wailing gradually subsided. It has to be said. The vitality and defense of the tailed beasts are indeed strong. The sword energy that hit his body head-on only made a cut. Looking at Gaara who had recovered and Shikaku under him, Hatake Kujuo's eyes were deep. He thought of the 8 tails, a tailed beast with even more abnormal defense. And the third Raikage who challenged the 8 tails alone. Looking at the entire Naruto world. Since the birth of the tailed beasts, there are very few people who can confront the tailed beasts head-on. Except for the 2 perverts Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the greatest limit that a ninja can do is to exhaust their strength at the same time as the tailed beasts. They can't do anything to each other. But the one in front of him is the 1 tails. The weakest tailed beast. Facing this tailed beast that is enough to make anyone's scalp numb and dare not raise the idea of fighting, he actually leaped over. His footsteps were light and calm. It seemed that he didn't care about the 1 tail at all. What is he doing? That's a tailed beast. Isn't it suicide to rush over like this? Stupid. Wuntai couldn't believe it. Even he didn't dare to face the powerful tailed beast, but the boy actually rushed forward head-on. Isn't he afraid of death? Far away, a ninja team from the Sand Village was observing the situation from afar with binoculars. Originally, seeing the golden red sword energy, their hearts had sunk. But suddenly, seeing the boy who made such an amazing sword seem to be looking for death, rushing straight to Shikaku, these sand ninjas smiled. You don't know how to live or die. This is our sand ninja's trump card. The ultimate weapon. Even the successive Kazekages cannot control this power. Only by sealing it can it be barely suppressed. How dare this little brat charge? With that sword energy that I don't know if it can still be released. Ha 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 ha. They laughed loudly. And their faces under the telescope were full of mockery. Die. When Gaara saw the face of Kujuo Hatake clearly, he went crazy instantly. The bloodthirsty thoughts supported him, and the killing thoughts kept pouring out of his heart. A sharp scream. Shikaku's huge cat claws slapped him in the face, bringing with them a whistling gale. Facing this overwhelming slap, the huge size of the tailed beast Shikaku was in sharp contrast with his own body. Hatake Kujuo's mouth curled up slightly. Do you think I will hide? The corners of his mouth opened slightly, as if he was talking to Gaara. Normal people can only rely on speed and agility to deal with the tailed beasts in the face of such a disproportionate size difference. But Kujuo Hatake is different. He drew out the sword from his waist, the blade was red, and the deep red color emitted a high temperature that could not be looked at directly. Boom! 1 sword. The more than 1 meter long sword blade is simply disproportionate to the huge claws of Shikaku. It is as big as the difference between a mouse and an elephant. But it was this small sword that pierced Shikaku's claws. Roar, pain, pain, pain. Shikaku howled in Gaara's heart, and the severe pain in his palm made him, who was suppressed by Gaara's personality, wake up instantly. Then, he took control of this body. The complete Shikaku fully awakened. It was the complete Shikaku that squinted its small and black eyes and stared at Kujuo Hatake. It was this little man who stabbed it with the sword. Now, I want you to die. Swoosh! A huge wind-style air training bullet was fired from Shikaku's mouth, and the cannonball comparable to A-level ninjutsu suddenly came. Hatake Kujuo did not dodge at all. Standing on the branch, he raised his hand and casually swung a sword. Swinging down. Boom! The huge air training bullet was cut in half, turning into a strong wind that whistled and smashed the surrounding trees. Gamabunta, who witnessed all this, was both happy and worried. He was happy that this mysterious and powerful boy could cut off the wind-style air training bullet comparable to A-level ninjutsu with a sword. He was worried about the complete awakening of the one-tailed Shikaku. Why are the tailed beasts so powerful? So powerful that every village regards them as the most important existence and the weapon at the bottom of the box. Bai from the land of lightning. Gara from the land of wind. There are Yujao, Han, and Lao Ziai from other villages, etc. There are Jinkriki born in every generation, and there are Jinkriki dying in every generation. But the pace of experimentation cannot be stopped. Because the chakra of the tailed beasts is almost endless. The wind-style air training bullet just now, any village can pull out 10 or 8 jonin to resist it. But if they can block 1, what about 3, 10, or even 100? For the chakra of the tailed beasts, 100 air training bullets are simply a piece of cake. Even if this boy has chakra comparable to that of a cage, there will always be a moment when it is exhausted. At that time, it is the time for the crisis to come. The same idea. The ninjas of the sand village who were watching from afar with binoculars had the same thought in their hearts. The monsters in their own village are the ones they know best. No one can stop the fully formed one-tailed Shikaku. Whether it is the toad or the boy with the sword. They must die here. Puff puff puff. Sure enough. The small eyes of the one-tail were full of teasing. He didn't care that Hitaki Kujuo cut off his air training bullet with a sword. 3 shots in a row. Another identical air training bullet was fired. Even more chakra was injected, and the power was even greater. This time. See how you, little brat, can block it. Feeling Shikaku's teasing eyes, Hitaki Kujuo was calm. For him, the sword energy just now did not require any consumption at all, and could be cut at any time and at will. Swish! A white light flashed by. Bang! Another sword. Easily crushed. Cut the air training bullet again. Boom! The trajectory of the air training bullet that was cut was completely changed, and one of them actually flew towards Gamabunta and Naruto who were hiding far away. Bang! A deafening sound. The whole earth shook. The terrible air wave raged, and all the earth and rocks along the way were completely shattered, turning into sand and mixing into the strong wind. My leg! Ouch! Gamabunta screamed, and the aftermath of the impact hit his forelimbs, causing him to be unable to stand up. Boss Gamma! Are you okay? Naruto was stunned by the impact, and asked quickly after finally standing steady. I'm fine. Gamabunta said while enduring the pain. At this moment, its heart was filled with shock. The young man cut open 3 more powerful tailed beast balls with just one knife. At this time, you've been blowing bubbles for so long, it's time for me to use the knife, right? Hitaki Kujuo stroked the blade and said to Shikaku in a light tone. Tisk! Shikaku looked at this tiny little man and the sword that was like a toothpick, and didn't take Hitaki Kujuo's words to heart at all. Then, swish! A gorgeous leap. Hitaki Kujuo jumped on Shikaku's head and looked at Shikaku's black eyes calmly. A knife stabbed down. The crimson sword sank into Shikaku's sandy body. Ah! Roar! Pain! 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 How could it be? How could it be like this again? In Shikaku's eyes, the katana, which was clearly equivalent to a toothpick, could actually pierce it and make it feel the pain deep in its soul. The moves of those ninjas in the past had no such effect at all. This is impossible. This is the second time that Shikaku has felt this kind of pain, and his arrogant heart began to panic. Why? Shikaku didn't understand. Why was he, whose whole body was made up of sand and chakra, pierced by this little devil's sword twice? The heart palpitations that hurt to the bone marrow and pierced his heart made him shudder. How is it? Just a casual sword just now, I wonder if it can satisfy you. Hitaki Kujuo's faint words floated at the same time, and Shikaku's already small eyes shrank again. Just a casual sword just now. Chapter 69. Impossible. I don't believe this is true. You brat. I'll tear you apart. Shikaku didn't believe what Kujuo Hitaki said. This time, as if he had been greatly insulted, he slapped Kujuo Hitaki in a rage. Nothing more. Kujuo Hitaki's eyes were indifferent. He casually cut through the void with a knife and cut open the palm that was as big as a mountain. One strike. Just one strike. Hwalala. Shikaku's entire palm was completely cut open at once, and with a puff, it turned into yellow sand all over the sky, flowing down and falling to the ground to form a small sand dune. Damn it! A mere ant-like human dares to look down on me like this. Angry. Shikaku waved his arms madly. Every move of the tailed beast was like an earthquake, and the ground shook with every step. The destructive power is amazing. Any movement has great power. Even this violent and frequent vibration instantly spread to the interior of Konoha village. A large number of Konoha civilians who took refuge in the shelter, as well as the ninjas responsible for protection and custody, showed horror in their eyes. This scene. This movement. It is clearly like the Night of the Nine Tails more than 10 years ago. That bloody night. The huge body of the Nine Tails also ruthlessly destroyed everything in Konoha, taking away their houses and property, taking away their friends and family. No. Shikaku is crazy. We are no longer safe here, retreat immediately. At the far end, the captain-like ninja wearing a sand ninja forehead protector was shocked and immediately gave an order. But Captain, Lord Kazekage. Shut up. When reporting the mission, just say Shikaku rioted. I believe Lord Kazekage will understand. The captain flicked his sleeves and said decisively. He reminded. At that moment, everyone suddenly understood. Yes. This is a terrifying tailed beast, with endless chakra and an indestructible existence. Even if the cages came in person, they could do nothing about it. Retreat. In a blink of an eye, the sand ninjas who were responsible for keeping an eye on the one-tail Angara retreated one after another. The center of the battlefield. Shikaku's riotous body frantically searched for Hitaki Kujuo's people, and his huge foot suddenly fell from the sky and stepped down. This foot, like a giant mountain. It covered Hitaki Kujuo's entire body. The huge size difference made everyone believe that if they couldn't avoid this foot, they would definitely be trampled into meat paste. However. Swish! A light sword. That one. The sword body, like a needle tip, cut out a shocking sword energy. Enwrapped with terrible power, the sword energy continued to expand after leaving the sword body, and in a blink of an eye it had expanded to dozens of meters. With a blazing strong wind, it strangled everything that came its way. Cut! The seemingly huge, mountain-like tailed beast's paw was instantly split in half, neatly turned into yellow sand and left behind. Li-ah! Damn it! Shikaku held his hands and feet and spun around in place, and the yellow sand that his hands and feet turned into slowly gathered on his body. But even after his hands and feet recovered and his wounds healed, the piercing pain still lingered. This had never happened before. Shikaku even doubted who Hitaki Kujuo was. He was simply a pervert. An uncontrolled tailed beast, a man in a frenzy. No one knows what kind of destructive power the one tail can unleash when no one is watching over it. But now, almost half of the forest has been flooded with a large amount of yellow sand, and the covered terrain is constantly shaking. Boom! Destruction with overwhelming force. No matter how long the trees have been rooted, they are all cut in half. In this violent shock, Kujuo Hitaki stood like a stabilizing force. No matter how windy and rainy it is, or how bad the wind is, I will remain unmoved. Facing the violent one-tail Shikaku, he did not retreat but advanced, and took the initiative to slash with his sword. Swish! the position where the sword tip passed. The sky fluctuated like a distorted space. This is the spatial fluctuation caused by the extreme fire attribute change that comes with the sword energy slash. No. It should not be said to be the extreme fire attribute change, but the sun's Yanjian. The temperature that is as hot and scorching as the sun can theoretically burn sand into silicon. A sword slashed into Shikaku's body, and the high temperature burned it again, and it screamed. Pull it out, and cut it again. Pull it out again, and cut it again. Hitaki Kujuo's figure was like a ghost, and no matter how Shikaku tossed it, he couldn't catch a hair on his head. 1 second, a sword just pierced your head, and the next second, another knife cut off your entire forelimb. Shikaku's body was constantly cut off and fell to the ground and turned into yellow sand, and then constantly gathered from the ground to his body to restore his limbs. It went on and on, one after another. But the piercing pain had begun to make Shikaku hysterical. It looked at Hitaki Kujuo with a deep murderous intent. Until today, no one has ever pushed it to the brink of despair. Especially the soul throbbing caused by the slash, even Senju Hashirama didn't have such ability. It wanted to tear this human to pieces, bite it in its mouth and chew it thousands of times, turning it into blood foam and slag. On the other side, the sand ninjas who had long since retreated to a safer position were no longer using telescopes. One of them was led by an elite jonin who had mastered the secret technique of the Eye of Sand. At this moment, the scene from the Eye of Sand made the air much quieter. Although there were still continuous earthquakes and roars around them, the team had completely fallen into silence. Fake, fake. How could a human being be able to confront the power of the tailed beast head-on? Doesn't the sword energy that guy slash out require chakra? Why is there no sign of weakness when he slashes out one after another? I even suspect that he is a tailed beast. A monster. Gurgle. There was a sound of swallowing saliva, listening to everyone talking and muttering in disbelief. This scene. The captain of the elite jonin level was also silent. The sword energy. Many of them were even tens of meters high, right? Up to now, how many swords has the red-clothed kid swung? A slash comparable to a cage-level strike. He just used it without any cost. How much chakra does this guy have? Chakra. Hitaki Kujuo doesn't have much in his body, even less than some top jonin. This is the result of the breathing method under the blessing of the system. But he doesn't need chakra for every slash. After all, Hitaki Kujuo relies more on swordsmanship. As long as his physical strength is not exhausted and there is still a breath, Hitaki Kujuo can swing this sword. A sword comparable to S-level ninjutsu, comparable to a cage-level strike. Boss Toad, do you think we should go up to help? I was stunned. This scene was so shocking. Naruto and Gamabunta were both stunned, standing in the distance watching the battle and not daring to move. Gamabunta opened his mouth to say something, and then closed his mouth bitterly. What should I say? What can I say? I can't do it. Who would have thought that a human who was only a little bit bigger than a tailed beast could suppress and beat up a tail? From the beginning to the end, Shikaku was beaten so hard that he had no power to fight back. Facing the endless sword energy and slashes of Kujuo Hitaki, Shikaku was completely furious. It let out a scream that was unique to raccoons, and the sound swept across the earth, and the trees flew. Naruto's eardrums were about to burst. You die! You die! You must die! I'm going to kill you! Shikaku was furious, and he spit out training bullets like a machine gun. Bang! 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 Boom! One by one, the training bullets were cut in half by Kujuo Hitaki's sword, and then exploded behind him. Facing this kind of attack method, the endless training bullets that were enough to destroy the entire village, Kujuo Hitaki only needed to swing his sword to resist. After dozens of swords with an expressionless face, he jumped up and raised the sword in his hand again. Shikaku, who was deeply hurt by the stab, was shocked. It hurriedly gathered all the sand nearby and began to gather it in front of its forehead, trying to resist the sword. It hurts so much. It never wanted to endure this inhuman torture again. However, "Zero, please give me flowers." The strongest defensive sand shield cast by the dignified Ichibai himself collapsed the moment it was stabbed by the sword in the hand of Hitaki Kujuo, and it broke into sand in the middle and flowed to the ground. Bang! The pressure caused by the sword crushing the shield made the ground tremble and sink downwards. Shikaku's huge body couldn't resist at all, and he hurriedly spit out countless air bullets in an attempt to reduce the resistance of the sword pressure. Ding 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 ding! The sound of the air bullet hitting the sword was crisp and pleasant. It sounded like the whisper of a devil in the ears of Shikaku. Finally, the sand shield was broken. The air bullet was ineffective. This sword technique that fell from the sky hit its forehead. Boom! A loud noise shook the earth. The huge Yaiwei was directly melted into a pool of sand and slid to the ground. After a while, the quicksand surged wildly and returned to Shikaku's body again. "Human boy, you are such an annoying fly." Shikaku, who had transformed his body again, had a fierce look in his eyes and a much lower voice. After a while, a strong wind blew. Countless yellow sands danced wildly, and the surging chakra to an incomparable amount surged out of Shikaku's body and merged into every grain of sand. The seemingly tiny sand gathered together, as if it had the power to destroy everything. The soil, flowers, and wood chips that had been crushed and collapsed were sucked into the ground, which could be called a giant tornado. "Zero." Whispering. The yellow sand containing most of Shikaku's chakra was completely formed. The chakra of a whole-tailed beast. Hiss! That scene! Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. That is a chakra amount that even a real cage-level strongman is far inferior to. Now, all poured into a technique. The yellow sand covered the earth, filled the air, and occupied the sky. As far as you can see. Everywhere you go, it's all foggy and grey. Almost the entire area is occupied by Shikaku. It wants to use this trick to end the life of Hitaki Kujuo. "You seem very angry." Hitaki Kujuo stood alone in front of Shikaku with a tiny human body and said this calmly. He observed. Every time his sword slashed at Shikaku, it roared in pain and screamed and wailed. That is to say, his sword energy could make Shikaku feel extreme pain. Even though the tailed beasts were composed of their own attribute chakra, they could hardly be called powerful. Why was there still pain? It seemed that Hitaki Kujuo realized a lot. He suddenly thought of the scars on the body of the demon king Muzan Kibutsuji in the demon world that had not disappeared for thousands of years, and the wounds that greatly weakened his fighting power. The red sword. His red sword can cause indelible wounds. And the extreme Yanjian attribute changes attached to it can always burn the enemy. It is useful against the tailed beasts. In the future, it is not impossible to face the six-path level who can regenerate limbs in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Hitaki Kujuo's eyes lit up. However, let's get rid of you first. No matter what super move Shikaku was preparing, he cut through the sky with his sword. Swish! The red sword energy stretched 1,000 meters. The sky covered by yellow sand was cleared directly, and the sky in front of him suddenly opened up. The sword energy whistled towards him. Even the yellow sand group like a raging wave could not stop it, and it just chopped Shikaku's neck. Ah, pain, pain, pain. It hurts so much. Shikaku's head was cut off again, and he rolled on the ground in pain. After he recovered, his dark little eyes could no longer hide the brutality in his pupils. Ah, ah, ah! Human, wake up! Sand waterfall funeral. Boom! The shaking was like the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth. This loud noise that penetrated the sky and the earth, like a thunder, suddenly exploded. The shock wave of the explosion came towards Kujuo Hitaki like a tidal wave. But Shikaku didn't know if he had seen it wrong. That little human kid, not only didn't have a trace of fear on his face, but also had a faint smile. P.S. Today's explosive update is over, the 9th update is presented, all big chapters are released. Thank you for your support. She. Chapter 70. Bang bang bang. The terrible impact engulfed everything. The raging yellow sand, like a sea of sand, tightly wrapped around Kuzuo Hitaki's body the next second. Through the control of a large amount of chakra, the scope and destruction caused can be imagined. The explosions came one after another, and the momentum was overwhelming. The huge amount of yellow sand, like a 9-day waterfall, came from all directions. What a spectacular scene! Almost half of the forest land was transformed into sand for Shikaku's use. Change the world! The power of the tailed beasts is in full view. The sand is following us. Naruto held Gamabunta tightly with both hands. At this moment, the duo tried their best to escape from the surging yellow sand. There was only one thought in his mind. Run! Run far away! You are kidding, if you really fall into it, you will still be alive. Gamabunta jumped all the way to the edge of the forest, and then stopped in shock. Looking back, he was stunned. The forest that had been half destroyed before was only covered with sand. Gurgle! What level of battle is this to destroy the terrain like this? At the same time, Gamabunta's eyes were still filled with deep worry. With such a large-scale technique, can the boy in red escape? Escape? Hitaki Kuzuo was smiling at this moment, his clear eyes shot directly at Shikaku through the gaps in the sand. This extremely calm eye made Shikaku's bloated body tremble. What the hell? Isn't this human kid afraid at all? Shouldn't he be trembling with fear when he poured most of his chakra into a full-strength attack? Finally, Shikaku was horrified to find that the situation was completely reversed. The one who was trembling with fear was himself. As expected of a tailed beast, such an unscrupulous burst of chakra is much more powerful than Gaara. Hitaki Kuzuo commented lightly. He had encountered this technique before when he met Gaara in the Forest of Death. At that time, the area within 100 meters was the same as it is today. At that time, he chose to use his physical fitness to force himself to break free. After all, the consequences of pushing Gaara into a corner were unpredictable, and he still had companions to protect. But the situation now is completely different. This huge open space gave him plenty of room to perform. This time, Hitaki Kuzuo smiled. Buzz! Suddenly, countless earth-shattering sword sounds rose into the sky. Slash! The white sword light flashed across the sky and passed through Shikaku's eyes. This! So strong! Oh my god! Is this the sword energy that a human can swing? Impossible! How fast must the sword be swung to create countless afterimages? That man, how many swords did he swing? White Fang is dead, and now Konoha has another monster that is more terrifying than him. The entire Sand Ninja team stood up. Everyone was stunned by this scene. They looked at the center of the battlefield through the eye of sand with shock, and an elliptical sword energy was born out of thin air in the center of the explosion. ZZ! Countless sword lights collided and cut with the yellow sand. The sand was shattered on the sword and burned by the high temperature, shining with brilliant sparks and starlight. Hitaki Kuzuo, with his own strength, just swinging the sword, he blocked all the sand that wrapped around him. Jikuni Yuanichi, a man who can strike 1,500 swords per second at his peak strength. At this moment, Hitaki Kuzuo also swung at a speed of no less than 800 swords per second. How powerful! He formed a barrier with the sword light. After a long time, the explosion subsided. Hitaki Kuzuo breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the red-hot spots on his face opened, and his eyes were like lightning. The strength of the one tail is so great, no wonder these tailed beasts are called strategic weapons. I'm excited. Breathing of the Sun. 11 Forms Dragon of the Sun Halo, Head Dance. Swish. A sword was swung out. It tore the air. A sword energy of 70 to 80 meters was slashed out, carrying a furious fire dragon, violently away. The brilliance of this sword. It was as dazzling as the sun. The golden sword energy shone with the tyrant's rampage. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and there was a muffled thunder. Not good. Feeling the threat brought by this sword, Shikaku was horrified, and in panic he summoned all the sand to form one sand wall after another. A thick wall was built. A total of 18. The sand protective wall, known as the strongest defense, stood in front of Shikaku. But under the raging sword energy, these protective walls that Shikaku was most proud of shattered like thin paper, turning into mottled sand blocks and falling down. Swish! The dazzling and magnificent sword energy. It came with a bang in its ever-expanding pupils. Bang! Shikaku, who had been chopped into sand for the countless times, was once again chopped into yellow sand all over the sky. The next second. Then it gathered again from another direction to form the body of the tailed beast. Watching Kujuo Hitaki holding a sword and rushing towards it, Shikaku was scared. Really scared. The scars from sword after sword told it that if it continued to fight like this, it might not be the seemingly weak human who would fall first, but itself. Because the wound from the depths of its soul, which hurt to the bone marrow, told it that no matter how it gathered chakra, it seemed that it could not heal. The high temperature from there was like a permanent fire burning continuously. The sword in the hand of this human boy could hurt its spirit. The tailed beasts can be regarded as a special kind of chakra, existing in a special form. It is this unique spirit that gives them vitality and allows them to exist in form. Once the spirit is completely destroyed, they will turn into groups of chakra and wander in the world, and it is unknown how long it will take to recover. A deep sense of fear. It spread from the bottom of Shikaku's heart. Damn it! This boy! He is an out-and-out monster. Normally, as a tailed beast, I have unparalleled chakra and an immortal body, and I have almost no weaknesses except for sealing techniques and illusion techniques. It is even more advantageous to fight against mere humans. But the boy in front of me is different. He can't get tired of chopping. His sword energy is endless. God knows how many swords he has been hit by, and each sword will leave a permanent wound and burn his spirit. If he continues, he will be wiped out by the sword of this human boy sooner or later. Looking at Hitaki Kujuo who is coming with a sword again, Shikaku now just wants to run. Stop, stop, stop. We don't want to fight anymore, I admit defeat. I surrender. Shikaku's sharp and loud voice exploded, making Kujuo Hitaki pause. Seeing the human boy stop, Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief. However, Kujuo Hitaki didn't intend to pay attention to it at all. Raised the sword in his hand again. Swept out with the sword. Shikaku hurriedly stretched out his claws to resist, and was chopped into yellow sand and slowly gathered again. When the body was almost condensed, it didn't dare to stay and ran away. If it can't beat it, it will slip away. However, Kujuo Hitaki didn't intend to let it go, and kept chasing it from behind, chasing it relentlessly. A casual sword slashed out, and the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed noise. Shikaku played hopscotch with him. Every time he swung his sword, Shikaku jumped up to dodge it. If he couldn't dodge it, he turned into yellow sand and burrowed into the ground, and the place where he appeared again was hundreds of meters away. So, a dramatic scene appeared. A human was chasing a huge-tailed beast and slashing everywhere. If this scene spread, I'm afraid the whole ninja world would be shocked. Ninja, chasing tailed beasts? How is it possible? Do you think you are Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the world? I've been sealed for so long, I just came out to take a breath, is it necessary to meet a lunatic? Shikaku ran for his life and cursed in his heart. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. At most they were treated as toys to be used and sent back and forth in their hands. This kid can really kill it. It's too torturous. If it doesn't run now, when will it run? Shikaku seized the opportunity and flooded the nearby land with a large amount of yellow sand. It plunged into Gaara's body and never came out again. Then, it covered Gaara's body with a large amount of yellow sand, making it impossible for Hatake Kujuo to find him. Facing the yellow sand all over the ground, there was no trace of Shikaku. I can't find it either. It has to be said that the previous battle laid a foreshadowing. The forest land that was turned into a small desert by it was almost Shikaku's home ground. Shikaku was determined to run away, and there was really nothing he could do. Shaking his head, Hatake Kujuo regretfully retracted his sword. There was no way, he still didn't kill the tailed beast completely. A tailed beast must be a shadow-level existence or even higher, right? How much role-playing power would be increased if it was killed? What a pity! It ran away very quickly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction of the village again, Hatake Kujuo's eyes the light became deeper. There! The third Hokage should be fighting hard, right? Whoosh! Kujuo Hatake disappeared as a shadow. In the distance, the sand ninjas were already stunned, their mouths completely shut. What did they see just now? Shikaku, who was under strict surveillance by his own village and would be a disaster if he had an attack, was actually chased by a human? Has the world changed? Or are their eyes wrong? The air still smells familiar with the yellow sand. People are the same. It's just that everyone is just messy in the wind. Stupefied. Everyone was stunned. On the other side, the battle in Konoha village had reached a stalemate. The Konoha ninjas who reacted continued to invest their manpower to fight against the sand ninjas and the sound ninjas. With the advantage of being on the home ground and their own strength being higher than their opponents, the situation gradually tended to tilt in their favor. In the village, upstairs of the most important Hokage building, the third generation was caught in the most dangerous battle of his life. The enemy was none other than one of his most proud disciples, Orochimaru. Ho 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 ho, teacher, you are old and your strength is no longer what it used to be. Orochimaru, who looked like a little girl, smiled sinisterly. Since we have been master and apprentice for so many years, I will give you another big gift. After saying that, in the eyes of the third Hokage, Orochimaru put his hands together and shouted. Immortal Reincarnation Technique. Buzz. 3 shaky coffins slowly rose from the tiles on the roof. Written on them were the 3 big characters first, second, and fourth. The third Hokage cried out inwardly that it was not good. Having seen the immortal reincarnation technique, he knew how terrible it was, but he could no longer stop it, so he had to do his best to stop the last coffin from rising. After a violent Fuma Shuriken, the coffin with the word 4 trembled constantly, and then slowly fell down. A trace of gloom flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he soon smiled again. It doesn't matter. With the help of these 2 people, it's enough to deal with you, teacher. Bang! 2 loud noises. The coffin lid fell off completely. And 2 ninjas walked out of it in a daze. From the clothes, they seemed to be from a long time ago. Orochimaru walked up and stuffed the shuriken talisman paper that had been prepared long ago into their heads. Immediately, the characters in the 2 coffins came alive. At this time, the third generation was already in tears. Sir, is it you, Master? Chapter 71. Although he knew in his heart that they were just 2 impure earth bodies controlled by Orochimaru, but the old face of the third generation was still full of tears. Looking at the first generation and the teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzan's thin body trembled slightly, and he didn't know why. The excitement of seeing his mentor again, or the deep disappointment in Orochimaru. Huo, the first and second Hokages fighting our third Hokage, isn't this a good idea? What do you think, Sarutobi teacher. Orochimaru licked his mouth with a sneer, and his golden vertical pupils flashed with the meaning of watching a good show. You! The third generation was furious. He was deeply saddened by Orochimaru's rebellious behavior. I should have killed you if I had known. It was useless to regret, and after taking 2 breaths, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down his excitement. The technique of impure world reincarnation. Since the creation of the second generation Senju Tobirama, it has been listed as a forbidden technique, and no one can learn it. 4 decades. No one has ever really seen the true power of this technique. But no matter what, the power of the first and second generations of Hokage is unquestionable. The former pacified the troubled times and was called the God of Ninja World. The latter is quite powerful, having created numerous ninjutsu and is known as the Man of Sea Escape. Especially now that the entire roof is blocked by the 4 purple suns formation, everything can only be done by oneself. Outside the 4 purple suns formation, the third Hokage's guarding team is worried. They are native Konoha people, and grew up listening to the glorious achievements of the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen fights against Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Even if he is reincarnated, his strength is limited, but the third Hokage is already old and dying. This battle. Can 06 really win? There is no other way, I can only give it a try. Summoning Jutsu. Monkey Demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt heavy in his heart, took a deep breath, and put his hands together after making seals. Bang! A burst of white smoke flashed by. Then, a burly monkey with white hair and beard appeared. What's wrong, Sarutobi? Didn't we agree not to summon him anymore? As soon as Sarutobi appeared, he looked at the third Hokage in confusion. At this moment, the third Hokage pointed to the first and second Hokages who were gradually able to move, and said in a deep voice, "This is also a last resort. After all, the opponents are the 2 previous Hokages." When Sarutobi saw it clearly, his face changed. It was like facing a great enemy. There was no way. The strength of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Hiss! It seems that there is really no way. Sarutobi, please turn into a Ryuyi golden cudgel. Sarutobi nodded, and there was another white smoke. The third Hokage had a huge golden cudgel in his hand, and his black tight combat suit was rustling. Hey, come on, Orochimaru! After entering the village, Kujuo Hitaki first returned home and found Hinata and Hanabi. After confirming that the 2 of them were not in danger, he prepared to set off for another battlefield. Brother-in-law. When leaving, Little Firefly suddenly held his hand, and Hinata beside him did not react much. What's wrong? Hitaki Kujuo squatted down and looked at her. Hanabi's face gradually turned red, and then she whispered, "I want to move here and live with my sister and brother-in-law." Hanabi wants to move here? What's the situation? Hitaki Kujuo had doubts in his heart, but he just beat up Ichibai not long after leaving. I don't know what the 2 sisters discussed. Looking at Hinata in doubt, he found that Hinata just smiled. She was a simple girl and would not hide her thoughts in her heart. Therefore, it can be seen that Hinata did not object. Why do you want to move here? The Hyuga clan is well protected. Hitaki Kujuo deliberately chose the streets near the Hyuga clan to look for enemies. After killing them all the way, basically no one could summon a giant snake to destroy the Hyuga clan. Because I want to practice with my brother-in-law. I want to be as strong as my sister. After these words came out, Kujuo Hitaki suddenly realized. So that's it. Although Hanabi is still young, she is undoubtedly a martial arts fanatic. It's normal to be motivated after knowing that her sister Hinata defeated Niji. Okay, I promise you. He touched Hanabi's little head lovingly. Her hair was soft and fine, and it felt good. Hanabi closed her eyes slightly. Enjoying Kujuo Hitaki's movements, What no one noticed was the subtle smile at the corner of her mouth. "Third generation, sir." The roof of the Hokage building. The Hokage guard team blocked outside the Four Purple Suns formation exclaimed. "I saw that the roof of the building, which was originally white walls and red tiles, now has a whole forest out of thin air. Among them, there are trees that are much larger than those in the Death Forest. The branches are strong. If the third generation is not careful, he will be entangled and in danger." Is this the wood release technique that the first generation used to pacify the troubled times and establish the Konohagakure? Great, very powerful. It's amazing how powerful it is to be able to summon a tree of this size anywhere with its own chakra as nourishment. And the second generation Senju Tobirama. He can actually perform such a large-scale water release technique in a waterless place. How powerful were the predecessors? Can the third generation really win? The guards looked at each other, full of bitterness. This scale of battle. They can't intervene, let alone get in. The third generation inside, holding the Ruyi Jingbang, is already exhausted, and his old body is about to become a decayed wood. Of course. Luckily, they were not Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju at their peak strength. Orochimaru restricted their personalities. Otherwise, with their strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been defeated long ago. Relying on the earth flow while he summoned, the third generation panted while thinking about countermeasures. He was close to running out of energy. If he continued to fight like this, he would be in danger. Moreover, as a Hokage, he knew the horror of the impure world reincarnation technique. Even if the summoned impure world body was defeated, it could be restored. It could not be completely destroyed. Only the sealing technique could solve the problem once and for all. Damn it! It seems that I have to use this trick. The third generation's eyes suddenly became firm, and it seemed that there was an endless will of fire burning in his chest. He said to the Sarutobi firmly. "Sarutobi, find a way to help me delay for a while, I want to use that technique." The Sarutobi, who changed into a human form, looked at the first and second generations in embarrassment. "It's difficult to stop him even for a moment, but since you've made up your mind, I'll do my best to help you." After saying that, the Tsurumo rushed forward without looking back. The dim eyes of the third generation were filled with regret, and then turned into a determination to face death. "Put your hands together." Shiki Fusion. In the original work, after the third generation performed Shiki Fusion, the first and second generations were completely deprived of their souls by the god of death. Even Orochimaru lost a pair of hands and could no longer perform ninjutsu. But at this time, Orochimaru looked at the movements of his former teacher, the third generation Hokage, and just smiled playfully. Teacher, how could I make such a mistake and give you the opportunity to die together?" Originally, this move was prepared for that little devil. "Since he hasn't appeared, I'll give it to you first." Puff! The sound of an unexpected sharp blade piercing the heart suddenly appeared. The faces of the guards outside the formation changed from dull to shocked, and then to terrified. "Third generation, sir!" they exclaimed. When the third generation concentrated all his attention on performing the Shikigami fusion, a tall and white-haired man suddenly appeared behind him. Or, it was another impure world body. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The third generation turned his head with difficulty to look behind him, and when he saw the full face of the person, he was shocked and angry. "Is it you? Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo. The top powerhouse known as Konoha White Fang in the ninja world." Hitaki's swordsmanship was superb, and at his peak, he overwhelmed the three ninjas and became the second strongest person in Konoha after the Hokage at that time. "Ahem, I didn't expect you to find his body." Looked at Orochimaru unwillingly, and the latter had a cold smile on his face. Hitaki Sakumo's impure earth body had no emotions, and it was obvious that he had also been deprived of his personality by Orochimaru. The kunao inserted in his heart turned and stirred, and the third generation felt a large loss of vitality. Sarutobi. Sarutobi was still struggling to stop the first and second generations. Seeing this scene, his eyes were bloodshot and he shouted. He looked at the battlefield in danger, and then at the guard team blocked outside the four purple suns formation. The third generation's face was full of regret, and his eyelids couldn't help but want to close. The final picture of the vision. Frozen in Orochimaru's rampant smile. A generation of ninja heroes. The third generation of Hokage of Konoha. Died in battle. Third generation. The Hokage guard team felt that the sky was falling. The pillar of Konoha, the third generation of Hokage who was loved by them, died in battle. And the instigator was standing there intact. They dared not imagine the consequences of the defeat of the Hokage. I'm afraid that the number one ninja village in the ninja world will be eliminated and cease to exist. Thinking of this, they didn't care about their low strength and attacked the four purple sun formations in front of them frantically. However, this ceiling formation that was enough to withstand the full force of a shadow-level strongman, could they actually shake it? The result of a crazy venting, deep despair was engraved on their faces. Third generation, it's our incompetence that failed to help you. Don't worry. Konoha only has ninjas who died in battle, not trash who live in shame. We will follow your footsteps and die together. We will never let Orochimaru's conspiracy succeed. With tears and blood, the guards of the third generation gritted their teeth and said these words. Unfortunately, when Orochimaru heard it, not only did he not feel touched at all, but his smile became even more mocking. Teacher, I didn't expect that you, who have dominated the ninja world for a lifetime, would die in my hands. This feeling really makes people tremble with excitement. Then he waved his hand and stared at the entire Konoha village with a sinister look. The next step is to destroy the entire Konoha. As for the agreement with Danzo, he didn't take that kind of mouse in the dark to heart at all. Tell me, what are you going to destroy? A chuckle suddenly came from the vast sky. This clear voice was 3 parts disdainful and 3 parts indifferent. Then, the sword comes before the person. Swish! A slash that cuts through the sky. It is galloping under the sky. The golden red sword energy hit the wall of the 4 purple sun formations on the roof unstoppably. After a sharp fluctuation, it shattered. The 4 people responsible for performing this technique, the Otonin ninja, vomited blood instantly, covered his chest and looked at the direction of the sword in disbelief. Shocked. His eyes were full of shock. Someone actually broke the 4 purple yang formation that was enough to resist the battle of the cage-level strongman with one sword. Who is it? Who is it? On the roof. Orochimaru's expression changed repeatedly, and he was uncertain. What he had been worried about finally happened. This sword energy. A sharp and domineering slash. It was that kid. Chapter 72. Soon. A red figure soared into the sky, leaped in one step, and landed on the roof. That terrible slash. It directly broke the blockade. There was no blockade of the 4 purple yang formation here, and you can enter and exit at will. At this moment, Orochimaru's vertical golden pupils stared at Hatake Kujuo. The eyes changed wildly. This kid is even more imposing. I had seen Kujuo Hatake fighting last month, and was secretly surprised at the terrifying slashes he could easily make. At that time, Orochimaru made up his mind to prepare in secret. The reason was simple. This kid's swordsmanship was too superb. The combat power was comparable to that of a cage. It had a profound impact on his plan. In order to be on the safe side, he found Danzo and got the body of Sakumo Hatake. But why? It's only been a month since I last saw him. This kid feels like a completely different person. He has grown too fast. He is simply a monster. Kujuo Hatake walked leisurely on the roof tiles, and there were not many intact places on the ground. You can imagine how fierce the previous battle was. After the massacre of the Odagakure and the baptism of the Sandgakure ninjas, Kujuo Hitaki had long been accustomed to the feeling of killing. Not only can he perfectly hide his murderous aura in himself, not be controlled by the resentment, but he can also control it freely. In addition, one man and one sword beat up Shikaku, and made him flee in a panic. At this time, Kujuo Hitaki was extremely confident. So confident that any powerful enemy dared to attack, he would kill them with one sword. Hoo, I didn't expect Konoha to be so decadent that they sent a half-grown child to fight on the battlefield. Don't you have anyone left in Konoha? Hearing Orochimaru's ridicule, the surrounding Hokage Anbu team was ashamed. Then they immediately stood up, prepared to stand in front of Kujuo Hitaki and fight Orochimaru first. Swish! A sword energy slashed across. It stood in front of the group of guards, blocking their way directly. Kujuo Hitaki raised his sword, turned his back to them, and said lightly, "It's enough for me to be here. You settle the people in the village and help drive away the enemies from other ninja villages." The calm words were without a trace of emotion. At least, the members of the escort team did not hear any contempt or arrogance from it. Looking at the fiery red figure in front of them, the extraordinary temperament and the black ponytail fluttering in the wind. As if these words seemed to be a matter of course. They looked at each other, knowing that they were no match for Orochimaru, and made a decisive decision. "Okay. I'll leave it to you. We will deal with other enemies in the village as soon as possible, and then the senior ninjas will come to support us." After saying these words quickly, a burst of white smoke flashed where they were and they left immediately. Orochimaru did not move, standing in place and letting them leave. He kept his eyes on Kujuo Hitaki and did not leave. In his eyes, except Kujuo Hitaki, no one can threaten him. As long as he solves the boy in front of him, he can do whatever he wants in the entire Konoha village. Raising his finger, the technique suddenly started. Then, the first and second generations, as well as Hitaki Sakumo's impure world form, which had been standing still, stiffened and moved again. In the blink of an eye, they regained their mobility again. Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. The second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in the dark blue Warring States armor, formed seals with both hands and spurted out a tsunami-like amount of water from his mouth. As expected of a man called Sea Style. That scene. It was shocking. Puff! A domineering giant water dragon formed in the air, soaring in the sky, lifelike, extremely ferocious and vicious, roaring towards Hitaki Kujuo's body. The opponent is the second generation Hokage, he is really strong. Hitaki Kujuo exclaimed. Swish! A sword was slashed out. The extremely powerful sword energy slashed away. The huge water dragon bullet was split into two halves in an instant. The huge dragon head turned into a large amount of water and sprinkled on the ground, flowing down along the eaves. At the same time, on the other side, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama did not stop and performed a large-scale wood escape technique again. The world of flowers and trees descended. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The trees that several people hugged broke free from the constraints of the hard ground and rose up, quickly occupying the entire space. Whoosh! 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 A net of heaven and earth. Faced with a large number of branches as thick as adults, they wanted to trap him. Hitaki Kujuo calmly drew his sword. One sword. Firelight burst out. The originally densely packed branches all turned into flying sawdust and waved in the air, and then the fire dragon flashed away. All these trees were burned to ashes, turning into starlight and gradually extinguished. Looking at this scene, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. The first and second generation Hokage were restricted by his personality too much, and could not exert their full strength. Despite this, every swing of Hatake Kujuo's sword still made his heart tremble slightly. Too terrifying destructive power. Even the third generation just now could only smash a tree at a time with the Ruyi Jinggu Bang transformed by the Monkey King, and relied on the earth flow wall to barely resist the attacks of the two first and second generation Hokage of the impure world. But this kid is different. No matter how tricky the ninjutsu is, what type of attribute changes, all are cut with one sword. As if, in his eyes, there is nothing that cannot be cut with one sword. Unimaginably strong. There is no sign of strength at all. It seems that the first and second Hokage, whose strength has been greatly reduced, can't do anything to him. In this case, we can only rely on White Fang. Orochimaru dare not completely remove the restrictions of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. If they regain their consciousness, who knows whether they will break free from the shackles of the impure world reincarnation technique. To be on the safe side, it is better to send out that guy White Fang. At this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the abdomen of the girl transformed by Orochimaru. This arm was completely white, as if it was made up of some kind of cells. Imperial World Reincarnation, stand. The pure white arm raised its fingers, and a large amount of chakra gathered on it. Buzz! A heart-pounding wave came out. On the other side, Hatake Sakumo's originally grey body suddenly became lively. The empty eyes gradually brightened, as if they had their own personality. He spread his hands and looked at the surrounding environment. Am I not dead? This is... Before Hatake Sakumo could fully react, Orochimaru grinned. Kid, don't you like to use swords? This time, I'll change your opponent. How about trying this? Whoosh! The next second, Hatake Sakumo found that his body was completely out of control and he rushed towards a young man in red. Looking carefully, the young man also held a knife in his hand. Ding! A huge metal sound rang out. Hatake Kujuo blocked the sword that White Fang was slashing at him. Hatake Sakumo failed to hit him, and he kicked back with a powerful force. Konoha White Fang, who is good at swordsmanship, is also excellent in physical skills. Hatake Kujuo grinned as he grabbed White Fang's knee with one hand. Speaking of which, you are still my elder in this world. I didn't expect to fight you in this way. After that, bang! The sword in Hatake Kujuo's hand suddenly turned red, and the red sword was activated. The scorching heat instantly cut off the sharp blade in White Fang's hand, and cut his entire body. The grey-brown filth slowly condensed in the air, and White Fang's body appeared again. I say, Orochimaru, to deal with a mere genin like me, do you really need to send so many people to deal with me? Hatake Kujuo chuckled and said this, but his face was filled with an extremely confident smile. That expression clearly told Orochimaru. Even if he sent the first and second generation Hokage, as well as Konoha White Fang, such a terrifying lineup, he was still not afraid. Humph! Orochimaru snorted heavily. Immediately, the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama's chakra surged all over his body, and his amazing momentum burst out. The extremely abundant chakra was released, shattering the bricks and tiles under his feet. Boom! An invisible wave gathered in Senju Tobirama's body. Then, water escape. Water rush wave. The water knife condensed to the extreme sprayed out from Senju Tobirama's mouth. The strong water pressure turned the originally soft water into the sharpest sword in the world. Under the reckless charge, only a residual image flashed by. Just a trace of water ripples crossed the underground building, causing a mess and shattering bricks and tiles. At the same time, ninjutsu, dark walk technique. After a wave, the entire space was shrouded in darkness, and it was pitch dark. A sharp and cold blade light also appeared on Hatake Sakumo's knife. With a flash, he teleported with the knife, aiming directly at Hatake Kujuo's head. Summoning technique, large scroll. The first generation Hokage also bit his finger and slapped it hard on the ground. Suddenly, a scroll of more than 10 meters in size appeared in the air, and shot out ninja tools like a storm. The triple attack came at the same time. If it were another shadow, I'm afraid it would be in trouble. And the vision of the dark walk technique was completely deprived, and no one except the caster could see other scenes. How is it, Kuzuo-kun? Orochimaru clasped his hands together and licked the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Do you think I didn't get your information? That old guy Danzo told me a lot about you. The mysterious breathing technique, the sword energy comparable to the cage level, is really amazing. Then, how do you sense the direction in the dark? The impure world body has no breathing, and you will definitely die in this battle without vision. The genius of Konoha will eventually wither. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils even flashed with excitement. Killing 2 top powerhouses of Konoha in one day, one of whom is a monster-level genius, made him tremble. Li. Not good. Kuzuo is in danger. Kakashi, Asuma, Hong, and others hurried to the bottom of the Hokage building. As soon as they looked up, they saw this extremely thrilling scene. Why is Kuzuo standing still? It seems that he can't see the enemy. Hong asked in surprise. On the way here, the Hokage guard team has explained the cause and effect clearly. Therefore, Kakashi and others know that the girl is actually Orochimaru, and the predecessors were reborn by the impure world reincarnation. I heard about this technique from the 3rd generation. It is the super advanced illusion of the 1st and 2nd generations, the dark walk technique. Kakashi said in a serious voice. It can cause vision, Zhao Liao's, to have an illusion effect and take away all the light in the spell. In the dark realm, only the caster and teammates can see things in the environment and take attacks. In the dark world that is like a black silk, even people at the level of Hokage can only be forced to reveal their positions. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, everyone's faces turned ugly. The heart was full of anxiety. What should I do? This is the unanimous thought in their hearts. Tisk. In the darkness, there was no extra sound, only a faint disdainful sound. Hitaki Kuzuo laughed. The laugh was very wanton. He was in a relaxed state of mind, and now he just wanted to say, who told you that I can only feel the breath of living things? I don't know when. With the blessing of the system, I can already sense the breath of all things. How could the template of Yoriichi Tsugakoku, who is already invincible in the world of Demon Slayer, be so weak? In the past, I could feel the breath of a huge rock that was tens of meters in size, and cut it with one sword. Now, naturally, I can also feel the breath of all the attacking ninjutsu and even ninja tools. They are so clear in my mind, as dazzling as the sun in the darkness. So, Hitaki Kuzuo uttered softly. Sun breathing 10 form. Hui. Hui. En. Guang. Sizzlepan. A sword skill that cut through the sky. The blazing flames like the sun burned away all the oncoming attacks. The brilliant sword energy like the sun whistled away. Everywhere it went, it was reduced to ashes. This slash. Even Orochimaru, who is strong, trembled. Chapter 73. With one sword. Destroyed with overwhelming force. The attacks of the 1st and 2nd generation Hokage, as well as Hitaki Sakumo, were all destroyed. One sword cut through the air. The crescent-shaped sword energy continued to the distant sky and finally dissipated. Along the way, countless houses and buildings were all neatly cut open, as smooth as a flat mirror being erased, plowing out a long gully. What a strong sword! Is this really a slash that a ninja can swing? Although I have been prepared in my heart, I feel shocked every time I see it. Yui Kurane patted her chest, her beautiful red eyes were shocked. Looking at the unharmed Hitaki Kuzuo, his face was still calm, standing there calmly. His young body was a little thin. Just standing there. The back was majestic, like a mountain suppressing the world. One person, comparable to thousands of troops. Opposite the boy was the legendary ninja god, the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and his successor, the man who was known as the Master of Sea Escape, the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Another person. It is a more vivid impure world form. The powerful man who once led the entire Enbu, Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. Father. Kakashi recognized his father at a glance, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. Looking at Orochimaru's eyes that ignored life and took pleasure in everything, Kakashi was angry. An unknown fire was burning in his heart. This guy Orochimaru. How did he get his father's body? In an instant, an old and dark face appeared in his mind. Danzo. Except Danzo. No one can sneak into the Hatake cemetery in this chaos and steal the body. No one knows where the body of Konoha White Fang was buried after he was forced to commit suicide. This is also the reason why Kabuto Yakushi did not reincarnate White Fang in the original work, because Danzo was dead at that time. And no one knew where White Fang's body was. And now, the father he respected and admired the most, just dug out alive from the graveyard, and used as raw material for the impure world reincarnation. A strong anger rushed into Kakashi's heart. His exposed right eye was instantly covered with bloodshot. Reikari. Fast. A figure as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye. In almost a breath, Kakashi had already raised Reikari's electric blade and broke through to Orochimaru. Reikari. Kakashi's ultimate ninjutsu. It is an S-level existence. The evolved version of Chidori, whether it is penetration or speed, with Kakashi's strength at the level of a Jonin, it is not comparable to the Chidori that Sasuke has learned. The power is incomparable. The Jonin downstairs were stunned, their mouths wide open, they didn't expect Kakashi to attack so quickly. It was too sudden. Everyone just watched. It was Reikari. You can imagine how deep is the hatred in Kakashi's heart. Crack. Sizzle. The next second. In Kakashi's dilated pupils of disbelief, Hatake White Fang held a knife in front of Orochimaru. Kakashi. White Fang, who was reincarnated by Orochimaru's other pure white arm, has extremely strong strength in his previous life, but also has recovered a lot of his previous consciousness. Looking at himself involuntarily blocking the knife for the caster Orochimaru, and the opponent is still his own son Kakashi, Hatake Sakumo's eyes are also trembling with struggle. The grown-up appearance of Kakashi in his eyes makes Hatake Sakumo's hand holding the knife tremble a little. Ho 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 dot. It's really interesting. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, even if the lightning-shining Reikari was only a few feet away from his nose. His face was not panicked at all. He calmly watched Hatake Sakumo and Kakashi blocking the knife together, and his face was more playful. How does it feel to fight with your biological father? Kakashi, I didn't expect that this trip to Konoha would really open my eyes. First, the previous Hokage fought with the teacher, and then the father and son killed each other. I am a little proud of my masterpiece. Ha ha ha. Looking at Orochimaru laughing up to the sky, proud and arrogant, everyone secretly clenched their fists, and their joints cracked. Too arrogant. Too humiliating. Only Orochimaru can treat these most tragic and impossible things in the world as fun and never get tired of it. Dang dang block. Kakashi pulled out his kunai with his backhand and threw it in the direction of Orochimaru, aiming at his eyes. What a pity. White Fang's strength was too strong, and he blocked all the hidden weapons thrown at Orochimaru with a swing of the knife. Alas! Brother, let me do it. A sigh. It sounded from behind Kakashi. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Hatake Kujuo did not feel Kakashi's anger deeply. But it did not prevent him from stopping this painful battle. Raise your weapon. Father and son killing each other. This kind of thing should not happen again. Swish. A knife was raised lightly. Hitaki Kujuo's slash forced White Fang to give up his entanglement with Kakashi. White Fang's agility was displayed in front of everyone. A knife was swung out. It also carried the momentum of cutting off everything. The beam under his feet was almost broken by this sword. Come on! Hitaki Kujuo narrowed his eyes, stared at the sword, and swung his hand back. And the two sword energies collided with each other. Boom! Mutual annihilation. Hitaki Sakumo is indeed a leader among the cage level, and even more powerful. Hitaki Sakumo's strength should not be underestimated as he can resist head-on and launch the same slash at the opponent. Trample, trample, trample. The dense footsteps sounded. Hitaki Sakumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha, exerted a little force on his feet, and the ceiling was cracked by his steps. Then he soared into the sky with a somersault, and swung the short blade in his hand with a white crescent-like sword energy, slashing towards Hitaki Kujuo's forehead. Whoosh! This knife was extremely fast. Unlike the slash of Hitaki Kujuo, it was magnificent, grand, and destructive, and even had extreme attribute changes. The White Fang of Konoha, Hitaki Sakumo relied only on his superb swordsmanship to become famous in the entire ninja world. Therefore, this sword is simple and unpretentious. But it has the sharpness to cut through everything. Moreover, the movement and speed are so fast that the eyes of the lower ninjas cannot catch it. Such a smooth movement, such a concise sword swing, although the timing is wrong, but it is really touching to see Uncle White Fang's swordsmanship again. Asuma couldn't help but sigh, and Yui Kurane nodded in agreement. Their minds have been completely attracted by the style of this sword, and they recalled the grand occasion of Konoha in the past. Ninja from other villages. If you meet White Fang, you can retreat on your own, it is not considered a failure. Such a great reputation depends on the sword in your hand. Feeling the sharpness in the direction of the scalp, it is really a concise swordsmanship to the extreme. Hitaki Kujuo seemed to be scared and stood still, allowing this sword to chop his forehead. Suddenly, he moved. Everyone could only see that the originally silent black stripes on Hitaki Kujuo's forehead seemed to suddenly come alive, and instantly turned into a hot red color wandering on his face. Added a touch of mystery to Hitaki Kujuo, who was already outstanding in temperament. Swish! The afterimage flashed. Baiya's sword energy finally cut through a piece of air. But it was not over yet. Dang! Hitaki Kujuo's body, which had teleported out, stepped back at high speed. Every step he took broke the ground. White Yu remained calm and blocked the sword with his body's reaction. Clang! Clang! The sound of the two swords slashing together continued, like a moving melody, striking in everyone's heart. A wonderful, gorgeous, and perfect sword duel. Everyone was stunned. Like a sharp blade waltz, the two danced with swords. A bold idea rose in everyone's mind at the same time. This might be the exchange between the world's top swordsmen, right? On the towering building. The whole world was left with only their figures, and everything else was colorless. A fierce sword duel. This is the sword, the glory of a knight. Indeed. Hitaki Kujuo's body was slightly hot, and his skin showed signs of red. He had never been so excited before. For a long time, Hitaki Kujuo had only slashed at any enemy with a sword. Finally, he met an opponent who could be compared with him in kendo. How could he not be excited? How could he not be happy? The crescent-shaped sword light rotated in Hitaki Kujuo's hand. His opponent was Hitaki Sakumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha. He used Hitaki swordsmanship that was exquisite to the highest level to fight back and forth. This was the most exciting battle. Hitaki Kujuo, who had inherited some of Tsugakoko Yoshika's swordsmanship and talent, was cheering in every cell of his body. It's really troublesome. Orochimaru stared at the battle between the two coldly, and his expression was not good. He could feel it. Now a large number of ninjas are rushing here. Whether it was the Konoha ninjas, the sand ninjas, or the sound ninjas, they were all attracted by the fighting here. At that time, the situation became complicated. With a move of his hands, Orochimaru immediately controlled the first and second generations of the impure world Hokage to rush forward, wanting to participate in the battle between the two top swordsmen. However, Orochimaru's actions had completely fallen into the perception of Hatake Kujuo. The malicious breath was almost obvious. Taking advantage of the gap in the swordsmanship competition with White Fang, he slashed with a backhand. At the same time, the blade suddenly turned red. Sun breathing 9 forms, sunset turn. The red sword energy was like a tornado. The fire dragon wrapped around the bodies of the first and second generations in an instant. The sea of fire swallowed them up in the blink of an eye. The rest of the water escape water rushing waves and towering trees were also cut down with one sword. The first and second generations, whose personalities were restricted, could not use any super powerful ninjutsu at all. Their strength was restricted to a great extent, so they could defeat the enemy easily after a little familiarity. The Jonin downstairs were dumbfounded. They were just immersed in the gorgeous sword duel, but were awakened by this sword. What kind of strength did he have? In the gap between the fight with the cage-level strongman Konoha White Fang, he killed the first and second generations in seconds? Even if it was the impure world body, even if it was an incomplete personality with strict strength restrictions. You know, the third generation was forced to death by him, so his strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. It seems that there is no need for us to join the battle now. Every attack is a cage-level collision. Even if we intervene forcibly, we can only hold back. It seems, yes. A bitter expression appeared on the faces of Hong and Asuma. There is no way. The battle on the roof is just the aftermath, which makes people feel stressed. Dang dang block. The sound of swordsmanship continued to come, turning into notes with a unique rhythm. The two sword masters, whose figures were so fast that they were like afterimages, were still fighting. However, Orochimaru's face suddenly changed color. Just now, he found that he could no longer smoothly condense the first and second generation of the impure world body. Just after Hatake Kujuo swung the sword with the red sword. Chapter 74. Sealing Technique. In an instant, with 1,000 thoughts, Orochimaru's face changed into many colors. Various thoughts arose in his mind. Then, he shook his head and rejected these conjectures. No matter how useless the old guy Danzo was, he would not be unable to find out any information in this regard. Since Danzo did not say what sealing technique Hatake Kujuo knew, the possibility that he mastered advanced sealing techniques was almost zero. So, what method did he use to cut off the connection between me and the impure world body? For a moment, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. His interest in Kujuo Hatake surpassed the action of destroying Konoha. Yes. Orochimaru was very curious. As an out-and-out mad scientist, he had done countless human experiments in his life, and this was the first time he encountered something he couldn't explain. He even wanted to rush to Kujuo Hatake and ask him what was going on. Unfortunately, even if he knew what Orochimaru was thinking, Kazuo Hatake would never answer him in his lifetime. After his red sword was strengthened by the system, he discovered that it could harm spirits not long ago when he fought against Shikaku. Undoubtedly, this will be Kujuo Hatake's biggest reliance in the future. When facing some difficult and perverted enemies, he can directly cut the soul through the human body. Once the news that he has mastered this incredible sword technique is spread, it will cause a sensation. The whole world is shocked. The consequences of this may be that the entire ninja world will be extremely afraid of him. At that time, it will be very inconvenient to travel in the ninja world. Like Uchiha Shisui, no strong person would allow others to master the eye technique that could completely change their will at any time. If there is, it can only be oneself. So, Hatake Kujuo intends to keep the secret of the red sword in his heart and will not tell anyone. Dang! Sparks fly. The airwaves roll. Just as the sword slashed out, it collided with Hatake Sakumo's short blade, making a crisp buzzing sound. Very familiar, your swordsmanship has the shadow of our Hatake clan. There was not much ripple on Baiya's slightly vicissitudes of life, but he gave his own evaluation based on the previous experience of fighting. Another sword. Hatake Kujuo stabbed him at the vital point, and was White Fang dodged with his agility. Yes, you are right, because... Hatake Kujuo smiled slightly, and suddenly blasted out with a sword that was charged with power, pressing heavily on Hatake Sakumo with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Because I am a member of the Hatake clan. As soon as the words fell. Bang! A loud noise. A cloud of dust rose up. The roof of the entire building was crushed by Hatake Kujuo's sword. The rubble flew out, accompanied by a terrifying force, and Hatake Sakumo's body fell down with it. At this moment, Hatake Sakumo was shocked like a sea of overturning. When he heard this boy call Kakashi his cousin before, he had a vague guess. In the later battle, he found that every blow he swung was vaguely with the shadow of Hatake's swordsmanship. After a guess, it was actually acknowledged by him personally. Such an outstanding junior, from their Hatake clan, how can they not be proud? The Hatake family. There is a successor. Bang! A big hole suddenly appeared somewhere in the dilapidated roof, and Hatake Sakumo pierced from bottom to top with a sword. Zhang! The sword was sharp and cold. The sword light flashed like a meteor in the blink of an eye, and it reached the center of Hatake Kujuo's eyebrows in an instant. How terrifying this sword was! It contained the spirit of Konoha White Fang, and its power, speed, and piercing power were impeccable. The strong wind came with it, like a blade scraping on the face. Even if Kakashi and the other two saw this sword clearly, their bodies would not be able to react. But Hatake Sakumo had a faint smile on his face. He knew. This boy could block it 100%. Dang! Sure enough. A crisp sound. Hatake Kujuo easily raised the sword to his face, and the tip of the sword hit the blade, making a melodious sound. Young man, the swordsmanship competition between us is enough. I am very pleased that the Hatake clan has you. This time, use your sword energy that can cut through everything. Cut and smash my body. I don't want to be manipulated like this anymore. Hatake Sakumo said loudly. Lang Lang's voice was full of righteousness. He was worthy of being a man who could give up the mission for the lives of his teammates. Okay. Hatake Kujuo retracted the sword that was moving forward and said it briefly. He understood that for a strong man like Hatake Sakumo, being resurrected by someone and forced to fight was an insult. Not good. Orochimaru's face changed drastically when he heard Hatake Sakumo's words. It was a pity that he could only control the behavior of the impure world body, but not their thoughts and words. Hatake Kujuo just made two simple movements. Sheathed and drew the sword. Boom! A sword energy as wide as the sky slashed, and the slash flew in the air, even with twisted fluctuations. White Fang's impure world body was chopped into pieces and turned into fragments all over the sky. Orochimaru's eyes turned cold, and he found that he had indeed lost control of them for a short time. Just one knife was not enough to completely destroy the strength of the spirit body. But you have to know. Now Orochimaru is not proficient in impure world reincarnation at all, and there is only one Hashirama cell given by Danzo, and forcibly controlling a peak cage level strongman is already the limit. Give him more time, maybe he can gather the fragments all over the sky into an impure world body again. Obviously, Hatake Kujuo will not give him this opportunity. At this moment, Hatake Kujuo has already killed him with a knife. The sharp sword energy rushed towards him, and Orochimaru even felt the pain from his soul from the edge of his sword. This palpitation made him more certain that there was something wrong with this sword. Don't let him hit it. Once the thought came up, Orochimaru made a decision immediately. The Kusanagi sword next to him was held in his hand through the air, and it suddenly stretched out with a clang, and then struggled in the mighty sword energy. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's pupil shrank, and he thought to himself, how could it be possible? What he just used was the legendary Kusanagi sword. There are only 3 in the entire ninja world. 2 of them are in his hands, and the one in front of him is the one he uses most skillfully. It can be stretched and enlarged at will, enough to rival the golden hoop transformed by the advanced spiritual beast Uroko. Even Uroko himself admitted that even the golden hoop he transformed into was difficult to face the legendary Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand. But this sword actually struggled in the sword energy that Hatake Kujuo casually slashed. Not daring to test it anymore, Orochimaru immediately retracted the lengthened Kusanagi sword, holding it in his hand, still shaking and humming. It was as if this sword was expressing dissatisfaction. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru immediately used his signature skill. And countless black and brown mottled venomous snakes bit him fiercely. Hatake Kujuo remained calm, swinging his sword while approaching Orochimaru's body. Puff! Puff! The sound of the snake being cut off rang out. But during this time, Orochimaru had already jumped downstairs. Kakashi, Kurane, and Asuma, who were downstairs, immediately stood in front of him. Facing Orochimaru, they had no chance of winning. But as a dignified jonin, it was no problem to stop him from escaping. Kujuo, come on! We'll help you block his way. Asuma shouted to Hatake Kujuo. Unconsciously, he had become accustomed to his disciple's straightforward way of dealing with the enemy. Anyway, if every swing of the sword was comparable to that of a cage, he would as a mere jonin, what's wrong with taking the initiative to retreat to the second line? The sword energy whistled, and Kujuo Hatake's body movements were extremely fast. Zero, please give me flowers. The hot marks on his forehead flickered, as if the messenger of Juya was mysterious and unpredictable. Chi! A sword pierced into Orochimaru's body. A sizzling sound rang out, and the high temperature of the sword itself quickly melted Orochimaru's body, emitting a lot of white smoke. Well done, Asuma-sensei. After piercing Orochimaru's body with a sword, he praised lightly. You're welcome, et. Asuma habitually touched his head and prepared to be humble, but was shocked to find that how could he be so humble in front of a teenage kid? The latter's tone was the same. Is it because of strength? Or because of his long-standing temperament? Not only him, but even Kakashi and Kurane beside him seemed to have no reaction to this conversation. As if it should be so. Alas, my dignity as a teacher. Asuma sighed, and immediately stared at Orochimaru seriously. Damn it! He destroyed my body again. Orochimaru's melting body was like a pool of white mud, dripping down in clumps. His face, which was melted and twisted due to cell collapse, was even more resentful. Hatake Kujuo walked in front of him, calmly pulled out the sword inserted in his body, and then... Puff! Puff! With 3 clicks, Orochimaru's whole body was cut into 4 pieces. Yui Kurane and Asuma were happy, thinking that they had solved such a powerful enemy. Just as they were about to speak, a laugh suddenly came from behind. Ho ho, a good sword. It seems that the idea of using swordsmen to fight swordsmen before was wrong. There is no swordsman who can match you in the whole ninja world, not even White Fang. The new body of Orochimaru appeared behind everyone at some point and commented with a smile. It seemed that everything just now had never happened. Only Hatake Kujuo turned back calmly and looked at him quietly. Don't pretend. I just destroyed another body of yours. How many times can you use your reincarnation technique? Aren't you afraid of problems with your soul? Listening to Hatake Kujuo's casual words, Asuma and others were confused and didn't understand at all. Orochimaru's face suddenly turned cold and collapsed. It seems that you know a lot. Somehow, he felt very guilty in front of Hitaki Kujuo, as if many of his secrets had been seen through. Reincarnation technique, only the teacher can see through it at a glance. Basically counting Tsunade and Jiraiya, there are no more than 3 people. How did he know? Counting all the things that happened before, this kid has too many secrets. So many that even the knowledgeable and cold-hearted Orochimaru finds it difficult to deal with. Tramp, tramp, tramp. At this time, a lot of footsteps came from the corner of the street. Countless ninjas from Konoha, Sound, and Sand finally came together. They all confronted each other with weapons, attracted by the fighting here. But as soon as they came, they were shocked by the scene in front of them and their eyes widened. The huge Hokage building was actually beaten to pieces? The ninjas of Konoha screamed in their hearts. Didn't they say that the building would not be damaged with the protection of the 4 purple sun formation? The ninjas of Sound and Sand were even more shocked. The intelligence said that there was a Konoha ninja who was good at swordsmanship and they should be extra careful. Take another look at the surrounding buildings. Almost all of them were cut by various swords, brick and stone decorations were shattered, and all kinds of sword marks and gullies dozens or even hundreds of meters deep were everywhere. You tell me that just being good at swordsmanship can't cause such destructive power? Gurgle. Swallowing sounds came one after another. Because these ninjas found out when they were looking for the equipment of several people present. It seems there was only a red-clothed boy in the lead holding a sword in his hand. Chapter 75. The crowd automatically divided into 2 groups. The ninja teams of Konoha consciously came behind the senior ninjas such as Kakashi. On the other side, whether it was Orochimaru's own confidants or the ninjas of Sand Village, they all stood on the opposite side of Konoha. These people knew it very well. Among the people present, only Orochimaru was their only support. However, many ninjas of Sand Village looked at each other and felt very strange. Where did our Kazekage go? Why didn't he come out to command everyone to continue fighting? With doubts, a ninja with sharp eyes suddenly found a hunched corpse on the Hokage building. It was the corpse of Konoha's 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dead. The 3rd Hokage is dead. The breeze blew, stirring up the dust on the ground, but it couldn't take away the shock in the hearts of the people. Frightened. Many people were scared. Looking at the scene in front of them, the atmosphere at the scene was silent. Some Konoha ninjas had already learned about the death of the 3rd Hokage, and they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Think it's a rumor. Think it's fake. The strongest man in Konohagakure, the 3rd Hokage, who is respected as a ninja hero by the ninja world. How could they die in this little disturbance? They came here with a hope, but seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's body made them feel depressed. The kunai stuck in his chest was dripping with blood, and he was just thrown upstairs without anyone watching. A tragic fact that they were unwilling to accept was placed in front of them. The 3rd Hokage really died in battle. As it is, the death of the 3rd Hokage made many people feel like they had lost their parents. It was just different from the sad and silent atmosphere in Konoha. The Sound Ninja and the Sand Ninja were naturally excited. Especially the Sand Ninja, who took it for granted that this was the result of the victory of the Kazekage. At most, they had the help of Orochimaru. Now the cages of the 2 hidden villages are gone, some disappeared, some died. Everyone naturally focused their attention on the front of the camp. Orochimaru, and Hitaki Kujuo. Everyone stared at the young man in red with a sword in his hand with complicated expressions. Although he looked young, only about 10 years old, no one dared to underestimate him or provoke him. Nonsense! He was not a fool. Just by looking at the surrounding environment, you can know how terrifying the sword in the hands of this young man was. Too strong. How could they resist someone who could cut a deep pit with a radius of tens or hundreds of meters with a sword? Even if they rushed up together. I am afraid they would not be able to defeat him with one sword. Absolutely. Absolutely a cage-level strongman. Such a young cage-level strongman, everyone was terrified. Hitaki Kujuo just raised his sword and stood silently at the front without saying a word. He was just one person. He suppressed the entire opponent's camp and no one dared to speak. What a spirit! Hitaki Kujuo took a step forward. Then, the ninjas of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja swallowed their saliva and took a step back in fear. When Kujuo Hitaki took another step forward, they took another step back, until the end of the wall, with no room to retreat. These ninjas raised their weapons in fear. Panic! You have to panic. The enemy is a cage-level strongman, how can they be his opponent? Looking at these ninjas who were obviously scared, Kujuo Hitaki didn't care much. He just glanced at them casually, and those who were stared at by him trembled like sieves and almost peed their pants. Feeling the reactions of these people, Kujuo Hitaki shook his head with disdain. Although he didn't like the bullshit wall of fire that the third generation talked about every day, he had to say that in terms of unity and will, the Konoha ninjas were really the best. Compared with them, these Genin and Chunin of Sand Village and Sound Village are just chickens and dogs. And after the ninjas that Orochimaru brought with him to perform the four purple sun formation were killed by the aftermath of his sword, no one could set up a decent barrier anymore. On the contrary, the Konoha ninjas in the back, whether they were the ceiling squad or the barrier squad, all performed their duties, cooperated with each other, and protected the surrounding environment. Looking at the defenseless formation on the opposite side, as long as he swung his sword, he could kill a group of ninjas immediately. So he moved. Hitaki Kujuo had no expression on his face, and made two simple movements. Hold the sword and draw it out. Swish! Clean and neat, a sword was swung out. Slash! The terrible slash flew out. The sword energy dozens of meters long roared away like a swimming dragon. Hide! Can't hide! What happened next was that, in the shock of the people on the opposite side, Orochimaru disappeared from the spot in a flash, without making a move, and directly left them alone. Puff! One sword. The magnificent red gold slash was as graceful as a startled wild goose. All the ninjas who didn't have time to dodge were cut to pieces. The blazing Yanjian even scorched many of their bodies instantly, and crackling burning sounds were heard in the air. A smell of burning came over. Everyone covered their noses. Looking at the number of people on the opposite side, except for a very small number of elite Chunin and a few captain-level beings, they still survived. Most of the ninjas were killed by this sword. Ding! Current role-playing degree, 61.21%. The system's prompt sounded in time. As the template of Jikuni Yuanichi was further unlocked, Hitaki Kujuo felt a warm current passing through his body, and it seemed that his understanding of the entire world in his mind suddenly became much clearer. I have become stronger again. Hitaki Kujuo remained calm on the surface, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Sure enough, the last 50% of the role-playing degree is used to improve the strength of the template in all aspects. When I completely unlocked all of Tsugakoko Yoshika's skills, I felt that I had touched another extreme. That is to break through the strength of the Demon Slayer world and adapt to the extreme of the strength of the Naruto world. And every time the role-playing degree increases by 10%, the system will increase the corresponding ability to adapt. I moved the sword in my hand slightly. An invisible sense of control arises spontaneously. Now I can swing 1,000 swords in 1 second. The strength and scale of the slash are also more grand. When Kujuo Hitaki attacked with all his strength before, the length of the sword energy could only reach a height of 70 to 80 meters at most. A casual sword can be 30 or 40 meters. This height is more exaggerated than many Susanos. Some low-level Susanos are only more than 10 or 20 meters high. Of course, this does not mean that he can cut Susanoo with one sword. He knows that he must increase the strength of the sword energy again to achieve the ideal effect. At that time, the sharp slash will be more concentrated. Even if it is a complete Susanoo, he can cut off half of the body with one sword. However, now there are more important things to do. The rest is up to you. With his back to Kakashi and other Konoha ninjas behind him, Hatake Kujuo said lightly, and then he went straight to Orochimaru with a sword. And Orochimaru seemed to be waiting for him deliberately, and his cold smile made people shudder. Lord Orochimaru, kill him. Avenge everyone. In the pool of blood, a ninja wearing a sound ninja forehead protector struggled and said, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, kill this kid and let him see how powerful you are." It must be said that Orochimaru still has a lot of extremely loyal subordinates. No matter whether they are low-level genin or middle-level chunin, they are all loyal to Orochimaru without exception. However, Hatake Kujuo just turned his head and glanced at them slightly. These arrogant people immediately became silent. As if they were stared at by a prehistoric beast, they were like falling into an ice cellar and dared not say anything more. They were afraid that Hatake Kujuo would swing his sword again. Orochimaru seemed to be waiting for something. Hatake Kujuo knew in his heart that his body was forcibly cut off by his red sword, and his soul had not yet fully matched with his body. But he was willing to give Orochimaru this time. For no other reason, it was because he had just unlocked the role-playing degree and wanted to find a powerful person to test what level he was at now. Orochimaru, who is in his middle age, is undoubtedly the best candidate. Finally, Orochimaru seemed to have adapted to his body, and began to smile sinisterly again. "You will regret your arrogance." Orochimaru guessed Hatake Kujuo's intention. But, so what? Hatake Kujuo pointed his sword at Orochimaru's neck and made a scratching motion with his other hand. Ho ho! Suddenly, Orochimaru moved. His robe was blown up by the surge of a large amount of chakra, and his hands quickly began to form seals. His shadow snake hand. Black snakes came out of his sleeves and covered the entire street in the blink of an eye. The poisonous snakes that covered the sky turned the whole world into a sea of snakes, as if they were in a snake's nest. The ninjas of Otagaku excitedly punched when they saw this scene. Great! As expected of Lord Orochimaru, with so many poisonous snakes, where can that kid run? The Konoha ninjas were frightened by the poisonous snakes scurrying around on the ground. Some of the timid ones even dropped their weapons. Is this the power of the three ninjas? The scale of the technique was too powerful. The number of black snakes on the ground was not only increased countless times, as if Orochimaru had summoned tens of thousands of poisonous snakes in an instant, but also increased in size. Each one was as thick as an adult's wrist. It didn't matter if there were 8 or 10 snakes of this size, or even 100. But there were tens of thousands of poisonous snakes in his hands, and even people without intensive phobia would be scared silly. Kakashi frowned. Lightning instantly entangled in his hand, and he looked at everything on the ground with great caution. However, Orochimaru's target was only one from head to toe, and that was Hatake Kujuo. Hiss! Countless poisonous snakes finally jumped up. Hatake Kujuo was directly wrapped into a snake ball with a diameter of tens of meters, and countless poisonous snakes were biting zero. With such a terrifying technique, can the boy survive? I don't know, but the body is completely surrounded in all directions. It's really hard to imagine how to escape. Damn it! We dare not help rashly, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with if we hurt our own people. How did Orochimaru do so many poisonous snakes? At this moment, the hearts of all the ninjas in Konoha were concerned about the situation on Hatake Kujuo's side. The survivors of the Sand Ninja and the Sound Village were the same. They also focused all their attention on the snake ball. Anyway, there were only 2 shadow-level strong men present. Whoever died. Needless to say, the rest will be buried in the end. Orochimaru put his hands together and continuously injected a large amount of chakra. The sea of snakes was like a locust passing through, climbing to the center. He was already in doubt. The snake ball is still expanding, why is the chakra absorption rate still so exaggerated? The next second, Hatake Kujuo gave the answer. Swish! The sword light shines like daylight. In an instant, with the buzzing sound of the sword, all the surrounding venomous snakes are immediately crushed. The body is covered with holy light that penetrates the body. The elliptical light curtain makes Hatake Kujuo look like a god, so powerful. That is the scene created by the incredibly fast swordsmanship. Hatake Kujuo, the movement of swinging the sword in his hand is like an afterimage, flying up and down, up to 1,000 times per second. 1,000 swings of the sword deeply destroyed every poisonous snake that dared to approach him. What? Orochimaru was forced to stop the seal-making action with his hands, his face pale with shock. This light-speed sword-swinging operation really frightened the knowledgeable Orochimaru. It's a pity that he didn't know the news of the Death Forest team in advance, otherwise he would have known that he could use this move as early as when Hatake Kujuo single-handedly chopped off a tail. The crowd behind. They started to talk. Hiss! Am I dreaming? Fake, fake! Why can I see Hatake Kujuo's whole body, but can't see the movement of his arms? Is this the sword energy that humans can swing? How many swords per second? 50? 100? 300? Or, more? Whether it was the Konoha side or the enemy side, they were all stunned by this sword energy barrier. It was so terrifying. Kujuo Hatake was dubbed a monster. The shock in their hearts was no less than the team that had observed Kujuo Hatake swinging his sword through the Eye of Sand in the Death Forest. At that time, they were also so shocked. However, Kujuo Hatake's sword swinging speed has reached a higher level. From 800 swords per second, it has advanced to the current 1000 swords per second. The snake's limbs, internal organs, and blood were all splashed in the sky, and the huge impact force sprayed it on the faces of Konoha, Sand Ninja, and Otagakure Ninja. The fishy smell was pungent and could almost make people faint. Kujuo Hatake shrugged his nose and frowned slightly. Sun breathing form 3, fiery sun red mirror. He stopped swinging his sword quickly, but took a deep breath and slashed with the sword in his hand. Swish! The oval sword energy intersected in the sky. It was like a sea of fire under the sun, and then spread in all directions. Everyone lowered their heads and barely dodged the sword. When they stood up again, they were shocked to find that the buildings within a radius of 100 meters had been completely destroyed. The once dense and prosperous Konoha building complex is now only a ruin, still emitting white smoke. The remaining sword energy slowly dissipated, and the remaining extreme Yanjian attribute changed to form a sea of fire. The sea of fire surrounded a dazzling red mirror like the sun, evaporating all the snake remains, internal organs and blood foam in the air. Even the fishy smell was swept away. Hey! The smell is finally a little lighter. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was not calm. Such a shocking sword, you actually just want to remove the smell? Good guy. If everyone hadn't reacted quickly and squatted in time, I'm afraid they would have been cut in half now, and died very unjustly and aggrieved. Despite this, the buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters were flattened by a sword and turned into the ground. And you told me that it was just to remove the smell? Not only were they cursing in their hearts, but Orochimaru, who was standing beside them, had an icy cold face. The golden vertical pupils were like the coldest blooded animal, looking at the figure of Hatake Kujuo with extreme bloodthirstiness. Provocation. Extreme provocation. He had such a terrifying sword-swinging speed, but he did not take the initiative to attack, but waited for himself to cast ninjutsu. He slashed with rage, and his target was not himself, but just to use the attribute changes of the sword energy to remove the odor in the air. This behavior of not taking himself seriously completely angered Orochimaru. He stared at Hatake Kujuo with an increasingly cold gaze. As one of the three ninjas, Orochimaru also has his pride. Although he knew that Hatake Kujuo was very powerful, but he would never allow a teenager to trample on him like this. Chapter 76. Snake Step. Orochimaru shouted, and his two arms expanded rapidly, containing amazing chakra fluctuations. This terrifying momentum before the spell shocked others. Swish! Immediately, the two expanded arms broke away from the air. Then, they changed into two huge pythons, and landed on the ground, causing a vibration. Boom! Boom! It was like a beast passing through. The ground trembled at this moment. Not only that, Orochimaru's eyes were cold, as if he was determined to kill Hatake Kujuo. He squatted slightly, quickly put his two palms together to form a seal, and then slammed the floor. He shouted, 10,000 snake needles! Boom! Another terrible scene. The overwhelming swarm of snakes poured out from all directions, and their number far exceeded the previous latent multi-snake hands, directly covering half of the nearby village. Too many. The Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja automatically retreated to one side, and the snakes avoided them under the control of Orochimaru. Seeing this, these ninjas couldn't help but feel proud. The one they followed was one of the three ninjas, a famous cage-level strongman. Any ninjutsu in the hands of a cage-level strongman would be several levels more powerful, faster and larger. But looking at the snakes on the ground that could cover the sky and the sun, how many people present could stop them? You are worthy of being Lord Orochimaru. No matter how powerful that kid is, how capable can he be at his age? With excitement in their eyes, they expected this move to get rid of the enemy in one move. That's it. Watching Orochimaru repeating the old routine and using a large number of snakes to attack him, Hatake Kujuo was slightly 06 raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Wouldn't it be futile to do so? Haven't I demonstrated this point long ago? Such a scene fell into Orochimaru's eyes, causing his pupils to shrink, and he couldn't help but get angry. Don't underestimate this 10,000 snakes formation. As long as my chakra is not cut off, the poisonous snakes in the formation will never stop until they bite the enemies in the formation to death. Laughing coldly, Orochimaru seemed to be very confident in his move. In the original work, facing Naruto who had transformed into the Nine Tails, Orochimaru also used this move. The scene at that time was indeed horrifying. However, that's all. Since the snakes in the snake formation cannot be cut off, then just get rid of you, the enemy who cast the spell. Hatake Kujuo uttered softly. Sun-breathing sixth form, burning bone flame sun. Cut. The rotating flame whistled away, and all the poisonous snakes along the way were roasted up and down, and their limbs were scattered. The target is Orochimaru. If you want to dodge, you must move the hand that casts the spell. Orochimaru stared at the huge flames that looked like the tongue of the fire god, his face unchanged, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who told you that I have to seal with both hands? Crack! With the crisp sound of biting the index finger, Orochimaru shouted. Spirit summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Bang! The ground shook continuously. The ground cracked, and suddenly, a large number of cracks began to appear on the earth. The cracks struggled and trembled, and suddenly a huge door with a height of more than 20 meters, a width of 4 or 5 meters, and a thickness of 2 or 3 meters rose up. There was an evil ghost holding a ring on the huge door. It was made of the totem of ancient gods, as if it was an ancient relic, and it was full of momentum. Dong, dong, dong. Very quickly. At a distance of more than 10 meters behind, two identical doors rose again, only the totems were different. Here it comes. Lord Orochimaru's Rashomon. A Chunin from the Sound Village had a glowing look in his eyes, and he got excited as he looked at the towering giant gate. Rashomon? What is that? A Sand Ninja was confused. Immediately, the Sound Ninja explained proudly. The so-called Rashomon is Lord Orochimaru's strongest defense technique, which can block the attacks of all things in the world. No one can break through the front of Rashomon. That's right. The first Rashomon can block the enemy's attack head-on, the second Rashomon can greatly reduce the attack power, and the third Rashomon will compress the pressure to the minimum. 3 Rashomons, each Rashomon requires a lot of chakra to summon. Ordinary Chunin can't even summon one. Elite Jonin may be able to summon one. Only Lord Orochimaru can summon 3 Rashomons at once with ease. There is a Rashomon in front blocking the kid's way, and there are endless poisonous snakes on the ground. Konoha Ninja Village is finished. As they said, they showed cruel and bloodthirsty light in their eyes, looking forward to the first ninja village in the ninja world to completely perish under their witness. Listening to the explanation of the sound ninja, the worry on the face of the Konoha ninja opposite became more intense. They knew Orochimaru as well as Otoshi, who was once one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. A legendary ninja who was as famous as Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama. Although every slash of Hatake Kujuo had the power of cage level, he was not a veteran cage level strongman after all. Konoha, danger! In the spotlight. The flame slash of burning bone flame roared and hit the first door of the 3-layer Rashomon. But it didn't work for a moment to stop it. Boom! Burning bone flame directly rushed over with unstoppable force, crushing and exploding. The whole audience was silent. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. This is impossible. The Otoshi, who was secretly proud of himself just now, was dumbfounded and exclaimed that it was impossible. The others were still silent for a while, staring at the last 2 doors. What a pity! The same scene as always. Bang! Bang! 2 earth-shattering noises. The triple Rashomon was shattered. Crash! The blazing flames were so close that Orochimaru could even feel the hairs on his body being singed. His face was gloomy, and he had to stop casting the 10,000 snakes array and used the substitute technique to dodge the attack. The sword energy that didn't hit Orochimaru disappeared until the end of his vision. There was a sea of fire along the road, and only 1 out of 10 buildings remained. Hatake Kujuo kept swinging his sword. Whoosh! 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 Each sword took away the lives of a large number of snakes, and the sword energy slashed the ground. The 10,000 snakes were cleared and the ground became a ruin. There were gullies and sword marks everywhere. The cracks that were more than 10 meters long and several meters wide made the ground devastated. The next second. Puff! Hatake Kujuo came to Orochimaru in an instant, and without waiting for him to react, he stabbed with his sword. On the other side, Orochimaru was not panicked at all, and his body twisted in an amazing manner. Ho ho, it's useless. Your attack power is good, but it's impossible for me to hit my body. Orochimaru's neck stretched out dozens of meters, like a strange snake walking on a human body, and he was about to bite back at Kujuo Hatake. The speed was terrifying. Facing the biting head of Orochimaru, Kujuo Hatake raised the corner of his mouth. And then... zzz! The sky was filled with thunder and light. In Kujuo Hatake's hand the blade of the sword has turned into a golden base color since some time ago. Lightning light entangled his body, as if the god of thunder had descended to the world, holding the sword of the god of thunder to punish the criminals. Thunder breathing form 1, thunderbolt flash. He chanted softly. Hatake Kujuo poured his strength into 1 foot. He burst out in one breath again, like thunder tearing through the air, and slashed with a sword at a speed that no one could see clearly. 1 strike. Orochimaru's twisted and stretched neck was cut off. Others stared at this scene in amazement. At this moment, everyone present was in a state of shock. The Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja were about to kneel. What did they see just now? A thunderbolt flash filled with golden light? Didn't the intelligence say that he could only slash, and it also had a fire attribute change? Asuma, when did Kujuo learn lightning release? Kakashi calmly walked to Asuma's side, not wanting others to hear that he, as a cousin, didn't know his brother at all. However, Asuma's face was also full of horror, and the shock had not completely subsided at this moment. I don't know either. I've never seen him use this move. Usually, he kills everything with a fire attribute slash. Hong listened to the confused conversation between the two elders who almost knew Kujuo Hitaki the most, and couldn't help but open her mouth. The charming red eyes flashed with a strange color. This boy always brings surprises. After Kujuo Hitaki's thunderbolt slash, he confirmed that the lightning had completely numbed Orochimaru's head. At this time, there were still dense lightning wrapped around Orochimaru's body, making him unable to change his form. He picked up Orochimaru's head and slowly walked back to the crowd. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Every time Hitaki Kujuo took a step, everyone stepped aside to make room and position. Holding Orochimaru's head with his sword, Hitaki Kujuo chuckled. What do you think? Your so-called support is in my hand. Do you have the courage to take it back from me? As soon as the words fell, an Odanin stepped forward angrily, wanting to help Orochimaru out of trouble. But as soon as he walked out of the crowd, he trembled when he met Hitaki Kujuo's mysterious eyes, and immediately frightened him to stay where he was and dared not move. Hee. Chuckling twice, Hitaki Kujuo grabbed Orochimaru's head with his hands, ready to kill him with a sword. No matter whether he could kill him completely or not, Hitaki Kujuo would never show mercy. The sword was raised, flashing golden lightning arcs. Bang! A white smoke lit up. The head of Orochimaru in his hand disappeared out of thin air. In a cave far away, with runes of various summoning techniques, Kabuto Yakushi knelt on one knee, one hand in a seal position. At the same time, the head of Orochimaru appeared in front of him. There was another body with pale skin on the ground. Hitaki Kujuo was not surprised at the sudden disappearance of Orochimaru. According to his weirdness and the strength of human understanding, no one in the current ninja world can completely kill Orochimaru. Even in the later period when there were many cage-level people and Jonin was worse than a dog, only the Six Paths level seeking truth Jade could completely wipe out Orochimaru's existence. Orochimaru, who came to invade Konoha with only a reincarnated body, said that he had no backup plan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who might have died in the battle, would not believe it. But no matter what, Orochimaru, who was stabbed by his sword twice, had his spirit body severely damaged, which was why he was stuck on the sword and could not move. Gurgle. A sound of swallowing saliva was heard. The ninjas of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja Village looked at Hitaki Kujuo as if they saw a ghost. One of the three ninjas, the famous S-rank rebel ninja Orochimaru in the ninja world. He was easily defeated by him. The boy in front of him was not a normal person, but a monster. Take them down, don't let any of them go. Behind him, Kakashi shouted in a deep voice, and immediately ordered the remaining enemies to be captured. After this battle, needless to say, the name of Hitaki Kujuo will surely be famous in the ninja world. He defeated Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, and killed the first and second generation Hokage, as well as the impure body of Konoha White Fang. In the end, even Orochimaru, who killed the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was defeated. Such an amazing record. It can be said to be remarkable and dazzling, and he has the style of becoming the second god of the ninja world. Chapter 77. And so, a long and tragic war ended. This time, Konoha suffered a lot of losses. Similarly, a large number of Sand Village Genin and Chunin lost their lives in Konoha village, and most of them were killed by Kujuo Hitaki. As for the few remaining elite Chunin and captain-level Jonin, many were also captured by Konoha. If they want to redeem the hostages, they must pay a large amount of war reparations. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. At the same time, on the other side, There was another shock in the sand village. The body of the third Kazekage was found. And it is very likely that it was done by Orochimaru. This news was a bolt from the blue for the already injured sand village. It was as cold as being frozen by frost in the dog days of summer. Most of the backbone forces were lost. Lord Kazekage was killed. All of a sudden, the entire kingdom of wind was in chaos. The shock, the wind, and the cry, everyone is in danger. As one of the few elite jonins in the sand village, Maki was pushed to the front by everyone and temporarily presided over some construction work. There were also people like Cho who assisted him in the back. You mean that Konoha ninja was scared of Shikaku with a sword? The one-tail took the initiative to retract into Gaara's body and never dared to come out again. Received the news. Maki looked at another jonin in disbelief. He was the captain of the team responsible for leading the team to monitor Shikaku in the Death Forest. It's true, that scene was too shocking. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, it would be hard to believe it was true, but it really happened in front of us. That kid, Hatake Kujuo, is a monster that is no less than the tailed beast. Recalling the scene of that day, the jonin still has lingering fears and fears. Asshole! Why didn't you spread the news to the battlefield earlier? Our ninjas have lost a lot of lives in vain in facing such a terrifying guy. Now our people are being detained by Konoha and demanding a lot of war reparations. Maki cursed. How could he not be angry? He was overwhelmed by the current situation and the mess. Well, we wanted to, but the battle scene at that time was too dangerous. Half of the forest was turned into a sand field by Shikaku. We were worried that we would be injured by the aftermath of the battle once we approached, so we retreated first. For a while, everyone was silent. Yes. How can someone who can chase the tailed beast with a knife have weak perception? If they really dare to approach rashly, I'm afraid they will be greeted by a sword that cuts into the sky. At that time, the whole army will be annihilated. Alas! Maki waved his hands dejectedly. There is no other way. Let's think about how to compensate Konoha. How abominable! After that, he slammed his fist on the table. Damn Orochimaru! We will settle the account of killing Lord Kazekage sooner or later. They dared not trouble Konoha. With the existence of that person, no one dared to confront him. It must be said that the Fire Country, as the leader of the 5 major countries, is indeed financially strong. The war reparations of the Sand Village have not yet been delivered. The daimyo of the Fire Country has already sent people to send a large amount of financial and material resources to help Konoha restore and rebuild. It has only been a month. The Konoha village, which was almost chopped down by Hatake Kujuo's sword, has been rebuilt with a brand new look. Hatake Kujuo hugged Hinata, held Hanabi in his left hand, and walked on the street. All the way, pedestrians lowered their heads in awe, not daring to look at each other. When the person passed by, they turned around to take a peek. Look, that's Kujuo Hatake of the Hatake clan. He defeated Shikaku alone and thwarted the conspiracy of the S-rank rebel Orochimaru. I heard that even the first and second Hokage and White Fang were defeated by him. Really? That's too perverted, isn't it? How old is he? It's true. I was there at the time. Kujuo held the girl in one hand and swung the sword with the other. Every sword energy cut through the sky, and the sword energy roared, making the Sand Ninja and Orochimaru run away in panic. I really envy you, but it's a pity that I was assigned to the refuge base at that time and didn't see it with my own eyes. Pedestrians on the road saw Kujuo Hatake and talked about it. All kinds of stories about him were passed down in a very detailed manner. When Kujuo Hatake heard it, he couldn't help but be amused by this exaggerated description. Hug Hinata and fight? Do you think this is a storybook? But this statement did move his heart. In the future, one day, Hatake Kujuo can unlock the template 100%, and Hinata can also have a pair of pure reincarnation eyes. At that time, it seems pretty good to hug the two sisters and fight against Six Paths Madara. Kujuo. Just as he was daydreaming, Asuma suddenly appeared in front of him. What's wrong, teacher? Hearing that Hatake Kujuo still called him teacher, Asuma was stunned at first, and then he immediately laughed out loud. Although his father Sarutobi Hiruzen died in the battle, Asuma quickly recovered his emotions afterwards. In addition, his disciples saved the village, so Asuma was still very happy. It's like this. The daimyo has conveyed an order, saying that a village cannot be without a shadow for a day. The village has been built up almost completely, and everything is going well. It's time to elect the fifth Hokage. The elders are already waiting in the meeting room of the Hokage building. The daimyo specifically asked you to participate. Hokage election? The daimyo personally nominated? Hatake Kujuo suddenly realized. After the battle, he was busy digesting the rewards given by his system and began to develop combat skills other than sun breathing. Thunder breathing, water breathing, flame breathing, wind breathing, and so on. The rest of the time is to get along well with Hinata, and there is also Hanabi who has to squeeze in. Count the time. The funeral of the third generation is over. It's time to elect the next generation of Hokage. Okay, I got it. Letting go of Hinata's waist, Kujuo Hatake said softly. I'll go first, you take Hanabi home and wait for me. Okay. Hinata nodded shyly and took Hanabi away. Before leaving, Hanabi pouted and looked back at Kujuo Hatake, seeming a little unhappy. Following Asuma all the way to the newly built Hokage building, and the original building is no different. On the main seat, it is the fat and greasy daimyo of the Land of Fire. Utane Koharu, Mitamon En and Danzo sit on the left and right respectively, followed by Kakashi, Narashikaku and other village elites. Seeing the arrival of Hatake Kujuo, Danzo holds his crutches with both hands, and a hint of gloom flashes in his eyes. At the same time, there is a deep desire hidden in Danzo's eyes, which he covers up well. Okay, since everyone is here, let's get started. The daimyo seemed to be waiting for Hatake Kujuo, and announced the start of the meeting as soon as he arrived. As soon as the words of the Land of Fire came out, Danzo's eyes beside him immediately became excited, with undisguised desire. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. The only one in the village who can carry the banner of the name of Shadow is himself who controls the root. Danzo's eyes flickered, and he began to analyze in his heart. But I won't keep you in suspense. Regarding the next cage of the village, I always believe that the capable should take the position, and only those with strong strength can convince the public. I think that Kujuo Hatake cut off the tailed beast with his sword in the previous defense battle, and successfully defeated the invasion of powerful ninjas led by Orochimaru. He has made outstanding contributions. I will vote for him for the nomination of Hokage. The daimyo's words were simple and rough, which made people's eyelids jump. He directly pointed out his optimism for a young man. After all, as the daimyo of a country, he has a lot of things to do every day. It is impossible to know all the ninjas in the village, and it doesn't matter who becomes the Hokage. The only requirement is to be strong and loyal to the village. Kujuo Hatake protected Konoha with his own strength, and was born in the Hatake clan, which meets his requirements. No. Danzo suddenly slammed the table and stood up to object. His fierce reaction scared everyone. Why not? The daimyo glanced at Danzo coldly, his expression unhappy. On the other side, Danzo realized that he had lost his temper and quickly apologized to the daimyo. Sorry, I lost my temper just now. But the position of the cage of a village is so important, and it carries a huge responsibility. How can it be easily handed over to a kid who is still wet behind the ears? You know, the Hokage not only has to handle the affairs of the entire village, but also connect with the Land of Fire, and deal with the prying of other countries and deal with the major hidden villages. Such a task must never be handed over to a child. No matter in terms of qualifications or in terms of dealing with people, he is far from qualified for the position of Hokage. As soon as these words came out, the two elders, Udaten Koharu and Midaman, looked at each other and immediately expressed their opposition. The daimyo looked unfriendly, but did not refute. After all, what Danzo said made sense. Whether he can take on the position of Hokage, it is not up to me or you. It depends on his own wishes. There was silence for a long time. As Konoha's top think tank, Narashikaku spoke up and wanted to hand over the right of choice to Hatake Kujuo. Feeling everyone's gaze, Hatake Kujuo did not speak immediately. He guessed on the way here that there was such a possibility that the daimyo would not invite him to the election meeting for Hokage for no reason, so Hatake Kujuo came. However, coming to the meeting does not mean that he wants to become Hokage. The cage of a village. It sounds good, and it is openly held by the most powerful person in a village, and it is Naruto's lifelong wish. But for me, it is nothing. Hatake Kujuo said, I have no interest in Hokage at all. It doesn't matter if I don't become Hokage. The only thing that can be confirmed is that if I don't become Hokage, you old coin Danzo will not even think about it. I am deeply honored to be trusted by the daimyo. Hatake Kujuo stood up and perfunctorily responded to the daimyo's enthusiasm, then looked at Danzo with a cold look and said, regarding the position of Hokage, I am still young and it is indeed not easy to convince others. Moreover, I have always been used to being free and do not like to be constrained. Therefore, I can only say sorry about being the Hokage. Hearing this, Danzo was secretly happy. However, this turn of events immediately captured Danzo's heart again. Regarding the candidate for Hokage, I do have two good suggestions. The daimyo felt a little regretful when he heard that Hatake Kujuo refused the position of Hokage, and the others looked at his face at the same time, curious about who the two candidates were. Hatake Kujuo, who attracted much attention, raised his mouth slightly, and a woman with an exaggerated cleavage appeared in his mind. He said softly, these two people are the other two of the three ninjas, Jiraiya and Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Jiraiya, Tsunade. The people present pondered over the two names in their hearts, and suddenly their eyes lit up. Yes. How could I forget the names of these two people? The legendary three ninjas are the direct disciples of the third Hokage, and their strength is beyond doubt. Both in terms of reputation and qualifications are sufficient. No matter which of them becomes the fifth Hokage, the people in the village will be relieved. Humph! What good candidate do I think they are? They are just a gambler and a lustful person. Now we don't know where they are, where can we find them? Danzo suddenly snorted coldly, expressing his disdain for the two proposals of Hatake Kujuo. Danzo was quite angry that Hatake Kujuo had destroyed his plan to take the throne through this meeting. At present, he has secretly contacted the other two. The elders finished their plot. As long as nothing unexpected happens, both of them will fully support him to become Hokage. Who knew that Kujuo Hatake suddenly appeared and was asked by the daimyo to come? Hee. Kujuo Hatake chuckled. He didn't take Danzo's provocation seriously. The other party's reaction was also expected. Anyway, there was no way to become Hokage. Besides, the previous accounts have not been settled with you. We will have fun later. Jiraiya may know the location of Princess Tsunade. Anyway, we have found Jiraiya and we can plan the rest slowly. Finally, Shikaku made the first suggestion. After the daimyo did not object, the whole audience passed it. Danzo's gloomy eyes kept flashing with viciousness, and he could only give up helplessly. Chapter 78. After the Hokage election meeting ended, the daimyo did not stay in the village for long, and then hurriedly left under the protection of a large number of ninjas and samurai. However, the subsequent arrangements have been arranged. If Jiraiya or Tsunade can be found, no matter who it is, they can be nominated as Hokage. However, facing such a result, Danzo kept a gloomy face and did not speak. With Danzo's temper, how could he give up? Just kidding. After going through so much trouble, he killed his old buddy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unexpectedly, after all the calculations, the plan was ruined by this kid Hitaki Kujuo. After returning to the underground root base, Danzo no longer had to hide his anger and cursed, with resentful words one after another. Other Konoha root ninjas fell silent, and dared not breathe under Danzo's rage. Waste, it's all Orochimaru's fault. I provided so much help, but in the end, he couldn't even handle a child. It's a pity that I helped him so much. With a gloomy face, Danzo rubbed his eyebrows and began to think about the next plan. Give up the position of Hokage? It is impossible to give up. I, Danzo, will never give up in my life. It is not possible at all. The position of Hokage can only be me, and it must be me. How could he be willing to give up after planning for so long? Orochimaru, Hitaki Kujuo, the first generation, the second generation, Hitaki Sakumo. Names flashed through his mind, and suddenly, Danzo seemed to remember something. Hitaki Sakumo. Konoha White Fang. At the beginning, he, Danzo, used the pressure of the fishing reels in the village and forced White Fang to commit suicide through gossip. Now he might use it on this kid Hitaki Kujuo. Clapped his hands. 3 ninjas knelt down at the bottom of the stairs. Danzo looked down at the 3 of them from a high place, and only half of their faces were visible in the darkness. You 3 start Plan B, and you must do it cleanly and neatly. The 3-person team under the stage wore animal masks and had no expression on their faces. Yes. Then. He left the root base with a flashing body technique. You said you would recruit me into the Anbu and make me the captain of the Anbu. At Kujuo Hitaki's house, Hinata was making tea in the kitchen, and Hanabi was practicing boxing alone in the yard. Kakashi sat opposite Kujuo Hitaki, and what he said made the latter almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Impossible. I don't even want to be the Hokage, let alone the captain of the Anbu. Besides, the captain of the Anbu must have countless tasks every day, and I won't even have free time. Looking at Kujuo Hitaki shaking his head, Kakashi had to smile bitterly. Ordinary people regard being able to enter the Anbu as an honor. This guy is different. He rejected it with just one sentence. From beginning to end, he didn't care at all. This is a special assassination organization directly led by the Hokage. If you can become a captain in it, your strength and status will rise accordingly. However, on second thought, his cousin was someone who could refuse the nomination of Hokage from the daimyo, so it was not so strange that he didn't want to become the captain of the Anbu. This proposal was made by Danzo, and now the elders have reached a consensus. Hearing the word Danzo, Kujuo Hitaki raised his eyebrows and instinctively felt uncomfortable. This old guy again. He is still not at ease with half a foot in the coffin. What on earth does he want to do? Hearing his cousin call Danzo an old guy, Kakashi was not surprised. To be honest, he himself hated Danzo. If it weren't for his status, Kakashi would definitely come to him as soon as possible because of his father's matter. After repeated refusals, Kujuo Hitaki sent his cousin Kakashi away. It is not clear what conspiracy Danzo is up to for the time being, but as long as Danzo dares to set his sights on him, Kujuo Hitaki doesn't mind beheading him with a sword. Hinata. Called Hinata, who was busy in the kitchen. The girl responded, her big eyes flashing with confusion. Feeling the gaze of Kujuo Hitaki moving down from her face little by little, Hinata's face instantly turned red. Getting more and more lovely. She sighed. Kujuo Hitaki hugged the girl in his arms, and a soft moan came out of her mouth. After roughly feeling the size, Kujuo Hitaki said to himself, "It's grown again." The girl's hands were suddenly at a loss, and she waved nervously. In the yard. Hanabi successfully climbed up the tree at her feet. At the age of 7, she could control chakras so accurately, and she felt proud. She jumped up and wanted to run into the house to tell her brother-in-law the good news. She jumped all the way to the door, but heard a strange sound coming from inside. When she curiously poked her head out to see what was going on inside, her cute little face suddenly turned red with shame, and she covered her eyes with her hands. 2 seconds later, she couldn't help but loosen the gap between her index finger and middle finger, and then secretly looked through the gap. In recent days, the streets of Konoha are not very peaceful. After a short storm, a new rumor quickly fermented. The center of the rumor is none other than the current princess of Konoha's wealthy family, Hyuga Hinata. Hey, have you heard? It turns out that the princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, is actually a spy from another village. And that Hitaki Kujuo is actually just a lackey who colludes with another village. No way! How is this possible? How could Hinata be a spy from another village? What motive does she have to do this? That's right, Hitaki Kujuo is so powerful that he saved our village on his own. He not only helped the Hokage to get revenge, but also defeated the biggest enemy, Orochimaru. How could he collude with other villages? Hehe, you are so ignorant. Then let me ask you, why was the entire village destroyed by the giant psychic snake, but only the Hyuga clan's clan land showed no signs of damage? If that guy named Hitaki Kujuo is so strong, why didn't he show up earlier or later, but only showed up after the death of the third Hokage? Besides, a teenage kid can defeat the S-level rebel Orochimaru? It's simply a fantasy. But, if no one had personally seen him that day, witness their fight. Kujuo Hitaki cut off Orochimaru's head with one sword. Why didn't Orochimaru die? Instead, he retreated safely. Similar rumors were everywhere. At first, everyone scoffed and didn't care at all. Later, the rumors spread like wildfire. It became more and more convincing, and gradually, everyone was surprised to find that it seemed to be the case. The whole village was destroyed. Why are you okay, Hyuga? Orochimaru, who was able to kill the third Hokage, and there was news that even the Kazekage of the Sand Village was assassinated by him. How could a 12-year-old boy like you be his opponent? If he could really kill Orochimaru, why didn't he kill him on the spot? With all kinds of coincidences and doubts overlapping, Kujuo Hitaki was gradually suspected by everyone. His reputation and identity gradually changed from a hero to a lackey from another village. In the root base, listening to his subordinate's report, Danzo smiled. Very good, keep doing it. After receiving the order, the root ninja responded and went down. Danzo's exposed eye was shining with conspiracy. Hitaki Kujuo, you deserve to be eaten by me. How did White Fang die back then? You can't escape now. When you find that all the villagers in the village are beginning to suspect you, if you don't want to be a rat crossing the street, just defect. If you defect, it will further confirm the rumors spread by me. Otherwise, you will die. Thinking of the humiliation and anger on Hitaki Kujuo's always calm face, Danzo felt a sense of relief in his heart. Unconsciously, he has become Danzo's inner demon. Kujuo-kun, what should we do? There are rumors about us everywhere outside. Hinata worriedly pulled Hitaki Kujuo's hand, and her pitiful face was about to cry. Hitaki Kujuo really didn't expect it. Danzo actually did this, a series of tricks. I was wondering why he suddenly proposed that I be the captain of the Anbu. It turned out that he knew that I didn't want to be restricted, so he had already set a trap for me. Hitaki Kujuo's eyes flashed. Everything is easy to explain. He needed to kill enemies to improve his role. And he specifically targeted enemies near the Hyuga clan to protect his father-in-law's territory, so the Hyuga clan's territory was well preserved. When the third generation died, he was still slashing the one-tailed Shikaku. What a pity! No sand ninja came forward to testify. As for whether it can be regarded as killing Orochimaru, it is even more outrageous. Hitaki Kujuo dared to guarantee that even if Orochimaru was tied up and put in Konoha prison, he couldn't kill him. This guy has too many ways to save his life. But there are so many coincidences. Danzo happened to use them. The news that he refused the Anbyo captain was accidentally leaked. Everyone believed the recent rumors even more. Otherwise, why don't you dare to take over this position? You should know that this is a position that everyone in Konoha aspires to, and no normal person can refuse it. Haha, playing dirty, Danzo is really good at it. Looking at Hinata's adorable little face, Hitaki Kujuo gently rubbed it. Recently, let your father inform the Hyuga clan to be cautious. I am enough for things outside. Hinata got Hitaki Kujuo's assurance. Although she couldn't think of a way to crack it, she still nodded obediently. Kujuo, have you thought of any good ideas? Hanabi also leaned her little face over, and the two sisters stared at her with their big pure white eyes. Hitaki Kujuo held them in his arms, one in each hand, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. To deal with such a sinister villain, you have to deal with Orochimaru on the battlefield. Hinata and Hanabi didn't understand what he said at all, and they were still confused. He continued to explain. Do you know there is a classic saying, if you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who raised the problem. It is more difficult to prevent people from speaking than to prevent rivers from spreading. Sometimes, the more intense the response to rumors is, the more serious the consequences will be. If you leave it alone, these people will figure it out in the future. So, I don't plan to pay attention to the rumors outside, I just plan to take action. Kill the old guy Danzo. Chapter 79. Hinata was shocked. She felt the strong murderous intent on Kujuo Hitaki's body. For the first time. This man she liked was so cold in front of her, but she frowned with heartache. She reached out and gently stroked Kujuo Hitaki's face. Hinata wanted to use her warmth to comfort him. Although Hanabi was smart, not everyone was Uchiha Itachi. She didn't understand why her sister and brother-in-law were so troubled. She could only learn from her sister and throw herself into her brother-in-law's arms. That's it. Hitaki Kujuo found out helplessly. The two sisters tried hard to get into her arms. One of them was not enough. Damn it! Who is so vicious? They spread rumors in the village. Kujuo is such a good child. After all, he is the hope of our Konoha in the future and the inheritor of the will of fire. Do they want to destroy Konoha? Asuma and a group of senior ninjas gathered at the barbecue restaurant. He bit the meat in his hand fiercely and was very angry. It's useless for you to be anxious here. The key to the problem is what the person behind the scenes wants to do and why he does this. Yui Kurane secretly pinched Asuma's arm and signaled him to calm down. Humph! As the son of the third generation, Asuma knew all about the little tricks between the top leaders. What's going on here? After thinking about it, who else could have added fuel to the fire? Having just experienced the pain of losing his father, before he had time to grieve, Danzo stabbed him in the back. It really made Asuma sick. Kakashi, have you seen Kujuo recently? How is he? Has he been affected by the rumors outside? Kakashi was the only one present who remained calm. Asuma wanted to ask him about the situation. Him. Kakashi didn't even blink. What can happen? I've observed that my cousin is swinging his sword and meditating as usual these days. Everything is the same as before. Hiss. Kakashi's calm words made the senior ninjas sigh in their hearts. This performance was indeed unexpected. Anyone who has just made great contributions and is slandered in the backhand will not be calm. But Kujuo Hitaki could actually practice as usual. This characterization really shocked everyone. Youth needs passion. Perhaps, this is the difference between geniuses and us. Kai said with a grin. Hong poked Asuma with his arm and pointed at Kakashi with his eyes. The meaning was obvious. The main character didn't react. Look at how calm Kakashi is. Everyone understood and remembered that Kakashi was also a genius. I hope Kujuo can get through this smoothly. Pray. Everyone began to enjoy the barbecue food on the table and put the troubles behind them for the time being. On the other side, in the root base, Danzo's next move was already in place. In the afternoon, bring Ibiki Marino to see me. Yes. The root ninjas below the stage immediately responded. At that moment, Ibiki Marino was quite puzzled. I belong to the Anbu, and have nothing to do with the root organization led by Danzo. Then, why did Danzo look for me? Could it be that the death of the third Hokage made the elder want to recruit him? With many doubts, Marino Ibiki entered the root base alone. Looking at the environment in front of him, it was as dim as expected, which was in line with the elder's thoughts. Marino Ibiki looked at the root ninjas standing on both sides of the secret passage, and secretly kept a watchful eye. What is so important? Why are we negotiating here? He suddenly asked the root member leading the way in front, but the other party kept silent and did not answer. After a long time of leading the way, Marino Ibiki just saw Danzo sitting on the main seat in a dark hall. Elder Danzo, you are looking for me. He knelt on one knee and greeted Danzo. No matter what, he was only the captain of the Anbu interrogation unit, and the other party was a village elder. It was clear which one was more important. Danzo snorted and motioned to Genbu standing beside him to bring him the scroll. I came to you this time for something very important. The scroll records our actions this time, and it also contains a little bit of my meaning. These are just deposits, and there will naturally be a big gift later. After the matter is done, I have a way to help you get the position of Anbu captain. This. Danzo was bribing himself. After realizing this, Marino Ibiki's face was solemn, and he took it seriously in his heart. He was crawling in the Anbu after so many years of fighting. They are still the most vicious and insidious torture team, so naturally they know something about the village's high-level officials. It's ridiculous that the cat and the mouse are planning something. With curiosity, Marino Ibiki patiently looked at the scroll in his hand. This look. It made his pupils shrink instantly. You want to deal with Hitaki Kujuo? The hero of the village. After reading all the contents, Marino Ibiki was shocked. He was shocked. Is Danzo crazy? Marino Ibiki didn't expect Danzo to be so crazy that he wanted to help deal with the hero who just saved the entire Konohagakure village. Hitaki Kujuo. The content inside was to let him, as the captain of the Anbu torture team, tamper with and fabricate the captives of the Otonin and Sandnin in the village, and declare to the outside world that Hitaki Kujuo and Hyuga Hinata were their accomplices. It was an insider planted in the village to destroy Konoha. The number of families and ninjas involved is simply shocking. The first to bear the brunt is the current top family Hyuga. It's just a child. I did this for the stability of the village. Danzo didn't like the expression on Marino Ibiki's face now. He snorted coldly and defended his behavior. For the village. Eliminating the hero? Haha, all these things are probably for your own selfish interests. Marino Ibiki sneered in his heart and showed disdain on his face. I have heard that the elders of the village are already corrupt and can only intrigue and use all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. Now it is true. Compared with you, the cruelty and bloodiness of our Anbu interrogation troops are not so cruel. I am sorry that I can't obey such a despicable method. Goodbye. After saying that, Marino Ibiki flicked his sleeves and prepared to leave. At this time, a trace of gloom flashed in Danzo's eyes. Want to leave? It's too late. Do you think you can just walk away casually after entering my base? Come here. Swish, swish, swish. With Danzo's order, a large number of ninjas appeared from all directions. They stared at Marino Ibiki in the center with a fierce look, and their eyes through the mask were emotionless and cold. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who disobey me will die. Since you don't agree to my request, everyone take him down, regardless of life or death." Danzo glanced at Marino Ibiki sarcastically for the last time, gave a faint order, and turned around and left. Behind. Immediately, there was a fierce fight. Hanabi took her sister to go shopping on the street. Since the village was rebuilt, the two sisters haven't come out for a breath of fresh air for a long time. "Look! Sister, this hair flower is so beautiful." Hanabi suddenly pointed to a street stall and said in surprise, holding her sister's hand, and ran over. Squatting down, Hanabi happily reached out her hand to pick up the flower she liked and try it on. The vendor immediately stopped her. "Go away! You are not welcome here. All members of the Hyuga clan are bad people. The village has kept you for nothing. You are really ungrateful." Being said like this, Hinata and Hanabi felt wronged. Adding to the strange and suspicious eyes of the people around them, the two girls no longer had the intention of shopping. They ran all the way back to Hitaki Kujuo's home with red eyes. As soon as they entered the door, Hitaki Kujuo noticed that something was wrong with their faces and asked in a deep voice. "What's wrong? Did someone outside bully you?" Hinata gritted her teeth and said nothing. She looked at Hanabi and turned her head away stubbornly. Seeing this scene, how could Hitaki Kujuo not know what happened? It must be rumors outside. You can guess all this without thinking. Naruto's childhood experience had already told him that the villagers were a group of simple and stupid people. They had no independent thoughts. Instead, they treated the son of a hero so harshly. For the first time, Kujuo Hitaki felt the same way as Naruto. However, he was not Naruto, nor was he White Fang. Kujuo Hitaki didn't care about the village or the will of fire at all. What he cared about was the people around him. It's a pity that there are always idiots looking for death these days. Take a deep breath. Kujuo Hitaki smiled and said to Hinata and Hanabi. You just stay at home. Don't come out no matter what happens. I'm going to do something. Hinata always obeyed Kujuo Hitaki's words, nodded seriously, and took Hanabi into the inner room. When Kujuo Hitaki was about to walk out the door, Hinata suddenly shouted. Kujuo-kun, please come back safely this time. Hearing Hinata's concerned words, Kujuo Hitaki smiled calmly, and then slowly took down the sword hanging on the corridor. At this moment, his face was as calm as water, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. Danzo, old dog, since you insist on seeking death, I will send you down to see the third Hokage. Holding the sword, Kujuo Hitaki walked out the door without looking back. The target is directly at the root base of Konoha. On the street, the people are still bustling, and their laughter is full of expectations for the future. It's a pity that they don't remember who brought these to them. Suddenly, several villagers who were chatting suddenly shut up and pointed at the figure who just turned from the corner of the street. Hitaki Kujuo. She. Chapter 80. With cold murderous intent. Hitaki Kujuo walked on the street without any concealment, completely ignoring the surrounding sight. All the way. Watching this scene, countless pedestrians fell silent, they dared not look into the eyes of the red-clothed boy. No matter how good-looking that handsome face was, it could not hide his monstrous murderous aura. It was fully revealed. At this time, these civilians who usually talked about and slandered Hitaki Kujuo without restraint remembered that this boy was powerful. Bang! Without saying a word, Hitaki Kujuo saw the Konoha root base in front of him, and kicked it out without saying a word. Arrogant. Totally arrogant. The huge stone door was kicked to pieces, and turned into stones and fell down with a clatter. Who is it? How dare you enter the root? There were ninjas guarding the secret passage inside the door. Kill your people. After the cold voice suddenly sounded. Swish. A gorgeous sword light. It pierced through the entire root gate. The decorations and buildings outside collapsed one after another, revealing the dark secret passage inside. Several ninjas guarding the gate had no time to react and were cut in half. This sword did not change the attributes. They did not die immediately, but before they died, they still had a breath left. Sword. Sword chi. It's him, that man is coming. It's a pity that he died before they could see Kuzuo Hitaki's face clearly. The huge movement outside naturally attracted a large number of root ninjas inside the base. And they jumped out one after another, holding their weapons against Kuzuo Hitaki. Everyone was wearing a mask, so their faces could not be seen clearly, and only their heights could be distinguished. These root members were the special talents of various families in the village that Danzo had collected for decades. Kurama, Nara, Yamanaka. There were children from many large families in Konoha. It can be seen that Danzo had put in a lot of effort and hard work. At this moment, a leading root captain shouted in a low voice. Those who are good at the root base will be killed without mercy. At the command, countless ninjutsu and hidden weapons attacked. Hitaki Kuzuo's cold eyes swept over them one by one, and he defeated all the attacks with a casual sword. Be sensible, everyone get out of my way, I will pretend that you have never stood in front of me. Otherwise, there is only one result. Die. When the last word of death was spoken, the people opposite Hitaki Kuzuo changed color. Arrogant. Incomparably arrogant. Someone actually dared to say such a shameless thing inside their base. You know, this is a root base that has been operating for decades and there are many strong people. The internal members are even more talented, and all kinds of weird methods emerge in an endless stream. Even if the real shadow comes, he will definitely not return. Now, this half-grown boy actually dared to be sensible and everyone get out of the way and pretend that he didn't see it. A sinister killing intent emerged. The captain shouted angrily, "Kill!" Instantly, countless ninjas began to change their formations, with various hand seals. Black shadows began to wander on the ground, and there were also many insects buzzing in the air. In addition, illusions, summoning techniques, and physical techniques continued. From all directions, they blocked the escape route of Kuzuo Hitaki, and they came to kill. The calm eyes were calm. Kuzuo Hitaki looked at these oncoming attacks without any extra emotional fluctuations. Fancy. He opened his mouth lightly, breathing slightly heavily, and exerted a little force on his feet. Thunder breathing form 1 thunderbolt flash. Swish! A sword was slashed out. The golden lightning flashed. After a burst of crackling arcs in the air, the sky was filled with lightning, and the figure of Hitaki Kuzuo had teleported to the other side of the secret passage. Behind, the group of root ninjas was stunned there. Moving. Everyone looked down at their waists or necks in disbelief, where a bloody mark had slowly been cut. Then, one after another fell down unwillingly. Puff puff. Blood was spilt in an instant, leaving only corpses on the ground. The thunder calling method, the strongest and most direct move, thunderbolt flash. One sword. Kill everyone instantly. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, Hitaki Kuzuo walked inside with a cold face. He was already prepared in his heart. This way. I will definitely kill him to pieces. Holding a 3-foot-long sword, I dare to change the sun and the moon. After the long secret passage, there is a prison where annoying people are imprisoned. Next to it is a cruel human laboratory with all kinds of bloody scenes that make people feel cold. Hitaki Kuzuo walked by. He just glanced at it briefly and his expression did not change. However, when he passed the prison in the middle. Young man, are you Hitaki Kuzuo? In a solitary confinement room, a middle-aged man who was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable was tied to a cross. Hitaki Kuzuo's eyes flashed, and he saw a long scar on this man's face. Among the ninjas in Konoha. There is only one person with such a mark in my memory. That is the captain of the torture unit of the Anbu, Marino Ibiki. How could a captain of the Anbu be imprisoned in the prison of the root? Even if the third generation who is in charge of the Anbu has died in battle, the root cannot be so presumptuous. That old guy Danzo. Has he become so crazy? With the slash of a knife, Hatake Kujuo saved him from the cross. After being rescued, Marino Ibiki leaned against the wall limply and took a long breath. Seeing this, Hatake Kujuo. His eyes condensed slightly, and he stretched out his hand and placed it on his chest. Try to move the airflow of your breath to the place where my fingers are. If you can't feel it, you can use chakra to assist. Listening to the boy's plain words, Marino Ibiki was stunned at first, and then after doing it, he was surprised to find that the heaviest wound on his body had improved a lot. At least, if he can get timely treatment next, there will be no sequelae. He looked at Kujuo Hatake with gratitude, but the latter shook his head. Tell me, how could you, a captain of the Anbu, be caught here by Danzo? When Marino Ibiki heard the name Danzo, hatred flashed in his eyes, and then he told the story. After listening to his narration, Kujuo Hatake raised his lips. It was indeed Danzo's style, ruthless and ruthless, doing things without regard for consequences and human rights. Just for his own selfish desires, he would do anything that would anger the heavens and the people. As for Ibiki's life and death, as long as the body does not leave the root base, who can know? Hee. With a sneer, Kujuo Hatake stood up with a sword and said to Ibiki by the wall. I have dealt with all the ninjas outside. You can go back by yourself after you recover your strength. When the time comes, I will ask you for help. After that, Kujuo Hatake left with the sword. As soon as these words came out, Marino Ibiki's pupil shrank, and his heart was filled with horror, like a raging sea. This was already deep inside the root, and there were definitely a lot of defenders outside. Except for a few people who were out on missions, almost all the elite of the root gathered here. What did he just say? Have all the ninjas outside been dealt with? Deep shock was imprinted on his face. The root is as famous as the Anbu, and the root is even more terrifying. A young man who killed all the members of the root single-handedly proved that he was also capable of killing through the Anbu. Who in Konoha could stop him from killing through these two organizations? Hatake Kujuo didn't know what effect his words had on Marino Ibiki. He still walked towards the innermost part step by step. There was a person's breathing very clearly. After arriving, a sinister old man with a lot of gauze wrapped around his body appeared in the field of vision. Danzo sat in the main seat, holding a cane in both hands. 0. You are very courageous. He looked at Hatake Kujuo who walked in with a sword and said lightly. Hatake Kujuo smiled. I should be the one saying this to you. After that, a sword slashed out. Thunder breathing type 6, lightning boom and thunder boom. Bang, bang, bang. The violent thunder sounded. The entire base below was shaking. Many people felt their feet trembling on the ground far away. The skill is as its name suggests. As the last type of thunder breathing, it focuses on attack and destructive power. Hatake Kujuo did not test or hold back, and came up with a fatal sword. Good swordsmanship. It seems that I still have too little information about you. I didn't expect that you have mastered lightning sword energy in addition to fire attribute sword energy. In the distance, Danzo's body, which was originally killed by the sword thunder, disappeared, and then appeared in another place in the secret room. There are still many things you don't know. Hatake Kujuo smiled softly while holding the sword. Tsugakoku Yoshika's talent far exceeds the understanding of this world. He can create his own sun breathing method and help others create derivative breathing methods of sun breathing method. For Kujuo Hatake, who has unlocked most of the templates, it is already a very easy thing. In the future, when fighting against enemies, using sun breathing blindly will certainly have little effect, but being able to master more breathing styles will naturally allow you to face the strong men of the major ninja villages more calmly. Attribute restraint. It will never be outdated in any world. Danzo seemed to have a plan in mind, and was not in a hurry to attack. He walked slowly and leisurely, as if he wanted to spy on more secrets of Kuzuo Hitaki from a close distance. Swish! Another magnificent sword energy was slashed out. But this time it was golden red, with the power of the blazing sun, and the temperature was high enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Danzo was unable to dodge and was chopped to pieces again, and his whole body turned into blood foam and melted in the high temperature. Young people are young people. Why do they have to come up with knives and guns? Can't they sit down and talk quietly? Just. Danzo's body disappeared again and strangely appeared in another place. Listening to Danzo's words behind him, Hitaki Kuzuo was disdainful. He looked at Danzo's face and sneered. Negotiations have always existed between real strong people. Elephants don't care about the ideas of ants. Besides, an old thing like you who can only plot in secret, I just want to kill you with a sword. Hitaki Kuzuo's words were like a knife, stabbing Danzo's heart fiercely. The latter's face, which had always been calm, finally trembled, and his sinister expression was undoubtedly revealed. What? Are you going to reveal your true nature after just a few words? Danzo's performance fell into Hitaki Kuzuo's eyes, like the anger of a jumping rat, which was disgusting. I hope you can still be so stubborn next time. Danzo didn't intend to waste words this time, and after coldly saying this. She. Wind escape. Vacuum jade. He quickly formed seals with both hands and spit out a round wind jade from his mouth. Swoosh! On the way of flying, the vacuum jade hit the stone handrail platform, and the sharp wind attribute completely cut it apart. It is not difficult to imagine that if it hits the human body, it will undoubtedly penetrate and make the flesh and blood blur. But Hitaki Kuzuo slashed casually, and the continuously fired wind jade was immediately cut in half, passing through the sides of the body and hitting the ground, revealing several deep pits as big as bowls. That's it. If you are really half as capable as you are in your conspiracy, maybe I can still look up to you. But now. Hitaki Kuzuo swung the sword in his hand upward. Just die obediently. Buzz. A sword energy that kept growing and humming slashed out of thin air. With the blazing gale and the sonic boom after breaking the speed of sound, it instantly flattened the entire underground space. Danzo's body had nowhere to escape, and was directly swallowed by the roaring sword energy, turning into a blood mist. One sword. So terrifying. Chapter 81. Boom. The violent slash destroyed the entire underground secret room, and lime and bricks fell from above his head. Hitaki Kuzuo raised the knife, swinging thousands of times per second, forming an eggshell-shaped white barrier. This white barrier was completely composed of sharp sword energy, emitting an extreme brilliance, covering his entire body in it, like a god descending from heaven. A large number of huge stones, steel bars, and other building materials fell off under this sword. After a long shock, the scene was in a mess and turned into a ruin. Hitaki Kuzuo had a calm face, and he waved the sword curtain step by step and stepped out of the ruins. The base under the root is widely distributed. This sword only cut through the sky above the secret room where Danzo was, and other places were intact. But that sword. Danzo was not dead. A few seconds later, he resurrected intact and appeared around. This time, his face was full of frost, and his gloomy face was brewing extreme anger. It looked scary. Very good, very good. After saying two very good words in a row, Danzo's body trembled with anger, and he looked at the surrounding environment with some heartache. Bricks and tiles were broken, and smoke was everywhere. Such a scene made his heart bleed. It hurts. This is his family property for decades. It was razed to the ground by Hitaki Kuzuo's sword. This hatred is irreconcilable. Sir. Danzo-sama. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this time, More than a dozen figures flashed in the ruins. They were root ninjas guarding other positions, and they came immediately after sensing the movement here. You retreat. Danzo had a cold face and waved his hand, signaling these people not to move forward. These people were already his last team. Facing Hitaki Kujuo, rushing up now would only be a waste of death. Danzo stared at Hitaki Kujuo with a fierce look, with a strong killing intent, and his hands quickly formed seals. Wind escape. Vacuum blade. A kunao was taken out from behind Danzo. Then, a breath of wind was exhaled on it, forming a short-lived wind blade shuriken. A buzzing wind blew. Danzo held the sword, jumped to the top of Hitaki Kujuo's head, and suddenly slashed down with his sword. Tisk! Looking at the figure above his head, Kujuo Hitaki sneered. Kujuo Hitaki was not surprised to see that Danzo was not dead. This old guy's ability to save his life was second only to Orochimaru. He didn't have too many trump cards. That's it. I really don't know where Danzo got the courage to compete with me. Do you think you are Hitaki Sakumo? His arm shook slightly. Kujuo Hitaki slashed his sword upwards, and the sword energy cut a sharp hole in the air at the tip of the sword. Clang! As soon as the two swords touched, the shuriken with the wind above his head turned into powder in an instant. Danzo's face changed immediately. The shuriken blessed by his high-level B-level ninjutsu vacuum blade was broken at the touch. This boy's swordsmanship is too strong. He is a monster in this aspect. After figuring this out, Danzo immediately made a seal in the air. Wind escape. Shuriken. He had another shuriken in his hand, and after spraying a large amount of chakra from his mouth, he suddenly shot it downwards, with a whistling sound. Dang! A light block. The sword in Hitaki Kujuo's hand smashed it. After seeing that all his attempts did not work, Danzo finally gave up and directly used his ultimate move. He took a deep breath in his chest. It expanded to 3 or 4 times its normal size, and countless chakras began to gather, with amazing momentum. Wind escape. Vacuum big ball. The high-pressure wind balls spit out one circle after another, almost straight, and shot directly through the floor in front, bringing up a lot of dust. An upgraded version of the vacuum ball. The power and speed have been increased by more than one level. If the vacuum ball at the beginning was like a machine gun, then the vacuum big ball now is like a rocket launcher. The wind ball compressed to the extreme will explode when it touches any object exploded, and the high-pressure explosion was like a booming artillery shell. Boom! 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 One loud noise after another. It was earth-shaking, as if it was going to blow a hole in the entire earth. Hitaki Kujuo's markings were activated, and he used the sudden increase in speed to dodge the attack. Taking advantage of Danzo's distraction, he immediately slashed with his sword. Thunder breathing form 3, gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Tzitzis. The wrath of thunder. Hitaki Kujuo's body spun around Danzo at high speed, and the sword brought up dazzling ion fireworks, gradually forming a shining thunder ball, and slashed it with sword after sword. Danzo's chopped flesh was incomplete, blood spurted, and soon evaporated by the arc. The only sound at the scene was the crackling of thunder and the gradually weakening screams. When Hitaki Kujuo stopped, there was only a pool of blood left, not even a slag left. Danzo-sama. The root ninja watching the battle could not help but shout, full of worry. But then, Danzo appeared on the battlefield again intact. Ha 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 ha, kid, you can't kill me at all, give up. After this resurrection, Danzo said viciously. The 4th time. However, Kujuo Hitaki turned a deaf ear to him, silently holding his sword and looking at the old dog Danzo, thinking in his heart. Killing again and again. Danzo resurrected again and again. It does not mean that he is so powerful. It does not mean that Danzo is the incarnation of the god of death, with eternal flesh and immortality. What he relies on. It is just as Inamai. That is the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. It has the ability to tamper with all factors that are not conducive to the caster. In other words, as long as Danzo still has the Sharingan, it will be extremely difficult for Kujuo Hitaki to kill him. That time when the Uchiha exterminated the clan, this old dog Danzo must have collected a lot of Sharingan. Through the previous rounds of fighting, Hitaki Kujuo has already figured out the number and location of all the Sharingan on his body. A total of 11 Sharingan are attached to Danzo's pale right arm, and 4 of them are closed. That is to say, to kill Danzo like just now, it will take 7 times. Danzo is not a fool. It is impossible for him to wait until his Sharingan is about to be exhausted and still fight with himself. Currently, he is just pretending to be verbal. Does Hitaki Kujuo really think he doesn't know the whole thing? He is watching Danzo's old dog acting like a fool. As for how to completely kill Danzo, Hitaki Kujuo has already made a plan in his mind. On the other side, Danzo spoke to his men next to him and ordered them to guard the place and not allow any civilians or ninjas to come in. The Sharingan on his arm is top secret. Once Izanagi is seen using it, it will be a big trouble. Until now, he had never taken Kujuo Hitaki seriously. So what if he was strong? He was just a warrior who could only use brute force. He possessed one of the strongest secret techniques of the Uchiha clan, and he was immortal and would always be invincible. Looking at Danzo from a distance, Kujuo Hitaki also laughed. You thought you wouldn't die with Izanagi, right? In that case, I'll show you what a soul-piercing slash is. Kujuo Hitaki clenched his arms. The huge force instantly spread from his arm to his wrist. The originally golden blade immediately turned red, and the red color like the abyss covered the entire blade. Red blade. Open. Thunder breathing type 1, thunderbolt flash. He exerted a little force on his feet and stomped hard. Swish. Instantly, the whole person flashed past like a cannonball. With a sizzle, a golden light flashed with thunderbolt, and the person appeared on the other side of Danzo. At the same time, puff! A bloodstain appeared in the air. With a painful howl, Danzo was horrified to find that his legs had been completely cut off. He became a useless person. Especially, there were sparks flashing on his body, and the tingling sensation was introduced into his mind along the nerves, making his face distorted. This sword. It was so fast that it was impossible to catch. If the speed of the kid before was only fast enough to produce an afterimage, and the position could be barely determined. Now this sword did not even produce an afterimage. There was only a vertical line of flash, and the whole person moved to the other side in an instant. How about it, my sword? Not bad. Put away the sword. Hitaki Kujuo walked over with a smile. This calm smile, in Danzo's view, was simply the smile of the devil. You. Danzo was about to faint from the pain, pointing at Kujuo Hitaki's body with trembling fingers. Kazuo Hitaki stood quietly in front of him, staring at Danzo coldly. The sword just now. He aimed at Danzo's legs, and deliberately left sparks to torture him. The direct attack of the red sword on the soul can deepen the pain. Danzo lost his fighting ability. In addition to enduring the pain that penetrated deep into his soul, he will also face a dilemma. Should Izanagi use it or not? If he uses it, this injury is serious but not fatal, and it's a pity to waste it. If he doesn't use it, the scars on his body will continue to torture him. It was like the pain of never being reborn. Finally, Danzo could no longer bear the pain. Gritted his teeth. Another Sharingan on his arm closed its eyes. Seeing this scene. Haha, decisive, but too late. Hitaki Kujuo smiled gently while holding the knife. As soon as Danzo's intact body appeared, he turned into a flash of light, and the next second appeared behind him. Swish! Bloodstains appeared again. Danzo's legs were cut off again. Can you really revive recklessly by relying on Izanami? I have a question that I'm very curious about. If I cut off your arms, I wonder if Izanami can still activate. Hitaki Kujuo walked over with a smile, aiming at the white arm and slashing it with a sword. He gently stepped on the arm inlaid with 11 sharingans with his foot, and soon, the feeling of stepping on a real object disappeared. Danzo. An eye wasted again. He was already terrified, looking at Kujuo Hitaki with fear and shock like a storm. This person knows his biggest secret. Izanagi. Even the Uchiha clan. Few people know this secret, why does this kid know it? Moreover, he has specially formulated tactics for this almost unsolvable situation. The intense pain should be rewritten and disappear in the moment of cause and effect reshaping. Why is there still a dull pain in his legs? Kujuo Hitaki. Who is he? How many secrets does he know about me? Scared? At this moment, Danzo was really scared. He no longer had the confidence and calmness he had before. After losing the protection of Izanagi, he was no different from an ordinary cage, and even worse because of his old age. Got to run. Must run. What a pity. You seem to have realized it a little too late. Hitaki Kujuo's calm voice came again, and there was an unclear vertical lightning. 7 times. 7 times. Danzo's legs were cut off 7 times. He lay on the ground, looking at the boy who was walking towards him step by step in horror. Devil. This is a devil. Although the boy had a faint smile on his face, he looked extremely terrifying in his eyes. You, don't come over. Don't come over. Danzo moved his body frantically with half of his body while shouting. Don't worry, I won't kill you for the time being, you still have some use. Hitaki Kujuo's smile disappeared, and he said expressionlessly. This sentence made Danzo feel relieved. As if a heavy burden was lifted. After all, as the elder of a village, even Hitaki Kujuo would not dare to kill him. Just thinking about it. The following few sentences immediately made him stunned in place. I will chop off your limbs and throw you to the square of Konoha to be judged by everyone. I will make you confess all the dirty things you have done over the years, without missing a single thing. The rest will be left to the villagers and ninjas who know the truth. How will they treat you, such a powerful elder, at that time? Standing up and looking down at Danzo's increasingly terrified face, Hitaki Kujuo clapped his hands and continued. I am looking forward to it. Chapter 82. The breeze blew across the earth, raising a cloud of dust at the scene. Danzo seemed to have accepted his fate, staring at the sky absent-mindedly, motionless, as if he was going to kill or chop him up, whatever he wanted. But did Danzo really intend to surrender? No. Hitaki Kujuo was the first to disbelieve it. This old dog is very insidious. If you are not careful, you will fall into his trap. Kujuo Hitaki looked calm on the surface, but he was not careless in his heart. He looked carefully without putting the sword back into the sheath. Then he noticed something and stared at Danzo with a sarcastic smile. Sure enough, it has come to this point, and you haven't given up yet. Hearing this, Danzo's expression froze for a moment. And then he changed color and said. Humph. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Since I have already lost to you, it is because I am not as skilled as you. As for what you are saying, I don't understand. Looking at Danzo's hypocritical appearance, Kujuo Hitaki sneered. Don't understand. Clang. A sharp sword light flashed. The next second, Danzo's right eye, which had always been covered by a bandage, was instantly pierced by a sword. Ah! My eye! Danzo screamed in agony. At the same time, he was as dead as a ash, and there were turbulent waves in his heart, as shocked as an earthquake. This! How could it be? How could this guy find out my secret? Danzo covered his right eye in disbelief, looking at Kujuo Hitaki in horror, but found that the boy in front of him had a cold face, and only the sword in his hand was dripping with blood. Do you think I don't know that you have been gathering chakra in secret, trying to activate the skills of your right eye? Had Shisui's eye, Kota Amatsukami. Non-Uchiha clan members just want to die their abilities just because of greed, but they can't use them normally. I don't know whether to say you are stupid or pathetic. The breathing sound of your right eye has long been obvious to my eyes. Such obvious fluctuations, and thinking of using this trick to deal with me, it's a joke. Hitaki Kujuo coldly exposed Danzo's last effort. A true strong man. Beware of tigers, and smell the roses. Although I am not afraid of all powerful enemies and conspiracies, I still have to pay attention to what I should pay attention to. As long as Danzo dares to mobilize the chakra in his body, I will kill him with a knife without saying a word. As for Shisui's eye, Hitaki Kujuo never thought of taking it away. It is not his own, after all, it is not suitable. If non-Uchiha people want to use their eyes, it is more difficult, both in terms of cost and activation method. Not only is it useless to hold it in your hand, but there is a risk of losing it. It is better to destroy it with a sword. My lord! My lord Danzo! Countless lightning and screams summoned the root ninjas that Danzo had driven away before, but all they saw was Danzo, whose legs were cut off and whose right eye was stained red with blood, and who was half dead. Next to Danzo, standing was a young man holding a sword, with red clothes fluttering. They were all shocked. After the fierce battle, the young man was not even covered with dust, and his red clothes were not even wrinkled. It seemed that he was just relaxed and carefree. He defeated Danzo with great ease. These people looked at Hitaki Kujuo vigilantly. Knowing that the gap in strength was too big, they did not rush up to die. Of course. Hitaki Kujuo was not interested in them at all, and left with Danzo's body on his sword. Captain, should we chase them? Several people looked at their captain, a little hesitant. The man called the captain took off his mask in their surprise, revealing a slightly honest face. Danzo is finished, the route will probably be disbanded in the future, don't call me captain from now on, just call me Yamato. He recalled the man with hideous scars that he had just met in the root prison. He sighed deeply. He glanced at the ruins in front of him. This used to be the darkest and cruelest place in Konoha. It was a den of filth and dirt. All the evils in the world were played out here. Now, everything is over. Because of that boy. The square of Konoha is bustling with people. This is close to the Hokage building. The newly built village is full of vitality. The villagers' faces were filled with joyful smiles, and occasionally a few of them were making loud noises in restaurants and noodle shops. Do you know? That spy lackey of the sound and sand ninjas passed by the street with a sword this morning. My God, I was so scared that I almost lost my soul. Is it true? Who does he want to kill with the sword? This is Konoha, no one will stop him. At a wine table, several people gathered together to talk about what they saw and heard. Hehe, what you said, who in the village can stop him from killing someone? Anbu? Or the patriarchs of those big families? I'm afraid he will be killed by a sword. That makes sense. Why don't the elders of the village come forward to arrest such a scourge? Where is Lord Danzo? Where are his men? SHH. Keep your voice down. If Kujuo Hitaki hears you, you're dead. However, the street was silent. It was as if time had stopped and it didn't move. Immediately, everyone stopped what they were doing involuntarily, and all looked at a young man with a sword carrying a bloody man to the center of the square in horror. In front of the Hokage building. Hitaki Kujuo. Bring Danzo here to let him be judged. He smiled and looked at Danzo. How about the position I chose? Don't you want to be Hokage as well? Today in front of the Hokage building, I will fulfill your dream. Although Danzo had given up struggling, most of his energy was used to resist the pain in his body. The pain that went deep into his bones and reached his soul consumed a lot of his energy. But Danzo still had a disdainful smile. "Boy, do you think that you can bring me here to ruin my reputation? All those things in the past will rot in my stomach. I will die as a hero of Konoha. And you, who murdered a village elder, will be wanted by the whole village from now on. You can only be a rebel ninja and be abandoned by the whole world and exiled to the ends of the earth. Ha 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 ha, when I think of a genius like you ending up like this, it's worth it for me to die. It's a relief. White Fang in the past, Shisui and Ataki in the past, plus you. One by one, all the so-called geniuses will be defeated by me. I am the biggest winner." Danzo laughed wildly at the end, with hysteria and the last madness. What a pity! These words had no effect on Hitaki Kujuo. He was calm and even wanted to laugh. Hitaki Kujuo looked around. The whole village and ninjas had gathered here, and the news that the elders were captured by the devil in the square spread like wildfire. At this moment, the eyes of the entire Konoha were focused on Kujuo Hitaki. Danzo had already closed his eyes. He had lost his legs and all his men, and he was already disheartened. Since he was going to die, he would die as a hero, and drag a genius with him. This was his last true thought. This is not the foreign village's spy? Now he is so bold that he dares to attack the elders in our village? No one stopped him? Where are those ninjas? Where are the Anbu and the Root? Where did they go? It's really infuriating that the elders of Konoha were humiliated like this. The civilians who were completely brainwashed by the fishing wheels rumors. Seeing Hitaki Kujuo stab Danzo with a sword, they were already shouting angrily. The crowd automatically separated. Kakashi, Asuma, Hong, and other senior ninjas also came together, and their pupils dilated the moment they saw it. Danzo's misery was shocking. Why is Kujuo so impulsive? How will he end up if he is so reckless? Will he become a traitor and betray Konoha? Asuma's feelings for Kujuo Hitaki were no less than those for his cousin Kakashi. As his proudest disciple, Asuma not only did not blame his disciple for killing Danzo, but was worried about his disciple's future. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. He clenched his fists slightly and sighed in his heart. After all, he was a young man with great talent and it was understandable that he would do such a thing impulsively in a fit of anger. He made plans silently. No matter what, he had to protect the last genius in the clan in the chaos that followed and send Kujuo Hitaki away safely. Then, a large number of Anbu members arrived, led by several captain-level figures in white windbreakers. The villagers saw this scene. Everyone got excited. Great! The ninja master of the Anbu is here, and this devil will finally be punished. With the Anbu captain taking action, this kid will definitely be finished. Let's wait and see the show. Don't you see where you are? Konoha is the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Do you think you are great just because you know some swordsmanship? That's right. Everyone is looking forward to it. Everyone wants to see the captain of the Anbu use his thunder wrist to decisively strike and take down the lawless boy in front of the Hokage building. But the next scene, it made everyone drop their jaws. The captain of the Anbu is second only to the Hokage and directly leads the special assassination team. The strength and status can be said to be second to none. The former Konoha White Fang was in this position, but he was stronger. And now, these three captains of the Anbu and white windbreakers actually walked up to come and bow to the boy? Humble attitude, low posture, as if thanking him. The villagers who witnessed this phenomenon rubbed their eyes. Unbelievable. And Hitaki Kujuo smiled and motioned the captains of the Anbu to stand up, and then kicked him into the hands of the Anbu in the eyes of Danzo, who was also in doubt. The captains of the Anbu carried Danzo's body and shouted in the direction of the villagers and other ninjas. Konoha traitor Danzo Shimura, colluded with S-level traitor Orochimaru, and murdered the third Hokage. His crime is unforgivable. There are other evil deeds, which are recorded on this scroll. We will distribute them to you one by one later. The evil crimes, brutal behaviors, and twisted methods are too numerous to list. And announce the will of both the Konoha High Level and the Anbu. Recognize the great achievements of the Hotaki family disciple Hotaki Kujuo in the previous Konoha Defense War, his outstanding military exploits and outstanding merits. And at the request of the Anbu, he subdued the traitor Danzo, and his hard work and meritorious service. He, Hotaki Kujuo, is not a spy from another village, not our rebel ninja, but everyone's hero. The captain of the Anbu suddenly shouted. Konoha's hero. The villagers and ninjas were dumbfounded. Hotaki Kujuo is not a rebel ninja, not a spy, but a hero? They looked at each other. A little confused. But this is what the captain of the Anbu said. With the endorsement of the entire Anbu and the high level, how could it be false? That's right. I just remembered that the previous slanderous words against Kujuo seemed to be slowly spread from the mouths of some ninjas suspected to be Danzo's subordinates. I had doubts at the time, but I didn't expect it to be true. I remember it too. Damn, I felt something was wrong at the time. How could a hero who saved the village be a traitor and a spy? It's outrageous just to think about it. Danzo, that old man, deserves to die. Bah! Someone immediately started to talk behind the scenes, throwing eggs and spitting at Danzo. Danzo could only dodge in horror, like a rat in a stinky ditch, being shouted at and cursed by everyone. He was even more confused. Why did the Anbu people stand directly on the side of that kid? Why didn't he know anything? When the scrolls recording Danzo's crimes were sent to the villagers and ninjas one by one, especially the heads of the major families, the atmosphere completely exploded. Every item on it. All of them were the dirty things he had done. Human experiments, killing villagers, and even the children of large families such as Kurama, Nara, and Yamanaka. It was all for the experiment of various ninjutsu, illusions, and blood limit. But all of them were just for Danzo's own selfish desires. The crimes were simply shocking and outrageous. I'm going to kill you. My daughter and my son disappeared inexplicably 10 years ago. It turned out that they were captured by the root bastards for human experiments. Danzo, you old man, you must die. A woman was mad. Ignoringle wanted to break through the interception of the Anbu and kill Danzo. Such phenomena are everywhere. Everyone was furious, and the anger was ignited instantly. Looking at these people who usually respect him like a god, now with crazy looks on their faces, wanting to gnaw his flesh and eat his blood, Danzo couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Gurgle. Hotaki Kujuo, what did that kid do? Where did he get these evidences? Suddenly, a fragment of memory flashed. My own root prison, and Marino Ibiki. It's him. Only this person can take away all the secrets from the root prison and convey them to others with the secret technique of torture. Danzo, who figured out everything, finally became afraid and trembled all over. Hotaki Kujuo looked at everything happening in the square with a cold face, watching them go from slandering himself to cursing Danzo, Zhao Li Zhao. There was no fluctuation in his heart. It seemed that there was only himself in this world, and it had nothing to do with others. Then, he took the sword and walked step by step to Danzo, who was being carried by the captain of the Anbu. He said softly, I wanted to kill you a long time ago, but I let you live for a while for the reputation of Hinata Hanabi and Hyuga. Now, go to hell. A sword was slashed out. Puff. Danzo's head fell to the ground instantly, gurgling on the ground, with unwilling eyes open. Bang! Hotaki Kujuo stepped on it, and like a watermelon exploding, Danzo's severed head was crushed to pieces by him. Red and white things sprayed and splashed on the faces of many villagers. Silence. Incredibly quiet. Everyone in the audience was frightened. Hitaki Kujuo's ruthless and decisive move was simply not something a teenager could do. Thinking of all the criticisms and slanders against him before, these villagers and genin and chunin were all afraid that they would also be beheaded and stomped like Danzo. It's just that Hitaki Kujuo seemed to not care about them at all. He walked straight to the position of Hinata and Hanabi in the crowd, holding their hands on the left and right and left. Everyone looked at the backs of the three of them in unison, not daring to speak. At this time, dong dong dong, a sound of kowtows was heard. It was the vendor who had embarrassed Hinata and Hanabi before. His body was shaking with fear, and he kept begging for mercy. He wanted to beg for forgiveness from Hitaki Kujuo. It's just that the three people who were walking farther and farther away seemed not to hear them and continued to walk away, until the backs completely disappeared. They finally realized a fact that made them ashamed and bitter. That is, Hitaki Kujuo never took them to heart from beginning to end. He never cared about their thoughts and slanders at all. I did my own thing. But from then on, the name of Hitaki Kujuo was completely linked to the hero of Konoha. No one could shake it. Chapter 83. A few days later, the news about Konoha's collapse plan, the death of the third Hokage, and the killing of Danzo quickly swept the entire ninja world. Everyone, including ninjas from major hidden villages, remembered a name: Hitaki Kujuo. A swordsmanship monster far surpassing Konoha's White Fang. At the age of 12, he was able to fight Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, and defeat the famous S-level rebel Orochimaru, and the ruthless man who chopped Danzo with a sword. This amazing record, even in the war years, there were not many. Now, it is unique in the entire ninja world. It is precisely because of his existence that the idea of invasion from other hidden villages has been curbed. This is also the reason why Konoha can be so stable after losing almost most of its high-end combat power. Konoha needs Hitaki Kujuo. And Hitaki Kujuo does not need Konoha. This fact is deeply recognized by the Anbu and the top leaders. When Marino Ibiki conveyed what he saw and heard to his teammates through the secret technique of torture, Yudatan Koharu and Mitamon made a prompt decision to give up Danzo and stand up for Hitaki Kujuo. Finally, the whole incident was settled peacefully. Konoha kept Hitaki Kujuo, which provided a solid guarantee. And the instigator of all this, he was flirting with Hinata at home. The girl blushed because of his teasing, and Hanabi joined in. The three of them were having fun and getting closer and closer. Hinata seemed to have tacitly accepted the fact that her sister was always between the two of them, and accepted it wholeheartedly. "What's wrong?" Hinata asked softly, holding Hitaki Kujuo lying on her legs and stunned for a moment. Hitaki Kujuo looked at the sky, but was actually looking at the system panel. Nothing, just a moment of distraction. The system panel was updated again. Current performance, 66.78%. After destroying almost the entire route, and killing the immortal Danzo, his performance skyrocketed. In just one day, he saved himself from 1 or 2 years of hard training. Most importantly, he has mastered all breathing styles. As if it was born. The feeling of swinging sword energy of various attributes is innate and automatically engraved in his mind. The system is so powerful and terrifying. Or rather, Tsugakoku Yoriaki's talent is really a bit abnormal. Without the ceiling limit of world combat power, he is like a fish in water in the Naruto world. "Then I'll go get you a bath with a bucket of water." Feeling the tiredness of her lover in her arms, Hinata thoughtfully handed Hitaki Kujuo to her sister, Hanabi, and then got up to boil water. It was the first time that Hanabi was alone with her brother-in-law, and she was both excited and nervous. She secretly looked at her brother-in-law who was resting with his eyes closed, her eyes full of nervousness. Her heart was beating as if it was about to jump out of her chest. "Ah!" Hanabi whispered in surprise, "What happened to her?" When she touched her face, it was already red and hot, and her whole body was twisted. "Sister, why do you leave me alone with my brother-in-law?" At the end of the words, they were gradually inaudible, and there was a hint of smugness. She carefully looked at her brother-in-law who seemed to be asleep, and quietly crawled over, with her little face facing Hotaki Kujuo's face. Then, like a chicken pecking at rice, Hanabi quickly tapped Kujuo Hotaki's cheek, then stood up at the speed of light, covered her face and ran out of the yard. "What the hell?" Kujuo Hotaki, who was resting with his eyes closed, was shocked. "My sister-in-law kissed me?" Bang! The basin in Hinata's hand fell. "My sister kissed her boyfriend?" At dinner, the three of them ate together as usual. There was no strange expression on the face of the brother-in-law, and the same was true for the sister. Little Hanabi pretended to eat the rice in the bowl while secretly observing. After confirming that she had not been discovered, she ate the food with big mouthfuls of satisfaction. Atmosphere. It was really harmonious. "Mr. Itaki, I didn't expect that someone like you would also feel nostalgic for your hometown." The shark-faced, dead-eyed Hoshigaki Kisame said to the person in front with a smile. They were wearing black and white cloud robes and standing on the cliff above the famous Minamiga River. "Nothing, let's go." Itaki, who hid his head in the hat, had a blank expression on his face and replied lightly. The two were ready to leave. But at this moment, they ran into Asuma and Hong, who came to inspect. "It's you. You dare to come back?" Asuma stared at the figure in front of him solemnly. "Uchiha Itaki. Are you an acquaintance of yours? Then I'll introduce myself." Hoshigaki Kisame seemed not to feel the tense atmosphere between Asuma and Hong. He swung the same hata in his hand downward with force and grinned. "I know you, Hoshigaki Kisame, an S-level rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist village, accused of assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Water and murdering the Mizu Cage." Hong stared at him closely and took the lead in revealing Kisame's identity. "I didn't expect that I was so famous. Someone here also knows me. Please give me more advice in the future." He smiled to himself and didn't take them seriously at all. "Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong, please let us pass. I don't want to kill you." Itaka's face with long tear grooves was revealed from the hat, exposed to the sun, with a pair of scarlet Sharingan. "Humph! You mean, you can kill us at any time?" Asuma's face was very ugly, and he and Hong took out the shuriken to prepare for the enemy. "It's a pity. The gap in strength was too obvious, and they were completely suppressed." It wasn't until Kakashi and Kai came behind that Itaki and Kisame left. Kakashi, who was trapped in the world of Tsukuyomi, was also injured. After learning about this, Kujuo Hotaki came to the hospital with a basket of flowers to visit his cousin. Looking at Kakashi's haggard appearance, he was full of thoughts. The illusion of the Uchiha clan is really hard to defend against. It is indeed a tricky thing to encounter without special means. Ordinary illusions can be solved instantly by relying on strong breathing methods. However, as someone who has a transparent world, he doesn't need to look directly into the other person's eyes. He only needs to observe the changes in the blood, muscles, and airflow inside to control the enemy's actions. Even predict in advance. Another thing is about Itaka's current identity, the Akatsuki organization. This indicates that the ninja world is about to fall into turmoil. The most famous saying in the Naruto world flashed through his mind. "How many floors does a bag of rice have to support?" It has become active now. After sighing and comforting Kakashi, he turned and returned home. Jiraiya recently returned to the village. What a pity for the villagers. He refused the invitation to the position of Hokage. Instead, like Hotaki Kujuo, he mentioned another of the three ninjas. Tsunade Hime. The princess of the entire Konoha. The granddaughter of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. With superior bloodline and strong strength, she is deeply recognized by everyone. At the request of Ichimura, Jiraiya agreed to embark on the search for Tsunade. Then, What surprised Kujuo Hitaki was that Jiraiya asked him to take himself with him. Or rather, to take Team 10 with him. The village immediately agreed to his request. After all, Kakashi was seriously injured and hospitalized, and the village had so many big things happen recently, so there were not enough people. Asuma naturally took on Kakashi's original task. In this way, it was a matter of course for Jiraiya to temporarily serve as the instructor of Team 10. "Boy, come here quickly, you are the only one missing." That day, the long-lost Team 10 members gathered again. Naruto excitedly jumped up and down around Jiraiya, and Jiraiya grinned and beckoned. He called out to Kujuo Hitaki and Hinata, who were walking from afar. "Hello, Jiraiya-sensei." Hinata was the first to greet him respectfully. "Hello." Kujuo Hitaki hugged Hinata and nodded slightly. Jiraiya's eyes were focused on Kujuo Hitaki, as if he could see through him and scan his whole body carefully. Kujuo Hitaki stood there calmly and allowed him to observe, not affected at all. Suddenly, Jiraiya grinned and laughed. "Good boy, you can actually beat that guy Orochimaru, it's really unexpected. If I had known, I would have pestered the teacher to accept you as my apprentice." Speaking of the teacher, Jiraiya's face flashed a trace of loneliness, but it was well concealed. "You can kill Danzo, you did a good job, youth is fearless." He patted Kujuo Hitaki's shoulder heavily, and Jiraiya nodded in approval. Obviously, he knew the previous situation of Konoha. Perhaps, this is also the reason why he always travels around the ninja world and is unwilling to serve in the village. In short, Hitaki Kujuo is very much to his taste, and the more he sees him, the more he likes him. The master and 3 apprentices casually exchanged greetings for a while. And Naruto also expressed his longing for them. This active chatterbox kept surrounding Hitaki Kujuo, excitedly conveying his admiration for him, dancing with joy. "Just wait. In the future, I must be like you, become a hero of the whole village, and become a Hokage." Naruto put his hands on his waist, full of confidence. At this time, a big fist hit his head. "You are the only one who talks too much, let's go." After that, Jiraiya took Hitaki Kujuo and Hinata and walked in front. "Hey!" Naruto shouted from behind, "Wait for me." Tsunade is currently living in seclusion in a small village, which is even a little far from the center of the Land of Fire. You need to pass through many towns along the way. After a day's journey, they finally stopped in a small town. "What's wrong, Kujuo-kun?" Hinata looked at Kujuo Hitaki and suddenly stopped to observe everything in the town, and asked. Kujuo Hitaki shook his head, "Nothing." He immediately hugged the girl's waist and followed. He sighed slightly in his heart. "We are finally here, this place." In the original book, Jiraiya took Naruto to search and practice. Here, they are about to meet the Akatsuki duo who have set their sights on the 9 tails. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. The two are definitely cage level, even at the peak of their powers, and they will meet them soon. Somehow, the blood that had gradually cooled down after the sword-slashing Danzo began to boil again. Chapter 84. During the day, Jiraiya took Naruto to play in the town for a while. During the period, Naruto's wallet was really dented. Kujuo Hitaki was teaching Hinata breathing seriously in the room. I don't know if it was because of the extra chakra or the physical fitness of the people in this world was strong. During this period of contact, Hinata has completely mastered the full concentration breathing method. The next step is to turn the full concentration breathing into an instinct and keep this breathing rhythm anytime and anywhere. Although it is not as powerful as the system-enhanced version that Kujuo Hitaki himself has mastered. But Hinata's strength improvement is already visible to the naked eye. Next, try to practice the Chongzhong breathing method. Remember to keep the full concentration breathing rhythm at all times. If I find you lazy, be careful that I will punish you. Kujuo Hitaki smiled and said to Hinata in a gentle voice. Hinata's pretty face turned red when she heard the word punishment, as if she thought of something embarrassing. She didn't dare to look directly at Kuzuo Hitaki for a while, and spoke in a timid manner. This little girl's attitude. Kazuo Hitaki looked at him with pity. Amitabha, he said silently in his heart. Hitaki Kuzuo hurriedly left after giving some instructions on the key points of the Chongzhong breathing method. After putting his face in cold water to calm down, he finally calmed down his body's restlessness. As his body grew bigger, he was getting more and more controlled. He had to be extremely careful. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound from outside. His ears moved, and Hitaki Kuzuo's heartbeat immediately accelerated. He quickly picked up the sword. He told Hinata inside the door. Hinata, practice well in the room, no matter what happens outside, don't come out. After saying this, Hitaki Kuzuo disappeared from the spot in a flash. Who are you two, and why did you attack us? In a deep corridor downstairs, Jiraiya stretched out his hand and put his body in front of Naruto, and asked in a deep voice. In front. It was the Akatsuki duo that had appeared in Konoha before. S-level rebel ninja. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Beside Naruto, there was a huge dent, which was obviously hit by a heavy object. Haha, I didn't expect that our reputation would not work in a place like this. Kisame held the big sword Samehada in his hand and grinned. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi also reached out his hand from the Xiaoyun robe. He formed seals with both hands at the speed of light, so fast that it produced afterimages. Fire escape. Great fireball technique. A strong fireball was spit out from Itachi's mouth. Then, it suddenly enlarged and scorched towards Jiraiya, Naruto, and the others attacked. Boom! A sword energy passed through the floor above, splitting the huge fireball in two, passing through Naruto's hair and burning a few strands of hair. Kisame was immediately startled. The big sword Samehada in his hand immediately expanded and entered a fighting state. Could this sword energy be from him? Itachi's calm eyes also flashed a ray of light. The next second, a red figure fell from the sky. To be precise, jumped from the building that was cut by the sword energy. Hitaki Kuzuo raised his sword, smiled softly at Itachi and Kisame, and said to Jiraiya behind him. Teacher Jiraiya, you took the initiative to invite me out, and you have to pay for the repair of the damaged building. This kid. Jiraiya looked at Hitaki Kuzuo standing in front of him and smiled with relief. He was absolutely confident that he could defeat Orochimaru and kill Danzo with a sword. But these words. It's a bit too domineering. Before the fight even started, he said that the building was about to be destroyed. How much confidence does it take to say such a thing? On the other side, Kisame laughed disdainfully. I thought he was someone else, but it turns out he's just a kid. Konoha has so many talented people that he can even say such big words. I'll let you know later that you should do what you should do at your age. Don't think you're a swordsman just because you pick up a sword. After that, Kisame jumped high, holding Samehada with a big mouth, and was about to eat Hitaki Kuzuo's head. Dang! A crisp sound. Hitaki Kuzuo waved his hand and blocked Hoshigaki Kisame's charged attack. The big sword Samehada used the handle of the sword to push Hoshigaki Kisame's head with dissatisfaction, expressing his dissatisfaction. I know. Pay attention next time. Kisame comforted the ninja sword in his hand while changing his expression to face Hitaki Kuzuo. Finally, Itachi spoke. He is very strong. Don't treat him as an ordinary child. Kisame nodded. He always attaches great importance to his companions. During this period, they traveled around the ninja world and carried out the tasks of the Akatsuki organization. They didn't know about the major events that just happened this month. Therefore, they didn't know that there was a sword-wielding boy Shura in Konoha. I haven't seen you for a few years. Your strength has improved very quickly, Itaka said to Hatake Kujuo indifferently. Hearing Itaka's praise, Hatake Kujuo's face was indifferent. It is indeed very fast. After the last battle, this sword has not encountered an opponent worthy of fighting for a long time. When Itaka tested him, he was only 7 years old. He didn't even master the Chongzhong breathing method. Now, 6 years have passed, and his own strength is no longer the same as before, and the past enemies are one after another. No one has ever put pressure on him. Except him. Uchiha Itaka. Well, let me see how much you have improved. Itaka didn't waste words, and his hands formed seals at the speed of light again, and more than a dozen shurikens were thrown at the same time, colliding in the air. But they could shoot towards this side in various tricky directions. A flame sprayed on the shuriken wound. Fire escape. Feng Shenhua claw red. Just like that night a few years ago, this trick was used to test. It's a pity. Swish. Hatake Kujuo lightly slashed. All the burning hidden weapons fell one after another. It hit the ground and left a deep mark. Itaka's pupil shrank. The sword energy was very strong, and the sword swinging speed was also very fast, which was a world of difference compared to a few years ago. At this time, Hatake Kujuo, who had been standing there and passively receiving the attack, moved. The figure was like a gust of wind and lightning, violent like a torrential rain, and instantly slashed at Itaka. Mr. Itaka! Kisame shouted and immediately raised same hata to block in front. Unfortunately. Bang! With a dull sound of flesh collision, Kisame's body was directly knocked out and hit the wall at the end of the corridor. Your strength is not good enough. Hatake Kujuo chuckled and swung the knife again. Wow! The crescent-shaped sword energy danced and cut Itaka's body with one knife. Ah! 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 The body that was cut turned into a group of crows and flew away. Then, Itaka appeared next to Kisame again. He looked at the opponent's lineup with a calm face. Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary people, and a sword monster whose strength is not what it used to be. Father is right. This child really has a capacity far beyond his peers. Looking at Hatake Kujuo's current positive appearance, Itaka remembered the time when he was still in the village. Although he had not met him many times, the other party still left a deep impression on him. Life is a one-way trip, those who have passed by and those who have missed will never come back. Zero, please give me flowers. These are the words he said to himself. Now, he has done it. Just like that, Itaka suddenly laughed, and said to Kisame who was coughing up blood beside him. The opponent is very strong, retreat first. After that, Uchiha Itaka's scarlet eyes of Sharingan suddenly changed, and the 3 Megatamas slowly twisted. Finally, it turned into a shuriken-like kaleidoscope. Blood oozed out. Amaterasu. A circle of black flames burned the outer wall and Itaka and Kisame left quickly. Jiraiya also chased to the corner of the wall with Hatake Kujuo. Looking solemnly at the burning black flames on the wall, Jiraiya he took out a scroll from his bosom. After sealing the fire of Amaterasu inside, he sent it back to the village through reverse summoning. However, just when he wanted to remind Naruto and Kujuo Hatake next to him to be careful, the enemy might attack at any time, he found that Kujuo Hatake had already rushed out. Not good. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly said to Naruto. You go back and stay well first, I'll go and catch this kid back. Behind. Jiraiya rushed out without looking back. On the coast. Itaka Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, who had just retreated, were rushing on the sea. 0. Mr. Itaka, with your strength, you should not be afraid of those 2 people. With your eyes. Kisame didn't understand why he wanted to retreat. Itaka said calmly, that man is one of the 3 ninjas in the legend. He is not easy to mess with. I know the other kid. Do you know him? Kisame was very surprised. The sword that Hatake Kujuo used to blow him away really shocked him. I have met him several times. Itaka's words were very brief, and he was unwilling to talk too much about the past. Kisame stopped talking immediately after seeing this. But be careful. A heart-pounding wave suddenly came from behind. Relying on the crisis warning developed from fighting in the Hidden Mist village since childhood, Kisame grabbed Itaka's body in time and hid on the shore. Looking back, I was shocked. This time, a sword energy that could split mountains and cut peaks was 100 meters high. A sword. Falling. Boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The whole sea was split open. Sword energy was crisscrossed, and the strong wind was raging. Like a sword from heaven, it descended from the sky and created two earth-shaking waves. What a shocking scene! The waves rolled and jumped several meters high, and white water sprayed everywhere. Until the end of the field of vision. The sword energy emitting golden light just stopped. Hiss! Is this a sword that humans can cut? Kisame was shocked. He looked at the big knife Samehada in his hand. Kisame thought he could cut the waves and split the sea water briefly. But this kind of powerful sword energy, which spanned hundreds of meters, was not something he could do. Who is this person? He asked Itaka vigilantly, and Itaka shook his head, but the calm expression on his face finally became solemn. Oh, it seems that if I don't cut this sword, it will be really difficult to catch up with you. A clear throat came slowly, and on the coastline, the end of the sight. A young man with a sword was coming on the waves. Hatake Kujuo. It's this brat? How dare he catch up? A look of astonishment flashed across Hoshigaki Kisame's shark face, and he immediately laughed grimly. The sword energy just now was very good. But it doesn't mean he is afraid. This is the coast. No one has an advantage over him. If this blind brat dares to provoke him, he doesn't mind dragging him into the sea. At that time, see if you can still swing the sword in your hand. Chapter 85. Boy, although I admire your courage, it's a pity that you will die under my sword at such a young age. Kisame grinned. Step by step, he walked towards Hatake Kujuo. Really? Facing the rebellious Kisame, Hatake Kujuo had no expression on his face. He said calmly. Then how about taking my sword? Swish! A sword was slashed out. Simple and neat. The surging sword energy roared from the sea, and rushed towards Kisame in shock. The world seemed to be divided into two halves by this sword. This kid can wield this kind of sword energy with just one sword. Kisame was shocked, and naturally saw that Hatake Kujuo did not use his full strength, but his hands were not slow. Quickly formed a seal. Water escape. Mizu same bullet technique. Splash! Like a waterfall. A large amount of water gushed out. The blue sea formed a shark shape in the air, colliding with the surging sword energy. Bang! A shocking explosion. The sword energy was immediately shattered by the Mizu same bullet, turning into water splashes all over the sky, and a light rain fell in the air. Seeing this scene, Kisame's face became ugly. I underestimated you. With a swish, he directly picked up the big sword Samehada in his hand, and crushed the ground with brute force. His muscles were knotted and full of violent aesthetics. Fast. Very fast. Hatake Shishizoku Kujuo's eyes moved, catching Kisame's movements. A shadow quickly approached and enlarged in his eyes, and then a heavy blow was about to hit his head. Ding! Hatake Kujuo jumped. Without panic, he backhanded the sword to block it. Coming towards him, another large and heavy foot kicked at his chest. Hatake Kujuo raised his eyebrows, and his body exploded and retreated, barely avoiding the kick. But immediately, a gust of wind swept over his head again. Kisame's big sword Samehada chopped his head again at some point. Very strong. Is this the strength of the Akatsuki members? As Hitaki Kujuo blocked Kisame's attack, he was shocked at first, and then he was very surprised. As expected. That's it, it's so good. As expected of him from Kirigakure the ninja who fought his way out of the village, the most he did in his life was to kill ninjas. He had rich experience and his strength was not comparable to that of ordinary cage-level ninjas. The series of attacks just now, each of which seemed sparse and ordinary when disassembled separately. Hitaki Kujuo was confident that he could easily block it. But the continuous attack method has been developed in Kisame's body muscles, and he can launch attacks at will anytime and anywhere. And this sense of oppression gives Hitaki Kujuo a completely unusual feeling. Excited. Hitaki Kujuo smiled excitedly, showing a touch of white teeth. That was the desire for battle. After Kisame launched a set of combined attacks, he actually found that he could not take down this kid. He was surprised and saw Hitaki Kujuo's smile. This kid? Fighting with me, he was actually laughing? How much does he look down on himself? There is no tension or fear at all. Very sharp and coherent attacks, not the kind of fancy moves that only master powerful ninjutsu. I believe all kinds of fighting instincts have been developed deep in your brain memory, right? Hitaki Kujuo praised. Kisame was stunned at first, then laughed and carried Samehada on his shoulders. Although he is just a boy, it is still very useful to hear such praise from the opponent. I have to be serious too. At this time, the smile on Hitaki Kujuo's face gradually faded, and his breathing began to become heavy. Hey! The originally black blade suddenly began to turn grey, and a trace of white air came out of the corners of Hitaki Kujuo's mouth, and his whole body momentum suddenly changed. Itaki, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw this and said lightly, his breath has become heavy. As soon as the voice fell. Duan! Boom boom! A sound like an explosion exploded in the ear, like a thunderbolt descending from the sky. It shook the earth. Rock breathing type 2. Shatter the sky. Hitaki Kujuo's eyes were sharp. He used his sword as a hammer and smashed the ground where Kisame was. With a strong force, he smashed a hole several meters deep. The terrifying cracks like spider webs quickly extended from the center of the smash. Hey! That was close. Kisame was still in shock, breathing heavily, and almost dodged the attack by rubbing his nose. He was shocked. This kid, his movements just now were so scary. In a blink of an eye, he transformed from a weak boy into a burly strong man. If the bombardment just now hit his head, he would be smashed to pieces. The breath changed into a different person. Although the movement has become heavy, this sense of power is really fascinating. Hitaki Kujuo controlled the breathing flow in his body. After switching from sun breathing to rock breathing, the oxygen throughput began to increase dramatically. At the expense of speed, the power was raised several levels at once. Earth overcomes water. Rock breathing form 4. Rhyolite. Speed increase. A shuriken with a chain was thrown out and slammed towards Hoshigaki Kisame's position. Boom! After smashing a huge hole again with one blow, he pulled back the chain with his backhand, and the sword in his right hand shot out with a buzz. The chain and shuriken alternated back and forth. They took turns to hit Hoshigaki Kisame's position. No matter where he hid, the next second was either the chain shuriken or the heavy grey sword in Hitaki Kujuo's right hand. Water escape. Explosion water break. During the period, Kisame once flew into the air, spit out water to attack Hitaki Kujuo, but was smashed to pieces. That's right. It was smashed. The violence and heaviness of rock breathing turned the agile and sharp sword into a hammer of the sky. Every attack was with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Like thunder rolling in the sky, like a prehistoric beast stepping down. The ground was smashed to pieces. After a short attack frequency, Kisame finally waited for Hitaki Kujuo to stop. Both of them bent down and exhaled heavily. In just a dozen breaths, they were almost sweating all over, and the heat was transmitted to all the skin around them, and began to burn. However, one was attacking, and the other was just dodging. Whose pervert is this kid? So violent and crazy? With doubts, Kisame cast his eyes on Uchiha Itachi. Surprise also flashed in Itachi's eyes. In the depths of his memory, this maverick boy has never used weapons other than swords. Why today, the momentum and attacks he exuded were like swinging a giant hammer. With deep doubts and surprise, Uchiha Itachi gave Kisame a cautious look and was about to attack. Bang! Rock breathing type 1. Serpentine rock. Bipolar. Hitaki Kujuo had already jumped over with a chain and a grey giant sword, and then chopped down heavily. Woo! This time, Kisame dodges without a second thought. His chest was hit head-on, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person flew backwards more than 10 meters. He spit out blood and got up from the ground with difficulty, and he was shocked and suspicious. Just now, the two of them were clearly sleeping and resting together. Why did this kid recover so quickly? What a pity! Hitaki Kujuo will not answer him. Because Itachi started. The speed was terrifying. With just a flash, Itachi's voice appeared behind him, and a kunai came out of his sleeves and stabbed at Hitaki Kujuo's waist and abdomen. Hitaki Kujuo exhaled the heavy airflow of rock breathing, and his every move was open and closed. He didn't care about Itachi's pressure on his waist. Shuriken, just swung down. Itachi's calm eyes were slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this boy would choose this life and death fighting method 0. Hesitantly, the grey blade had already swung on his body, and instantly knocked him down. Ah! 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 Sure enough, it was still the crow clone. Hitaki Kujuo picked up the katana and held it back in his hand. It was really a last resort to choose the life and death method just now. In the state of rock breathing, his speed was not as good as before, so he was at a disadvantage when facing Itachi. After glancing at Kisame, who was coughing up blood on the ground, he quickly calculated in his mind. During this period of time, Hoshigaki Kisame should have lost his fighting power. When he recovered, Jiraiya teacher must have caught up. So, hey! The grey sword suddenly turned blue, faintly glowing with mysterious brilliance. Water breathing form 3. Flowing and dancing. Hitaki Kujuo's body danced rapidly, and the sword turned into 3 afterimages on the spot. Itachi narrowed his Sharingan, a little surprised. He couldn't tell which one was the real one. Don't look, because these 3 afterimages are all real. A fan-shaped slash with water splashed came, and Itachi raised his finger calmly. His cheeks bulged. Fire escape. Great fire dragon technique. A fire dragon spewed out of his mouth, and after standing up, it collided head-on with the fan-shaped slash in Hitaki Kujuo's hand. Sizzle. A thick white mist was produced. A sound of a large amount of water evaporating was made. At the same time, the great fire dragon had been completely extinguished, and the sword light came smoothly between Itachi's dilated pupils. Amaterasu. With a distant turning sound, Itachi opened his eyes wide, and a line of blood and tears were left. In the sky, a ball of black flame appeared out of thin air at the position of Hitaki Kujuo's blade. This black flame forced him to retreat, and he retracted the water ripples on the blade to eliminate it. His eyes focused, and then he looked at Uchiha Itachi carefully. Mangekyo Sharingan. What a troublesome thing! He has a transparent world and can see through the enemy's movements in advance. This is a huge advantage, but it is useless for Itachi. Although it can effectively avoid being hypnotized by Tsukuyomi, the instant Amaterasu cannot be avoided. This is the immortal black flame emitted from the site. Although it was a group of useless in the original work, and no one was burned to death, it does not mean that Amaterasu is weak. Only Facing some close combat enemies, it can play a miraculous effect. At a long distance, you can give an early warning from the micro-expression. At a close distance, it only takes a moment to get hit. But this is interesting. Hitaki Kuzuo wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed involuntarily. Only this can make his blood boil. Immediately. Water breathing form 7, Shizuku Ripple Strike. He transformed into an assassin in the water, and the tip of the sword in his hand stabbed forward 10 sword energies in a row, some straight and some curved in different directions, surrounding Ataka's body. Hitaki Kuzuo danced on the water. Tap, tap, tap. Every step created a circle of ripples. Skillful. Skillful to the extreme. Ataka couldn't distinguish the other person's figure again. And the Amaterasu in his eyes couldn't be used. Far away. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was still healing his wound, was stunned. He stared at Hitaki Kuzuo with wide eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Is this a monster? When fighting with me, it was like thunder and lightning, and it was as heavy as a mountain. Now you can use such fancy moves again, like a ghost. Just when the two were stunned by surprise, Hitaki Kuzuo's eyes had already caught Uchiha Ataka's next move. I saw it. He said softly. Swish. A sword. It was about to hit Ataka's body. This time, Kuzuo Hitaki saw clearly that Ataka's body had no chakra fluctuations. He definitely didn't stab the crow clone. Chapter 86. Crack. The sound of the sword touching the surface of a hard object rang out. In Kuzuo Hitaki's surprise, a fiery red giant rose out of thin air and blocked his sword that was sure to hit him. The fiery red giant first appeared as a skeleton, and then was covered with fascia and flesh layer by layer. Finally, a thick tortoise shell was draped over it, majestic and domineering. Like a real god. Majestic. Giant. This giant, dozens of meters in size, stood tall, with a huge amount of chakra fluctuations surging all over his body. Just standing there, it gave people an incomparable feeling of suffocation. Coming in the face. This kind of oppressive force. There is no doubt that it is the ultimate eye technique of the Uchiha clan after opening the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo. Ha ha ha, kid, I didn't expect you to force Ataka to use this move. You know, even I can't force Ataka to this extent. In a sense, your strength has been recognized. Kisame looked dull and shocked at the fiery red giant as high as the sky, with admiration flashing in his eyes. Hitaki Kuzuo shrugged his shoulders and did not comment. Forcing Ataka to use Susanoo is considered to be recognized for strength? Haha. That's a really low standard. The mighty Susanoo held a tortoise shell and a gourd, and his whole body was emitting flames. It was like the god of fire descending on earth, with unparalleled power. A trace of weakness flashed across Ataki Uchiha's calm face, but he hid it well. I didn't expect that you have grown to this point in the past few years. This is the secret technique of our Uchiha clan. Only those who open Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi in both eyes can automatically obtain the pupil technique from their eyes Susanoo. Listening to Ataka's description, Hitaki Kuzuo's mouth twitched slightly. Who are they talking about? They are still lying here. As long as the Manjiki is opened, Susanoo will be awakened. It is not necessary to have Tsukuyomi in the left eye and Amaterasu in the right eye. It's true. Ataka's mouth is a lie. Ignoring Ataka's lies, he continued to look at the giant as tall as a mountain in front of him. It looks really exaggerated. Standing in the middle of such a fierce red giant, he is domineering. However, Hitaki Kuzuo looked at Susanoo with a smile on his face. In the past, I had indeed racked my brains over how to break through Susanoo's shell. After all, I could indeed swing my cage level slash at will. But you have to know that only the best among the cage level, Tsunade's strange strength and the Raikage attack in the lightning chakra mode, could barely break Madara's Susanoo. It can be seen from this. It is a bit difficult to break Susanoo with a sword. As the strongest breathing method, sun breathing does have a unique advantage in slaying demons. The extreme Yanjian attribute is like a natural enemy to demons. However, this does not mean that other breathing methods are obviously weaker than sun breathing. On the contrary, each has its own characteristics. For example, the heaviness of rock breathing, the penetration of thunder breathing, the dexterity of water breathing, and the extreme cutting of wind breathing. In terms of attack power, wind breathing is undoubtedly the best of all breathing methods. Hitaki Kujuo's hand moved slightly, and then his body automatically adjusted the rhythm and direction of breathing. The azure sword changed color again, and the green light climbed up quietly. Breathing of the wind. After adjusting the body to the breathing mode of the wind, Hitaki Kujuo felt that all the cells in his body were filled and connected with the air. The breeze blowing gently turned into his weapon at this moment. At this time, Itaka moved. The fiery red Susanoo stepped forward with force. The giant covered the sky. Boom! The earth was shaking. Ordinary people might not be able to stand steadily here. The place where Susanoo's huge foot stepped on was deeply sunken and cracked. The scope of damage caused was naturally not to be underestimated. It was very spectacular. The power of one kick was so terrifying. What a strong destructive power! The only memory was the battle scene of Susanoo and the wood dragon fighting each other. Hitaki Kujuo did not expect that when he faced it in person, the impact and shock would be even more profound. It is indeed the synonym of destruction. The power of Susanoo is clear at a glance. Wind breathing 2. Claws. Kato wind. The green sword in Kujuo Hitaki's hand quickly swung out 4 claw-shaped wind blades, powerful enough to cut off the enemy's blade. The sword skill is just as its name suggests. It means blowing away all the wind of stigma and injustice. The 4 claw-shaped wind blades whizzed away, carrying a strong wind like a storm, and suddenly found the solace of the Susanoo shell under Itaka's control. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard. The wind blade worked and directly eliminated a small piece of Susanoo's shell. One sword. Break Susanoo! Hiss! How is it possible? Just after blowing Mr. Itaka's strongest eye technique Susanoo, he was cut off by a sword. Kisame not only felt the burning pain on his face, but was shocked when he looked into Kujuo Hitaki's eyes. Where did this kid come from? If I didn't see it wrong, this sword energy that is sharp enough to cut off Susanoo is of wind attribute, right? When did he change his sword skills? In addition, the flame sword energy that cut the sea at first, the rock sword energy that blasted himself, and the water sword energy that forced out Mr. Itaki. And the wind sword energy now. Who is this kid in red clothes? Listening to Mr. Itaka's conversation, it seems that he has known him for a long time. Kisame was shocked, and after a while of analysis, he couldn't help but sigh. Itaki is worthy of it, he can even recognize such a pervert. On the other side, Itaka frowned. He didn't expect that his Susanoo could be cut off by a sword. Although it was only a small area on the sole of the foot, it also indirectly proved the strength of Hitaki Kujuo's swordsmanship. But at this time, Hitaki Kujuo didn't care about the shock in the hearts of these two people. Instead, he stroked the katana in his hand. That sword. Only 70% of his power was used. The purpose was just to test the sharpness of the wind-calling method. I didn't expect the effect to be so remarkable. As early as after the class division, when he fought with Asuma, he found that the wind attribute was still the best in terms of attack power. However, at that time, his templates were not unlocked much, and his talent was not strong enough to develop other schools of breathing. Now, everything has changed. Wind breathing 7th form. Strong wind. Tengu wind. A high-level wind calling slash was instantly launched. Hitaki Kujuo shook the sword body, and a total of 12 tornado-like sword energy whistled up, blowing a gust of wind on the ground. The wind was as sharp as a knife. The sword is like gold and iron. At the same time, a small wind blade-like sword energy rolled up around his body. He took a step and slashed with a sword. Swish! With the momentum of Pegasus meteor. With Itaka's dilated pupils, he slashed up. Bang! A loud noise. The sounds of splitting came one after another. Then, the sound of a giant collapse sounded again. Clang! Dust was everywhere. Kisame's eyes were about to burst. Stupid! Completely scared. What a joke! What did he see just now? Mr. Itaka's invincible, self-proclaimed strongest eye technique summoned Susanoo, was slashed through by a sword? Even this force caused Mr. Itaka to lose control of his body and fall down with Susanoo? Hiss! Stupefied. A breath of cold air was sucked in. Kisame's heart was thumping. The huge roar spread for a long time. It was thousands of meters away. Jiraiya was still frowning and looking for the figure of Hitaki Kujuo. This kid ran away too fast. He couldn't find him after settling Naruto for a while. The sudden vibration made him move. Immediately ran in the direction where the sound came from. He muttered in his heart. Such a big noise doesn't seem to be caused by sword energy. Could it be a large summoned beast? Only in this way can the sound of such an earthquake be explained. Immediately. Not much to say. Jiraiya bit his finger. Click. Summoning technique. White smoke ignited, and Gamabunta appeared in front of him. Boss Toad, please take me to that direction, the faster the better. Gamabunta didn't say anything nonsense. After Jiraiya came up, he kicked his legs. Jumped very far. In the town. A little girl was shopping with her mother. Suddenly, she pointed to the sky and said, "Mom, look! A flying toad! How can there be a flying toad? Children are just talking nonsense." Mom didn't believe it at all and concentrated on selecting cloth. But a cool breeze passed by. Gurgle. "Oh my god, there really is a flying toad. You've been lying for so long, why don't you get up? I know I didn't hurt you at all just now." Hitaki Kujuo said calmly while looking at the broken Susanoo in front of him. Susanoo. Itaka sat on the ground. As if doubting his life. He rarely used Susanoo. This ultimate eye technique consumes a lot of eye power. If you use it a few more times, you will be blind. This is the character of the second pillar in the original work. After opening the Mangekyo, he showed off everywhere and almost became blind in a few months. So, he didn't know the true power of Susanoo. I can only learn a little bit from the family's ancient books and the manuals of my ancestors. So, Susanoo is actually very weak, right? With doubts, Itaka stood up again. He covered his eyes with his hands and activated the pupil technique inside. Soon, the Susanoo that was broken by Hitaki Kujuo's sword restored its appearance again. It looked majestic, like a god descending from heaven. But Hitaki Kujuo was not afraid of it, but was slightly excited. Itaka could clearly see the eagerness in his eyes. This boy! The change is really huge. In just a few years, he has grown to this point. Ask yourself, even the original self is far inferior. Thoughts drifted. The next moment, the sword light arrived. Wind-breathing 9 form. Wiachuo Tiantai wind. Hitaki Kujuo raised his sword and jumped high at the tall Susanoo shell. With the help of the starting power of the body, he used his strength to send out a sharp wind blade from bottom to top. The last form of the wind-calling fighting skill is simple and powerful. The cutting characteristics of the wind attribute. It is fully demonstrated in this sword. Boom! A dull thunderous sound and a crackling sound. The fiery giant, the arrogant Susanoo. Split in the middle. Split into 2 halves. This sword. From bottom to top, a vertical blade mark was cut. Bang bang! 2 sounds of falling to the ground were heard. One is Susanoo, and the other half is also Susanoo. Fuck, is this still a human? Kisame has recovered his vitality. Just picked up the big sword Samehada in his hand. He was frozen in place by this scene. He hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Chapter 87. Not bad, the power of this sword. Looking at the scene he caused, Kujuo Hitaki seemed not to hear the shock of Kisame Hashigaki. Holding the green sword in his hand, he said lightly. Messy. Kisame was completely messed up. What did he hear just now? Not bad? This sword that shattered Susanoo's attack was just okay? This kid is too cocky. Are you kidding? Kisame Hashigaki's face was furious. Kid, I admit that you are very strong, but it's too arrogant to look down on others like this. As if to match Kisame Hashigaki's current state, the big sword Samehada in his hand also made a squeaky sound, expressing another attitude. Sizzle. Sharp sound. The spiked texture of Samehada slid to the ground, sizzling sparks, leaving scratches. Die! Kisame roared, raised the big knife in his hand and slashed at Kujuo Hitaki. Very straightforward. He found that this kid was indeed very powerful, but not without weaknesses. When Kisame swung the knife, his mind was extremely clear, that is. This kid only focuses on attack. Not defense. As long as he hits him with one knife, he will definitely be seriously injured. Swish! The swollen sameji waved in the air with a crisp sound. If he chopped it down, it might be as Kisame thought. It's a pity. Ideals are rich, but reality is skinny. Ding ding ding. In the wind and clouds. Kujuo Hitaki raised his knife to block. Another chain attack. Kisame Hashigaki, who has ridden fighting into his instinct, aims at the vital points every time he attacks. Moreover, the moves are connected and form a whole. A very domineering attack method. Hitaki Kujuo evaluated in his heart while parrying. As expected of a man who can fight with Emperor Kai after opening the 7 gates. This physical technique. Nothing else to say. Who? Kisame is a strong man among the cage level after all. After a series of violent attacks, Hitaki Kujuo was overwhelmed. This bought Itaki enough time. Kisame looked at him with concern. How is it? Can you still use your eyes? Itaki shook his head slightly on his calm face. You need to use the pupil technique sparingly, and you can't waste too much here. Kisame didn't understand what Itaki said, but because he was Mr. Itaki. So. He grinned. In that case, then, Mr. Itaki, please watch my performance. After speaking, a sharp scream came out of his 7 orifices. Kisame put his hands together and shouted. Water escape. Who's going to repair the dam? Big water explosion. Chakra burst out, and ninjutsu was released. A large amount of water gushed out of Kisame's mouth like a violent waterfall. The scale was so large that it was terrifying, even more powerful than the technique used by the 2nd generation of the impure world reincarnation. Of course, this is also the reason why Senju Tobirama's strength was limited. Even so, Kisame Hashigaki's water escape ninjutsu is also uniquely powerful. Waterfalls all over the sky are gushing. It's like a punishment from heaven to the world, surging and surging, with a monstrous power in every wave and flower. Hwalala dash. The scene is so shocking. It's like a tsunami. Looking at the waterfall water that almost submerged the entire coastline. Hitaki Kujuo's eyes twitched. Good guy. Can the dam really stop this amount of water? Complaints are complaints. Kisame's strength was still deeply recognized by him. This ninjutsu. It was almost comparable to the S-level forbidden technique. Wind breathing form 8, First splitting wind slash. Hitaki Kujuo rushed forward at the speed of light, swirling around the waterfall with the force of a gust of wind. Swish! The sword energy in his hand swung violently. The slash flew away. The devastating slash tore the entire gushing waterfall apart in one fell swoop. At the same time, a powerful and dense spiral wind blade rolled up around his body. The spiral wind blade cut the water splashes, forming a series of water darts. Chi! 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 The sword energy slashed. The water darts shot in the direction of the sword. Humph! Seeing this, Kisame was prepared in his heart. He swung the big sword Samehata in the air, and the water darts broke into beads and fell down. Yasakani no Megatama. On the other side, Itaka's attack also came together. The Magatama-shaped dart spun rapidly during its flight, emitting a buzzing sound in the process. Hitaki Kujuo placed his sword on the ground and ejected his body, avoiding the hidden weapon attack from Susanoo. The golden red dart matched the size of Susanoo. It was not a hidden weapon. It was a bomb. Bang! 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 3 explosions in succession. The damp sand was flying all over the sky. He waved his sword rapidly in his hand, forming an elliptical sword energy barrier for himself. The sand in the sky was immediately crushed into powder when it touched the sword energy, emitting star-shaped fire in the strong wind. Perfect! The best of the 2 cage-level masters, or even the strongest of the top ninja world, worked together. Both the timing and the power were impeccable. Hitaki Kujuo's eyes were a little solemn. Hoshigaki Kisame was grinning at him. An Itaka stood in the half-body Susanoo with a blank expression. No doubt. In fact, neither of them used their full strength. At least, Kisame, who could capture all the major Jinchuriki by himself, had not yet transformed into a tailless-tailed beast. Itaka's 10-fist sword was not used either. The gourd on the fiery red Susanoo remained closed. One man challenged 2 powerful cage-level warriors. This time, he was still a little too confident. However, Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame did not see any expression of crisis or retreat on Hitaki Kujuo's face. Hitaki Kujuo slowly raised his head and smiled confidently. Because, I also have teammates. As soon as the voice fell, a huge red creature fell from the sky. Bang! Haha! Such a fierce fight, how can I miss the participation of the Toad Sage? Dang 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 dang! Jiraiya stood on top of Gamabunta's head, and after a while of awkward dancing, he posed, opened his mouth and smiled with white teeth. Gamabunta's huge body jumped like this, it really made a huge pit at the scene. The battlefield, which had been flattened, dropped again. It's you. You are the kid from that day. Suddenly, Gamabunta stared at Hitaki Kujuo with wide eyes. On the day of the Chunin exam, the scene of the red-clothed boy chopping down the one tail with a knife was vivid in his mind. It gave him a great shock in his middle-aged heart. Do you know each other? Jiraiya found that no one paid attention to his handsome appearance, and even his summoned beast was attracted by another guy. So he couldn't help asking. After hearing this, Gamabunta nodded his huge toad head and said seriously. It was this kid who took a knife that day and chopped the one-tail Shikaku alive, making him flee in embarrassment, and finally had to shrink back into the body of the Jinchuriki and escape. I see. Jiraiya had heard about Hitaki Kujuo's previous achievements. It was just that I didn't expect that Gamabunta was also there in that battle, so he wasn't surprised. On the contrary, Kisame and Itaka's eyes changed slightly. A knife. Cut down the one tail? Anyone who can do this is undoubtedly a top-level expert. Even qualified to join their organization, Akatsuki. Each of the perverts there can find a way to get a Jinchuriki. No wonder this kid is so strong. He really has the ability. Mr. Itaki, I didn't expect that your old acquaintance has done so many things at such a young age. The one tail, if I remember correctly, should be in the sand village, right? Itaka nodded slightly, as a response to Kisame's words. He always focused his eyes on Jiraiya and Hatake Kujuo. This battle is dangerous. Hatake Kujuo is already difficult to deal with, and there is also a legendary ninja, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. It will be even more difficult to fight. If you are not careful, you will fall here. He secretly sent a message to Kisame. Send the message to the organization immediately, saying that we are in trouble and need manpower support. As soon as this sentence came out, Kisame immediately looked at Itaka in astonishment. In his heart, Mr. Itaka was an extremely powerful existence. So, he was shocked. Are these 2 people powerful enough to make Mr. Itaka extremely afraid? After he did as Itaka instructed, he made a prompt decision, his whole body swelled, and he jumped into the sea with a somersault. Then, the shark made of water stood on the sea. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Water escape. 1000 shark jutsu. At this moment, the surging sea became his source of power. One after another, sharks jumped from the sea in groups, biting Jiraiya and Hatake Kujuo on the shore. Facing such a large-scale ninjutsu, Jiraiya did not dare to be careless at all. He stepped on the ground and put his hands together. Random lion hair technique. His luxuriant white hair grew wildly, and then turned into a hair whip of dozens of meters. Snap! With a sweep of white hair, a shark was smashed. Snap! With another sweep, another shark was smashed. But the 1000 shark technique is just as its name suggests. 1000 sharks are coming to kill, and it is impossible to resist completely. Seeing this, when Jiraiya was about to avoid the sharp edge, Kujuo Hatake next to him suddenly moved. He took a step forward. A sword slashed out. Flames. Accompanied by sword energy. A long circular sword energy, with a blazing sun flame, burned all the sharks in sight. One sword. Cut the waves. Instantly killed most of the mimicry ninjutsu that had jumped out of the sea. Teacher Jiraiya, you should be able to handle the remaining few fish, right? After using his sword, Kujuo Hatake retreated to his original position. There were still a few sharks on the sea, but they were no longer a problem. You are really good. Don't worry, I can handle it. Jiraiya was immersed in the power of the circular sword energy of his sword just now. This was the first time Jiraiya saw Kujuo Hatake's slash. Sure enough, a casual strike was a cage-level sword energy. He admired the handsome face of the boy and liked him more and more. Then he tossed his hair. After solving Kisame's S-level ninjutsu in a neat and tidy way, Kujuo Hatake had already raised his sword and jumped into the air. He descended from the sky, aimed at Kisame Hashigaki on the sea, and slashed with all his strength. Sun-breathing 11th form. Sun Halo Dragon. Head dance. The sword energy roared out. It was like a flying fire dragon, hitting Hashigaki Kisame's expanded and enlarged sword Samehada. Sizzle. The high temperature burning forced Kisame to resist with all his strength. Hatake Kujuo had already landed on the ground. Seeing that his opponent dared to confront his sun-breathing fighting skills head-on, and it was still a very late form, he smiled. This slash of his own was not so easy to block. Sure enough, Kisame's Samehada hand, which was raised high, kept shaking. His palm cracked, and he was almost unable to resist this slash like a sun dragon. The extreme Yanjian attribute attached to this slash even scorched his hair, making a crackling sound. The sword energy slowly approached, and its power did not decrease at all. Kisame's stubborn resistance was useless. A flaming sword flashed and collided with the slash that was forcing Kisame in the sky. Amazing, yes. The huge red sword was like a spirit, gradually absorbing the energy of the slash. After a long time. No. The air gradually returned to calm. There were 4 people standing opposite each other on the battlefield. They were Jiraiya standing on Gamabunta and Hatake Kujuo holding a sword. On the other side, there was the barbecued fishman Hoshigaki Kisame with burnt hair all over his body, and Uchiha Itachi standing in the half-body Susanoo and holding a red sword. Hatake Kujuo's eyes suddenly became hot, staring closely at the object in Itachi's Susanoo. That was the 10-fisted sword. Chapter 88. The 10-fisted sword burning with flames was one of the 3 Kusanagi swords in the world. The other 2 were in Orochimaru's hands. One could be infinitely extended and changed shape. The other. Finally, it was obtained by Sasuke and was indestructible. There is another one, which is also the most peculiar one. It is currently in the hands of Uchiha Itachi. It can seal spirits. In the original work, it has never been defeated in the hands of Itachi, and successfully sealed Orochimaru and Nagato. Teacher Jiraiya, be careful of the sword in Itachi's hand. Once you are hit, you will be absorbed and sealed, and you will never be reincarnated. Hiss. Is it so serious? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He naturally believed what Hatake Kujuo said. He nodded seriously immediately after hearing it, and his attention was always on guard against it, not daring to be careless. I didn't expect you to know this sword. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were calm, and he spoke without any emotion. The 10-fist sword in Susanoo's hand slashed from left to right. Swish! A powerful slash. The fiery arc of sword energy fell, covering the position of Hatake Kujuo and Jiraiya. Looking at the 10-fist sword whistling fiercely, Hatake Kujuo's eyes were slightly stern. He moved. A ray of sword light flashed in the air. Hatake Kujuo stood up and leaped up, jumping over the arc-shaped sword energy range. However, the casually emitted sword light lit up a little star spot in the air, and was quickly absorbed, and its power was greatly reduced and shattered at the touch. The golden light was magnificent and majestic, as if it had the power to assimilate everything. Any move seemed powerless in front of him. Sure enough, just as I guessed, the 10-fisted sword can not only directly pierce the human body, Orochimaru, the wind shadow, but also penetrate the surface of the object directly to the soul. Nagato's impure world body is a sword that pulls out the soul, and finally the impure world dissipates. After his guess was confirmed, Hatake Kujuo turned his body in the air, his eyes suddenly turned cold. In that case, how about trying the slash of the red sword? Buzz! A slight tremor. Hatake Kujuo's hand holding the hilt of the sword suddenly exerted force, and the black sword body quickly turned into a deep red. A faint steam came out. The red sword, open. Simple and neat. He slashed in mid-air. Swish wow! One strike. The sky was shocked. It tore the atmosphere apart. The brilliant sword energy flashed a red-gold light, even more dazzling than the 10-fist sword. The sword energy was 100 meters long, wrapped in an astonishing sword pressure, as if to cut through everything. It covered the entire coastline like an overwhelming blanket. This overwhelming sword intent, the brilliant sun, Kisame could feel the pain on his cheek even though he was 100 meters away. Even a strong man like Kisame had to be cautious. Mr. Itachi! This sword was aimed at Uchiha Itachi. Kisame shouted on the sea. Itachi's face was much deeper as his cold eyes focused on the roaring sword energy. He was not in a hurry. He controlled Susanoo's gourd and slashed from top to bottom. Boom! The rumble was like thunder. 2 sword energies, one horizontal and one vertical, collided with each other, and the power of that moment changed the color of the sky. Instantly, a flash of white light appeared. A few seconds later, the earth shook. The terrible impact split the thick clouds. Hwalala! The wind was blowing violently. The scorching temperature in the air brought waves of heat waves, pushing on people's faces as if to melt body cells. Random lion hair technique. Jiraiya had no choice but to use his long white hair to protect his body to resist the rolling scorching heat. On the sea, the waves were hit by the high temperature and brought up waves of waves, violently slapping at Kisame's body. He formed seals with both hands and barely controlled the surrounding sea water to avoid his position. But at this time, bang! Boom! The two golden and red sword energies that collided in the sky finally exploded. The power was even greater than the previous aftermath. Starting from the center of the cross-sword energy, the purple-black explosion sphere suddenly expanded. Just like when Naruto and Sasuke exchanged their ultimate moves, the sphere quickly expanded to the extreme. It exploded. It exploded completely. Crushed. Destroyed. The impact that resounded through the heavens and earth seemed to shatter everyone's eardrums. Hitaki Kujuo calmly looked at the oncoming explosion wave, and casually waved hundreds of sword energies to shield the waves. The toad bunta under Jiraiya's feet was thrown up several times and flew backwards. My participation in this battle is the biggest mistake of my life. Bunta rolled his eyes while being overturned by the air wave. It's already the second game. As long as this kid is on the battlefield, the scene will definitely not be too small. This is the second time I've suffered a loss. After falling hard, Jiraiya stabilized his body concerned. Toad boss, are you okay? It's okay, I just fell a few somersaults, it's a bit painful. Gamabunta exhaled white air from his nostrils, and he was grunting. He stared at the center of the battlefield in the front, and the red-clothed boy was still standing calmly with a sword. He seemed unaffected. But this kid, every time he attacks, the power is amazing and shocking from the bottom of my heart. Gamabunta's words made Jiraiya nod in agreement. In terms of battle movement and power, the three ninjas can each summon giant summoned beasts. He even mastered the fairy method, and it was not a lie to attack Gomen in a large range. But ask yourself, the degree of damage to the battlefield. Can it really compare to that little guy? As strong as a monster. The same destructive power as the tailed beast. Ahem. Itaka knelt on one knee. Just now, he had been using all his strength to infuse pupil skills to maintain the position of Susanoo, which put a great burden on his body. Mr. Itaki. Kisame was shocked. Judging from Itaka's appearance, his pupil power had definitely been used to the extreme today. If he continued like this, his body might really be in trouble. On the other hand, the opponent, the little kid, seemed to be fine. The huge contrast shocked him deeply. It seems that I can't trouble Mr. Itaki anymore. If either of us meets him alone, we may die. Once this thought came up, even Kisame himself was shocked. They are all S-level rebel ninjas who are feared by the ninja world. They can easily face the shadows of various villages. But now they are afraid of a little kid. He grinned. Facing such a boy with monster strength, we have to go all out. Snap! Kisame put his hands together. Chakra was surging all over his body. The chakra fluctuations that surpassed the ordinary cage level were like a blue beam of light that reached the sky, pouring into the sea water under his feet. The earth was slightly shaken by this momentum. A loud shout burst out. Water escape! Water prison same dance! Puff! The sky changed color. A crazy look flashed on Kisame's face, and the sea under his feet was magnificent. At this moment, it all poured out. The real nine heavens water is coming. Hitaki Kujuo's eyes were slightly shaken. He had been prepared in his heart. Hoshigaki Kisame, known as the tailless tailed beast, could create a water area covering the entire forest out of thin air in a waterless place. But he really didn't expect it. At the seaside, the power of this ninjutsu was so great. The black and blue sea water roared like a dragon, and the sky beat out white waves. Just a few seconds. The whole earth was covered with sea water. From Jiraiya to Kujuo Hitaki, they were all enveloped in this technique. Kisame looked at the miracle he created with satisfaction, controlling the chakra to use the seawater to lift Itaka to the surface. Mr. Itaka, you just take a good rest, leave this kid to me. After saying that, Kisame plunged an arrow into the water, like a dragon returning to the sea, and swam flexibly. Ahem! Hitaki Kujuo choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater just now because he couldn't react in time. But his breathing was not affected at all. The powerful breathing method can store a large amount of oxygen in the body, and there is no need to worry about suffocation. On the other side, Jiraiya sat on the top of the toad, looking solemn. He is good at fire escape. It's not easy to fight when trapped in the sea. Water escape. Infinite shark. The peak chakra fluctuations of the cage level shook a large area of seawater. Sharks like missiles were transformed from seawater one after another and attacked Jiraiya. Kisame seemed to be returning home. Like a fish in water, he swam flexibly and quickly found Jiraiya's position. He was a dignified Sunin. It's better to get rid of him first. Hehe, if there is no good countermeasure, my infinite sharks will not stop. With a sneer at Jiraiya who was facing a great enemy, Kisame moved his body and swam to the position of Hitaki Kujuo again. Kid, how is it? The taste in the sea water is not as good as on the shore. Do you feel that your strength is restricted? How many times can you launch your amazingly powerful slash in the sea? With the huge pressure of the sea water blocking it, ordinary people can't even complete the action of swinging the sword. And I am the overlord here, even more powerful. Kisame Hoshigaki laughed and put his eyes together. Same Hata. Human body fusion. The big sword Same Hata behind Kisame slowly merged with him, forming a half-man, half-fish appearance. Kisame after the mermaid appearance. With a playful smile, he swam in front of Kujuo Hitaki. He didn't plan to kill him immediately. But he played slowly. Let this arrogant kid suffer. Like a missile, Kisame's swimming speed under the water formed a cylindrical air channel. It was very beautiful. But where do you get the confidence that I can't swing the sword? Kujuo Hitaki asked back lightly, which startled Kisame, who was in a good mood. He was uneasy. Does this kid have a backup plan? Impossible. The movements made by a normal human body underwater are completely different from those on the shore. Especially for strong people who rely on the body for physical skills and swordsmanship, the restrictions are even greater. You are bluffing. Kisame yelled in disbelief. Hitaki Kujuo smiled slightly and held the knife in his right hand. Whether it's a bluff or not, just look at this sword. A sword. The sharp blade cuts through every water molecule. At the moment when Inagaki Kisame didn't notice, the black sword body had turned into a faint blue. The breath of water. The loving rain of dry heaven. The blade brought up an arc of water. The speed doesn't really seem that fast. It seems as if it is really restricted by the resistance of the water body. But this sword energy was reflected in Kisame's dead fish eyes. I was horrified to find that I couldn't move at all. It was as if the sword swing took control of his body. I feel like I am willing to be beheaded by the kid in front of me. No. Impossible. How could I think so? Kisame was frightened in his heart, screaming crazily in his heart. Finally, his rigid body regained control, and his limbs twisted wildly underwater. But the sword has arrived. The light is cold like rain, but like the dew of compassion. An extremely gentle sword slashed across Kisame's head. Phew! A smooth sound of human body cutting sounded. Kisame's head with his eyes wide open was cut off. Kisame! Itaka used his Sharingan on the shore to observe the scene below, and couldn't help but be horrified. Counting thousands of times. I didn't expect that Kisame would be beheaded with a sword. Has that young man's sword grown to this point? Incomparable shock was written all over Itaka's face. This Jiraiya is good at underwater combat, but he has no problem resisting a mere A-level ninjutsu. But that's all. Suddenly, Senshi Shark disappeared. To be precise, the person who performed the surgery died. When Jiraiya looked in the direction, his jaw suddenly dropped in shock on his heroic face. This boy! On their home court, beheading people underwater. Chapter 89. The body of Kisame Kisaki slowly sank into the sea. Without the blessing of the magician, the technique of Shark-Yun in water prison also collapsed. The waters that irrigated a kilometer radius receded like the tide, revealing the flooded ground. Quiet. Extremely quiet. With only the sea breeze blowing on everyone's faces, Itaka looked at the body of his companion Inakaki Kisame and was speechless for a while. A long time. Buzz. A bright red light. The tall fiery red giant rises from the ground. The huge skeletal claws pulled Kisame's body and held it in his hands. Before Kisame Kisaki died, his dead fish-like eyes were as white as copper bells, and he was filled with deep shock and disbelief until his death. Uchiha Itaka didn't say anything. He glanced deeply in the direction of Hitaki Kujuo, as if he wanted to remember his face in his mind forever. At this time, a twisted vortex appeared in the sky. A mysterious man wearing a swirling yellow mask and Xiaoyun robe suddenly appeared. He slowly emerged from the space vortex. As soon as I laid eyes on it, I saw the tragedy and chaos of the scene. Later, the pupils shrank. That guy Kisame, is he dead? The fiery red Suzanu's body was burning with chakra flames. As the space fluctuated, a mysterious man suddenly appeared next to him. Jiraiya made a whoosh sound, and instantly came to Hitaki Kujuo's side, murmuring, "How come you kill one and then another?" Jiraiya's eyes were solemn. Judging from his aura, this man who appeared mysteriously was no weaker than the two people just now. Even the special way he appeared was even more alarming. Weird and unpredictable. I didn't expect that guy to come too. Kujuo Hitaki was covered in white mist, and the hot air of Hinazuki's breath dried the wet clothes on his body. You know him? Jiraiya was stunned. The boy next to him looked even more surprised. It seems that the mysterious aura about this boy is getting stronger. I don't know him. Hitaki Kujuo shook his head, but the disdain in his eyes showed his attitude. Well, one of the dignified Sunin. Jiraiya, who calls himself Toad Sage, choked again. Good guy, I have been in the ninja world for so many years, and countless juniors treat me with respect and courtesy when they see me. Nothing like this kid. Every time you answer a question, be concise and to the point. Cherish words like gold. The other side. What's going on? The organization sent me here immediately after receiving the call for help. Kisame is actually dead. The mysterious man who appeared out of thin air was naturally Uchiha Obito. He looked at the body of Kisame that Itaka Susanoo was holding and frowned. His face looked very ugly. Although the Akatsuki organization is now nominally controlled by Nagato, but they are just his pawns. Uchiha Obito's goal is even more far-reaching. These people in front of him are all the main members who will capture the Jinhyuriki in the future. Each one is a shadow-level existence and cannot be ignored. Any death is a huge loss. Itaki remained silent. Obito understood instantly. His cold eyes stared at the two people in front of him. Jiraiya, and that half-grown boy. He decided to test it out. Uchiha Obito waved his fan in his hand and jumped forward. Naturally, he did not dare to be careless. The attack was with the force of thunder. No matter who killed Kisame in front of him, he should not be underestimated. Jiraiya took a step forward, the chakra in his hand surged, and the sharp wind attribute kept cutting. But he was confined in a spherical body. Hey! The huge pressure and the fast-rotating wind attribute made the airflow stagnate. Raise Nan! Jiraiya shouted. He rolled out a raised nan with his right hand and smashed it directly into Obito's head. The buzzing raised nan sounded, as if he had anticipated the next scene. Jiraiya had a confident face and a smile on his mouth. It seemed. Isn't the new enemy that powerful? Jiraiya was very proud in his heart. I am still powerful. However. Swish. How could it be? Jiraiya was surprised to find that the raised nan he shot with his right hand actually hit the air. The head of the mysterious man in front of him actually became ethereal in the instant of the battle. Compared to Minato Namikaze, you are too slow. Uchiha Obito sneered, and the kunai in his hand was about to pierce Jiraiya's back. But Thunder Breathing Type 1. Thunderbolt Flash. Swish. A vertical line of lightning flashed suddenly, leaving only thunderbolt ion fireworks in the air. The golden and red lightning ignited the negative oxygen ions in the air, making crackling sounds. Bang! Hitaki Kujuo passed by, but found himself in front of the fiery red Susanoo. And the huge and hard shell of Susanoo appeared cracks. All this. It was done in a flash. Only Hitaki Kujuo and Uchiha Itachi knew the calculations and thrills. Obito and Jiraiya flashed back in the air. They confronted each other and returned to their teammates. What happened just now? Jiraiya was still in shock, with a horrified expression on his face. This ability. It's too weird. Hitaki Kujuo narrowed his eyes and said lightly. That guy has the ability to virtualize his body, but he will reveal his true body when attacking, so I didn't tell you this information in advance. I was going to kill him with one sword, but I didn't expect to be saved by Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Sure enough, he is still a man that cannot be ignored. I am gambling. I am gambling that Obito will relax his vigilance. And Itachi is also gambling. I am gambling that he knows Obito's ability. Obviously. Both of them won the bet. As long as one of them makes a mistake. Then either Jiraiya was seriously injured, or Obito's body was killed by his own thunder slash. I see. After learning about the mysterious man's ability, Jiraiya obviously took it more seriously. Snap. Ninjutsu. 1,000 needles. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of white hair grew wildly in an instant, turning into sharp needles, all shot towards the opposite side. Puff puff puff. Itachi controlled Susanoo's limbs to block the rain of white hair needles. Wind escape. Big ball raise nan. The next second, Jiraiya's figure had already soared into the air, and the whole person rushed to the opposite side of Itachi. The huge raise nan hit Susanoo's shell. Boom! The explosion sounded. Until the raise nan dissipated, Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. He was confused. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As a result, the fact was that Jiraiya was shocked to find that he could not break the fiery red shell. On the contrary, Itachi swept it expressionlessly. Susanoo slapped him directly. Fortunately, Jiraiya reacted quickly, grabbed his long white hair back, and dodged the attack with his body. Immediately, Jiraiya said to Kujuo Hitaki in a very serious tone. We have to be careful with this thing. My raise nan just hit it and it didn't move at all. Finally, he added another sentence. It's very difficult. Kujuo Hitaki looked at him as if he was a fool, which made Jiraiya confused. What's wrong? Is what he said just now wrong? The shell can't be broken even by the raise nan, and the body is so huge. What's wrong with reminding him to be careful? Then, Jiraiya felt that Kujuo Hitaki's aura beside him changed, like a sharp tornado. It's extremely sharp. Wind breathing form 4. Rise up the sand and dust. Kujuo Hitaki shouted. 5 claw-shaped green sword chi wrapped in strong wind suddenly slashed at the huge fiery red giant. Clang! A crackling sound suddenly sounded, accompanied by a loud noise. Boom! The half of Ataka's Susanoo shattered into fireworks all over the sky and collapsed completely. The earth was shaking under the pressure. The chakra whirlwind brought by the disintegrated Susanoo roared in the sky, bringing up waves. Hitaki Kujuo calmly put away his sword and held it under his feet. Why do you care if this thing can't be hit? Won't it break if you touch it? Quiet! Quiet! There was only the sound of the sea breeze and the chakra vortex whistling. The scene was a bit awkward. Zero, please give me flowers. Jiraiya only felt that he was slapped in the face. Hiss, it hurts a little. His scalp was numb. In his heart the tremor was about to break through the brain. What kind of monster is this kid? I have personally tried the strength of Susanoo with the super A-level ninjutsu such as the big ball raise Nan. It didn't move at all. Why did this kid chop it to pieces with one sword? He looked calm. Jiraiya seriously suspected that Hitaki Kujuo was pretending to be so cool for him. It's not just him. Obito's face hidden in the mask was also stiff, and his entire right arm was empty. He was standing not far from Itaki. That sword. Uchiha Obito didn't react. No time to virtualize. He was directly affected by the sword energy. And this sword energy, which was just the aftermath. It effortlessly cut open his cloned arm. He was cold inside. He didn't care whether Itaki was dead or alive. But his eyes were fixed on the boy with the sword. The corners of Hitaki Kujuo's mouth curled up slightly. When he was fighting two people at once, Jiraiya and Obito didn't arrive at the battlefield. Naturally, they didn't see him chop Uchiha Itaka's Susanoo into pieces with one sword. However, this kind of refreshing fighting feeling. It's really cool. Switch breathing styles back and forth for enemies with different attributes. If it were normal. 0. It would be impossible to be so relaxed. And facing the members of the Akatsuki organization, almost every one of them is a cage level or even peak strongman. He must be on guard at all times. The high-intensity pressure forces him to adapt to different breathing methods in the shortest time. Just like now. Rock breathing type 1. Serpentine rock. Bipolar. Bang. A muffled sound. The terrible air wave exploded. Hitaki Kujuo's body flashed above Obito's head. Use the sword as a hammer and chop it down heavily. That's right. Chop it down. The huge impact inertia brought by rock breathing, ordinary slashing can no longer describe this power. Only chopping can carry out the heavy attack of rock breathing. That was close. Obito, who noticed it in advance, directly activated the hollowing. Looking at the sunken ground chopped by the sword boy with a sword. The power of this sword is like thunder and lightning. If I hadn't been warned and hollowed my body in time, I'm afraid I would have been smashed into meat paste. It's too dangerous. Uchiha Obito couldn't help swallowing hard. Immediately shouted to the side. Itaki, stop the action. Come back to the organization with me immediately. After that, he pulled up Itaki, whose eyes were bleeding, and activated the skill of his left eye. A hollow space slowly appeared in front of the body and was about to disappear. Are they going to run away? Jiraiya was watching from behind, and there was nothing he could do. But there was a ripple on the calm face of Hitaki Kujuo. You want to escape back to Akatsuki? In that case, I'll give you a great gift. Swish! A sword was unsheathed. The blade was as black as ink. Hitaki Kujuo whispered. The 12 forms of sun breathing, round dance. Swish! A sword was slashed out. Like a jade of the blazing sun, flames dotted the circular sword energy. A blazing golden light rose into the sky, as bright as fireworks. As Hitaki Kujuo's body rotated at high speed, the 100-meter-long golden sword energy roared out. In Obito's horrified eyes, a sword attacked. With a whoosh. At the last moment of the space distortion, Obito and Itaki finally entered the Kamui space. But The golden and red sword energy followed. Ah! A shocking sword! At the same time, accompanied by screams. It's a pity that all this happened in the divine space, and the two people on the beach couldn't hear anything. Good boy! Jiraiya came over and patted Kujuo Hataki's shoulder. Your gift is really impressive. I really don't know what kind of freak you are. The power of that sword is so powerful that even I have to admit defeat. At the beginning, they said you were a monster, but now it seems that this is not false at all. Chapter 90. In the dark cave. There are flickering lights. One bright and one dark, full of dark and obscure atmosphere. At the end of the cave. It is the huge head of the outer path demon statue with its eyes closed. There are nearly 10 people wearing Xiaoyun robes standing there. Everyone here is a powerful ninja who once dominated the ninja world. Almost all of them are S-level rebel ninjas. All of them are villains, even Cage level or higher. Such exaggerated fighting power gathered together is enough to sweep away any Cage village. They constitute the first organization in the ninja world. Akatsuki. Suddenly, a twisted vortex tore the space. This wave immediately attracted the attention of Akatsuki members. Are you finally back? I don't know what Ataki and Kisame are doing, so slow. Yeah, Afei went out to support, but I didn't expect him to dawdle until now. In the darkness. Some members laughed impatiently. But when they saw the person falling from the space vortex, the conversation stopped abruptly. Everyone took a breath, looked shocked, and solemn. Hiss. What happened? I saw. 2 bloody people fell from it. Seeing this dark outer path demon statue, Uchiha Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if he had saved half of his life. Still frightened. There were extremely hideous and tragic scars on his body. It looked very scary. Starting from Obito's right lung, almost half of his body was chopped off. The pale body texture was revealed. Behind. It was Uchiha Itachi who knelt on the ground with blood in his eyes. The creepy scarlet eyes and the dripping blood made people panic. Tisk tisk tisk, you are so embarrassed and seriously injured. It seems that you can't do it. In the shadow. Phaeton carried his own death sickle and said sarcastic words to Obito, who was seriously injured and dying. At the beginning, Obito's injury really scared him. But so what? He, who is favored by the god of death, is immortal. What's there to fear? If I had known, I would have taken action. The taciturn Kakuzu added. At the same time, he stared at Obito's broken body with desire. If Obito died like this, he could ask the leader to dig out his heart and put it on his body. However, the distortion of the Kamui space has not ended. When the fluctuations connecting different spaces are about to disappear. Swish! A shocking sword energy that penetrates the long rainbow actually slashed out from the void. The golden and red sword light bloomed. It suddenly illuminated the entire dark Akatsuki base. Stupefied. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Is this someone coming to the door? Then, in everyone's extremely horrified eyes, the sharp sword energy rushed towards them. Puff, puff. The sounds of bodies being cut were heard one after another, accompanied by screams. What is this? Damn it! What on earth did that bastard Afei bring back? The terrible slash swept across all the cage-level masters present. That sword! How terrible! Deidara's shoulder was cut with a deep bloody mark. He was still terrified. If he hadn't used the clay spider to explode in front of him in time, he would have resisted a lot of damage. If this sword energy fell on him, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. Even so, he was also severely injured. Following closely were Kakuzu and Haiden. Puff! On the other side, Haiden's head was chopped off. Gurgle, gurgle, rolling on the ground. However, he was not dead. With his mouth open, he kept yelling. Ah! It hurts. Damn off, eh? I'll sacrifice you to the god of death. Shut up. If you keep making noise, I won't sew you up. Kakuzu knelt on the ground, coughing up blood, revealing the dense threads inside his body. And a broken heart. Just now, his heart was cut off by a sword. Shinra Tensei. At this time, Pain stood up in time, stretched out his hand and pushed into the air. Boom! The huge rebuke roared out. With an extremely strong and amazing, invisible wave, it spread in all directions. Buzz! Everyone felt their bodies stagnate, and then saw the speed of the sword energy stagnated. Great! There's salvation! Seeing this scene, Delata and others covered their wounds and breathed a sigh of relief. What a pity! The scene changed again. Pain's Shinra Tensei was unable to completely destroy this monstrous sword energy slash. Instead, it was cut by a sword. How is it possible? Pain Tenda's eyes were full of horror. At this moment, the other 6 paths were not around, and almost all the chakra was gathered on Tend. Even if it was not a full-strength attack, the power was definitely not weak. He has always been the only one who could deflect other people's ninjutsu. The first time. This is still the first time. Pain Tenda's Shinra Tensei was broken and cut by the sword energy. Boom! The loud noises seemed to crack the sky and the earth. The smoke was filled and the dust was everywhere. When the dust in the air dissipated, the entire Akatsuki base was in ruins. There were traces of sword energy everywhere. The cracks were full of caves, which were majestic and terrifying. What the hell is going on? Tend Pain almost gritted his teeth. Where's Kisame? Only 2 people appeared in the whirlpool, and he had a bad feeling. In addition, the terrible slash that followed was so powerful that it was earth-shattering. A head was thrown out casually by Obito. Kisame Hoshigaki stared at them with his eyes wide open. Even the members of the Akatsuki organization who were used to seeing life and death were also panicked. Pain frowned. What's going on? Kisame and Ataki are partners, how could such a thing happen? The implication was clear. These 2 are the strongest people in the Akatsuki organization, and there is no possibility of accidents. I met a monster. Seeing Ataki remain silent, the weak Obito had to speak. Then he told everything about his experience. The cold temperament made Obito describe the process. There is no trace of personal emotion in his words. There is no embellishment in his words. But the members of Akatsuki still feel their scalps tingling. 1 sword with a sword of 100 meters? Cut the sea? Slash Susanoo with a sword? And 0. There are at least 4 attribute changes? Gurgle. Swallowing sounds come one after another. The people present are arrogant. But they know the strength of Ataki and Kisame very well. Deidara, Haiden, and others were even recruited by them. Do you still want to go? At this time, as if to avenge a word, Obito suddenly asked Haiden coldly. Haiden didn't say anything and looked away. Although he is not afraid of death, it doesn't mean that Haiden likes to give away his head. Kakuzu's mouth cracked, and he said excitedly, if I meet that guy, I will take his heart out and put it in my body. In the town. After a big battle, Jiraiya and Kujuo Hitaki returned to their residence slightly exhausted. Especially Kujuo Hitaki, the switching of various breathing styles caused the body to tear. The flesh felt a dull pain. This is not a good sign. It seems that I still need to improve my physical fitness. Breathing methods can improve the speed, strength, agility, etc. of the body. But this kind of increase, it still depends on his own physical strength. Shaking his head, Kujuo Hitaki closed his eyes in enjoyment. Hinata was blushing and helped him wipe his body. How is it? Is the strength enough? Although she didn't know what her lover had experienced. But from the burning skin of Kujuo Hitaki after he came back, it can be seen that he must have experienced a shocking battle. Enough. After a soft reply, Kujuo Hitaki suddenly opened his eyes and hugged the girl next to him. Splash! A splash of water sounded. The lights in the room went out. The next day, Jiraiya took Naruto with him and set out on the journey to find Tsunade again with Kujuo Hitaki and the others. Naruto, be careful on the road, don't run around alone. Seeing Naruto listening in one ear and out the other, Jiraiya was furious. One fist went up. Did you hear that? Ouch! It hurts. Naruto covered his head and muttered in dissatisfaction, I know. Jiraiya was still worried. Although he didn't know what conspiracy was behind those mysterious organizations. But the previous investigation. He had some guesses in his mind. These people might target the tailed beast in Naruto's body. Follow Kujuo more in the future. It will be much safer with him protecting you. Finally, Jiraiya added another sentence with concern. Follow Kujuo? Why? Aren't you safe following the teacher? Naruto opened his eyes wide, full of confusion. Yes. Why did he let Naruto follow Hitaki Kujuo? Is it unsafe to follow me? Or, even in his heart, he was not sure that he could save Naruto from those people. Time passed in a flash for half a month. During this period, there was no invasion by the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya was much more relieved. And he didn't know how to say it, he always felt that Hitaki Kujuo was mysterious. His temperament was outstanding, giving people a strong sense of security. Chapter 91. In the distant secret base of Sound Village. Hitaki Kujuo. Hitaki Kujuo. Orochimaru's soul was bound in a transparent container. He kept repeating this name in his mouth, full of resentment. It's all him. It's all him. If it weren't for Hitaki Kujuo, his plan would have succeeded long ago, and why would he fall into this situation now? The two swords that stabbed him that day seemed to have pierced his soul. Orochimaru has not recovered until now. Kabuto Yakushi presided over the resurrection ceremony and listened to the sound of Orochimaru gritting his teeth. He said immediately, Lord Orochimaru, please be patient, I will revive you soon. This time I have prepared a new body for you, which is much better than the previous ones. His words made Orochimaru on the altar recover his emotions briefly. What I need is Sasuke. Hurry up and get Sasuke to me. Only his body can carry all my abilities. Only his plan can be realized. Kabuto Yakushi immediately became solemn and nodded hurriedly. Yes. Lord Orochimaru. At night, Sasuke walked down the street with his hands in his pockets. There were only the chirping of insects and the slight sound of the wind in the air. Damn it! Naruto is already so strong, and there is still him. Thinking back to the details of the day of the Chunin exam, Sasuke's fists clenched and cracked. The battle between the summoning toads, which were as big as the tailed beasts, and the two behemoths. He couldn't intervene at all. The most important thing was Hitaki Kujuo. That sword was so powerful. The scene of the sword flattening the entire forest was vivid in his mind. Too strong. On many sleepless nights, Sasuke would dream of this sharp sword. The sword energy slashed at him. Then he woke up with a startle, breathing heavily. Flag 06 Kujuo, how strong are you? Why? Why? Why am I the only one standing still? If this goes on, when will I be able to defeat that man and avenge my clan? Damn it! Sasuke, who had not yet known that the extermination of the Uchiha clan was planned by Konoha's high-ranking officials Danzo and others, was full of hatred for that man and unwillingness to accept his own strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 3 figures fell from the sky. 2 men and 1 woman stood on the wall, looking down at Uchiha Sasuke coldly. They were wearing forehead protectors from the Sound Village. Due to the death of the third generation and others, Konoha is now much more relaxed, giving people the opportunity to break in. Who is it? Suzuki immediately took out a kunao and became alert. The leader was tall, with a disdainful smile on his face, and sneered. Is this the person that Lord Orochimaru is looking for? He looks like nothing special. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and Sasuke's eyes widened. The whole person was hammered to the ground. He was horrified. He didn't react at all to the speed just now. He endured the pain and was about to use a kunao to stab the neck of the fat man who was pressing on him. But he didn't expect the other party to grin. Your will is strong, but it's a pity that it's not enough. In an instant, a black curse mark began to spread rapidly from the fat man's neck, covering his whole body. In just a blink of an eye, the fat man's momentum changed. It rose several levels. Bang! Another heavy punch. This time, Suzuki was completely unable to fight back and was suppressed. After nearly 10 minutes of beating, he finally stopped struggling. But he still raised his kunao stubbornly, looking at them with hatred. We are the cursed team under Orochimaru. Under the moonlight. The woman on the wall said. Do you want to know our power just now? That was given to us by Orochimaru. Haven't you always longed for this power? If you want it, then come with us. Follow us, Orochimaru will give you everything. After that, the three people who fell from the sky disappeared again. Only the white moonlight and the pain of being beaten at the scene showed that it was not an illusion. Orochimaru. Suzuki muttered silently. I don't know what he was thinking in his heart. After a long time, the moonlight was thick, and no one in the village went out, and the defense was the lowest and deepest. A staggering figure, with a scarlet Sharingan, limped out of the village with his arm covered. Suzuki. Chosen to defect. The next day, the Konoha Guardian Barrier team finally discovered the news of Sasuke's defection. The whole village was shocked. Suzuki not only represents the first of the current 12 young warriors, second only to Hatake Kujuo. Because of his identity as an orphan of the Uchiha clan, the Konoha high level, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato-en were even more worried. That man had an agreement with Konoha. Suzuki. It is the last bottom line. Therefore, Konoha is issuing a wanted order. Find Suzuki at all costs. 5, 6. Buy me a big one. I'm so big, I don't believe he won't open it once. In a gambling house, there is a beautiful woman in a green coat who is crossing her legs and shouting heroically. The exaggerated appearance in front of her makes everyone at the gambling table unable to take their eyes away. Big. Big. It's quite big. The gambler at the opposite table was drooling, and realized that he had lost his composure, and hurriedly wiped it off. Tsunade-sama. Shizune was narrating while holding the cat. She was so anxious that she almost cried. Tsunade-sama has almost lost 5,000 taels today. If she loses more, she will really have no money left. Don't think that the people at this table are very polite and stare at their masters with envy. But once they get on the gambling table, they are absolutely unambiguous. And they only believe in one principle. That is, whatever Tsunade-sama buys, they will buy it. Finally, the result of the dice came out. Why is it small again? Tsunade was instantly furious when she saw it, and slapped the table heavily with her beautiful hand. Bang! The amazing force directly smashed the entire gambling table. Wood chips flew and shattered. Looking at the strange palm of the woman in front of him, the whole audience was silent. Gurgle. Everyone stared blankly. The sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. But this time it was not because of her figure. It was this amazing destructive power. No more playing. Shizune, let's go. Tsunade seemed to be still not satisfied, and punched the door beam again, hammering a hole in the heavy iron door. "What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes." Tsunade turned back and glared at the gamblers fiercely, then clapped her hands and stepped out of the door. "But don't leave!" A loud shout came from behind. "You want to run away after losing so much money? No way! Those old gamblers are guys who value money over life." Even though Tsunade just now the hand that hit the wall startled them, but he still held her tightly to collect the debt. "One sentence. I can give you my life, but you have to give me the money. Run!" Seeing that the situation was not good, Tsunade ran away. The implicated Shizun hugged the cat and bowed 3 times and apologized 4 times behind her. Then, she ran away in a flash. Behind her was the army of debt collectors chasing closely, and Tsunade's white fingers stretched forward. "Go there!" There was a high wall in front of her. Tsunade planned to jump over it with Shizun's physical fitness as a ninja. However, as soon as she jumped up, a stone was thrown from the other side of the wall. The stone hit Tsunade's weapon and bounced high. But it was just like this. She was in a hurry to run away and fell down directly, and was surrounded by people behind her. She had no choice. Under Shizun's sad face, the cat of noble blood was pawned. To mortgage gambling debts. Yes. Who? After the debt collectors left, Tsunade bit her teeth and said fiercely. The force of the stone just now was definitely not something that an ordinary person could produce. It must be a ninja, and he specifically aimed at that position. He punched the wall. Bang! When she turned her head and looked. Hum? Over the hole in the wall, stood a handsome boy in red clothes. A sword on his waist, a high ponytail, and a mysterious pattern on his forehead. What a charming boy! Tsunade sighed in her heart. Then, he immediately changed his face. No. It was you who threw the stone just now. Immediately, Tsunade's good impression of Hitaki Kujuo when they first met was immediately lost. He swung a fist. Pure power, no chakra was used. Tsunade was angry and wanted to teach this boy a lesson. But... snap! A crisp sound. Tsunade was shocked to find that her hand was actually held by the boy. She tried to pull it back with a little force. Shocked. I couldn't pull it back. It's only natural to pay back debts. I didn't expect that one of the 3 ninjas, Tsunade-sama, would do such a thing as evading debts. A faint tone came out of the boy's mouth at this time. Tsunade felt it was a mockery. Humph! She snorted. Tsunade was about to take back her fist and pulled it back with force. Hey? She was completely shocked. She still couldn't pull it back. Look at the boy's calm face again. At this moment, Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. Get down! With a cry, Tsunade's left hand was attached with chakra, and she punched out with strange force. Swish! It was a lonely punch. Hitaki Kujuo turned gracefully and jumped behind her. The scabbard in her hand slapped lightly. Pa! Boy, you are playing with fire. Tsunade, who punched the air, was spanked. She was ashamed and annoyed. At the same time, her heart was already in turmoil. I thought he was just an ordinary handsome boy. I wanted to teach him a lesson. But he found that his strength and speed were not inferior to hers. Even. She was completely fooled. Is it because she has been addicted to gambling and drinking for many years and has forgotten the feeling of being a ninja? It caused her strength to decline seriously. In an instant, a lot of things emerged in Tsunade's mind. Just when she was about to ask a few questions, she didn't expect that the boy actually clapped his hands. Come out, Jiraiya teacher, Tsunade-sama is here. Hitaki Kujuo said lightly to the other side of the wall. Swoosh! Jiraiya grabbed Naruto and jumped over with Hinata. Seeing this scene, Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then she was silent for a while. How did you find this place? Jiraiya did not answer her. Instead, he said in a deep voice. The teacher is dead. One sentence. It was like a bolt from the blue. Tsunade, who had been having a bad day, felt a little dizzy. Chapter 92. Tsunade-sama. Seeing Tsunade about to faint, Shizune exclaimed and hurried forward to help her. Fortunately, Tsunade staggered and stabilized her body in time. There was confusion on her face and a trace of unspeakable grief. Obviously, the death of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was a heavy blow to Tsunade. She asked with a trembling voice. Teacher, how did he die? Jiraiya saw Tsunade like this and knew that the death of the third-generation teacher was a real blow to her. It's Orochimaru. Orochimaru colluded with the Sand Village and attacked Konoha during the Chunin exam. The teacher died in battle to protect the village. Orochimaru. When she heard the name, Tsunade trembled as if struck by lightning. Why is it him? Why did he do this? Faced with Tsunade's question, everyone was just silent. No one could answer her question. To be honest, even Jiraiya, who was one of the three ninjas, had gone through so many ups and downs together, and he still couldn't figure it out. Why did Orochimaru kill the teacher? Could it be because he didn't choose him to be the Hokage, but Minato Namikaze? Let's talk somewhere else. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya suggested. Then, Shizune supported Tsunade. Hitaki Kujuo also hugged Hinata. The group came to the hut where Tsunade currently lived. After resting for half a day, when Tsunade appeared in front of everyone again, she had recovered her expression and accepted the fact. No longer so haggard. Hitaki Kujuo saw it and sighed secretly. As expected of the three ninjas, this calm mentality is really amazing. Seeing that Tsunade is almost in good condition, Jiraiya's bold character was undoubtedly revealed, and he came straight to the point. We came here this time because we were commissioned by the village and the daimyo to invite you to serve as the fifth-generation Hokage. As soon as the voice fell, Shizune's eyes lit up. Great! If Tsunade-sama can return to the village to serve as Hokage, then I will not gamble again in the future. No need to watch her drinking and getting drunk every day. Shizune saw Tsunade's grief every day. After her lover died, even her only brother was gone. The heavy blow of losing all her relatives made Tsunade unable to recover from it. I don't agree. But Tsunade shook her head without thinking and refused directly. Her expression was cold. Her tone was firm. It seemed that there was no need to talk anymore. Why? Jiraiya was anxious and excited. Nothing, I have hemophobia, which is not suitable for me as the cage of a village. Tsunade still had no expression on her face and said lightly. This. Tsunade's words instantly silenced Jiraiya. Yes. As the cage of a village, it is inevitable to encounter battles. But how can I do it with hemophobia? On the battlefield, life and death are common, and blood is commonplace. He is a Hokage. If he fainted because of fear of blood, if he told others, it would be ridiculous, and something serious might happen. Jiraiya frowned and was anxious. Suddenly, snap! A sword sound startled everyone. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Kujuo Hitaki who drew his sword. Kujuo-kun. Hinata carefully pulled the corner of Kujuo Hitaki's clothes, not understanding why he suddenly did this. Tsunade glanced lightly. She spotted this young man out of the corner of her eyes. It's him again? What else does he want to do? Seeing that I don't agree, he wants to force it. As soon as this thought came up, she laughed. How could there be such a ridiculous idea? However, the next second, Tsunade's smile stopped abruptly. Tsunade-sama, I think your hemophobia has been cured for a long time. Hitaki Kujuo's calm words made Tsunade's eyes widen immediately. She turned around and stared at Hitaki Kujuo. You little brat, what do you know? Don't you know my own situation as well as you do? One of the three ninjas. The aura of the cage-level strongman was clearly visible. Buzz. The aura burst. Facing the endless pressure like a tide. The air around began to vibrate slightly. The slow movement of the corner of the table showed how amazing his aura was. What a pity! Hitaki Kujuo remained calm, and his calm appearance was not affected at all. Looking directly at Tsunade, Naruto and Hinata both broke out in a cold sweat. Where have they ever seen such a violent side of a cage-level strongman? The only cage-level strongman who has the opportunity to meet in the village is the third generation and teacher Jiraiya. But the three-generation grandfather always looked at them with a smile and instilled the will of fire in them. He never put pressure on them. Not to mention Jiraiya. But Hitaki Kujuo is different. He said. Don't even mention the momentum of a cage-level strongman. He even killed a cage level with one sword. So, he said lightly. When you hammered the wall before, you didn't attach chakra to your hand, so your hand was scratched and bled a little. When I held your fist, I shook it in front of you to see if you fainted. The facts prove that you don't have hemophobia, Tsunade-sama. Hitaki Kujuo said to himself, everything was well thought out. Or, Tsunade-sama did suffer from hemophobia because of her inner pain, but now she is fine. The words were sonorous and powerful, and the cause and effect were clearly explained. Tsunade was speechless. She was hit. Indeed. Her hemophobia had long been cured during the years of healing. However, in order to avoid responsibility, in order to avoid herself, Tsunade chose to conceal it. This. Even Shizuan, who had been following her, didn't know. I didn't expect that your observation skills are quite sharp. Helpless. Tsunade's tone softened, and she praised him irrelevantly. This praise. Jiraiya immediately became excited. He hurriedly came up. Of course. This kid not only has extraordinary observation skills. His strength is also ridiculous. After Orochimaru killed the teacher, he was the one who avenged him. 2 swords stabbed Orochimaru's body, directly stabbing him to death seriously injured. He also. Jiraiya was in high spirits, as if he had found a topic. He told all of Hitaki Kujuo's achievements, from cutting off the first tail with a knife to later slashing Kisame with a sword. He became more and more excited as he spoke. He seemed to be proud of it. On the other side, Naruto and Hinata were stunned. What did they just hear? So Kujuo-kun is so powerful? When they were resting in the room before, Kujuo-kun actually went out and killed a cage-level warrior. He even beat away 2 other people with similar strength. So powerful? Naruto's fighting spirit was immediately ignited, and he secretly vowed to work hard to practice and catch up with Kujuo-kun as soon as possible. And Hinata? She looked at her boyfriend with admiration. There is such a powerful man protecting her. A strong sense of happiness and security arises. There is a powerful boyfriend. Who doesn't yearn for it? Who doesn't envy? Impossible. If Naruto and Hinata knew about Kujuo Hitaki's previous battle record, they would be less surprised. Tsunade had never seen it. She couldn't believe it at all. A boy of 12 or 13 years old, chopped a tail with a knife and beat it to pieces? Defeated Orochimaru and made him escape with serious injuries? Killed Hoshigaki Kisame with a sword? And forced Itaki and another mysterious strong man who was suspected of knowing space ninjutsu to flee? How could such an outrageous thing happen? Do you think my grandfather Senju Hashirama is still alive? In Tsunade's heart, the only one who can do this is her most admired and respected grandfather. That legendary ninja, the man who is respected as the god of ninja. That's right. Jiraiya seemed to see through Tsunade's thoughts. I dare to conclude that this kid's future achievements will definitely far exceed you and me. It's not impossible to reach the height of the first generation. Tsunade smiled. She still didn't want to believe it. At the same time, she sneered in her heart. How could a teenager compare with his grandfather? What a joke, a sword with 100 meters of energy, splitting the sea with one sword. He can launch such a casual attack at the level of a cage without risking his life. Does he have so much chakra? After saying that, Tsunade also looked at Kujuo Hitaki provocatively. The latter was still as calm as water, and did not have any emotional ups and downs due to her doubts. He is a child with a good heart. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and commented in her heart. At this time, Kazuo Hitaki, who had been quietly listening to Jiraiya and Tsunade's argument, finally spoke. How about this? I heard that Tsunade-sama likes gambling, and I happen to be interested in a bet with Tsunade-sama. How about we come to a gambling agreement? Gambling agreement? This new term refreshed everyone's ears and made them curious. Especially Tsunade. She was itching after hearing these words. But she pretended to be indifferent and said, "What kind of gambling agreement? Tell me about it." Swish! A sword was unsheathed. Hitaki Kujuo stood up, drew out the sword in his hand and said, "It's very simple, let's go out and fight. I won. Lady Tsunade, come back to the village with us, Zhao. I lost, and all the gambling debts owed by Lady Tsunade will be covered by me. All the gambling funds in the future will also be provided by me." As soon as these words came out, they were full of amazing momentum. Tsunade was in doubt. This kid was so confident that he dared to fight her? Is what Jiraiya said true? While she was hesitating, Shizuan's words had the effect of finalizing the matter. Lady Tsunade, cat and pig. The pink piglet had already been pawned to the casino. The cat also lost to the casino today. Okay. I promise you. Pa. Tsunade slapped the table and finally agreed to Hitaki Kujuo's gambling request. With a bang, the table was smashed. But this trick that is very useful in the casino did not scare them. Especially Jiraiya, who whispered to the boy in front of her. "Be gentle later, don't hurt Tsunade." Damn it! Tsunade's face turned red with anger. "Can you speak louder? Are you afraid that I can't hear you?" With a flick of her sleeves. With a menacing posture, Tsunade led Shizuan to leave first. Hitaki Kujuo walked behind with a sword in his hand. Jiraiya saw Naruto standing there stupidly and reminded him unhappily. "Let's go, what are you still standing there for?" Naruto finally reacted. Is Tsunade really going to fight Kujuo? That scene must be very exciting. Oh! I'm here too. Chapter 93. This is a valley. The river flows slowly, and the flowers and plants are lush. It looks like a good place. At this time, Hitaki Kujuo holds a sword. He looks relaxed and looks at Tsunade from a distance. It seems that he doesn't take Tsunade seriously. Of course, he does have the strength. Come on. Brat, I want to see how capable you are. You can let Jiraiya praise you like this. Tsunade put her hands on her waist. More bold than Jiraiya. The weapon in front of her shook, and as her fingers the ups and downs were trembling. Tsunade-sama, you should attack first. If I draw my sword, you will have no chance to attack. Hitaki Kujuo ignored Tsunade's provocation. On the contrary, he began to close his eyes and rest. This brat is so arrogant. Beside him, Jiraiya had a smile on his face. This is indeed arrogant. Sure enough. After hearing this, Tsunade was furious. Good boy, I will teach you a lesson. In anger, the chakra fluctuations all over her body soared into the sky, blowing the flowers and plants under her feet into pieces. What a strong breath! Naruto was so shocked by this momentum that he couldn't stand, and he was shocked in his heart. It happened in a flash. Boom! While everyone was shocked by Tsunade's momentum, she had already jumped out. With strange power in her hands, she hit Hatake Kujuo heavily. She didn't hold back. Crack, crack, crack. This punch seemed to shatter the space, like glass breaking. Hatake Kujuo still closed his eyes, feeling this amazing punch. He held the scabbard with one hand and blocked it. Bang! A huge roar sounded. The strange punch had hit his face, but was blocked by Hatake Kujuo with the scabbard with one hand. Hey! The terrible airwave swept past in an instant. Crack, crack! At the same time, the surrounding air suddenly shattered, like ice breaking piece by piece. This! How is it possible? He actually blocked it so easily. Stupefied. Tsunade's beautiful face was full of disbelief. You know that human strength needs a fulcrum. It is difficult for a person to block the enemy's full-strength attack with only one end of a weapon. What's more, this is a strange punch with a lot of chakra added by himself. This kid. Is his strength higher than mine? Tsunade's brows knitted with a trace of solemnity as this thought flashed through her mind. One punch. Just one punch. She had already tested the depth of this brat. With such strength, it seems that Jiraiya didn't just brag. Tsunade took a deep breath, then took 2 steps back and returned to her original position. This time, she didn't look at Hatake Kujuo with contempt. Instead, she looked at the boy carefully with the eyes of a peer. Careful, staring. But is he not going to draw his sword yet? Tsunade admitted. This kid could block her full-strength punch with his scabbard, and he was qualified to fight her. But as a swordsman, he didn't draw his sword. This was clearly disrespectful to her as an opponent. As one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. When had she ever been looked down upon like this? With anger, Tsunade raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily. Since you won't draw your sword, I will force you to draw your sword. Super strength. Painful kick. Bang! It blew up the air. A kick containing extremely violent chakra came at lightning speed. With a strong wind, it directly broke the sound barrier. The whistling airflow tightly surrounded Tsunade's calves with amazing power. The delicate toes contained the power to flatten the world. This power. Hatake Kujuo suddenly opened his eyes. The power of this kick can be heard from the heavy breathing around him. It will definitely break the mountains and rivers with one kick. With a flash of his figure, he leaped into the air with his sword in his arms. The gorgeous red clothes passed by Tsunade's running path, leaving Tsunade, who was kicking, stunned. After landing gracefully, the sound of Tsunade gritting her teeth came from behind. Damn brat, you look down on me. If you don't plan to draw your sword, then never draw it. As soon as the words fell, Tsunade supported the ground with one hand, and turned 365 degrees when she came, and the direction of the kick was deviated. With a powerful kick, stepped from left to right towards the face of Hatake Kujuo. The whistling wind of the leg. With the smell of Tsunade. A unique fragrance of a mature woman. The nose slightly raised. Snap! With a crisp sound, Hatake Kujuo grabbed Tsunade's ankle. It was soft in the hand, not like the skin that could produce such a strange kick. You! Tsunade was furious, and her face was red. She pulled back hard and prepared to pull back her calf. What a pity! The hand holding her ankle was like a steel claw, unbreakable. A palm strike. Hit Tsunade's calf. Hiss! A painful expression appeared on Tsunade's face. Taking advantage of this gap, Hatake Kujuo's hands suddenly moved. Tsunade lost her balance and was about to fall forward. Watching the right moment, Hitaki Kujuo stepped forward to help her up and hugged her tightly. Tsunade-sama, are you okay? Tsunade, who had never been hugged by a strange man, had angry eyes. Blue chakra light lit up on her elbow, and she broke free from Hitaki Kujuo's arms. Bang! She stomped her feet. The ground suddenly cracked, exploding countless rubble. Yin seal! Release! A delicate shout. The diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead began to travel all over her body, covering her entire face in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Tsunade's momentum more vigorous. Yin seal. You can store the chakra that is not used at ordinary times, and release it all at once when necessary. By microscanning chakra, you can achieve the effect of instant self-healing and strengthening attack. Tsunade's eternal youth depends on this trick. I didn't expect that Tsunade was forced to use this trick. Jiraiya stood aside and watched the battle, feeling a little emotional. At the same time, I envy that brat Hitaki Kujuo very much. Is he doing it on purpose? Even he has never hugged Tsunade's body. I don't know how it feels. Hiss. The other two children were stunned. Naruto only knew to widen his eyes and open his mouth in shock. Hinata saw more things. Tsunade's fist method is completely different from the soft fist style of the Hyuga clan. It's a big and open route. Every move has the power to break the air. But Kujuo-kun is so powerful. The girl thought happily in her heart. Such a powerful lady Tsunade, such a powerful attack. She has never encountered Kujuo-kun. Tsunade exhaled, staring at Kujuo Hitaki with a stern look. Just as Hinata saw. Every attack of hers was dodged by this brat. It felt like a heavy punch hitting cotton. This time, the yin seal is activated. After the body function is greatly enhanced, let's see how you, a brat, can dodge. At this moment, Kujuo Hitaki also had his own plan in mind. He had never drawn his sword before. Because every ordinary slash was comparable to S-level ninjutsu. This method of casual attack at the level of Kage, except when facing the enemy. It's really a bit timid to deal with your own people. And after Tsunade activated the yin seal, he could feel from the sound of her breathing that her strength in all aspects was far beyond before. It would not be so easy to dodge as easily as before. There are two solutions. The first is to open the markings. The power of the markings is definitely far beyond the yin seal. It is very easy to surpass Tsunade in speed and agility. However, this bet requires a clean and neat win, and to completely subdue Tsunade. Otherwise, if you want her to obey and return to the village to be Hokage, you have to rely on Naruto's mouth. But after Orochimaru was severely injured by himself, now he is probably dying and looking for a new body. It is unlikely that he will come to the door and make all this happen like in the original work. So, swish. Draw out a sword. With a sharp and cold edge. Hitaki Kujuo intends to make a quick decision. With the yin seal, Tsunade should not be killed by my sword in 1 second, right? Hitaki Kujuo muttered. The sword body quietly turned into a golden color. With a brilliant brilliance. Thunder-breathing sixth form. Thunder and thunder. Swish. He swung countless swords in succession, bringing with him a sky full of thunder and lightning to strike Tsunade on the opposite side. Tzitzis. Pure golden lightning. Representing the most righteous and explosive power in the world, it continuously shines in the air. The airflow exploded, rumbling. The sky suddenly changed color. The clear sky just now was now covered with dark clouds. There were flashes of lightning in the clouds. This sword echoed the thunder of the sky. The world was subservient to it. Golden and purple lights were all brilliant, and the thunderous sword energy brought with it a dragon roar. The entire space It has completely turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Retreat. Jiraiya was shocked. Seeing Hatake Kujuo swinging his sword, he picked up Naruto and retreated. Hina followed behind. The three retreated 1,000 meters away and stopped dangerously. He looked at the center of the battlefield in shock, and the world had turned into a sea of thunder. Tsunade's figure disappeared, and was enveloped by golden, purple, and red lightning. This kid! Didn't you agree to show mercy? Why is he so domineering? Jiraiya's vicissitudes and heroic face were full of shock. This sword? No. It can no longer be called a sword. Hatake Kujuo kept waving the sword energy in his hand. Lightning and lightning burst out like beans. Is this a slash that a human can make? Has anyone heard that sword energy can respond to the weather? Fire attribute, earth attribute, water attribute, wind attribute. And the lightning attribute in front of us. This kid, like the teacher, has mastered all attributes. Jiraiya seemed to see the rise of a new ninja god. What he needs? Just time. I hope nothing happens to Tsunade. The center of thunder. This place has turned into a pool of thunder. Every move she makes is filled with thunder and lightning. There is no intact part of Tsunade's body. There are traces of electric scorch everywhere. But under the super self-healing ability of the Yin Seal, she recovers instantly. However, every time she tries to walk out of this sea of thunder, there will be thousands of thunders pouring in, blasting her into ashes. She dare not try. To experiment with her own self-healing ability in life is courting death. At this moment, she thought of a lot. Every word that the brat said to her. The shock in her heart is indelible. It turns out that if he really draws the sword, I will have no chance to attack. Everything Jiraiya said is true. Tsunade has completely given up struggling. She has a deep understanding of the strength of the red-clothed boy, Kujuo Hatake. At this time, a clear voice came into her ears. Tsunade-sama, do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat, I will stop swinging the sword and let you out. This sentence sounded. All of a sudden, everyone stared at the center of the thunder. She was shocked and suspicious. This sword energy can be controlled at will? Stop it when you say it. And this sea of thunder with a radius of 100 meters has actually been controlled and has not hurt Tsunade? Jiraiya thought he had overestimated Kujuo Hatake's swordsmanship. Now, he finally realized. This monster's swordsmanship is not the highest, but only higher. I admit defeat. After a long time, Tsunade's tired voice finally came from inside. However, Kujuo Hatake did not stop immediately. Instead, he called out to Shizune, who was 1,000 meters away. No way! Tsunade, who was baptized by thunder, must be all over her body now, without clothes to wear. If I were the only man in the whole scene, it wouldn't matter. But don't forget that Naruto and Jiraiya, the 10,000-year-old LSP, are also there. If I withdraw the sword energy rashly, if Tsunade is seen naked by other men, she will definitely fight with me. Chapter 94. Shizune came jogging all the way, and whispered in Kujuo Hatake's ear, whispered a few words. Her face was a little flustered, and she looked very anxious. Then, Jiraiya looked at her with a puzzled look, and drove him and others back. No matter how he asked, she refused to reveal a single word. It seemed that she would not give up until he was driven out. As a last resort, he had to drag Naruto and Hinata back to Tsunade's secluded hut. This wait lasted the whole afternoon. Until the evening. Tsunade and Shizune finally returned home. Behind, it was Hatake Kujuo who was walking with a sword. What are you doing? You took so long to come back. Jiraiya was confused. As an experienced LS, he saw that Tsunade's face seemed a little wrong. That's right. It seemed like a little bit of a girl in love. No. It couldn't be. Jiraiya looked her up and down. Being stared at by Jiraiya, Tsunade, who already had something to hide, immediately became angry. What are you looking at? If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Tsunade was furious and waved her fists threateningly. But in Jiraiya's opinion, this was just a bluff. Ahem. Hatake Kujuo, who was walking behind, cleared his throat twice. His voice immediately made Tsunade and Shizune tremble and tense up. Hatake Kujuo interrupted the conversation between the old friends. As if nothing had happened. Walked in front of Tsunade. At the moment of passing by, Tsunade shivered obviously. Hatake Kujuo pulled Hinata with one hand and prepared to go back to the house on the pretext of being tired. While hugging Hinata's waist, his eyes glanced at the girl's front without any purpose. Why is the gap so big? It shouldn't be. During the day the scenery at that glance lingered in my mind. Majestic. Amazing. On second thought. Hinata is still growing up after all. That night, no one had dinner. Tsunade refused the original plan to go out for a bath, and she stayed in the room. Jiraiya was confused, and there was nothing he could do. He had to take Naruto, the young man, out to find food. Fortunately, the next day Tsunade and Shizune recovered. I'll admit defeat. I underestimated you before. Tsunade took a deep breath and formally agreed to the request of Kujuo Hatake and others. That is to go back to the village. Of course, the subtext is self-evident. I, Tsunade, am willing to go back and take the position of the 5th Hokage. Great! Grandma Tsunade, you are so nice. Naruto is a true character. He cheered right on the spot. Tsunade looked at Naruto, as if she saw her former brother, with memories slowly appearing in her eyes. She said softly. Don't thank me, if you really want to thank someone, thank that brat. When talking about the brat, Tsunade's teeth were clenched so hard that she wanted to bite someone. Jiraiya patted his head and could only think that Tsunade was electrocuted yesterday and was holding a grudge. That's not right. Tsunade is not such a stingy person. She also said that she would accept defeat after a bet. How could she dislike Kujuo because of a bet? If she was defeated by a junior, she would definitely be appreciative and happy, without any dissatisfaction. This Tsunade. It's getting harder and harder to figure out her temper. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Jiraiya shook his head, his mind full of question marks, and stopped thinking about it. The group finally embarked on the journey back to the village. Over at the Land of Fire. After a long period of turmoil in Konoha. Today, we finally have good news. That is, the eldest granddaughter of the first generation Senju Hashirama. One of the legendary 3 ninjas, the direct disciple of the 3rd generation Hokage. Princess Tsunade is back. And the news has spread. That is, Princess Tsunade has agreed to take the position of the village's Hokage. Now, apart from the 4th generation Namikaze Minato, when Tsunade was the 5th generation of Konoha's Hokage, she had already succeeded to the 5th generation. The whole village celebrates. All the villagers took to the streets to welcome him. After so many years, they all wanted to see the style of the future Hokage. Tsunade and Jiraiya walked in the front, welcoming everyone's warm eyes. Behind them was the silly smiling Naruto. Hatake Kujuo walked at the end, holding Hinata's hand. Is this Princess Tsunade? So beautiful. Humph. Superficial, Princess Tsunade is one of the legendary 3 ninjas. She is powerful, but how can a powerful ninja who is going to serve as the Hokage of our Konoha be described as beautiful? I just want to ask if you are beautiful. Beautiful. So young. How did Lady Tsunade maintain herself? She looks like a 20-year-old girl. I have decided. I will be a loyal fan of Lady Tsunade in the future. Great figure. A villager just said this. Immediately, he felt the cold eyes of the Anbu members shooting at him. Suddenly, he was silent. The rest of the words could not be said. Walked all the way to the square of Konoha, in front of the Hokage building. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en were waiting here early. Tsunade took the bamboo hat and the Hokage's divine robe from their hands. In the spotlight. Take office as the fifth Hokage. Seeing this, Kakashi and other Jonin just breathed a sigh of relief. With the return of Lady Tsunade, the village finally has a backbone, and no longer has to worry about the spying from foreign forces. Lord Jiraiya and Princess Tsunade have a great relationship. Princess Tsunade, who has not returned to the village for so many years, actually agreed to take the position of Hokage. Yui Kurane looked at the two Sunin on the stage, her heart full of envy. She also wanted to have such a confidant, a relationship that remained unchanged for decades. Hee. At this time, Asuma suddenly laughed twice, interrupting Kurane's infinite reverie. What are you laughing at? Yui Kurane was a little embarrassed. She felt that Asuma's smile seemed to be mocking her. You don't know, our new Hokage didn't come back for the sake of Jiraiya-sama. But... He stopped abruptly here, making Kurane anxious. But what? Tell me quickly. It's my cousin's credit. Kakashi, who was reading a book, said suddenly. Asuma, who was proud and ready to keep the secret, was choked. Hitaki Kujuo? This boy again? Hong blinked her beautiful eyes, somewhat puzzled about the relationship between the two. Kakashi seemed tired. Seeing that the inauguration ceremony of Hokage on the stage was almost over, he put away the intimate paradise and put it in his pocket and went back. On the way back, his words came slowly. My cousin made a bet with Tsunade-sama, and the bet was to return to the village to serve as Hokage. The man had already left. Only Yui Kurane was left there, who was even more confused. What kind of bet could make Tsunade-sama overcome her psychological fear and return to the village again? And the most important thing is, why is it this guy Hitaki Kujuo again? The next day, a piece of news gradually spread in Konoha. That is, the current fifth Hokage, Princess Tsunade, actually bet with Kujuo Hitaki. And lost. This matter has been widely spread throughout Konoha. The Hokage actually lost to a boy of 12 or 13 in the battle. Everyone was shocked. But they all recalled the previous achievements of this hero of Konoha. He killed Shikaku, the tailed beast, and defeated Orochimaru to protect the village. In the end, he killed the root of one of the two major organizations of Konoha with his sword. There is such a ruthless man with a distinguished record. It seems that it is not difficult to understand that he could defeat the Hokage. The villagers are very simple-minded. They think that Kujuo Hitaki is a monster. A monster cannot be treated as common sense, and it is understandable that the Hokage lost to him. The most important thing is, he is still the hero of our Konoha. The guardian of Konoha. With two of the three ninjas and a more powerful ruthless man in the village. Everyone felt an unprecedented sense of security. Kujuo Hitaki stood in the corridor at his door. It was drizzling outside. He held the sword and remained silent. Suddenly, there was a noise from the next room, and the voice of his cousin Kakashi. Have you heard all the rumors in the village? Kujuo Hitaki hummed lightly. For a long time. Another voice came from Kakashi. Tsunade-sama is building momentum for you. She wants to keep your heart in Konoha. Indeed. Hitaki Kujuo also guessed that the news should have been released by Tsunade and Jiraiya themselves. Otherwise there couldn't be anyone else. Hinata was by his side, and no one would believe Naruto's nonsense. Tsunade and the others really took great pains. What a pity. I didn't care about Konoha, I only cared about the people close to me. I can feel that your ability is far more than what this village can restrain. Over there, the voice of cousin Kakashi came again. But no one answered. Hitaki Kujuo had already held the sword and went back to the house to flirt with Hinata. Now with Hanabi's joining, the behavior is even bolder. Even dare to do something out of line in front of her sister. Openly do something out of line to her brother-in-law. Only Kakashi next door stood in the courtyard, feeling the rain falling from the sky. The more outstanding his cousin is, the more confused he is. Touching the real throbbing coming from his right eye, the Sharingan is still continuously consuming his chakra. For the first time, Kakashi was confused about his own path. Lord Orochimaru. We have already found Sasuke, why do we still risk sneaking into Konoha? In the dark forest, Orochimaru, with his most loyal team, flew over the trees. Kabuto's glasses flashed. He didn't understand why Lord Orochimaru had to sneak into Konoha again. You know, the village now has Tsunade, the 5th generation, in charge, and order has been restored. What's more, there is that person. In his mind, the terrifying scene of Hitaki Kujuo slashing the tailed beast with one sword echoed, making him shudder all over. Ho ho! Of course I'm going to see my old friend. Tsunade is the Hokage, so I will naturally give him a gift. Orochimaru's tone was still so gloomy. Just a little weak. The master's words didn't give Kabuto much hint information. He supported his eyes. He had no choice but to remind the people behind him. Kimimaro, walk faster, don't fall behind. Chapter 95. After sneaking into Konoha, Orochimaru wrapped his black coat tightly, as if with a trace of emotion and nostalgia. Recovering so quickly, this village. After a short silence, Orochimaru immediately said to the people behind him. I have something to deal with alone, you should pay attention to hiding and don't be discovered by the Anbu. Yes, sir. Kabuto and Kimimaro knelt on one knee respectfully on the ground and answered with their heads down. When they looked up, they found that Lord Orochimaru had left here. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said to Kimimaro next to him. You shouldn't have come for this operation. He was referring to Kimimaro's body. At this time, Kimimaro was close to the point of exhaustion. Because that incurable blood disease. Otherwise, Kimimaro is actually more suitable to be the vessel of Lord Orochimaru. After listening, Kimimaro shook his head indifferently. My body doesn't matter. Lord Orochimaru's plan is more important than anything else. We must ensure that Lord Orochimaru can complete the plan smoothly. If you can make the master recover, what does my life count for? I will protect Lord Orochimaru's itinerary and safety in secret. If an accident happens, Lord Orochimaru can only rely on you. Kimimaro's words made Kabuto silent for a long time. If you accept treatment and stop taking action, I can help you survive. In his heart, Yakushi Kabuto still hopes to save Kimimaro's life. No matter what form of existence he lives in. What a pity. A gust of wind blew. Kimimaro has disappeared. Looking at this scene, Kabuto Yakushi stared blankly at the spot for a long time. Alas! At this time, the lights in the Hokage building were bright. It was already late at night. Tsunade was still reviewing documents here. There was no way. The position of Hokage in the village had been vacant for a long time, and no one had dealt with these things for almost 2 months. Perhaps it was because the new official had 3 fires when he took office, or perhaps it was because of his deep love for this village. Tsunade has not left until now. Even Shizune was sent away by her, and she went back to sleep with Tonton and Cat. Suddenly, Tsunade's ears moved, her eyebrows frowned, and she shouted. Who is it? Come out! A sinister voice came from far away. Ho ho ho, I didn't expect that after so many years, you are still in this temper, Tsunade. Snap! The door suddenly opened. A sickly man walked in. His face was reflected in Tsunade's pupils, and he shrank suddenly. Orochimaru! You dare to come back! Bang! Like a cannonball fired. She was still at her desk the previous second. The next second, Tsunade had already moved, her body flashed, and she stretched out her fist to hit Orochimaru's face. Her pretty face was filled with anger. Chakra was rippling all over her body like a group of demons dancing wildly. The green windbreaker under the Hokage's divine robe rustled. With a burst, the entire wall was smashed by Tsunade's hammer, revealing the dim corridor outside the door. Orochimaru was not surprised, and his body twisted beyond the norm to avoid the punch. It's been a long time since we last met, and you give me this gift right away. I don't like it. After a contraction, his body softened like a twisted venomous snake, and slowly returned to its original shape. Orochimaru smiled. After throwing an angry punch, Tsunade calmed down. She still looked at Orochimaru with vigilance. She asked in a deep voice. What are you doing here? Do you want to invade again? Hearing the question from his old friend, Orochimaru's golden pupils moved slightly, as if he suddenly recalled the experience. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes, but he covered it up well. I'm here to help you. Help me. Tsunade smiled. Orochimaru's words sounded like farts in her ears. You betrayed the village and killed the teacher, and you said you would help me? What a joke. Sorry, you can't help me. Tsunade wanted to kill Orochimaru on the spot and avenge her teacher with her own hands. But years of classmates and experience made her understand. Orochimaru dared to come here alone, he must have something to rely on. Besides, Tsunade and Jiraiya knew how difficult this former companion was. There were too many ways to save his life. Therefore, after decisively rejecting Orochimaru's proposal, they issued an order to expel him. The village has just stabilized. It can't tolerate any trouble for the time being. Orochimaru, let him go for now. However, she thought so, but Orochimaru didn't give up. Instead, he continued to say sinisterly. What if I can help you revive someone? For example, your brother. Boom! Exploded. Amazing momentum exploded. Like a mad lioness, Tsunade's chakra completely ran wild and became manic. Hwalala! Her clothes moved without wind. Tsunade stared at Orochimaru, gnashing her teeth and saying word by word. What did you just say? Revive my brother. Tsunade's reaction was completely within Orochimaru's expectations. He sneered. Back then, I was abandoned by my teacher and expelled from the village because I touched the boundary between life and death. Now I can naturally touch that taboo again for you. You just need to do me a favor and I can help you revive him. Sure enough. Tsunade was shocked. A variety of complex emotions intertwined in her heart. Life and death are a fixed number and cannot be reversed. Back then, Orochimaru was too obsessed with human body experiments and did something that hurt the world and was discovered by his teacher and expelled from Konoha. She knew about this. After so many years, he still didn't give up on this matter. Can Orochimaru really revive Rope Tree? Should I agree to him? Tsunade's heart was in a mess. What do you want me to help you with? After a long time, she felt that she should first figure out Orochimaru's intentions. Under the purple eyeshadow, a gleam of light flashed in Orochimaru's vertical pupils, revealing a hint of joy that was hard to miss. It's very simple, use your medical ninjutsu to heal me. Orochimaru, who seemed to have mastered the situation, relaxed and even found a seat in the office to sit down. Tsunade looked down at Orochimaru's body calmly, as if she wanted to scan it thoroughly. Are there any wounds that you can't heal? I can't see it. Indeed. With many years of experience as a medical ninja, she could see at a glance that Orochimaru had no damage on his body. She didn't understand why he wanted to heal her. It's not a wound, but a sword wound. Sword wounds that can't be healed. Orochimaru's suddenly high-pitched voice was filled with excitement and resentment, and he remembered the 2 swords a few months ago. 1 sword pierced his reincarnated body. 1 sword pierced his body. I thought that after finding a new body, this stinging pain would disappear. I never expected that it would accompany the transfer of souls and torture me forever. At this moment, Orochimaru could feel the scars from the depths of his soul. It was as if there were 2 sword marks that would never be erased. Tsunade was shocked. Sword wound? Sword wound that cannot be healed? In an instant, she thought of a person Zero. The only person in the village who used a sword. Hitaki Kujuo. With a chuckle, Tsunade understood. Is it that brat? Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, I didn't expect that you have been plotting for a lifetime, but you were made so embarrassed by a teenager. Hearing Tsunade's mocking tone, Orochimaru was not angry at all. Brat? It seems that you already know him. Of course, I can come back to be the Hokage because of him. After listening to Tsunade's story about the gambling battle between herself and Hitaki Kujuo, Orochimaru smiled knowingly. I'm not surprised that you lost to him. Then, the topic suddenly changed, and he pressed. What do you think? Will you agree to my request? Help me heal my wounds, and I'll help you revive your brother. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never see him again in your life. After breaking the originally relaxed atmosphere, Orochimaru seemed unable to stay for long. He disappeared from here in an instant. Tsunade was left frowning, lost in thought. A pleasant afternoon. Hitaki Kujuo lay quietly on the sofa at home, teaching. He guided the little person in his arms. It was hard to have some free time during this period. He also had time to guide Hinata and Hanabi separately. Just as Hanabi said at the beginning, she wanted to become stronger, as strong as her sister. Kujuo Hitaki would naturally not keep his secrets to himself, and taught him all the secrets in his mind. Hanabi lay on her brother-in-law's chest, feeling his strong muscles and hot body temperature. The little face was always red. But it had to be affirmed. Hanabi was very serious and talented. The progress of the breathing method was even about to surpass her sister Hinata. Pinching the little loli's chin, Kujuo Hitaki put his hand in front of her body to feel her breathing. Yes, keep this breathing rhythm, and follow the movements of my hands to circulate the airflow. Hanabi calmed down, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she felt the movements of her brother-in-law's hands with her heart. A stream of air slowly flowed in her delicate body, gradually becoming smoother and stronger. Until a blood flow like a big river was formed. The vigorous blood boiled with vigorous vitality. Not bad. A hint of surprise flashed in Hitaki Kujuo's eyes. It seems that I underestimated my sister-in-law's talent. With this breathing intensity, as long as Hanabi can operate on her own in the future and gradually expand, even it can surpass the feat of blowing up a gourd the size of a person in the Demon Slayer world. Pick up 2 palm-sized red gourds from the table and pick up Hanabi. Come on, blow it up with your breath. Looking at her brother-in-law's expectant eyes, Hanabi nodded seriously. Put the gourd into the small mouth, puff up her cheeks and blow hard. Bang! It exploded directly. The deep red gourd fragments fell to the ground, and some bounced into the wooden floor and embedded deeply in it. I didn't expect you to have such an amazing talent. Hitaki Kujuo looked at the broken gourd with some emotion, and touched the little loli's head lovingly, praising her. Hanabi closed her eyes and enjoyed the actions of her brother-in-law. Suddenly, Kujuo, Hokage-sama invites you. Outside the door, Shizun's anxious cry came. Hitaki Kujuo immediately stood up and picked up the sword. Tsunade is looking for me? And she didn't send the Anbu over, but asked her trusted Shizun to come in person. It seems something is wrong. Hitaki Kujuo's mind flashed these thoughts slightly. He said in a deep voice. I know, I'll go right away. Chapter 96. Hitaki Kujuo went straight to the Hokage's office. Pushed the door open. Tsunade had her back to him, looking out the window quietly. Hokage-sama, what do you want to talk to me about? Hitaki Kujuo asked directly. Tsunade turned around. Her face was complicated, as if she was hesitant. Last night, Orochimaru found me. She said this, as if she was waiting for Kujuo Hitaki's reaction. Unfortunately. Tsunade paused deliberately at this moment. She did not find any stress in the boy in front of her. Her face was calm. As if these had nothing to do with him. Then what? Then? This kid is really straightforward. Tsunade smiled bitterly. Orochimaru wants to cooperate with me and help me revive my brother Senju Nawaki. The purpose is to let me help him heal his wounds. Finally. Tsunade added another sentence. It's the sword wound you cut. Orochimaru came to Tsunade to heal his wounds. This is very consistent with the plot of the original work. Kazuo Hitaki thought carefully in his heart. It's just that this time it was not because the soles of both hands were cut off by the third Hokage using the Shiki Fusion. Therefore, he lost all his ninjutsu. But because of his two swords. Hee. Hitaki Kujuo smiled faintly, not surprised at all. The red sword. The sword cuts the body. It cuts the soul. I guess that guy came to you to heal his soul pain. Hitaki Kujuo saw through it at a glance and pointed out Orochimaru's purpose. Tsunade was completely unaware of this. I don't know what the specific injury is. The guy didn't say it clearly, and I didn't see any wounds on him. But I asked you to come here to plan together, set up an ambush and kill Orochimaru. Revenge for the village. Revenge for the teacher. Tsunade's eyes were firm, and the aura of righteousness emanated from her. It seemed that she had completely adapted to the identity of Hokage. Hitaki Kujuo looked at her deeply. He asked meaningfully. Don't you feel a little moved, Hokage? You can meet your brother and agree to Orochimaru. Maybe it's a good choice. Hitaki Kujuo's tone was tentative. Very simple. If Tsunade is really tempted, even if she secretly completes the deal with Orochimaru, no one will know. She can see her brother rope tree, and Orochimaru has recovered from his injuries. But Tsunade chose to tell him everything. Shaking her head, she said in a deep voice. I know Orochimaru too well. He is cunning and cautious by nature and very suspicious. It is extremely difficult to find Orochimaru's whereabouts at ordinary times, let alone kill him. This time. Tsunade slapped the table, it is definitely a good opportunity. I pretended to agree to him, and then set up an ambush, and waited until that day when when Orochimaru makes contact, you take advantage of the situation and rush out. Kill Orochimaru completely. Hitaki Kujuo still looked at Tsunade's beautiful eyes and asked. Hokage-sama doesn't seem to answer my question. Interrogation. He is interrogating Tsunade. Otherwise, even if he agrees, Tsunade will hesitate after entering the battlefield. It will definitely cause irreparable losses. For a while, Tsunade was stunned by Hitaki Kujuo's tight questioning. She stared blankly at the eyes of the boy with outstanding temperament in front of her, as if telling her. She must get the answer. Well, it doesn't matter to tell you. Finally, she smiled bitterly, opened her heart and said to a teenager who was only in her teens. In fact, as early as after the hemophobia was cured, I already understood a truth, that the dead cannot be resurrected. Instead of worrying about whether you can see your loved ones and close people again, it is better to look to the future and start with the present. The village that my grandfather built, the village that my teacher fought to protect, is the greatest hope left to me. I will defend it till my death. I will never allow anyone to come and trample on it. At the end of the words, Tsunade's tone was already firm. With the momentum of going forward even if there were thousands of people against me. At that moment, the aura of the heroic female Hokage was revealed. Hitaki Kujuo saw it with his eyes and heard it in his heart. Tsunade in this world relied on her own strength to overcome her fear and understood her mission. Ha! Is it the boring will of fire again? He was disdainful in his heart. On the surface, he remained calm and replied calmly. Okay. After saying that, he turned and left the office. Tsunade's 3-day appointment with Orochimaru soon arrived. The location was arranged at a grassland outside Konoha. This place is remote and no one will disturb us. Carrying a sword, Hitaki Kujuo has already set foot on the road to the agreed location. Tsunade only called him for this operation. One is because of the combat power of the cage level, the advantage in numbers has no effect, and the village also needs manpower. And, Jiraiya's character is very clear to her, and he can fight with Orochimaru. It is difficult to kill him personally. At this moment, Tsunade, who has arrived at the destination, has a somewhat ugly face. Because Orochimaru is stepping on a boy in an orange jacket. Naruto. Grandma Tsunade. Save me! Naruto, whose hands were tied behind his back, saw Tsunade and his eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted. Be honest. A genin wearing a sound ninja forehead protector kicked Naruto hard and said viciously. Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? Tsunade was immediately shocked and immediately questioned Orochimaru. Ho ho! It's nothing, just to add some chips to our deal. I have already unlocked the seal of this kid's bagua, and he can completely release the 9 tails in his body at any time. If our agreement is successfully completed, everyone will naturally be at peace, otherwise. Ho ho, you should know that night 13 years ago. Orochimaru crossed his arms and looked at her playfully. His sinister smile made people feel uncomfortable. The joints were pinched by Tsunade and cracked. Never expected that even though she had planned so carefully, she would still be cracked by Orochimaru. 9-tailed beast. The strongest tailed beast. Hitaki Kujuo, who could chop off the one tail, does not mean that he can defeat the 9-tailed beast. It can even be said that one 9-tailed beast is as strong as all the other tailed beasts combined. Of course, this statement is a bit exaggerated, but it is not much different. After all, the strength of the 9-tailed beast is undoubtedly strong. It is far from it can be compared with the one-tailed Shikaku. And the boy Kujuo is on his way. What to do? All of a sudden, Tsunade was in a dilemma. On the other side, Hitaki Kujuo, who didn't know the situation Tsunade was facing, also stopped. Or rather, he was stopped. The boy with white hair, green eyes, and 2 red dots between his eyebrows walked out slowly. It looked like he was about the same age as him. Kaguya Kimimaro. He stood quietly in front of Hitaki Kujuo, and said calmly and firmly. Stop here, you can't go over. Looking at the young man, Kujuo Hitaki showed a surprised look on his face. In memory, Kimimaro is about to die at this time, right? The shocking battle with Gaara even completely changed the entire terrain. Has Tsunade's plan been discovered by Orochimaru? All kinds of speculations are turning around in his mind. In fact, all this is presided over by Kabuto. Including capturing Naruto, causing Tsunade to be cautious. Go, I don't want to kill you. Kujuo Hitaki did not stop because of Kimimiro's blocking. Instead, he just walked up on his own. Seeing this, Kimimiro's eyes flashed with a firm murderous intent. This person will destroy Lord Orochimaru's plan. Must be stopped. Corpse vein. 10 bone-piercing bullet. Kimimaro suddenly stretched out his right hand, and with a crackling sound, a white bone finger shot out from his knuckles, suddenly firing like a bullet. Target! Pointed directly at Hatake Kujuo's eyes. Whoosh! 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 The bone finger flew at an extremely fast speed. It arrived in the blink of an eye, bursting with extreme penetrating force. Hatake Kujuo remained calm and glanced at it lightly. Thumb flicked. Clang! The cold sword was unsheathed. Swish! One sword. Cut all 10 finger bullets that were shot. The bone finger bullets hit the ground with a dull sound, and instantly sank deeply into the ground, revealing 20 narrow black holes. Kaimimiro's pupil shrank. This person. One sword. Such a sword cut through 10 penetrating bullets at the same time. Such insight and swordsmanship. Sure enough, the person who could seriously injure Orochimaru-sama should not be underestimated. Then, he said to Hatake Kujuo, "If you go back now, I can pretend that I didn't see anything." In his tone and demeanor, Kimimaro was not frightened by the power of his sword. He still wanted to persuade him to retreat. Haha! What an interesting person! Hatake Kujuo laughed. Sorry, I have to go. After all, I have been asked by someone. After speaking, a sword was slashed out. The sharp sword energy was like the wind, and the momentum was strong. Corpse bone vein. Tsubaki's dance. Seeing this, the sword energy of dozens of meters was slashing in front of him. Kimimaro completely put away the idea of persuading him and shouted. A piece of bone sword stretched out from his left arm and was held in his hand. Corpse bone vein. Tsubaki's dance. Kimimaro moved his body and chopped at the oncoming sword energy with a gentle attack without any extra attack. Dang! As soon as his bone sword touched this magnificent and huge sword energy, it made a crisp sound. Then, crack, crack! Kimimaro was shocked to find that the bone sword in his hand slowly cracked. How could it be possible? The moment the bone sword cracked, he immediately jumped to the side, but his arm was still cut by the sword energy. Kaimimiro's face was solemn and unbelievable. His bones. It is the strongest blood limit of the Kagaya clan. With the blessing of special chakra, it is extremely hard. Even when facing the shadow of a village, the iron sand of the third generation of Kazekage did not break. And now, it was actually broken by this young man's casual sword. There was no extra expression on Hatake Kujuo's face. As cold as water. It seemed that the power of the sword just now was just ordinary. You are very powerful, but I won't let you pass. Kimimaro took a deep breath and took out another piece of bone sword from his arm. Corpse bone vein. Karamatsu dance. Crack, crack. The sound of more than a dozen bones growing out of the human body was heard. The next second, Kaimimiro's back was already covered with bone spurs of half a meter to 1 meter in length. The whole person, like a hedgehog covered with white bones, but with an extremely sharp coldness. Swish! He moved. The whole body spun at high speed in the air. The bone spurs on the back and the bone sword in the hand formed a round sharp blade. Like a sphere covered with spikes. The momentum was huge. The soil on the ground was flying all the way, rising in the air, bringing up a sandstorm. This move was a bit like the meat and egg chariot of the Koji clan. It's faster. It's more lethal. Chapter 97. Swoosh. Spinning at high speed. With an extremely sharp sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, Kimimaro had killed in front of Hatake Kujuo. Along the way, there was nothing that could resist. Zzz. Hatake Kujuo narrowed his eyes slightly and blocked in front of him with his sword. Sparks flew everywhere. The sharp sword blade and the white bone spurs intersected with each other, making a harsh friction sound. Good moves. A faint comment. Hatake Kujuo suddenly exerted force under his feet. The soft soil on the ground was stepped on by him and was as solid as cement. With a hard enough ground as a support, Hitaki Kujuo suddenly exerted force with the sword in his right hand. Swish! Swish! Dozens of sword flowers suddenly lit up. The sword light flashed, and countless white bones were cut into pieces, turning into bone powder flying in the air. Kimimura's body kept spinning at high speed, and Hitaki Kujuo's sword kept swinging. The thorn ball was so fast that only a white afterimage was left. Finally, under his sword swinging 100 times a second, it gradually revealed its original appearance. Boom! When all the white bone spurs on Kimimura's back were completely flattened, Hitaki Kujuo saw the right time. He took a step forward. Sun breathing form 1. Flame dance. At this moment, an arc-shaped sword energy wrapped in flames turned into a terrifying fire dragon. Roaring out, it arrived in the blink of an eye. Strong! Too strong! Bang! Kimimura's body was cut solidly by this sword energy, and he was instantly chopped dozens of meters away, flying all the way to the end of the field of vision. During the period, he knocked over many things back and forth. Cough cough. After falling down, Kimimaro coughed up blood. A touch of crimson was wiped off by him. But Kimimaro's eyes were always on Hitaki Kujuo. His eyes widened. There was an indescribable shock. The 10 spine spurs of his Karamatsu dance were flattened by Hitaki Kujuo in the high-speed rotation in the air. Each sword carried a heavy force of 10,000 pounds, and slashed on his back one by one. You know, he has been serious, and the blood limit has given him a bone density that is so strong that it is outrageous. Therefore, it can not only be used as the strongest spear, it is also the strongest shield. Before this, no one can shake his bones. As long as the bones in his body are sacrificed in battle, the opponent's weapon will definitely cut off the blade. Is his sword special? Kimimaro frowned, staggered and stood up from a half squat. Stared at the blade in the opponent's hand. No, although it is very sharp, it is definitely not a divine weapon. In memory, the only swords that can be called divine weapons are Orochimaru's 2 Kusanagi swords. But even the one with the main blade can hardly cut his bones. So, it's his swordsmanship. Thinking of this, Kimimaro's eyes suddenly became heavy. You can withstand my sword at close range, but you are only injured. You are qualified for me to look at you seriously. At this time, Hitaki Kujuo raised his sword and walked towards Kimimaro step by step. He was slightly surprised. The power of his sword is definitely not weak, although it is only the most basic ichikata. Being cut at such a close distance, Kimimaro just coughed up a little blood, which was exaggerated. That sword, even if he is at the level of Kage, he will not be able to get away with it. Kimimaro is not at the level of Kage, but he is probably not far away. Your swordsmanship is very strong. I also understand why Lord Orochimaru was stabbed by your sword. Kimimaro has regained his spirits, and the bone spurs all over his body are stretching out. It was less than a breath of time. From arms to toes, wherever the skin is covered, white bones grow out. The tip of the bone is a cone-shaped spike, with a sharp light flashing. From a distance, it's like a cold warrior covered in bone armor. Standing there, it feels impossible to start. This time, I strengthened my chakra, and your sword swing just now can't cut my bones. It seems to be an explanation. Kimimaro said this specifically to Hitaki Kujuo. Then, whoosh! A white afterimage flashed. Kimimaro's fist covered with bones is already whistling. Amazing chakra washed over his body, and the momentum shattered the ground under his feet. In Hitaki Kujuo's vision, Kimimaro's fist waving at the end of the afterglow is 3 bone spikes. At this moment, it is surging with the threatening cold. Dang! Hitaki Kujuo blocked with a sword, the sound is clear and melodious. What a quick reaction! Kimimoro's eyes widened, and his speed increased. The attack that increased chakra output was still blocked. Karamatsu dance. However, he was not surprised, because his move was not just about sending out bone spurs. It was also a profound ninjutsu. Through the dance method, use all the bones in your body to the fullest. A somersault. A dozen white spikes slashed at him. The air was torn apart, forming a whistling wind like a sea tide. Ding! 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 Every time Kimimaro danced, Kujuo Hitaki blocked it with his sword. The sound of metal colliding continued. Finally, bang! A fierce back throw. Kimimaro wanted to use the bone spurs on his body to pierce Kujuo Hitaki through the heart. After the huge roar, he stood up again, bent over, and aimed forward, staring at him. Under his feet, it was a black hole that was 3 or 4 meters deep. A back throw with such terrifying power. It is not difficult to imagine what would happen if it pierced a person. It is a pity. Hitaki Kujuo's body had already retreated to a safe place. It is indeed as you said, you have strengthened the strength of your bones. My sword just now could not cut through the bone spurs all over your body. As if recognizing Kimimoro's strength, Hitaki Kujuo said lightly. Then, Hitaki Kujuo gently stroked the blade of his sword and whispered. But all this is just this. The voice fell. Suddenly, the airflow of heaven and earth began to accelerate, as if a fast-forward camera was turned on. The color around Hitaki Kujuo's body suddenly changed. A terrible breath burst out. Very powerful. Kimimaro frowned and felt something was wrong in his heart. Now I have to pass through here quickly to kill that guy. Hitaki Kujuo said. As soon as these words came out, Kimimoro's face suddenly turned cold. He wanted to kill Orochimaru. No, I won't let you pass. Kimimaro raised his head and responded sharply. Hee hee. Hitaki Kujuo chuckled. It's not up to you to decide whether you pass or not. It's me. Boom. A heavy heartbeat sounded. Hitaki Kujuo's steel blade instantly turned brilliant white, emitting a hazy glow like a moon blade. Hitaki Kujuo held the sword upright in front of his eyes and whispered. Moon breathing type 1. Dark Moon. Palace of the Night. Swish. In an instant. He swung out countless shining moon blade-like sword energy from his hand. Like the afterimage of the heavens. The IAI slash was accompanied by countless sharp crescent-shaped scimitars. Like a tide. Surging towards Kimimaro. At this moment, the brilliance of the moon blade completely covered the sky. The sunlight as bright as day actually retreated under the silver moonlight. The sky. It got dark in advance. Can't dodge. Can't dodge at all. Kimimaro stared at the whistling moon blade sword energy with wide eyes, and screamed in his heart. Crack. The sound of bones being cut off sounded one after another. He was horrified. The bone blade strengthened by a large amount of chakra input still couldn't resist this sword energy. Just like before. It was crushed and destroyed. The crescent-like fine sword energy swarmed on his body, and Kimimaro felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. Bone fragments were scattered all over the ground. Blood continuously gushed out from his body. After a while, he became a bloody man. Staggering. Kimimaro stared at Kujuo Hitaki with a look of unwillingness, and knelt down dejectedly. The world was quiet. The brilliance of the moon blade gradually faded. The moonlight covering the sky dissipated, and the sun reappeared on the earth. But Kimimaro could no longer dance like before. He stabbed towards Kujuo Hitaki with his bone spurs trembling. Why bother? Kujuo Hitaki sighed lightly. Looking at Kimimaro, who was still wide-eyed and trying to stop him until the last moment of his life. Shaked his head. In his stubborn eyes, there was only unwillingness and shame. There was not a trace of fear or regret. Such a loyal person. Kuzuo Hitaki did not intend to linger for too long. After all, a patient who is about to reach the end of his life. If he is left alone, he will die sooner or later. Maybe. Is this the charm of the characters in this world? He thought of Haku and Zabuza whom he met before. And Hoshigaki Kisame who was beheaded by him with one sword. They are all without exception. Be loyal to your own heart. Follow your own choice. Never regret it until the last moment of your life. Maybe. Is this the most common ninja way mentioned by Naruto? Put the sword back into the sheath. Ignoring Kimimura's body. He still has to hurry to the agreed place. There is another Orochimaru waiting for him to kill. The footsteps of Hitaki Kuzuo gradually faded away. At the end, it was already inaudible. Orochimaru. Don't worry, I won't let anyone defeat your plan. Kimimaro, who had already lost his breath, ignited his life again at the last moment of his breath. Buzz. A slight tremor. The black earth seal on Kimimaro's chest suddenly bloomed and swept his whole body. The orange-red light. It made him, whose body was covered with black lines, change at a speed visible to the naked eye. A tail grew behind him. Countless bones covered Kimimaro's whole body. The surging and vast chakra soared into the sky and surrounded him. Lord Orochimaru, this is my last dance. Corpse Vein. Dance of Early Ferns. At the end, Kimimaro had already roared with all his strength. Boom. This was the sound of the vast chakra fluctuations. Like the heartbeat of a 100-foot giant, thunder exploded in the sky and earth, shaking people's hearts. Puff, puff, puff. The whole land. Bone spurs like tree stumps emerged one after another like mushrooms after rain. Piercing through the earth, making a puffing sound. Number. Thousands. There is no grass growing wherever the vision reaches. Looking around. It is already a sea of bones. And it is still expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100 meters. Zhao hao zhao, 1000 meters. Blink of an eye. It has already broken through behind Hitaki Kuzuo. A strong palpitation came. The heavy breathing behind reminded Hitaki Kuzuo to look back. Turning back. Hiss. What an amazing feat. He actually created a forest of bones with the power of one person. No time to think about it. Hitaki Kuzuo flicked his thumb and the sword was unsheathed in an instant. The breathing style suddenly changed. The sword body was silver and hazy. Moon breathing sixth form. Long night lonely moon. Infinity. He swung the sword in his hand rapidly. Focusing on the same place for a quick and staggered slash. While releasing multiple blade winds, accompanied by countless round moon blades. The silver arc of the moon slashed and the bone spurs that were as strong as a tree and stronger than steel collided. Clang! Clang! The huge roar and hum swept out like a wave of air. Bone fragments flew. But the momentum did not decrease. Kimimaro. Using his last life to release the S-level ultimate ninjutsu. Such destructive power. The last person who could do this. It was the one-tailed Shikaku. The violent movement shook the sky and the earth. Hitaki Kuzuo had turned into a ruthless swordsman with a casual move. One sword after another. I don't know if it was 1,000 swords. Or 10,000 swords. Before the bone residues have piled up like a mountain. As time passed, the sea of bones that had been spreading and expanding finally stopped expanding. When everything was settled. The whole world was white. The sea of bones. The forest of bones. With Kuzuo Hitaki at the center, there was a mountain made of bone residues. Chapter 98. The Dance of Early Ferns. This huge range-type ninjutsu shook the whole world. It changed the landscape in one fell swoop. The white bones were everywhere. The forest of bones made of extremely condensed high-purity calcium was majestic and spectacular, and looked a little creepy. Orochimaru, who was far away, suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. In an instant, his face became ugly. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to secretly arrange someone to come here. Is it that guy Jiraiya? Ho ho. Although there was a teasing tone in his voice, the anger on Orochimaru's face clearly explained everything. Not good. Very unhappy. Tsunade had already temporarily stabilized the other party. Forced healing Orochimaru's wounds. Because Naruto was held hostage by Orochimaru, all the arrangements were in vain. Only by temporarily agreeing to his request, it is possible to rescue Naruto and save the village. The night of the nine-tailed fox 13 years ago. Although she was not there in person, the painful memory still remained in the hearts of the people of Konoha. It must not happen again. Never expected that such a shocking wave would suddenly come from afar at this time. It seems this phenomenon can only be caused by the activation of a super large-scale ninjutsu. Obviously, Orochimaru not only captured Naruto, but also left other backups, and Hotaki Kujuo should be facing him. Orochimaru, listen to me first, things are not what you think. The treatment was almost complete, and the green palm magic light on her hand faded. Tsunade was ready to continue to use words to stabilize Orochimaru, and by the way, look for an opportunity to save Naruto. What a pity. Ho ho. Tsunade, do you think I'm as stupid as that guy Jiraiya? No chance. Kidomaru. Use the forbidden technique for me. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru's face with purple eyeshadow was full of gloom, and a touch of coldness filled his snake eyes, and he immediately ordered to execute the task that Kabuto had arranged long ago. That is, completely unlock the seal of the 8 diagrams and many other seals of the 9 tails attached to Naruto's body. Release the 9 tails. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream made Tsunade's heart tremble. Naruto. She stretched out her hand, her voice a little weak. Tsunade couldn't go over, if she acted rashly. Orochimaru would definitely kill Naruto with one palm. If anyone else becomes Hokage, such as Danzo, I am afraid. The first reaction now is to run away in advance. Kill Naruto. The power of the 9 tails must not be released in advance. Buzz. Evil. Extreme. The violent power rises slowly. Hwalala. The wind blows violently. With the earth-shaking momentum, an orange-red light rises into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. This is the 9 tails chakra rioting. It stirs up an unparalleled momentum. Tisk tisk, this is the power of the 9 tails, as always really amazing. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flashed with shock and playful eyes, exclaiming. At the same time, Naruto, who was placed on the altar, has completely fallen into confusion and madness. Boom! There is only the runaway 9 tails chakra in his body. Gushed out. This overwhelming momentum set off a shocking wave-like impact, sweeping across the world one after another. The 5 sound ninjas who were responsible for presiding over the ceremony. 4 of them were hit by this momentum and fell to the ground vomiting blood. Let's go! With an order, Orochimaru, whose injuries had been almost healed and felt a peace in the depths of his soul, had a terribly gloomy face. For no other reason. Just because he was almost tricked. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi's advance suggestion and Naruto's trump card in his hand. Not only did they fail to steal the chicken, but they also lost the rice. The 4 sound ninjas also covered their injured stomachs and followed behind. Of course, Orochimaru's mood was not as relaxed as he imagined. Kimimaro, are you dead? The throbbing in his heart just now was so real, and the face of the child who had admired him extremely since childhood appeared in his mind. But I don't know who the helper Tsunade invited is. According to his guess, it is most likely Jiraiya. Humph! Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then enjoy the gift I prepared for you." He turned his head and looked deeply at the direction he left. A trace of pleasure flashed in Orochimaru's gloomy eyes. Slowly, the orange-red chakra beam that was released into the sky has begun to converge. The only thing that remains unchanged is that the amazing momentum and chakra fluctuations are still there, showing everything. Shocked. Absolutely shocked. The Nine Tails. It has already been born. Naruto's figure has long disappeared, and at this moment he is sleeping in the body of the Nine Tails that has broken free from its restraints. "My lord." After landing, Yakushi Kabuto had been waiting here for a long time, and respectfully dripped a potion to stop the pain on Orochimaru. This potion came from the witch country. It is said that only the witches of the past generations can make it. That country. It is the place where the power of the soul is most deeply controlled. What's going on? Heitaka Kujuo frowned slightly as he looked at the direction of the destination after just flattening the bone forest in front of him with his sword. There is a very terrifying fluctuation there. I guess Tsunade is in trouble, I have to hurry over there. Accelerated his pace. Hitaki Kujuo controlled his body to fly across the ground. Along the way, even used the sword energy to slash backwards. The powerful force of the slash provided recoil to speed up the journey. Until, seeing this scene, in the distance, a giant orange fox was crawling on the ground, with bloodthirstiness and hatred emanating from its red vertical eyes. It was madly destroying everything it saw. A woman in green clothes with a majestic figure was struggling to resist. Tsunade. She was bleeding from the corners of her mouth and was in a mess. Obviously, she was in a great disadvantage and passive. Summoning technique. Giant slug. A tender cry. Bang. A huge puff of white smoke dissipated. A giant slug several dozen meters in size appeared at Tsunade's feet. "Slug, please deal with the Nine Tails, stop it at all costs." Tsunade gritted her teeth and said firmly. "We must not let him get close to the village. There. It is the hope of my grandfather, ancestors, and teachers." Roar. Without waiting for the slug to respond. A beast-like roar. Then, whoosh. A crimson shell came at lightning speed. It was so powerful. The terrible force twisted the space and emitted a wave of destruction. The tailed beast jade. This was the tailed beast jade spit out by the Nine Tails. It was even more terrifying and powerful than the tailed beast jade of the One-Tailed Shikaku. Along the way, the space seemed to collapse and retreated. It was spit out in a thin straight line, hitting a small hill in the process. However, it was like a crushing blow. It had no effect of blocking anything and exploded instantly. The high-density black energy bullet-tailed beast jade still shot towards Tsunade with undiminished power. Tsunade-sama. The slug had just been summoned and saw this situation. Slug clone. It immediately transformed into countless small slugs, entwined in front of Tsunade, trying to block this devastating attack. The tailed beast ball. It continued to expand in Tsunade's pupils, and was about to come towards her. Sun-breathing 10th form, Huayan Guang. A low shout came. This clear voice seemed to give people an endless sense of security, and Tsunade turned her head happily. A young man in red came out with a sword. A sword. Falling from the sky. Swish. A brilliant blow. The vertical sword energy from top to bottom burst into the air in a spiral shape. The blade was wrapped with the sun-like radiance of the sun. It hit the aggressive tailed beast ball without hesitation. Boom. Instant. Daytime. The glare of the explosion, as bright as day, swept everything in an instant. Boom. Tsunade, who was wrapped in the slug, couldn't even open her eyes because of the glare of the explosion. Then, a storm-like air wave spread. The green grass and star-shaped flowers on the grassland withered one after another. Falling, blowing away, and uprooted in one direction. A series of violent shock waves swept the earth in an instant, making it impossible to stand. Tsunade-sama, are you okay? As the distance fluctuated, Tsunade tried her best to resist the aftermath of the explosion. A young man in red fell from the sky and landed in front of her. In her somewhat dazed eyes, the young man picked her up and exerted force with his feet. Swish! The two flew into the sky, falling into a temporarily safe area. After gently putting Tsunade in his arms down, Hitaki Kujuo drew out the sword in his hand again, turned his back to Tsunade and said, "Leave it to me next, Tsunade-sama, take a good rest here." Listening to the calm and gentle words of the boy, for a moment, Tsunade seemed to really see the shadow of her grandfather. The demeanor like that of a ninja god made everyone in the world who had seen him impressed. Then, her pretty face turned red. Just now, she was hugged by this brat again. But before she could react, Hitaki Kujuo had already shot away. Looking at his back, Tsunade shouted behind him, "Be careful! If you can't resist, please be sure to withdraw first." Roar! I'm finally out! The nine tails, which had been bound for countless years, roared at the world. Under Orochimaru's means, the nine tails, whose mind was covered with hatred and resentment, had only the desire to destroy everything in his heart. Hitaki Kujuo raised the knife. Standing in front of the nine tails Naruto, he stared at it quietly. Although I don't know what happened here, it seems that Tsunade's plan has failed. But why were you also captured, Naruto? It's lively. The nine-tailed fox is not the coward like Shikaku, the one-tailed fox. It's really a headache. As soon as the voice fell, Hitaki Kujuo looked indifferent. Swish! He took a step forward. Jumped up. The sword in his hand resolutely chopped the nine-tailed fox's head. Roar! With a beast-like roar, the nine-tailed fox almost slapped out its front claws like hair, blocking the sword. The blade was sharp, with an extremely hot temperature. This sun-like scorching temperature gradually melted the nine-tailed fox's blocking claws, and the high-temperature white mist sizzled out. Sizzle! Blood splashed sprinkle. Hitaki Kujuo slashed down with a blank expression, leaving a trail of blood. One sword cut off the nine-tails' claws. The heart-wrenching pain stimulated the nine-tails again. It was roaring. In an instant, its size doubled again, and it was almost close to its complete form. The nine-tails was angered by Hitaki Kujuo's sword. Deep rampage. Bang! The air exploded. A claw with a strong wind slapped over. With the force of crushing space, it hit Hitaki Kujuo's head heavily. The speed of this claw was so fast that there was no time to react. Kujuo! With the help of the slug, Tsunade stood on it to watch the battle. Seeing this scene, suddenly, she was terrified. The power of the nine tails was so terrifying. A slap. Just a casual slap. She felt her scalp tingling even though she was hundreds of meters away. Not to mention Hitaki Kujuo, who was close at hand. Huff! The rhythmic breathing sounded, and there was no panic on Hitaki Kujuo's face. As if he was a prophet. He moved his feet slightly, and he dodged the attack with a slight step back. Hitaki Kujuo looked at the violent nine tails in front of him. He said lightly, "Although the tailed beasts are not pure flesh and blood, you are not the one-tails after all, and you can fight alone. You who manifested with the help of Naruto's body, any action of yours has been clearly known to my eyes." Holding the hilt tightly with both hands. Buzz! A slight tremor. The pitch-black sword suddenly turned azure blue. This time, the air seemed to be much moister. Breathing style, water breathing. After changing his breathing method, Kujuo Hitaki raised his right sword high. He chanted softly. Water breathing form 3. Flowing and dancing. His body danced at high speed like a stream of water. The sword brought up waves of water. The soft and obedient water flow gradually became sharp and cold under the high-speed movement. Swish! Only a few after-images were left on the spot, and Kuzuo Hitaki disappeared instantly. The next second, he had appeared behind the nine-tailed fox. He slashed down with his sword carrying a stream of water. Puff! The two huge forelimbs of the nine-tailed fox were slashed off smoothly by it. Chapter 99. Roar! The next second, the nine-tailed fox swung its tail, let out a heart-wrenching scream, and screamed to the sky. The sound waves carried the sound waves. It created a 10,000-meter-long ring-shaped ripple in the air. The terrible air waves, one after another, spread in all directions. This sword! It cut off the two front claws of the nine-tailed fox alive. After being cut down by Kuzuo Hitaki, the nine-tailed fox fell to the ground with a crawling sound, and the ground cracked. At the same time, the extremely powerful, evil orange-red chakra slowly gushed out. A few breaths. Just a few breaths. With a huge foam-like energy, instantly made up for the missing forelimbs of the nine-tailed fox. It recovered. As a tailed beast, the nine-tailed fox's body is made of chakra, and it is immortal, and its regeneration and recovery speed is terrifyingly fast. But the piercing pain and the humiliation of being cut by Hitaki Kuzuo. Immediately, it made the nine-tailed fox irritable. The 9 huge tails rolled up and down, slapping the ground, smashing deep pits. Sand flew, smoke and dust rolled. Hitaki Kuzuo's face was indifferent. Holding the blade, his eyes seemed to have no threat from the nine-tailed fox, and he still stared at it calmly. But his heart was flying, calculating quickly. Speaking of which, the nine tails should be considered the most special one among the tailed beasts. Half of the nine tails chakra was sealed by Minato Namikaze. In the original work, although Naruto only had half of the nine tails left, he could even burst out briefly by transforming the nine tails chakra. The combination of suppressing the other 7-tailed beasts. It was so powerful that one tail lifted up all the other tailed beasts. Even the complete and perfect Jinchuriki 8 tails could only stand behind and stare blankly. The jet-black high-density energy sphere tailed beast ball ejected from its mouth was even 1 against 7. Its powerfulness can be seen. So far, I dealt with the 9 tails by myself, and I didn't use the red sword just now. That is to say, the sword slashed on the 9 tails, except for cutting off some limbs transformed by chakra, it could not cause spiritual damage. But the 9 tails' screams were still tragic. This shows that, although the 9 tails has an immortal body, it will still feel the pain it should. On the other side, watching this scene blankly, shocked, extremely shocked. Tsunade was already shocked. Her heroic and beautiful face had opened her mouth, and she was so shocked that she couldn't close it. She was shocked by the powerful fighting power of Hitaki Kuzuo. Yes, if you haven't seen the scene of Kuzuo Hitaki chopping off Shikaku with his sword before, it's hard to imagine how a sword about 1 meter long can chop off a tailed beast that's tens of meters tall. Today, Tsunade saw it. Once, a fingernail could pierce the 9-tailed beast of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Its huge and sturdy forelimbs. Has Kuzuo Hitaki chopped it off with one sword? Easily. The shock level is no less than that of humans seeing a mantis chopping off an elephant's foot. The size difference is too great. So, this brat is really that strong. Tsunade's shocked face still had a hint of bitterness. If Kuzuo Hitaki was serious during the bet that day, she might not have been defeated miserably. But she would have been killed by a sword long ago, right? Asshole! I'm going to kill you. The furious 9-tailed beast was full of arrogance, and the movement of waving his palms became more violent. The manic 9-tailed beast was fierce and powerful. There was almost no room for people to react. Bang! 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 One claw after another slapped out. Every time, the earth was shaking. Just like a dragon turning over, it cracked and revealed the cracks in the ground. The air was also torn by the sharp claws, and with a whirring whirlwind, it cut the nearby rocks. Very cruel. Lady Tsunade, it's too dangerous here, let's retreat a little bit. This scene. The giant slug's unique sweet voice conveyed a message to Tsunade with a little anxiety. Although they are now watching the battle 1,000 meters away. Even at such a distance. For the nearly 100-meter-long nine-tail, it's just a matter of a few breaths. As long as the nine-tail goes crazy, they will definitely be involved, and it will be difficult to end it then. It's still very dangerous. Listening to the giant slug's words. At the moment, Tsunade frowned and hesitated again and again. Finally, she chose to trust Kuzuo Hitaki. Okay. Let's retreat another 1,000 meters. Soon. The giant slug immediately split into countless small slugs, crawling frantically under their bodies. Soon they had retreated very far. At this time, there was a shocking explosion. And when they turned around, they were shocked to find that that was where they had stayed before. It had been completely destroyed by the violent attack of the nine-tailed fox. It was a mess. The grass and soil were flying, and the gullies were crisscrossed. Kuzuo Hitaki's steps were like a nimble swallow, floating around the crazy nine-tailed fox. Hong Yi Meow Meow was not affected at all. This ground-shattering attack could not touch him at all. The agility of water breathing. It must be the first. The single-tied ponytail swayed gracefully as it flew up and down behind Hitaki Kuzuo's head. Hitaki Kuzuo relied on his insight into the world to predict the nine-tail's movements while silently adjusting his breathing. Finally, the moment when the nine-tail was about to raise its claws to slap him again, Hitaki Kuzuo's eyes flashed. This time, he accurately grasped the opportunity. Water breathing form 4. Hit the tide. Hwalala dash. Like the tide of the sea, it is endless. Hitaki Kuzuo drew his sword. Slash after slash brought up clear blue water splashes, and hit the body of the nine-tailed fox with a sharp pain. High-pressure water flow. It seemed to be the sharpest knife in the world. The slash fell, and the thick orange fur of the nine-tailed fox did not have any blocking effect. The water knife cut the air, bringing up ripples in the air. Hitaki Kuzuo's feet were like meteors. 13 slashes. 13 slashes in total. Fast. Extremely fast. Extremely sharp. Steady. Accurate. Ruthless. Swish. Swish. The nine tails and all the limbs of the nine-tailed fox were all cut off. Falling to the ground, it turned into the violent and surging chakra raged away. Such a sword technique! The nine-tailed fox grimaced in pain, looking at Hitaki Kuzuo with an extremely horrified look. It was like looking at another monster like a tailed beast. Is this still a human? The latter held a dripping knife. Standing quietly in front of the nine-tailed fox's huge fox head, he stared into its dark vertical pupils without giving in. For a moment, the nine-tailed fox, it even sensed a stronger murderous intent than in its heart. This murderous perception is its innate ability. But what's wrong with this kid? How can he have such a monstrous murderous aura at such a young age? Tsunade-sama, that boy seems to be very powerful, we can rest assured for the time being. The giant slug and Tsunade stood together thousands of meters away and watched the battle. The earth-shattering battle scene. They were deeply shocked. The sharp and gorgeous swordsmanship in Hitaki Kuzuo's hands moved them even more. Yet, this brat is a monster. Tsunade laughed heroically, and the strong wind from the huge movement in the distance made her body tremble. But Tsunade didn't care at all. There was an unshakable admiration in her eyes for Hitaki Kuzuo. No wonder Jiraiya likes him so much, the brat's sword is too sharp. The feat of Hitaki Kujuo cutting off all parts of the 9 tails with 13 swords almost made her stunned on the spot. Almost every strike. You need to use all your strength. You have to open your chakra to swing a powerful punch. And it was so easy. He slashed 13 times in 1 second. This agile speed dazzled her and the giant slug. Quickly split 2 small slugs, one will help this brat heal his wounds later, and the other will go back to the village and notify Yamato and other sealing teams to come to help. Thoughts were flying. Tsunade also reacted quickly and responded according to the situation on the field. Hitaki Kujuo could defeat the 9 tails, and her heart was already mostly at peace. The monstrous force was still raging on the grassland mountain. What kind of destructive power could the strongest tailed beast, which was completely unrestrained and madly destroyed, cause? 0 Please give me flowers. Perhaps people who have not experienced the 9 Tails rebellion 13 years ago, do not have any definite impression in their minds. But now, Tsunade and Kujuo Hitaki know. Take a deep breath. Kujuo Hitaki gripped the hilt with both hands and a huge force came out. Under the tremendous grip. Buzz. A slight tremor. The hot fire flow surged. The blade suddenly heated up from azure to hot crimson. It was like a white dwarf in the abyss was about to go silent, emitting a light that destroyed everything. He jumped up. There was coldness and calmness in his eyes. Aimed at the huge fox head of the 9-tailed fox and chopped it hard. Water-breathing form 5. Merciful rain of the sky. At this moment, time froze. The whole space became slow. It was like a paused camera. The 9-tailed fox's violent, murderous, and hateful heart was calmed by the brilliance of this sword. All negative emotions disappeared. The red and bloodthirsty vertical pupils became docile. As if, I am willing to be cut by this sword. Swish! Hitaki Kujuo landed on the ground and put away his sword in one go. Drip drip! Hitaki Kujuo was the first to be hit by the overwhelming shock wave. But he stood still. Like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, he stood firm. Ahem! This shock wave was thousands of meters per second, and Tsunade was blown off the giant slug's head. During the falling process, there was an unconcealed surprise. Hiss! Tsunade's brain was about to stop functioning. What did she see? She saw the 9-tailed fox standing still obediently. Willingly beheaded by Hitaki Kujuo with one sword. With the 1-meter-long sword in his hand, he stood on the head of the more than 10-meter-long 9-tailed fox. He beheaded it with one sword. It was so terrifying. At this moment, the red figure of Hitaki Kujuo standing in place was like a soul mark, engraved in Tsunade's heart forever. A ridiculous idea suddenly arose. This brat. Could he use illusion? Besides, it has to be an illusion second only to the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, it is impossible to control the 9-tails' actions and make it willing to be beheaded. Roar! I'm going to kill you. Kill you. You little human. You've completely pissed me off. The 9-tails' huge head grew out again. But there was an inexplicable pain that took root in its heart. It hurt like a throbbing pain in the soul and in the bone marrow. This piercing feeling. The 9-tails never wants to have it again in this life. In the memory of thousands of years, even if it was controlled by the eyes of Uchiha Madara, the evil chakra was not so uncomfortable. At the moment, the bloody setting sun cast its afterglow powerlessly on the earth. A crazy murderous intent surged in the 9-tails' heart, and it was completely dominated by uncontrollable anger. Hee. However, the 9-tails' unruly and rampant momentum was enough to scare an adult to tears. But in the ears of Hitaki Kujuo, it seemed so unbearable. Who would have thought that a tailed beast would have such a moment of impotence and rage? It could only show off its power of words. Now it can only be reduced to fish in the battlefield, being at the mercy of others. So, Hitaki Kujuo shook his head, disdain in his eyes, flicked his thumb again, and the cold sword came out of the sheath. After speaking, a sword was slashed out. Bang! This sword cut through the sky. Chapter 100. Swish! This sword fell from the sky. A sword. Lightly. The head of the nine-tailed fox was chopped off again. Bang! The huge nine-tailed fox head fell to the ground. The strong vibration made the earth start to shake for a while. Boom! The dust in the sky rose hundreds of meters, choking people so that they couldn't open their eyes. The smoke and dust blowing in the face blew on the trees thousands of meters away, and the leaves fell. Even some tree trunks began to break. This is just the power of the aftermath of the impact thousands of meters away. Bang! A pair of bare hands lingered with surging chakra. Tsunade had already prepared, and punched out with strange force. Blast the air! Whether it was the dust or the fallen leaves that were swung at her, everything was like a broken mirror in the air, crackling and falling to the ground. Hey! A punch dispersed the aftermath of the battle, and Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Her beautiful pupils flickered slightly. Looking at the figure in the smoke and dust in front of her, her beautiful eyes had an indescribable spirit. This stinky boy. It's really strong and a little scary. Another sword cut off the head of the nine tails. Such strength! Such swordsmanship! It's a pity that you were not born 10 years earlier. As if she thought of something, Tsunade whispered silently. Yes. If there was Kujuo Hitaki in the village that night more than 10 years ago. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and many ninjas and civilians would not have died. Such a monster sits in Konoha. I think there is no safer place. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of sword flowers flashed by. Kujuo Hitaki looked calm, waving the water knife in his hand, and the sharp blades surrounded him. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and all the dust disappeared. Then, the huge body of the nine tails was revealed. Roar! The nine tails recovered its body again. But this time, there were no extra words. The scarlet cruel eyes of the nine-tailed fox have already explained everything. It wants to kill this human. Bang! The nine-tailed fox's sharp claws blew with a whistling killing intent. It was as solid as a substance. It was cold to the point of freezing. This claw, with the chakra attached to it, set off a storm. Ding! The azure background and the deep red sword blocked this claw head-on. The strongest tailed beast, the nine-tailed fox, struck with all its strength. How could humans contend with it? The huge difference in size alone could not be made up. The only way was to slash. A slash that pierced the sky. Water-breathing form 8. Takitsubo. Hitaki Kujuo's eyes were deep, his hands were clenched, and he slashed with all his strength. The space where the blade came out. It was as if cracks appeared on the ice. Cracks appeared on it. Crack, crack, crack. From bottom to top. There was the arrival of a torrent of water. Surging, surging. Huff. The Kyuubi's nails, which were as big as 2 or 3 people, were chopped into pieces just like Kimimura's white giant bones before. How is it possible? This kid's sword energy can actually break through my chakra. The Kyuubi's vertical pupils suddenly shrank. It was as if he had seen something incredible. The reason why he was chopped off by this kid before was purely because of the incomplete use of strength. He just relied on his huge body strength to slap randomly. But now, I have clearly used the chakra attached to my claws. The sharp and cold edge. Not to mention being blocked. It was even chopped into pieces by the needle tip of the wheat spike. Hitaki Kujuo's mouth slightly raised. Kyuubi reacted quickly. After using chakra, the moment the sword in his hand chopped, he found that it became extremely heavy. No wonder even the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, a strong man at the level of Kage, could hardly bear it with his body. But it's a pity. Water flow. It can be both soft and strong. A sword blade as flexible as water flow can reach the opponent's weakness directly, thus killing with one blow. It's not over yet. Hatake Kujuo saw the human disbelief in Kyubai's eyes. He smiled slightly. The body rotated backwards. It happened in a split second. In Kyubai's doubtful eyes, he swung the sword again. Water breathing form 7. Shizuku ripple stab. This is the fastest slash in the breathing combat technique. Different from the first form of thunder breathing, which is comparable to teleportation. This move. It is to bring the physical talent of 1,000 cuts per second to the extreme. At this moment, Hatake Kujuo slashed from the oblique surface, and the sword in his hand stabbed along the curve. Like ripples appeared on the water. There were signs that the space was pierced. Finally, Kyubai's huge foot was hit by the front of this sword, and the whole body flew backwards. However, the moment it saw the smile on the corner of Hatake Kujuo's mouth, it mobilized the orange-red flame-like chakra and surrounded its feet. It was not cut by the sword. But the thousands of slashes like a continuous stream of water formed a dense and shocking wave of attacks. Resonance. It shook the huge body of the Nine Tails away. What happened there? In the distant forest, Sai, Yamato, and a group of members of the Sealing Squad were rushing over. After receiving the order from the little slug sent by Tsunade, they rushed over as soon as possible. However, just arrived at the destination, I saw this earth-shaking scene in front of me. I don't know, it seems like something huge was blown away. Could it be caused by Tsunade-sama? Yamato's hand turned into a huge tree stump and wrapped around the big tree in front of him, standing on the top of the tree and looking in the direction of the noise. Tsunade-sama? The 5th Hokage. There was suspicion in their eyes, but also surprise. Such a movement, it was the news notified by the 5th Hokage Tsunade-sama. It must be her. I didn't expect our new Hokage to be so powerful that he can't even defeat the Nine Tails. With a sigh, Yamato couldn't help but compare Tsunade and Danzo in his heart. It seems so. The two are so different that they can't be compared. Sai nodded, let's hurry over. No matter how powerful Tsunade-sama's strange punch is, there will be a time when the chakra is exhausted. We have to hurry over to help seal the Nine Tails. As the vice-captain, Sai's words were quite effective. Yamato hummed, and the team members around him nodded. Yes. Then, with a few whooshing sounds, they ran through the forest again, not far from the grassland ahead. Damn human boy! The nine-tail was chopped off, and became angry. Its whole body fell on the hill on the opposite bank. It didn't stop until the rocks collapsed. However, there were still a lot of rubble falling from above, hitting the top of the nine-tail. But the nine-tail didn't care at all. Soon, the signature action unique to the tailed beast appeared. It opened its mouth. There was a dense energy bomb as black as ink. Buzz. Intense chakra fluctuations. The black and purple light entangled and rotated, like gravitational waves, with a specific orbit. Evil, heavy, dangerous chakra waves emanate from inside and outside. Even though they are miles apart, they make people feel numb. This. Tsunade stood up suddenly. She couldn't help herself when she saw the movement of the nine-tail's mouth. The tailed beast ball. A tailed beast ball with a larger scale and energy intensity. It is completely different from the one that Hatake Kujuo cut at the beginning. Just looking at it, she felt cold from the bottom of her heart and felt deep despair. Smelly boy. Tsunade felt that she couldn't watch the battle like this any longer, otherwise she would just watch Kujuo Hatake die. She jumped off the giant slug and ran straight to Kujuo Hatake. No matter if she could help him or not. At least, She could use ninjutsu to help resist a wave of damage. The diamond mark on her forehead suddenly opened, and her whole body was covered with strip runes. Yin seal, open. At this time, at the edge of the grassland that had long been reduced to ruins, a group of people jumped out of the forest entrance. They were the SEAL team that had hurriedly arrived before. As soon as he looked up, instantly his whole body felt like falling into an ice cellar, and he stood there for more than 0. Gurgle. Violent swallowing sounds came one after another. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the opposite side of the grassland river in horror. On a smashed mountain, the tall Nine-Tails opened its mouth. Containing the breath of destruction, the incomparable giant-tailed beast ball is brewing. Target. Facing them head-on. Tsunade-sama. After barely suppressing the shock and fear in his heart, a ninja immediately saw Tsunade running away. What is Hokage-sama doing? They looked very puzzled. In this situation, they couldn't even run away, so why rush forward? Could it be that even Tsunade's super powerful punch could smash this level of tailed beast ball? With doubts, they continued to look forward. They saw. There stood a young man in red clothes with outstanding temperament, his single ponytail waving high in the wind. Facing the giant-tailed beast ball that anyone would be afraid of, he stood there quietly. As still as a mountain. Like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, standing still. Seeing this, how could they not recognize him? The man in front of them was the one who had saved the village with one hand and chopped a tail, slashed Orochimaru with a sword, and destroyed the entire root organization alone? Could it be? Everyone looked at each other, and they already had a guess in their hearts. If this monster boy who is comparable to the tailed beast is here. The movement just now was not caused by their fifth Hokage, Princess Tsunade. It was the boy in front. Thinking of his previous feat of slashing the one-tailed Shikaku, the ceiling class was not so scared anymore. There was even a little expectation in their hearts. Hitaki Kujuo can create a myth again and slash the nine-tailed beast with a sword. This is the strongest tailed beast? Tsunade-sama, why are you here? The sentence was questioning, but Hitaki Kujuo's face was extremely calm. There was no questioning at all. Hitaki Kujuo turned back and glanced at Tsunade, who was running anxiously. The front of him was shaking up and down because of the intense running. It was spectacular. Tsunade shouted anxiously. Smelly boy! What are you still standing here for? That's the tailed beast ball. The power of the tailed beast ball is stronger than any S-class ninjutsu, and it's not so easy to resist. We can't resist it. It's still not too late to run now. Tsunade was about to grab him while she was urgently persuading him. Kujuo Hitaki's arm ran back. However, it didn't move at all after being pulled. Even with the strange power of chakra, it was still the same. You. Tsunade's face was filled with shocked eyes. Kujuo Hitaki gave a confident smile in return. Who said it can't be stopped? Swish. Holding the sword. Not only will I block this tailed beast ball, but I will also break through it and cut off the 9 tails with one sword. Confidence. Heroic. Tsunade was stunned without realizing it, and these words suddenly appeared in her mind. Swoosh. The 9 tails' eyes were filled with crazy cruelty, and a bloodthirsty killing smile appeared at the corner of the fox's mouth. The tailed beast ball was unbridled. The extremely deep and energy-intensive chakra shells drew a fine straight line in the air. Breaking through the speed of sound, a sonic boom sounded. Boom boom boom. The sky was suddenly filled with thick clouds, black clouds, and flashes of lightning. This tailed beast ball shocked the weather. The sky. It changed color. Hat. A chuckle. Hitaki Kujuo still held the sword tightly in his hand. The sword body was graceful, and golden flashes were attached to it. Breathing method. Thunder. A wisp of scorching white air came out from between his teeth. A clear throat came out slowly and firmly. Thunder breathing form 7. Fire thunder god. Explosion. Dazzling. A roaring golden dragon was wrapped in lightning and slashed out with a sword. That time, the wind and clouds changed, and thunderclouds filled the sky. There was a thunder in response to the sword energy slashed out by the sword, shaking the earth and splitting the mountains and forests. Thunder, lightning, and fire intertwined. The violent power burst out with earth-shaking waves. Boom! The golden dragon composed of thunder, lightning, and fire gods, hit the nine-tailed beast ball head-on.